Welcome to the most bone-chilling collection of true scary stories from around the world that'll keep you up all night, heart-pounding, questioning every shadow in your room. If you've ever wondered what real terror sounds like, the kind that crawls under your skin and whispers your name in the dark, these real-life nightmares are for you. True scary stories that happen to ordinary people just like you, pulled straight from the depths of global horror. Grab your headphones, dim the lights, and prepare for true horror stories that'll haunt your dreams. Ghosts, entities, disappearances, and encounters that defy explanation. These are the scariest true stories ever told. Perfect for horror nights, sleep paralysis demons, and anyone obsessed with paranormal true stories, creepypasta vibes, and unsolved mysteries. If you're brave enough to listen till the end, hit that subscribe button now for more terrifying true scary stories, like if this gave you chills, and drop a comment below. You're watching from which country? Let's see where the fear is spreading tonight. Don't forget to turn on notifications so you never miss a spine-tingling upload. Alright, fear fans ... Let's dive into the darkness. The Whispering Pines of Wisconsin, a skinwalker's silent hunt in the heart of Wisconsin's Northwoods, where the ancient pines stretch like skeletal fingers toward a sky that never fully lightens even at dawn, lies a stretch of land called Black River State Forest. It's November 2018 and 28-year-old trail guide Ethan Hargrove, a rugged, no-nonsense guy from Eau Claire with a beard like tangled underbrush and eyes sharpened by years of leading tourists through the wild, decides to take what he thinks is a solo hike to clear his head after a messy breakup. Ethan's no stranger to the woods. He's navigated these trails since he was a kid, mapping beaver dams and wolf packs like they were his backyard. But on this crisp autumn evening, as the sun dips below the horizon in a blaze of blood red, something shifts in the air thickness, like the forest itself is exhaling secrets it long buried. Ethan parks his beat-up Ford Ranger at the trailhead off Highway 54, the gravel crunching under his tires like brittle bones. He's packed light, a backpack with a thermos of black coffee, a hunting knife strapped to his belt, a GPS watch, and his phone for the occasional signal check. The temperature plummets fast, frost already kissing the ferns, and the wind carries a low moan through the trees that sounds almost ... vocal. He shakes it off as the usual wind shear off Lake Superior, shoulders his pack, and heads down the Whispering Pines Loop, a 12-mile circuit known for its eerie acoustics, where echoes bounce off rock faces like distant conversations. Locals joke it's haunted by loggers from the 1800s, but Ethan laughs that off. He's seen black bears up close and lived to tell. The first mile is uneventful, just the rhythmic thud of his boots on needle-strewn earth, the occasional rustle of deer in the brush. But as twilight bleeds into true night, the sounds change. It's subtle at first, a twig snap too deliberate for a squirrel, a whisper of leaves that isn't wind-driven. Ethan pauses, flashlight beam cutting through the gloom like a knife, illuminating nothing but shadows that seem to twist just out of sight. Probably a raccoon, he mutters, but his voice comes out thinner than intended, swallowed by the pines. He presses on, the trail narrowing into a single-file path flanked by boulders moss-covered and ancient, their surfaces etched with what look like faded petroglyphs, swirls and eyes that could be natural erosion or something older, whispered about in Ojibwe legends as warnings against skinwalkers, those shape-shifting Navajo spirits said to wander far from their desert homes, drawn to places where the veil between worlds thins. By the second hour, the whispers grow insistent. Not words exactly, but fragments his name. Ethan, hissed like steam from a kettle, or run, elongated into a sigh that raises the hairs on his neck. He spins, heart hammering, shining his light into the void, but there's only darkness rebounding like a black mirror. His phone buzzes once, a low battery warning, even though he charged it full that morning. No service, of course. The forest jams signals like a Faraday cage. Sweat beads on his forehead, despite the cold, and he quickens his pace. The trail now descending into a ravine where the Black River murmurs, like a conspirator below. That's when he hears the mimicry. Up ahead, clear as day, his own voice calls out, "Ethan, you there, man?" It's getting dark, head back. It's his ex-girlfriend's ringtone laugh in the background. A voicemail he deleted weeks ago. Impossible. He freezes, bile rising in his throat, and whispers back, "Hello?" No answer. Just the echo of his plea bouncing mockingly. Panic claws at him now. He fumbles for his knife, the blade glinting cold under his light. The air tastes metallic like ozone before a storm, and the pines seem to lean in closer, branches interlacing overhead into a tunnel of night. Deeper into the ravine, the trail splits left to the riverbank, right up a steep embankment toward an old logging camp ruin. Ethan veers left, drawn by the water's promise of openness, but the whispers evolve into footsteps. Heavy, deliberate, padding parallel to him just beyond the tree line. He catches a glimpse, a tall silhouette, humanoid but wrong, limbs too elongated, moving with a gait that's half loping wolf, half stalking man. Its eyes flash yellow in his peripheral vision, gone when he turns. Skinwalker, the word lodges in his mind unbidden. From a late-night YouTube binge on cryptid lore he dismissed as folklore. But here, in the flesh or whatever it is, the stories feel alive, breathing down his neck. He breaks into a jog, lungs burning, the river now a black ribbon snaking through the valley. The mimicry ramps up, his mother's voice from childhood, scolding him for staying out late. His own laughter from a forgotten camping trip, distorted into a guttural growl. Branches whip his face, drawing blood, and his GPS watch glitches coordinates spinning wildly, as if the forest is folding in on itself, a glitch in the matrix where north points inward. What should be a 2-hour loop stretches into an eternity. He stumbles onto a clearing, the old logging camp. Rusted saw blades half buried in moss, a collapsed cabin with walls like rib cages. There, in the center, the thing waits. It's not fully formed at first, just a shadow pooling on the ground, coalescing into a figure 7 feet tall, skin stretched taut over bones that shift like oil on water. Its face is a mockery. Ethan's features smeared across a canine muzzle, eyes glowing with stolen fire. It doesn't charge. It converses. In his voice it says, "Why'd you leave her, Ethan?" "She misses you." The words hit like punches, dredging up the breakup's raw ache. He swings his knife, blade slicing air, and it laughs a chorus of voices, his and others, overlapping in dissonance. The ground trembles, roots erupting like veins, snaring his ankles. He falls, flashlight skittering away, plunging him into abyss. In that moment, time fractures. Visions assault him, not his memories, but the skinwalker's centuries of hunts across deserts and now these northern woods, feeding on fear, wearing skins of the lost. He sees missing hikers from the 90s, their bones gnawed clean under these pines. Hears cries of Ojibwe warriors cursing the intruder spirit. The creature leans in, breath hot and fetid like roadkill, whispering promises, "Join me. Wear your pain as fur." Ethan's mind screams, but his body betrays his hand twitches toward the thing, compelled. Salvation comes from the mundane, a distant truck horn on Highway 54, piercing the illusion. The skinwalker recoils, form dissolving into mist, whispers fading to wind. Ethan crawls free, grabs his light, and runs blindly, crashing through thorns until he bursts onto the highway, collapsing as headlights wash over him. A passing logger stops, hauls him into the cab, drives him to the inn in Hickston. Doctors find scratches like claw marks, hypothermia, and dehydration from what forensics clock as 18 lost hours, not 2. No trace on the trail. Search parties find his backpack miles off-path, untouched. Ethan quit guiding after that, moved to Milwaukee, but the nightmares persist. Yellow eyes in mirrors, whispers in traffic hum. He shared his story anonymously online, sparking forums ablaze with similar Wisconsin woods tailies hikers, hearing loved ones' voices, shadows that mimic strides. Was it a skinwalker, exiled from Navajo lands, claiming new territory? Or a cryptid native to the Midwest, a Wendigo echo blending with urban legend? Whatever it was, Black River State Forest remains a vortex for the unexplained, drawing paranormal investigators who camp with EVP recorders, capturing fragments of Ethan's name in the static. If you're planning a Northwoods adventure, remember, the pines whisper warnings for a reason. And if this real paranormal encounter with a skinwalker has you glancing at your own shadows, like and comment your thoughts. Have you heard the call in the woods? Now, without pause, let's plunge into our next heart-pounding saga. A true crime nightmare that unfolded in the rain-soaked streets of England's Pacific Northwest equivalent, the misty moors of Yorkshire, where a serial killer's obsession turned a quiet village into a graveyard of secrets. The Moors Strangler of Yorkshire, England. A serial killer's rainy reign of terror. It was the summer of 1974 in the rolling hills of West Yorkshire, England, A land of sheep-dotted moors and stone-walled farms that look plucked from a Brontë novel. Except this story is no romance. It's a true crime descent into the mind of Ian Hargreaves, a 32-year-old postman whose unassuming route through Hebden Bridge masked a darkness deeper than the Calder Valley fog. Hebden Bridge, with its canal locks and terraced pubs, was a haven for artists and wanderers. Population barely 4,000, the kind of place where everyone nods hello. But beneath the heather blooms, Hargreaves harbored a stalker-level fixation. Young women who reminded him of his estranged mother, a cold figure who'd abandoned him young, leaving scars that festered into lethal obsessions. Hargreaves started small, or so the cold case files later revealed. Unsigned letters slipped into mailboxes, poetic ramblings about eternal dances in the rain, scented with cheap lavender. Recipients, like 19-year-old textile worker Clara Henshaw, dismissed them as admirer pranks. Clara, with her auburn curls and laugh like wind chimes, worked shifts at the local mill, dreaming of art school in Leeds. One drizzly October evening, after closing time, she walked home along the canal towpath, the gas lamps flickering like dying stars. Hargreaves had watched her for weeks, timing her route, his postman's uniform a perfect camouflage. He struck from the fog, a chloroform rag over her mouth, her muffled cry lost to downpour. No witnesses. The moors swallowed screams like peat bogs swallow bodies. They found Clara 3 days later, half buried in a Saddleworth. Moor ditch 10 miles north, throat bruised purple from a garrote of postman's twine, eyes wide in eternal surprise, a daisy. Chain around her neck like a lover's gift gone grotesque. The coroner called it strangulation, but the press dubbed him the Moor's Strangler, evoking the infamous 1960s crimes of Brady and Hindley, though this killer's method was intimate. Almost tender victims posed as if sleeping, letters pinned to their clothes with pleas like, "Why did you leave me, mother?" Panic rippled through Yorkshire. Women clutched keys between fingers. Men patrolled neighborhoods with shotguns. Hargreaves escalated, his missing persons tally climbing. Next was 24-year-old librarian Evelyn Thorpe, an abduction snatched from her Hebden flat on November 12th. Evelyn, bookish with wire-rimmed glasses and a penchant for Gothic novels, had received the letters too vowing in her diary to report them, but never did. Hargreaves broke in through the back sash window, the rain masking the glass's shatter. She fought, nails raking his cheek, leaving scars he later explained as barbed wire from the post route. He bound her with parcel string, drove her to a derelict farmhouse on the moors he'd scouted as a boy, where he confessed his delusion. "You're her. Come back to forgive." Her pleas turned to gurgles under the twine. Body dumped in a peat stream, a pressed heather sprig in her palm. By winter's grip, the unsolved mystery had 5 victims, all echoing Hargreaves' maternal ghost brunettes in their 20s, strangled and staged with floral tokens. Kidnappings blurred into vanishings. 22-year-old hiker Nora Blackwood disappeared mid-trail on the Pennine Way, her rucksack found neatly folded by a stile, as if she'd stepped aside for a chat. The community fractured vigils in churchyards, detectives combing post routes, whispers of a coven curse on the moors. Hargreaves thrived on it, mailing taunts to the Yorkshire Post, clippings of obituaries with hearts drawn in red ink. The break came in March 1975, a stormy night when post office clerk Margaret Poole, 27 and newly engaged, spotted Hargreaves lingering outside her terrace house on Market Street. She'd seen the scars, connected the letters to the headlines. Trembling, she bolted the door, phoned the bobby on the beat. But Hargreaves was already inside via the coal chute, a postman's trick for lost parcels. He cornered her in the kitchen, knife from her own block at her throat, whispering, "Dance with me in the rain." Like she never did, Margaret fought like a wildcat, smashing a teapot over his head, shards embedding in his scalp. Her screams drew neighbors. Hargreaves fled into the gale, blood trail leading straight to his semi-detached on the hill. Police swarmed at dawn, the search warrant yielding horrors. A lockbox under floorboards with twine garrotes pressed flowers from graves. And a journal detailing reunions, graphic logs of abductions. Murders and postmortem poses, each entry a stalker's love letter laced with resentment. Hargreaves confessed in a flood, claiming voices from the moors drove him, but forensics tied him to all 7. A cold case from 1972 resurfaced, a mill girl whose body the peat had preserved like a bog mummy. Trial in Leeds Crown Court was a media circus, 1976's Summer Scorcher, with sketches of Hargreaves' dead eyes filling tabloids. He smirked through testimony, quoting poetry about eternal rains, but the jury saw the monster. Life sentences stacked, no parole in sight. Hebden Bridge healed slowly, Moore's walks resuming but with cautionary plaques. Yet echoes linger, hikers report twine in the heather, whispers on windy nights. This true crime saga of the Moor's Strangler isn't just history, it's a warning that obsession hides in plain sight, turning postmen into predators. If serial killers and kidnappings fuel your darkest curiosities, smash that like button and comment, what's the creepiest unsolved case from your country? Flowing seamlessly into the void left by such human evil. Our third tale shifts to personal encounters, a creepy brush with a stranger that turned a simple online conversation into internet horror. Straight from the digital underbelly experienced in the bustling anonymity of Berlin, Germany. The Berlin Chat Phantom, an online obsession from the dark web's edge. Berlin, Germany, 2022, a city of graffiti-splashed walls. Techno thumps echoing till dawn, and the undercurrent of reinvention where expats like 25-year-old graphic designer Lena Vogel chase dreams amid the ghosts of the wall. Lena, with her pixelated tattoos and a laptop scarred from coffee spills, freelanced from her Kreuzberg loft, a converted factory space with exposed bricks and windows overlooking the canal. Nights blurred into creative hazes, fueled by Red Bull and Reddit scrolls. It started innocently enough, or so she thought. A late July insomnia binge on a forum called Echo Chamber, a niche app for anonymous deep web-style chats. Think Omegle meets Tor, where users mask IPs and share dares that push boundaries, from urban legends to personal confessions. Lena logged in as Pixel Ghost, seeking inspiration for a horror comic. Typing, "What's the weirdest coincidence that's haunted you?" The reply pinged instant. User _Shatten? Mine? A shadow that followed me from Munich to here. Yours? Shatten German for shadow seemed quirky, typing in broken English with emojis of skulls and clocks. They bantered for hours. Her about a sleep paralysis episode where a figure pinned her whispering stock market tips, a weird foreshadowing of her portfolio crash the next day. Him about a stalker ex who'd carved initials into his door. It felt electric, that rare online spark coincidences piling like dominoes. Both loved 80s synthwave. Both had lost a sibling young. By 3 a.m., they exchanged safe dares. Share a photo of your view. Lena snapped her canal at moonlight. Shatten sent a blurred alley, rain-slicked, with a figure in the distance that looked eerily like her from behind. Dawn broke, and Lena crashed, waking to 47 unread messages. Shatten had poured out a life story. Orphaned in the DDR days, bouncing foster homes, now a night shift coder haunted by glitches, reality distortions where clocks rewind. Strangers recite his childhood rhymes, creepy but compelling. She replied, hooked. Days turned to weeks, their chats evolving into daily rituals. He'd send voice notes, voice distorted like through water, describing Berlin spots she'd never noticed. A hidden tunnel under Autobahn bridge where echoes mimic voices, a derelict asylum in Treptow with graffiti that shifts overnight. Dare you to visit, he'd type, attaching coordinates. Lena laughed it off at first, but the coincidences mounted passing his haunted cafe, spotting a man in a hoodie who matched his avatar's silhouette, only to vanish into crowds. By August, the tone darkened. Shatten confessed, "I'm obsessed with you, Pixel Ghost. Your words." They fixed the glitches. Gifts arrived, unsigned packages to her loft. A vintage synth cassette labeled Our Song. A pixel art print of a shadowed figure embracing a girl by the canal. Flattered turned to freaked. She blocked him, but the app glitched. Messages rerouting through creepy apps pop-ups on her phone. Sleep paralysis hit harder now nights where the pinning demon wore Shatten's blurred face. Murmuring her real name, Lena, sourced from a careless Facebook link. She changed passwords, installed VPNs, but he persisted. Emails from throwaways detailing her routine coffee at 8:15, freelance call at noon. It's not stalking, it's fate's weird coincidence, he'd write. The peak came mid-September, a stormy Friday. Lena's buzzer rang delivery, a box from an anonymous sender. Inside, her own photo printed from their chat, but edited her face superimposed on a body floating in the canal, with Shatten's shadow hand extended. Panic surged. She dialed Berlin Police, but the officer dismissed it as internet nonsense. No hard evidence. That night, alone in her loft, the power flickered glitch in the Matrix style, lights strobing like a rave gone wrong. Her laptop auto-opened to echo chamber, Shatton live. "I'm outside. Let me in. The rains are dance." Heart thundering, she peered from the window. There, under a street lamp, the hoodie figure, face obscured, waving a phone that glowed with her building's blueprint, pulled from public dark web leaks. She barricaded the door, phoned a friend in New Calm to crash with, but as she grabbed her bag, the whisper started not digital but auditory, seeping through vents. Her name, fragmented laughs from their chats. Sleep evaded. In the cab, her phone buzzed a video from Shatton. Grainy footage of her loft interior, time-stamped minutes ago. How? A hidden cam? The Dare app's ghost mode? She ditched the sim, went dark, crashing at her friends. But the nightmares bled over. Dreams of tunnels where Shatton waited, his form glitching into 1,000 faces strangers she'd passed, their eyes holding his obsession. Weeks later, with tech-savvy help from a hacker pal, Lena traced Shatton to a ghost server in former East Berlin bunkers, but the trail dead-ended IP spoofed, account vaporized. The packages stopped, the app uninstalled, but the scars lingered. She moved to Hamburg, quit freelancing for a 9-to-5, installed cameras everywhere. Forums buzzed with her anonymized tale warnings about echo chambers' dark web ties, where dares turn deadly, obsessions spawn from pixels. Was Shatton real, a lone wolf coder with stalker skills, or a collective trolls weaving a net of psychological horror? Berlin's underbelly breeds both, and Lena's encounter stands as internet horror canon. That moment when online anonymity shatters, pulling the abyss into your inbox. If creepy encounters with strangers and deep web chills resonate, comment below. Ever had an online ghost that felt too real? And remember, in the digital age, every click is a dare. Transitioning from the screens that betray us to the wilds that devour our fourth narrative takes us camping deep into wilderness horror, where an abandoned cabin in the Scottish Highlands becomes a gateway to ancient dread experienced by a group of friends in the summer of 2019. The Highland Hollow Cabin, a camping nightmare with Wendigo whispers. The Scottish Highlands, 2019, a vast tapestry of locks and bends where mist clings like regret, and the summer sun barely crests the peaks before surrendering to gloaming. It's mid-July, and 4 university mates from Edinburgh, 23-year-old. Biology major Rhys MacLeod, his girlfriend Isla Kerr engineering whiz Finn Wallace, and free-spirited artist Tara Singpile into Rhys's battered Land Rover for a back-to-basics camping trip in the Cairngorms National Park. Rhys, broad-shouldered with a map tattooed on his forearm, pitched it as a disconnect. No phones, just tents, whiskey, and stars unpolluted by city glare. They'd booked a remote site near Glencoich, but en route, a washed-out track forces a detour to an unmarked hollow off the Larrig Grue. Past a forgotten hollow harboring an abandoned cabin, half swallowed by heather and birch, its roof sagging like a defeated sigh. They arrive at dusk, the rover's headlights carving tunnels through fog thick as porridge. The cabin, a 19th-century bothy for deerstalkers, squats lonely, walls of weathered stone, door ajar on rusted hinges, windows like empty sockets. Perfect shelter if the rain hits, Rhys declares, unloading gear tents for backup, but the cabin tempts with its dry hearth. Inside, it's a time capsule, cobwebbed bunks, a table scarred with knife whorls, faded Gaelic carvings warning, and Tiam hit a tha e dol fada, the beast hungers. They laugh it off as old shepherd scrawl. Build a fire from scavenged peat, crack open urn brew and tales of Highland horrors, Wendigos from Algonquian lore, cannibal spirits that migrated via sailor yarns, now whispered to prowl Scottish wilds, drawn to isolation's despair. Night falls absolute, the kind where sound amplifies, owls hooting judgment, wind keening through cracks like bagpipes from hell. They bed down in sleeping bags on the floor, whiskey warming veins, sharing ghost stories till eyelids droop. But around 2 a.m., Isla stirs, a scratching at the door, rhythmic like nails on wood. Fox, Finn mumbles, but it persists, evolving into a low growl that vibrates the floorboards. Rhys grabs his torch, peers out. Nothing but blackness, yet the air reeks of wet fur and decay, like roadkill unearthed. They bolt the door, a heavy oak bar, splintered but serviceable, and huddle, attributing it to wildlife jitters. Dawn brings uneasy relief, but the forest feels watchful. They hike the glen, packs light with sandwiches and scopes for red deer. But tracks mar the mud humanoid prints, too large, toes splayed like claws, circling their rover. Tara sketches them, joking cryptid couture, but her pencil shakes. Lunch by a burn and the whispers begin. Faint, in Gaelic, snippets of hunger pangs. Acres, eat. Coincidences pile. Finn's compass spins erratically, pointing inward. Isla finds her locket lost years ago in Edinburgh tucked in her boot, chain cold as ice. Glitch, Reese says, but doubt cedes. Afternoon exploration leads to the cabin's crawl space, a root cellar with walls etched in frantic script. It comes in famine. Skin of man, hunger eternal. 1897. Artifacts tumble out. A rusted trap, bones picked clean, not animal. Panic simmers. They vote to pack, but the rover won't start battery drained, though lights worked at arrival. Night 2 looms and the wilderness closes in. As twilight bruises the sky, the scratching returns louder, accompanied by thuds on the roof. Something heavy, pacing. Through chinks in the walls, they glimpse it. A silhouette emaciated, antlers branching like lightning, eyes reflective coals in the firelight. Not deer, not Manawendigo echo, folklore's famine fiend. Summoned by the Bothy's bloody past, where stalkers starved in blizzards turning on each other. The siege begins at midnight. Whispers infiltrate dreams. Reese dreams of cannibal feasts, waking with salt on his lips. Isla thrashes in sleep paralysis, the thing's face pressed to hers, breath like frostbite. Finn barricades windows with bunks, but boards splinter under impact's claws raking, deep as plows. Tara screams first, spotting it full. 7 feet of gaunt horror, skin parchment over ribs, mouth gaping in perpetual crave, mimicking their voices. Reese, share the food. Isla, I'm so cold. It circles, testing weaknesses, the cabin shaking like a drum. Hours stretch. They ration whiskey for courage, knives drawn, but the beast doesn't enter, it hungers for surrender, for the madness that births kin. Dawn's first light fractures the assault. The thing flees into mist, leaving claw gashes like lightning bolts. The rover roars to life unbidden, as if released. They flee, silent till Edinburgh's sprawl, where they report to rangers dismissed as Highland hysteria, but forensics on the bones confirm human 1890s vintage. The group splintered. Reese and Isla broke, Finn buried in books on Celtic cryptids. Tara's art turned macabre, selling Wendigo Whispers prints that went viral. The hollow's unmarked now, but hikers whisper of the cabin's pull, a vortex for deep woods dread where abandonment awakens the starving dead. This camping horror isn't myth, it's the wild's reminder. Nature doesn't forgive intrusion. If wilderness tales and supernatural creatures grip you, like this and comment your scariest outdoor glitch. From the Highlands' hunger to the halls of healing turned hellish, our 5th epic unfolds in the sterile corridors of a French hospital where a nurse's night shift unearths demonic possessions that defy medicine set in the autumn of 2020 amid Paris's pandemic shadows. The possessed ward of Paris, France. A nurse's demonic night shift ordeal. Paris, France, October 2020. The city of light dimmed by COVID lockdowns, ambulances wailing like banshees through empty boulevards, hospitals straining under the weight of the invisible plague. At Hôpital St. Louis in the 10th arrondissement, Archjo-year-old night nurse Amélie Laurent clocks in for her 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. shift on Ward 4B, the isolation unit for infectious cases. Amélie, with her practical bob haircut and scrubs faded from endless washes, is a veteran of flu seasons and fractures, but nothing prepares her for the surge. Beds overflowing, ventilators hissing, dirges the air thick with Lysol and unspoken grief. She's no believer in the supernatural raised secular in Lyon, but folklore from her grandmother's Auvergne tales of demons riding plagues lingers like an itch. The shift starts routine. Meds for Mr. Duval in 4B12, a grizzled retiree wheezing through pneumonia. Charts for the new admit in 4B8, 42-year-old. Marie Duval, not related coincidence that prickles, a school teacher from the suburbs admitted with fever and delirium after a family trip to rural Normandy. Marie's chart notes agitation, hallucinations, shadows with teeth, she babbles in triage. Amélie administers sedatives, smooths her sweat-damp sheets, but as midnight tolls from Notre Dame's distant bells, the ward stirs. Lights flicker blamed on overloaded grids, but the hum deepens, a vibration in the bones. By 1 a.m., screams erupt from 4B8. Amelie rushes in, finding Marie arched off the bed, eyes rolled white, veins bulging like rivers in flood. "It followed us from the stones!" She snarls, voice not her own deeper, gravelly, laced with an accent ancient as Gaul. Restraints snap like twine. Monitors flatline, then spike erratically, a glitch defying texts. Amelie calls for backup, but corridors empty, staff quarantined, echoes amplifying Marie's convulsions. The possession unfolds cinematic. Objects levitate a water pitcher orbiting the bed. IVs stand twisting into cruciform. Marie's body contorts, limbs bending backward, skin mottling black as if bruised from within. Words pour in Latin-tinged French. Legio sumus, we are legion, a nod to biblical demons, but twisted with local lore of Les Lutins, impish spirits from Normandy's dolmens. Amelie, pulse racing, recites a half-remembered prayer from Grandma's knee. Saint Michel defends news while pinning Marie's thrashing form. The air chills to freezer burn, breath fogging, and shadows coalesce. Not tricks of light, but forms cloaked figures at the bed's foot, faces eroded like Pompeii casts, whispering temptations. Join the feast, nurse. The plague is our banquet. Visions assault Amelie. Not hers, but the demon's harvest plagues through centuries, possessing the weak, feeding on fear. She sees Marie's Normandy trip, picnicking by Carnac megaliths, disturbing a stone circle where druid curses sleep, awakening entities that hitchhike home in lungs. The struggle peaks at 3 a.m., the witching hour. Marie levitates fully, bed creaking, her mouth foaming bile that sizzles on tiles. Amelie grabs holy water from the chaplain's kit contraband in secular France. But it works. Splashes evoke shrieks, smoke rising like incense, reversed. Backup arrives. Dr. Moreau, a skeptic with a morphine tray, but even he pales as Marie's head swivels 180, vertebrae cracking audibly. Exorcise or evacuate. He mutters, but protocol crumbles. Together, they force crucifixes to her chest, reciting psalms amid the chaos, ventilators howling, lights shattering in cascades of glass. The demons bargain. One soul for the ward's peace. Amelie refuses, channeling rage at the pandemic's thefts, her father's COVID grave fresh. Dawn's gray light filters through blackout blinds at 5:30, and the entity fractures. Marie collapses, spent, eyes clearing to confusion. The shadows dissipate, objects clattering down, monitors stabilizing. No traces, scorch marks dismissed as static, convulsions chalked to fever dreams. Marie recovers, discharged with amnesia, but whispers to Amelie, "Thank you for the light." The nurse, scarred, requests day shifts, but nightmares cling, demons and scrubs, plagues as possessions. Colleagues share hush-tally similar surges in other wards, tied to ancient sites disturbed by modern woes. Capital St. Louis stands as a beacon, but in its bowels, the supernatural reminds. Medicine mends flesh, but some infections are eternal. This hospital horror of demons and possessions is a testament to the unseen war in white coats. If night shift stories and hauntings hit home, like, subscribe for more and comment. What's your profession's scariest secret? Our sixth chronicle drags us into urban exploration's forbidden thrill, where abandoned asylums in Italy's Lombardy region yield not just decay, but a haunting that binds explorers to the past, chronicled from a daring incursion in spring 2017. The Echoes of Manicomio di Milan, an urban exploration into haunting tunnels. Milan, Italy, April 2017's a metropolis of fashion and fog, where Renaissance spires pierce smog, but beneath pulses a labyrinth of forgotten infrastructure. The Manicomio di Milan, once Milan's grand insane asylum built in 1872, sprawls on the city's outskirts in the Ticinese district. 50 acres of Baroque decay. Wards like gutted cathedrals, tunnels snaking under earth like varicose veins. Decommissioned in 1978 after Bassaglia reforms freed the mad. It's sealed, but breached by urban explorers, adrenaline junkies like 26-year-old photographer Luca Rossi, a Milan native with a drone rig and a blog called Città Nascosta, Hidden City. Luca, lean and inked with compass roses, teams with fellow urbexer Sofia Greco, 24. A sound designer from Bologna chasing ambient horrors for her podcasts, for a midnight foray. Armed with headlamps, GoPros, and bolt cutters, they slip past chain link under cover of lunar eclipse, the air humming with illicit buzz. The breach is through a service hatch behind overgrowth, rusted and protesting like a coffin lid. Inside, the asylum assaults senses, mildew tang sharp as regret. Floors tiled in cracked mosaics depicting chained fates, walls papered in faded frescoes of serene Madonnas now leering. They start in the admin block desks petrified in dust, patient ledgers spilling names like ghosts. Giovanni L. Catatonic. Hears the bells. Sophia's recorder captures drips amplified to heartbeats. Luca's drone whirring overhead. Beans dancing on electroshock paraphernalia, racked like medieval torture. Laughter bubbles nerves. Mostly, but as they descend the grand staircase. Cracked like lightning, the temperature plummets 15 degrees, breaths clouding. The tunnels beckon, a warren of service corridors, bricked haphazardly post-closure, but Sophia spots a loose grate. Hidden passage, jackpot. They pry it, dropping into Stygian dark, headlamps carving cones of revelation. Walls weep condensation, floors slick with who knows what, air stagnant as a sepulchre. Echoes toy with them. Footsteps multiply behind, whispers in Venetian dialect. Vieni, resta con noi, come, stay with us, dismissed as acoustics. But 200 meters in, the haunt manifests. A child's giggle, high and fractured, rebounding off curves. Luca's drone glitches, feeds staticking with faces patients' portraits from the ledgers, eyes following. Glitch in the matrix, Sophia quips, but her voice wavers. Her recorder loops a phrase. The bells toll for you. Over patient screams layered like a requiem. Deeper, the tunnel widens into a chamber-former hydrotherapy room. Tubs like open graves, rusted chains dangling from ceilings. Artifacts abound, straitjackets moth-eaten, lobotomy kits glinting surgical. They pause to document, but the air thickens, pressure building like pre-storm. Shadows stretch unnaturally, coalescing into forms translucent figures in Victorian rags, shuffling in perpetual patrol. One approaches, a woman, mid-30s in apparition, face half-melted from imagined acid therapy, extending a hand that passes through Luca's arm, leaving frostbite numbness. She mouths, silent at first, then voices chorus. They locked us for seeing truth. Join the echo. Visions hijack. Not theirs, but inmates, electroshock convulsions, ice baths that drown sanity, lobotomies carving compliance. Luca sees his own face on a gurney, drill whirring. Sophia hears her recordings remix into pleas for release. Panic ignites flight, but the tunnels disorient, passages shift, grates seal behind. Claustrophobia claws. They run, lamps flickering to embers, pursued by the shuffle swarm, giggles turning guttural. A fork left to surface, right to unknown. They choose wrong, emerging in the morgue sublevel, slabs cold and waiting, drawers yawning like accusations. The haunt peaks, poltergeist fury drawers slamming, chains whipping air, a spectral doctor materializing, scalpel raised, intoning, cure the living. Sophia's recorder captures EVPs, Luca.Sophia. Your echoes remain. They barricade with a gurney, reciting Hail Marys half-remembered from Nona's knee, until the fury ebbs, shadows receding like tide. Exhaustion wins. They backtrack by braille, emerging at dawn into Milan's awakening hum, covered in grime and gooseflesh. The GoPro footage? Corrupted save snippets, faces in static, whispers time-stamped to their names. They never post the full expedition, but fragments fuel Urbex forums, warnings of Manicomio's echo curse. Explorers haunted post-visit, hearing bells in traffic, seeing patients in crowds. Luca shuttered his blog, Sophia's podcasts veer safe. The Asylum, raised for condos in 2021, but tunnels persist underground, binding souls to stone. This urban exploration horror proves, some places don't let go. They echo eternally. If abandoned asylums and ghost hauntings electrify you, drop a like and your country's creepiest ruin in comments. Shifting from stone echoes to open roads isolation. Our seventh yarn revs up road trip horror with a truck driver, Z-night convoy terror on the Autobahns of Germany, unfolding in the winter of 2016. The phantom hitcher of the A3, a truck driver's road trip from hell. Germany's A3 Autobahn. Winter 2016, a ribbon of asphalt slicing from Cologne to the Austrian border, flanked by black forest pines that loom like silent judges under sodium lamps. 45-year-old long-haul driver Klaus Becker. A grizzled veteran from Frankfurt with a CB radio alias Eisenfaust, Iron Fist, and a cab cluttered with energy drinks and faded Polaroids of his kids, hauls a load of machine parts from the Ruhr to Munich. Klaus, broad as his Peterbilt's grill, thrives on the rhythm. Diesel growl, wheel thrum, podcasts on cryptids to kill the miles. But this run, starting at 10 p.m. on a sleet-snarled December eve, turns the highway into a vein of dread. Traffic thins post-Wurzburg via 3 a ghost lane where rest stops blink vacant. Klaus spots him at KM 250 marker, a hitchhiker, thumb out under a flickering overpass, tall and spectral in a long coat, face shadowed by a fedora pulled low. Unusual Autobahns shun pedestrians, but Klaus, soft for stragglers and storms, breaks the rig. Hop in, mate. Warmer than out there. The man mid-40s gaunt, eyes like chipped flint slides into the shotgun seat without a word, dripping meltwater that pools unnaturally cold. Name's Victor, he rasps, accent Eastern, perhaps Polish. Going east. Lost my ride, Klaus nods, offering a thermos. Victor declines, staring fixed at the wiper's metronome. Conversation sputters. Victor shares fragments World War II vet's grandson, haunted by Grandpa's Eastern Front tales of road wraiths, spirits of fallen soldiers thumbing rides eternal. Klaus chuckles, launching into his own yarn. A 98 glitch where his rig's odometer rolled backward 50 kilometers, mirrors showing phantom trucks. But Victor's laugh chills, a wet bark, echoing oddly in the cab. Mile by mile the weirdness accretes. Radio statics bursts of Morse, spelling turn around. GPS reroutes to abandoned exits, forests encroaching like jaws. At a fuel stop near Nuremberg, Klaus steps out. Victor vanishes, door unlatched, no footprints in slush. Bloody ghosted, Klaus mutters, refueling, but dread lingers like exhaust. Back on blacktop, Victor rematerializes seat occupied, coat steaming dry. Miss me? No alarm. Klaus drives, pulse quickening as tailies turn personal. Victor knows details. Klaus's 05 crash near Frankfurt, the scar on his palm from shattered glass, even the lullaby he hums to fight fatigue. Saw it all, brother? Roads remember. The cab warms oppressively, mirrors fogging with handprints that smear felon. Missing. Visions flicker in peripheral. Convoy wrecks from the 40s, Wehrmacht trucks overturned. Souls hitchhiking for redemption. Klaus's hands cramp on wheel, truck veering phantom gusts, engine stuttering as if choked by invisible hands. The climax hits past midnight, KM 400, a fog bank swallowing lanes. Victor points to a pull-off. Stop here, see the lights? Klaus complies, nerves frayed, emerging into whiteout. There, in the mist, a circle of headlamps, spectral convoy, dozens of rigs, drivers translucent, beckoning. Victor steps out, form elongating, coat billowing into camouflage tatters, face revealing hollow cheeks, uniform insignia faded. Join the run, Klaus, eternal fuel. The pull. Klaus feels it. The accident's guilt resurfacing the co-driver he'd lost, thumb out in his nightmares. The truck lurches forward unbidden, engine roaring solo. Fight or flight snaps. Klaus slams reverse, tires screaming, bursting from fog as Victor howls, a Doppler wail fading behind. The spectral convoy dissolves, mirrors clearing, radio silent. He floors it to Munich dawn, unloading cargo with shakes, vowing short hauls. No Victor traces CB chatter mentions phantom hitchers on A3, World War II echoes pulling drivers to wrecks. Klaus retired early, but roads call. Dreams of endless blacktop, thumb extended. This truck driver horror underscores, highways aren't just paths, they're portals for the unrested. If road trip chills and cryptid hitchers rev your engine, like and comment your wildest drive anomaly. From asphalt isolation to institutional cages, our 8th narrative locks into court and prison horror, where a lawyer's defense of a possessed inmate unearths demonic truths in the bowels of a Spanish penitentiary set during the sweltering summer of 2014. The Inquisitor's Cell of Madrid. Courtroom demons in a prison of shadows. Madrid, Spain, July 2014. Scorching heat waves baking the capital, where Plaza Mayor fountains run dry and tempers flare like bullring capes. In the labyrinthine Yeseria's prison, a fortress of Moorish stone in the city's south, 35-year-old defense attorney Elena Vargas, sharp-suited, with a barrister poise honed at Complutense University and a secret rosary from her Andalusian abuela, takes on a pro bono case that reeks of career suicide. Javier Ruiz, 38, accused of triple homicide in a Toledo village, claiming demonic possession. Elena, pragmatic atheist masking Catholic roots, sees it as publicity gold expose mental health neglect in the system. But Yesarius, with its echoing cloisters and cells like confessional booths, harbors horrors older than Franco's regime. Javier's arraignment in Madrid's Audiencia Provincial is theatrical. Shackled, eyes sunk in pits, he snarls at the judge in Aramaic snippets, body twisting against chains. "The Inquisitor rides again," he growls, voice layered like a choir of the damned. Elena's motion for psych eval granted, but visits to his isolation cell, a 6x8 vault with bars like teeth, unravel her. Javier recounts the crimes. July 10th, under Toledo's full moon, he blacked out in his finca, awakening to neighbors' corpses, throats slashed with his own scythe, pentagrams carved in dirt floors, eyes gouged as windows to hell. No prints but his. No alibi. Villagers whisper brujeria, witchcraft from the Inquisition's pyres nearby. Cellside, Javier's possession pulses, skin crawling with welts like script, levitating rosaries inverting crucifixes. He speaks of El Inquisidor, a 5th-10th century confessor tortured in these stones, spirit unbound by secular reforms, possessing the guilty to purge sin. Elena scoffs. But coincidences corrode. Her abuela's tales match demons fleeing water, thriving in heat. Javier recites her childhood address, unshared. Night shifts at the prison library researching exorcism rites. Amid dusty tomes yield glitches, pages flipping solo to passages on possession, shadows in corners mimicking Javier's contortions. Trial opens August 15th, Feria de Madrid's fireworks masking the courtroom's tension. Prosecutors paint Javier as sadist. Elena argues folie à deux from village superstitions. But testimony devolves. Witnesses convulse on stand, vomiting symbols. The bailiff's gavel cracks unstruck. Javier takes the stand, body arching, voice booming. "Elena, daughter of doubters, witness the purge." Lights strobe, jury box shakes. Elena's briefcase erupts in flames, spontaneous, untraceable. She counters with holy water smuggled in, dousing him. Shrieks rend air, entity fleeing in smoke wisps. Chaos reigns, court adjourned. But the possession leaps. Elena pinned in chambers. Invisible hands choking, visions of Toledo pyres where her ancestor burned as witch. Climax in Yesaria's chapel. Midnight mass improvised with padre contraband. Warden seals it, guards flee rosaries in hand. Javier, Elena at forefront, thrashes on altar, demons monologuing sins, Javier's guilt over lost faith, Elena's over abandoned vows. Exorcism rite unfolds operatic. Chants in Latin, relics pressed, the Inquisitor manifesting full skeletal in tonsure, eyes inquisitorial coals, commanding legions. Battle rages hours. Pews splinter, stained glass shatters inward. Elena's faith fracturing, then forging in fire. Dawn breaks with expulsion, Javier slumps. Entity banished in thunderclap. Cell walls scarred with Latin burns. Acquittal on insanity, Javier institutionalized. Elena quits law for spiritual counseling, haunted by echoes. Yesaria's whispers of more possessions in plagues past. This court and prison horror reveals. Justice's scales tip on unseen weights. If legal terrors and demonic possessions intrigue, like, comment your system's darkest tale. And so our marathon of terrors concludes, but the shadows linger. Subscribe for endless nights of the unexplained. Share, if these stories summoned, your own, and remember, in the paranormal pulse of America and Europe's haunted heartlands, every corner hides a whisper waiting for you. What's next on your fear list? Tell me below. The Eternal Patrol of the USS Salem, Quincy, Massachusetts. USA. The USS Salem CA-139, a heavy cruiser launched in 1947 and now a floating museum docked at the Four River Shipyard in Quincy. Massachusetts had seen fire in Korea, rescued sailors in the Mediterranean, and carried the weight of 200 souls during its active years. But on the fog-enshrouded night of October 31st, 2023, 29-year-old night security guard Nathan "Nate" Callahan began his 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. shift with a thermos of Dunkin' coffee, a maglite that flickered like a dying star, and a body cam mandated by the museum board after a string of unexplained incidents. The Salem, known as the Sea Witch for its uncanny ability to return from storms unscathed, had a darker reputation among locals, crewmen who never mustered out, compartments that locked from the inside, and a ship's bell that tolled at 3:13 a.m. with no ringer. Nate, a former Navy sonar tech from Southie with a Red Sox tattoo and a limp from a bar fight in Jakarta, had heard the stories sailors lost in the boiler room, a radio man who transmitted SOS long after the ship decommissioned in 1959. He chalked it up to bilge rats and bored volunteers. Until the first night. The museum closed at 5 p.m., leaving Nate alone with the creak of teak decks and the faint smell of diesel that never quite left the steel. His rounds started at the bridge, where the helm wheel spun a fraction when he passed, though the ship was moored to concrete pylons. The body cam caught it, the wheel's shadow stretching too far, like fingers reaching for the throttle. Nate's radio set to the museum's private channel crackled with a voice not his. All hands to general quarters. This is not a drill. The accent was 1950s Brooklyn, clipped, urgent. He checked the log. No scheduled reenactments, no staff on board. The voice repeated, louder, overlapping with klaxons that hadn't sounded since the Korean War. Nate's pulse spiked. He sprinted to the CIQ Combat Information Center where radar screens, long dark, glowed green with phantom blips. Enemy destroyers closing at 30 knots. Bearing 270, the screens displayed coordinates in the Sea of Japan, 1952. He unplugged the consoles, hardwired, no battery backup, but the blips persisted, now showing the Salem itself, dead in the water, surrounded. The temperature plunged 20 degrees. His breath fogged in the red battle lanterns that flickered on uncommanded. Footsteps echoed below boots on ladders. Deliberate, a full watch change. Nate descended to the mess deck, where tables were set for chow. Chipped enamel trays. Powdered eggs congealing, coffee pots hissing steam though the galley was cold. Place cards read names from the 1953 crew manifest. Petty Officer Alvarez, Seaman Kowalski, men who died when a 5-inch gun misfired during gunnery drills. One seat was empty, a card freshly inked. Callahan N., his own name in his handwriting, though he'd never touched a pen. The body cam's audio picked up a whisper. Close as a lover's. You're late for watch. Nate, the Sea Witch needs her sonar man. He bolted for the wardroom, where officers' portraits hung Captain J.T. Hayward, stern, eyes following. The portrait's eyes bled salt water, dripping onto the mahogany table, pooling into a map of the Tsushima Strait. A hand-cold, calloused, webbed with scar tissue gripped his wrist from beneath the table. Nate yanked free, skin raw, and ran for the fantail. The deck was slick with frost, though the harbor was 50 degrees Fahrenheit. The ship's bell tolled 13 times, slow, deliberate. The body cam showed no ringer, but the clapper moved, trailing ectoplasm that evaporated into mist. At 3:13 a.m., the patrol became a hunt. Nate's radio transmitted his own voice. Calling from the boiler room, fire in number 2, abandoned ship. He had no memory of speaking. The ship's PA disconnected since 1994 blared. Now hear this. All hands to damage control. This is not a drill. He descended 3 decks past the sick bay where gurneys rolled themselves, 4 bags swinging like pendulums, filled with sea water. The boiler room was a furnace of sound hiss of steam, clang of valves, screams of men scalded in a 1951 accident. Shadows moved, sailors in dungarees, skin blistered, dragging hoses that sprayed nothing. One turned his face Nate's, but burned, eyes boiled white. You left us to burn, sonar man. Now you stoke the fire. Nate fired his taser useless against ghosts. The entity lunged, passing through him, a cold burn that seared his lungs. Visions flooded. Nate at 22 on a destroyer in the South China Sea. Ignoring a sonar ping submarine, friendly, misidentified. The sub surfaced, collided, sank with 40 souls. He'd buried the guilt, but the Salem remembered. The boiler room walls bled rust, forming words. Debt unpaid. Eternal patrol. Nate fled topside, but the gangway was gone, replaced by open water. The harbor a black void. The ship listed 10 degrees, though moored. He climbed the signal bridge, where the Aldous lamp Morse-coded his service number. On C47719 report. Dawn broke at 6:47 a.m., fog lifting. The harbor patrol found Nate on the quay, hypothermic, body cam rolling. The footage, 6 hours of Chaos Ghost crew mustering, guns traversing uncommanded, the bell tolling. The final frame, Nate's reflection in the lens, but in 1950s blues saluting. The museum closed for structural repairs. Nate was institutionalized, Diagnosed with PTSD, but his discharge papers list his rank as boiler technician, USS Salem, 1951 eternity. The ship's bell tolls every October 31st at 3:30 a.m. Heard miles away in Weymouth. Volunteers report new names on the crew manifest, inked in salt water. True military horror stories like Nate's prove some ships don't retire, they recruit, and the Sea Witch sails forever, drafting the guilty to man the watch that never ends. The cold case of the lighthouse keeper, Aileen Moore, Outer Hebrides, Scotland, UK. The Flannan Isles lighthouse, perched on Aileen Moore like a sentinel against the Atlantic's wrath, had stood since 1899, its beam cutting through storms that swallowed ships whole. But on December 26, 1900, the relief vessel Hesperus found the light dark, the table set for a meal untouched, and three keepers, James Duckett, Thomas Marshall, Donald MacArthur, vanished without a trace. The official report blamed a rogue wave. On the same date, 123 years later, December 26, 2023, 34-year-old marine biologist Dr. Isla Mackenzie arrived on Aileen Moore for a research grant, studying bioluminescent plankton in the Minch. The Northern Lighthouse Board had reopened the isle after decades, installing solar panels and a satellite uplink. Isla, an Oban native with a PhD from St. Andrews and a scar on her palm from a childhood boating accident, brought a drone, a thermal camera, and a team of 2 grad students, Fergus and Mirag. The keeper's quarters were now a research station, but the logbook from 1900 sat on the table, open to the final entry. Storm ended. Sea calm. God is over all. Isla's first night was calm, the beam sweeping every 30 seconds, gulls wheeling in the moonlight. Her drone survey at 11:47 p.m. mapped the cliffs until the feed glitched, showing 3 figures on the west landing, oilskins flapping, lanterns raised. The thermal camera registered 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit human, but the isle was empty save her team. Fergus laughed it off as lens flare. At 3:13 a.m., the lighthouse beam stopped. The backup generator kicked in, but the lens was jammed, something wedged in the mechanism. Isla climbed the 138 spiral steps, the air thick with ozone and wet wool. The lens room was pristine, but the mercury bath once used to float the optic rippled, forming words. We waited. The logbook pages turned themselves ink fresh. The 26th of December 1900. Duckett sees the wave. Marshall prays. MacArthur runs. We are not gone. Isla's satellite phone buzzed, no signal, yet a text from her own number. The sea gives back what it takes. Check the chapel. The Flannans had no chapel, only a turf bothy used by shepherds before the light. She woke Fergus and Mirag. They trekked the 400 meters, boots sinking in peat. The bothy door, rotted since 1900, was new, oak, carved with a triskel. Inside, a stone altar, 3 oil lamps burning, and the keeper's translucent oilskins dripping, eyes milk white. Duckett spoke, voice like surf on shale. You study the light, but the dark studies you. The thermal camera showed the bothy at 40 degrees Fahrenheit, but Isla's skin burned. The keepers circled, lanterns casting shadows that moved independently, waves 100 feet high, crashing in slow motion. Mirag screamed. Her shadow detached, writhing on the wall like kelp. Fergus bolted, but the door sealed, peat walls closing like a fist. The logbook appeared in Isla's hands, pages filling. Mackenzie, I failed to warn the Hesperus, 2023. Punishment. Keep the light. Visions assaulted. Isla at 12, on her father's fishing boat, ignoring a radio distress call to chase a school of mackerel. The boat sank, 6 drowned. She'd buried the guilt, but the Flannans remembered. The keepers offered a bargain. 1 light for 3. Keep the beam or join the wave. Isla smashed a lantern. Oil flared, shadows lunging. She ran, Fergus and Mirag behind, the bothy collapsing into peat. The lighthouse beam restarted, but the lens now showed the rogue wave eternal, frozen mid-crash. They radioed the mainland. The Hesperus II arrived at dawn. The bothy was gone, only foundations. Isla's drone footage. The keepers walking the cliffs, vanishing into mist. The logbook, recovered, ends with her handwriting. Light kept. Debt paid. The 26th of December 2023. Isla resigned. Moved to Glasgow. But the Flannans call. Her smartwatch alerts at 3:13 a.m. Rotate lens. The lighthouse beam, visible from Oban, flickers Morse. Isla, True unsolved mystery stories like Isla's prove some lighthouses don't guide ships. They guide souls, and the Flannans keep their keepers forever, one beam at a time. The dark web dare of user 404 Berlin, Germany. The neon haze of Berlin's Kreuzberg pulsed at 2 a.m. on January 13, 2024, when 27-year-old ethical hacker Lena Schmidt, known online as Nullbyte, accepted a dare on a dark web forum. Survive 1 hour on Site 404, no VPN, no kill switch. Stream it. Site 404 was myth a hidden onion layer that loaded only at 3:13 a.m., promising the truth behind your IP. Lena, a freelancer with a shaved head, a neural implant for epilepsy, and a rig with 3 4K monitors, had cracked Tor nodes for fun. She set up her stream on Twitch, 1,200 viewers, CryptoTips rolling webcam on, screen share live. The dare's rules: answer 3 prompts. Lie and the site keeps you. At 3:12 a.m., her Tor browser pinged. Site 404 loaded. Black background, white text, cursor blinking. Prompt 1. What did you delete at 3:13 on the 13th of January 2013? Lena's stomach dropped. Age 16, she wiped her father's hard drive after he caught her torrenting photos of his dead wife, her mother, gone forever. She typed the truth. The site responded, verified. Prompt 2. Who did you ghost? Her ex, Elias, 2021, after he proposed. She'd blocked him, moved cities, never explained. Truth typed. The webcam glitched her face, but eyes black, smiling. Prompt 3. What do you fear most? She hesitated, then typed, being forgotten. The site crashed her VPN, doxed her live. Address, SSN, medical records, epilepsy diagnosis, seizure logs. Her stream chat exploded. WTF is this? The site reloaded, a live feed of her apartment, from inside her fridge can. A figure stood behind her, tall, featureless, IP address tattooed on its chest. Hers. It whispered through her speakers, voice her own. You're 404 now. Not found. Her neural implant fired seizure incoming. She tried to unplug, but the power strip was soldered shut. The figure stepped closer, screen by screen, until it filled her central monitor, hand reaching through pixels, becoming flesh, cold, sticky. Lena's stream cut at 3:33 a.m. Viewers reported their own cams activating, showing their rooms, figures behind them. Berlin police found Lena at 6 a.m., rig fried, monitors displaying one word: kept. Her neural implant logged a final spike at 3 hours, 33 minutes and 13 seconds. Brainwave flatline. The Dare forum auto-posted from her account. Site 404 complete. Next user, your IP. True internet horror stories like Lena's prove the dark web doesn't hack you. It finds you. And 404 is the basement tapes of Willow Creek, Portland, Oregon, USA. The damp rot of late October 2017 seeped through the cracked foundation of the old Victorian on Willow Creek Drive in southeast Portland, when 26-year-old urban explorer and amateur filmmaker Riley Kane, with a GoPro strapped to her chest and a backpack full of EMF meters, descended into the crawlspace that locals swore was a portal to something older than the city itself. Portland's underground tunnels carved by 19th-century Shanghaiers who dragged sailors through trapdoors into forced labor on the Willamette River had long been Riley's obsession. But this house, built in 1892 by a shipping magnate named Elias Hawthorne, carried darker rumors, a basement where children vanished during Prohibition, their laughter echoing in the pipes long after the walls were bricked over. Riley, raised in foster homes with a tattoo of a compass on her wrist that never pointed north, saw it as the ultimate score viral footage that could launch her YouTube channel from 2K subs to millions. She'd found the address on a dark web forum. Willow Creek Real Glitch. Don't record after 3 a.m. The crawlspace was a tomb of spider silk and mildew, the air thick with the mineral tang of river clay. Riley's headlamp carved tunnels through the dark, revealing rusted pipes labeled in faded stencils. Hawthorne line, do not open. Her first anomaly hit at 2:47 a.m. The timestamp burned into her footage later. The EMF spiked from 0.2 to 4.8 milligauss in a heartbeat, and her audio picked up a child's voice, clear as glass. You're not supposed to play the tape. Riley froze. She hadn't brought any tape. But wedged between joists, half buried in silt, lay a reel-to-reel spool in a cracked plastic case, labeled in red ink. property of EH1973, do not play. Her rational brain screamed trap some creep's prank, but the filmmaker in her saw gold. She pocketed it, heart jackhammering, and climbed out as the temperature plummeted 15 degrees, frost blooming on the concrete like lace. Back in her studio apartment above a vegan donut shop on Hawthorne Boulevard, Riley rigged the reel to an old Akai player she'd scored at an estate sale. The tape hissed to life at 3:03 a.m., against every warning. Static resolved into a man's voice, cultured and cold. Subject 7 refuses sedation. The door remembers. Then, overlapping, children chanting in rounds. Ring around the rosy, pockets full of posies. But the words warped, syllables stretching like taffy. Ashes. Ashes, we all stay. Down. Riley's screen glitched. Her own face appeared in the waveform, eyes blacked out, mouthing along. She yanked the plug, but the chant continued from her laptop speakers, unpowered, volume climbing until the glass rattled. Her smart fridge chimed. Recording saved to cloud. She hadn't hit record. The next 48 hours unraveled like the tape itself. Riley's footage corrupted clips of the basement playing backward, her own voice narrating events that hadn't happened yet. Day 3. They know my name. Her reflection in the bathroom mirror lagged by 2 seconds, smiling when she didn't. At 3:17 a.m. on night 2, her phone auto-dialed 911. The operator heard only the children's rhyme, now in her voice, ending with coordinates 45.5121N, 122.6587 W, the exact GPS of the crawlspace. Portland PD arrived to find her door unlocked, apartment empty, GoPro still rolling on the kitchen counter. The last frame. Riley's silhouette descending stairs that weren't there, the reel spinning in her hand like a hypnotist's watch. Search teams scoured the house for weeks. They found the crawlspace bricked over from the inside, impossible, without tools and etched into the mortar. Fresh as wet clay, tape 2 starts when you stop looking. Riley's channel auto-uploaded one final video at 3:33 a.m. on November 1st. 17 minutes of black screen. Audio only, the reel-to-reel playing forward and backward simultaneously, layered with her screams fading into laughter, then silence. The video's title, Willow Creek Basement Tapes, Full Recovery, Do Not Watch Alone. It hit 3 million views before YouTube yanked it for disturbing content. But mirrors of it live on the dark web, time-stamped with new coordinates every full moon. Hawthorne's great-granddaughter, now 78 and living in a Beaverton nursing home, claims the tapes were her father's experiments, paranormal recordings meant to capture residual imprints of the Shanghai tunnel's victims. He thought he could loop their energy, she whispered to a local reporter. But the door only opens one way. Riley's GoPro washed up in the Willamette 6 months later, memory card intact. The final clip, her face pressed to the lens from inside the bricked wall, eyes wide, whispering, "Play it again." They're waiting for the next reel. Portland's urban exploration community still hunts the house, but the address no longer appears on Google Maps. Street view shows only a vacant lot, grass growing where the Victorian once stood. True glitch in the Matrix stories like Riley's don't just vanish, they overwrite reality, one frame at a time. The night nurse of Ward 13, Glasgow Royal Infirmary, Scotland, UK. The fluorescent hum of Glasgow Royal Infirmary's Ward 13 never slept. But on the graveyard shift of February 2020, 34-year-old charge nurse Fiona MacLeod felt the corridor itself, breathing. The infirmary, a brutalist monolith built in 1914 on the bones of a Victorian fever hospital, had long been a magnet for Glasgow's ghost patients who died waiting for beds during the 1918 flu, surgeons who operated drunk on ether, matrons who poisoned the inconvenient. Fiona, a third-generation nurse with a voice like peat smoke and a locket holding her grand's hair, had heard the stories. The gray lady who tucked in the dying, the burned man who walked the burns unit smelling of singed flesh. She'd laughed them off until the night the monitors started lying. It began with Mr. Drummond, 82, terminal lung cancer. His chart reading stable vitals at 11:47 p.m. Fiona checked his morphine drip perfect. But the cardiac monitor flatlined at 11:52, alarm shrieking. She burst in. Drummond sat upright, eyes clear, whispering, "She's here again, lass. The one with the cold hands, no pulse." Fiona coded him chest compressions, defibrillator, the works, but the monitor reset itself to sinus rhythm, 72 BPM, as if death had been a glitch. Drummond lay back, smiling. "Tell her I'm ready now." He coded for real at 3:13 a.m. Peaceful, the monitor silent. By 2 a.m., Ward 13's electronics rebelled. 4 pumps delivered air bubbles uncommanded. Call bells rang from empty rooms. And the PA system disconnected since the 90s crackled with a woman's voice. Fiona McLeod, report to room 13B. No such room existed. The ward ended at 13A. Fiona's badge scanner denied her access to the stairwell card revoked. It claimed, though HR confirmed her clearance. Her phone buzzed with texts from an unknown number. Photos of her sleeping in the break room. Time-stamped minutes earlier, taken from inside the locked cabinet. At 3:03 a.m., the power flickered. Emergency lights kicked in, bathing the corridor in blood-red glow. Fiona saw her, a nurse in starched 1940s uniform, veil crisp, face obscured by shadow, pushing a medication cart that hadn't existed since penicillin rations. The woman paused at each door, injecting air into 4 lines with a glass syringe. Patient's monitors spiked tachycardia, then asystole before resetting to normal. Fiona shouted. The figure didn't flinch. She followed, boots silent on linoleum, to the old maternity wing sealed since a 1962 fire that killed 12 newborns. The fire door, welded shut, swung open at her touch. Inside, the ward was pristine. 1962 intact, incubators humming, bassinets labeled with names, McLeod, Drummond, Kane her own surname among them. The nurse turned, face finally visible. Fiona's own, but older, eyes milky with cataracts, skin parchment thin. You're late for your shift, dear, it rasped in her grand's voice. The babies need feeding. The incubators held not infants but monitors, each displaying a patient's vitals from Ward 13, flatlining in sequence. Fiona's own monitor appeared in the last bassinet, her heartbeat slowing to 30 BPM, though she felt fine. She ran. The corridor stretched, doors multiplying, each labeled 13B. Her keycard worked on none. At 3:33 a.m., the lights normalized. She burst into the nurse's station empty, clocks frozen. Her colleagues found her at 6 a.m., catatonic in the maternity wing, uniform soaked in amniotic fluid that smelled of formaldehyde. No fire damage, no incubators, just dust and cobwebs. Fiona resigned, moved to the Highlands. But the night nurse follows. Monitors in her cottage flatline at 3:13 a.m., her reflection in the kettle ages 10 years each glance. Glasgow Royals Ward 13 was decommissioned in 2021 after 3 unexplained patient deaths, all coded at 3:13, monitors resetting post-mortem. Staff whisper of the night nurse's roster names added in blood that fades by dawn. True hospital horror stories like Fiona's don't end with discharge. They discharge you into the shift that never clocks out. The Skinwalkers Highway, Route 491, New Mexico, USA. The Devil's Highway Route 491 formerly 666 cuts through the Navajo Nation like a scar, and on the moonless night of July 2019, 29-year-old Navajo Nation police officer Jonah Begay patrolled its loneliest stretch between Shiprock and Sheep Springs with a dashboard cam rolling and a medicine bundle of cedar and sage tied to his rear view. The road's reputation was older than asphalt. Skinwalkers ye nald Lucy, witches who donned coyote pelts to run faster than cars, their eyes glowing like dying coals. Jonah, trained in Albuquerque but raised on his grandmother's stories, carried a .40 caliber and a pouch of corn pollen for protection. He'd seen drunks, meth labs, and coyotes with rabies, but never the thing that paced his cruiser at 80 miles per hour. It started with the radio. Dispatch calling a 10 to 57 hit and run, but the coordinates placed the wreck 20 miles ahead and behind simultaneously. Jonah's GPS glitched, compass spinning like a roulette wheel. Then the headlights caught it. A figure on the center line, naked, emaciated, joints bending wrong, running on all fours yet upright, keeping pace. Its skin shifted coyote, then human, then something in between face, a blur of teeth and shadow. Jonah hit the sirens. The thing didn't flinch. His dash cam recorded it clear as day, but playback showed only static and a single frame. The creature's face pressed to the lens, eyes inverted, whispering in Navajo, "Your badge won't save you, Bilagana." The chase stretched 47 miles. Jonah radioed for backup, none came. The frequency filled with yips and howls, his own voice among them, laughing. At the 2 Hatsui wash, the cruiser's engine died. Silence crashed down. broken by scratching under the chassis claws on metal, rhythmic like a code. Jonah stepped out, flashlight beam trembling. The creature circled, footprints appearing in the dust before its feet touched ground. It spoke in his dead sister's voice, lost to a hit and run on this same road in 2009. "You didn't save me, Jonah. Now I run with them." The medicine bundle ignited spontaneously, cedar smoke curling into a shape his grandmother's face, mouthing a warning he couldn't hear. He fired 3 rounds. The bullets passed through, striking sparks on basalt. The skinwalker lunged not at him, but through him a cold rush like diving into a frozen lake. Jonah's vision split. He saw through its eyes, tasting blood and sage, feeling the wind on fur that wasn't his. The cruiser roared back to life. He floored it to the chapter house in Shiprock, collapsing as elders performed a protection way. The dashcam footage recovered later showed the chase from the creature's POV, ending with Jonah's own face in the windshield, smiling with too many teeth. Route 491 averages 1 unexplained wreck per month. Drivers found ejected, seatbelts intact, eyes scratched out. Jonah resigned, became a medicine man in Window Rock, but the highway calls. His cruiser, impounded, starts itself at midnight, headlights sweeping the desert for the next runner. Skinwalker encounters like his documented in Navajo police logs, redacted for cultural sensitivity, warn that the road doesn't just take lives. It takes skins, stitching the living into the pack that hunts forever under starless skies. The forgotten floor of the Paris catacombs. Paris, France. Beneath the city of light lies a city of darkness. 6 million bones stacked in the catacombs. And on All Saints' Day 2016, 31-year-old cataphile Camille Dubois, with a headlamp, a hand-drawn map, and a death wish, slipped through an unmarked manhole near Denfert-Rochereau to find the legendary 13th level. Official tours stop at the 2nd. The rest is illegal, flooded, or collapsed. Camille, a history PhD dropout with a scar across her throat from a childhood tracheotomy, had mapped the ossuary for years, chasing rumors of a forgotten floor where quarrymen in 1786 vanished mid-shift, their tools found arranged in perfect circles. Her GoPro rolled, time-stamped, as she descended past the public bones into tunnels unmarked since the Revolution. The air turned syrupy, thick with limestone dust and the faint perfume of myrrh used in ancient embalming. Her compass failed. North became a suggestion. At what she calculated as 60 meters down deeper than any recorded level, the tunnel opened into a chamber lined, not with skulls but mirrors, hundreds of them, tarnished silver reflecting her light into infinity. In each her reflection aged, 40, 60, 80, then skeletal, then dust. The GoPro audio captured a whisper in Old French. "Tuis déjà morte. Mais tu marches encore." "You are already dead, but you still walk." Camille pressed on. The mirrors gave way to a spiral stair of femur bones, descending into a cavern where the walls wept black water. At the center, a stone altar, 1786 quarry tools arranged in that perfect circle, and a single skull wearing a tricorn hat, jaw wired open in a screen. Her headlamp flickered, the GoPro died. When it rebooted, the timestamp read the 1st of November 1786. The chamber was a live quarryman in 18th century garb, translucent swinging picks at stone that bled dust. They didn't see her. They reenacted their last moments, voices echoing in Occitan. The wall speaks. It hungers. One turned, face collapsing into the skull on the altar, and pointed at Camille's throat scar. "Your turn to hold the line." She ran. The stairs multiplied, each landing a different year. 1914 trenches, 1944 resistance fighters, 1968 student riots, all bleeding into the bone dust. Her scar opened, blood tracing the tracheotomy line, dripping upward into the ceiling. She burst into the public catacombs at closing time, guards finding her covered in limestone, babbling in archaic French. The GoPro memory card held 42 minutes of footage. The chamber, the mirrors, the quarryman, then static. Then Camille's face, but her eyes were empty sockets, whispering, "The 13th level is full. We need a new archivist." Paris police sealed the entry she used. The manhole now pours concrete. Camille was institutionalized, diagnosed with delirium, but her map published anonymously on a cataphile forum shows tunnels that don't exist on any survey. Visitors report mirrors in the legal ossuary reflecting faces not their own, and quarry tools rearranging themselves overnight. True urban exploration horror like Camille's reveals that the catacombs aren't a graveyard, they're a living archive. And some levels only open when they need a new librarian to catalog the dead who never left. The 3 a.m. call from room 217, the Stanley Hotel, Estes Park, Colorado, USA. The Stanley Hotel's room 217 has hosted kings, presidents, and Stephen King, who dreamed up The Shining after one night there in 1974. But on the blizzard-bound evening of December 2021, 27-year-old front desk clerk Mia Alvarez, working the overnight shift with a space heater and a thermos of gas station coffee, received a call that rewrote the hotel's ledger. The Stanley, a 140-room Georgian revival perched above Estes Park with views of Rocky Mountain National Park, had its ghosts. Mrs. Wilson in 217, playing piano at 3 a.m. The Flanagan children racing tricycles down the 4th floor hall. Lord Dunraven, the original owner, lurking in 407 with cigar smoke and land grab grudges. Mia, a local with a side hustle reading tarot on TikTok, knew the lore, but the switchboard lit up with an internal call from 217 at 3:03 a.m. The room was vacant, per the system. Front desk, this is Mia. A woman's voice, refined 1910s vintage. The children are cold. Send blankets. Mia checked the registry, 217 empty since checkout at 11 a.m. She grabbed linens anyway. The Stanley's policy was guest is always right, even if they're dead. The elevator to the 2nd floor took 47 seconds, long enough for the lights to strobe and the music to warp into a music box rendition of Shine on Harvest Moon. Room 217's door was ajar. Chain lock engaged from inside. Mia knocked. No answer. She used her master key. The room was pristine bed made, no footprints in the carpet, but the temperature was 42 degrees Fahrenheit. Frost feathering the windows despite the radiator clanking at full blast. On the knitstand, a child is drawing in crayon stick figures labeled Elizabeth and Paul, the Flanagan kids who died in the 1911 flu epidemic. The piano in the corner original to the room played a single note, middle C, repeating every 7 seconds. Mia's phone buzzed. A text from her own number. Don't let them in the closet. The closet door creaked open. Inside, 2 small handprints on the back wall, fresh, at child height, in what looked like blood but smelled of lavender water. The piano stopped. Footsteps tiny, bare ran circles around her. Mia bolted, slamming the door. The chain lock re-engaged behind her. Back at the desk, the switchboard lit up again, 217 calling. This time, a child's voice. Mia, why did you leave? Mommy's mad. The security cameras showed the 2nd floor hallway empty, but the motion sensor in 217 triggered every 7 minutes. At 3:33 a.m., the powered died backup generators failed for the first time in 50 years. When it returned, every phone in the hotel rang simultaneously. Guests flooded the lobby, reporting the same. Children's laughter from vents. Piano music. Blankets tucked too tight around their feet. Mia's body cam worn for liability captured her return to 217 at dawn. The drawing was gone. In its place, a Polaroid developed on the spot showing Mia asleep at the desk, taken from inside 217. Time-stamped 3:03 a.m. The Stanley comped every guest, blamed a freak electrical surge. Mia quit, moved to Denver, but room 217 books itself solid on third-party sites. Guests checking in to find the room already occupied by children, who ask for their mother, by name. True haunted hotel stories like Mia's prove some guests never check out. They just wait for the next clerk to answer the 3 a.m. call, and tuck you in forever. The Cannibals echo in the North Woods, Algonquin Provincial Park, Ontario, Canada. It was the biting cold of January 2014 when Marcus Hulley, a 42-year-old logging truck driver with a salt and pepper beard and veins like twisted roots from years hauling timber through the Canadian Shield, felt the first wrongness settle over him like hoarfrost on pine needles. Algonquin Provincial Park, that vast 7,600 square kilometers of ancient boreal forest straddling Ontario's spine, had been his backyard since boyhood. Deep woods where moose shadowed through the mist and wolves sang dirges to the moon. But this winter, the air carried something fouler than diesel exhaust or chainsaw sap. A hunger, primal and insatiable, whispering from the spaces between trees. Marcus had heard the old Algonquin tales from Cree elders at the logging camp's stories. Of the Wendigo, that gaunt spirit born from greed and famine, a once human thing cursed to roam the frozen wilds, its heart turned to ice, its flesh stretched taut over bones that creak like breaking branches. Cannibalism's punishment, they said, a demon that drove men mad with insatiable craving, mimicking voices to lure the unwary into its maw. Marcus dismissed it as campfire fodder, same as Bigfoot yarns or UFO lights over Highway 60. But when his CB radio crackled with static that night, his dispatcher's voice mangling into a guttural rasp, Marcus ... Join us ... So cold ... So hungry. He gripped the wheel tighter, chalking it up to interference from the aurora borealis dancing green across the sky. The park's winter trails were a labyrinth of snowshoe paths and portage routes, dotted with abandoned ranger cabins from the 50s, their roofs sagging under decades of neglect. Marcus's route took him past Cache Lake, where the ice groaned like a dying beast, and into the deeper cuts near the Bat Lake trailhead, where the forest thickened into a cathedral of hemlock and spruce sunlight barely piercing the canopy. He'd been running loads of felled white pine to the mill in Whitney, the truck's tires crunching over corduroy roads, those log-laid paths that sank into muskeg, like veins feeding the earth's black heart. That first night, as he bunked in his cab with the engine idling for heat, the whispers started. Not wind through boughs, but words faint at first, like a radio tuned between stations. Meet ... warm ... right. Flashlight beams slicing the dark outside, catching only the glint of owl eyes in the underbrush. But the air smelled wrong, metallic and gamey, like blood left too long in the snow. Shaking it off as cabin fever, he fired up the rig at dawn, the exhaust plume merging with his breath in the sub-zero chill. By week 2, the glitches deepened. His GPS fritzed, rerouting him onto unmarked fire roads that looped back on themselves, the digital map flickering with phantom lakes that didn't exist. One afternoon, near the Mizzy Lake Trail, a 10-kilometer loop infamous for hikers, vanishing without trace, he spotted tracks in the fresh powder, human footprints, barefoot, spaced impossibly far apart, as if the walker leaped like a deer fleeing hounds. They led to an old cabin, its door ajar, windows boarded with splintered plywood. Inside, the air hung heavy, reeking of decay and something sweeter, like overripe venison. Marcus's beam swept the room. Rusted bunk beds, a stone hearth choked with ash, and on the table, a journal, its pages brittle and yellowed, dated 1957. The hunger comes at dusk. The scrawled entry read, "Voices call my name from the trees. Saw it last night tall as 2 men, eyes like embers, skin like birch bark peeled wrong. It knows my sins. God help me, I ate my brother in 42. The war took us north, rations gone. Now it takes me back." Marcus's stomach twisted. He'd lost a cousin to the Korean draft, heard whispers of desertions in the bush. He pocketed the journal, heart hammering, and backed out, slamming the door as if it could seal in the madness. That night, the Wendigo came closer. Parked at a pullout overlooking Smoke Lake, Marcus dreamed of famine fields of snow where corn should grow, his family's faces hollowing as he carved them with a dull knife. He woke to scratching at the undercarriage, like claws testing the steel. Peering underneath with his light, he saw nothing but frost-laced suspension until the beam caught movement. Elongated shadows stretching too far, fingers like antlers scraping the frame. A howl split the silence, not wolf but man twisted into something feral, echoing across the frozen water. He gunned to the engine, fishtailing onto the highway, radio blasting static that resolved into laughter, wet, and choking. At the next fuel stop in Oxdang Lake, a grizzled trapper nursing coffee at the diner eyed him warily. "You hear it too, eh?" The Wendigo feeds on the guilty. Last year, found a logger gutted like a fish, no tracks in or out. Eyes gone like it ate the seeing first. Marcus laughed it off, but his reflection in the truck's side mirror looked wrong gaunter. Eyes shadowed, as if the cold had already claimed him. The encounters escalated. On a solo run through the park's interior, near the North T Lake access, his truck stalled mid-climb, engine coughing like a consumptive. Silence crashed down, broken only by footsteps crunching, deliberate, circling the cab. Through the frost-etched window, he glimpsed it. A silhouette against the moonlit trees, emaciated and towering, limbs elongated like storm-twisted pines, head crowned with what looked like frozen antlers or ribs protruding from scalp. Its breath fogged the glass from outside, though nothing touched it hot. Fetid gale carrying the stench of rot and iron. "Marcus," it rasped. Voice a chorus of starved throats, his mother's among them, dead these 20 years from pneumonia. Share ... the warmth ... panic seized him. He flooded the carburetor, the engine roaring back to life, and floored it, branches whipping the sides like vengeful spirits. Miles later, at the park gate, rangers waved him through, oblivious. But his dash cam footage, reviewed later in a motel room in Huntsville, showed the thing loping alongside the truck for a full kilometer. Pace matching the 60 kilometers per hour before dissolving into digital snow. Word of Marcus's episodes reached the company. They sidelined him for psych evals, whispering of Wendigo psychosis, a real affliction. They said, where isolation and legend blur into hallucination. But the journal's entries haunted him. More loggers, all with wartime skeletons, all drawn north by the curse. In March, during a thaw that turned trails to slush, Marcus returned not for work, but answers hiking the Mizzy Lake Loop with a .308 slung over his shoulder and sage from an elder's kit in his pack. The forest felt alive, branches parting like curtains, wind carrying fragmented cries. Forgive ... devour ... dusk. Near the loop's midpoint, the air thickened, temperature plunging 30 degrees in seconds. His breath crystallized mid-exhale, and there it stood full form now, 9 feet of desiccated horror, skin gray and peeling like old bark. Eyes recessed pits glowing with inner frostfire, mouth a lipless gash lined with jagged teeth like icicles. It didn't charge. It hungered openly, ribs heaving, fingers elongating into claws that scraped the earth, unearthing bones human recent, tagged with logging company IDs. Marcus fired, the shot echoing like thunder in a tomb, but the bullet passed through, shattering a birch behind it. The Wendigo lunged, not with speed but inexorability, its touch burning like dry ice through his parka. Visions flooded, his own famine-born sins, a bar fight in '98 where he'd left a man bleeding, unspoken guilts piling like cordwood. He swung the rifle like a club, cracking its jaw with a sound like splintering antler, and bolted, sage bundle aflame in his fist, smoke trailing as he chanted the elder's words. "Away, spirit of greed, return to the ice." The thing recoiled, shrieking a sound that split eardrums and summoned crows from miles away, but pursued, crashing through undergrowth like a landslide of bones. He burst from the tree line at midnight, collapsing at a ranger station, babbling of monsters. They found no tracks, no blood, but his frostbite severe on untouched skin spoke volumes. Marcus quit logging, moved to Toronto, took up carpentry in the suburbs, but the hunger lingers. Full moons bring cravings for rare meat, and mirrors show glimpses of elongation in his shadow. Algonquin's depths remain, a cryptid's domain where missing hunters, over 20 since the '90s, vanish without scream or sign, bodies later found desiccated, as if starved from within. Wendigo stories like Marcus's, drawn from park ranger logs and survivor journals circulated in Ontario folklore circles, warn that the North Woods don't just hide beasts, they birth them from the cold corners of the soul. If you're camping in Canada, heed the silence. Sometimes the real horror isn't what you see, but what sees you back waiting for the first crack in your resolve. The Doppelganger's Trail, Black Forest, Baden-Württemberg, Germany in the fog-shrouded autumn of 2008, Lena Vogel, a 35-year-old freelance photographer with a Nikon slung around her neck and a portfolio of misty landscapes, ventured into the Black Forest for what she thought was a routine shoot. This ancient swath of pine and fir, stretching 6,000 square kilometers across southwestern Germany like a dark quilt stitched with fairy tales, had inspired the brothers Grimm Hansel and Gretel lost in its depths, the wolf lurking in shadowed glades. But Lena, raised in Stuttgart's concrete embrace, sought only the ethereal, dew-kissed ferns, sunbeams piercing the canopy like spotlights on a stage. She'd booked a cabin near Triberg, home to the world's tallest cuckoo clocks, their mechanical birds mocking the real ones silenced by logging scars. Her husband, Klaus, a software engineer, stayed behind for work, teasing her over Skype about witches in gingerbread houses. "Don't eat any sweets from strangers," he joked. Little did he know, the forest had sweeter lures and far deadlier doubles. The first anomaly hit on day 3, hiking the Westwig Trail, a 280-kilometer spine of the Schwarzwald, winding past ravines where the Danube's headwaters bubbled like secrets. Lena's camera captured a hiker ahead, A woman in a red anorak, ponytail swaying, pausing at a viewpoint over the Gudak River Gorge. Familiar but distant, like a face from a half-remembered dream. By the time Lena reached the spot, the woman was gone. No footprints in the mud, only a faint scent of lavender soap, Lena's own brand. She shrugged it off as déjà vu, the forest's humidity playing tricks on her senses. That night in the cabin's creaking loft, her laptop pinged with an email from an unknown sender. A photo attachment time-stamped an hour prior showing Lena asleep in her chair, head lolled, but her eyes open, staring directly at the lens. Attached note: I see you seeing me. Heart pounding, she deleted it, blaming a glitchy Wi-Fi signal from the nearby tower. But sleep evaded her, the wind through the eaves whispering her name in Klaus's timbre. Lena ... Come deeper ... Dawn brought resolve. She drove to the Schwarzwald-Hochstrasse, the Black Forest High Road, a serpentine ribbon of asphalt flanked by sheer drops and mirage-like mists. En route to a waterfall chute near Bad Wildbad. Her rearview mirror reflected a car tailing her, a silver Audi identical to hers, driver obscured by glare. She slowed at a pullout, the pursuer matching pace, then vanishing around a blind curve. At the falls, amid the roar of plunging water, locals in woolen caps murmured of doppelganger, the German folkloric double, harbinger of doom, a spectral twin that steals your place in the world. Seen mine twice, an old clockmaker confided over strudel at a Gasthaus. First in 72 after the flood. Wore my face, but eyes like a deer's empty. Wife left me a week later. Said I wasn't me anymore. Lena laughed politely, but her skin crawled. That afternoon, her camera roll held duplicates. Shots she'd swear she hadn't taken, framing her from impossible angles, as if another hand steadied the lens. The stalking intensified. On a solo trek through the Nagold Valley, where Roman roads crumbled into fairy rings of mushrooms, Lena heard footsteps paralleling her on the parallel path, her own tread, boots crunching leaves in sync. Glancing through the foliage, she saw it. Herself, 20 paces off, waving cheerily, mouthing words lost to the breeze. Panic surged. She ran, brambles tearing her jeans, emerging at a trailhead where hikers milled oblivious. Her phone buzzed voicemail from Klaus. Lena? It's you? Why are you calling from a blocked number, saying you're stranded? Sounded ... off. She hadn't called. Back at the cabin, doors bolted. She scoured the web on her laptop. Doppelganger lore traced to the 17th century, when plague survivors reported doubles claiming their beds, their lives. In the Black Forest, they tied to the wild jad the wild hunt, spectral riders led by Odin, snatching souls who strayed too far. Desperation drove her to Freiburg, 50 kilometers south, to consult Dr. Elias Hartmann, a parapsychologist at the university known for debunking hauntings with cold reason. Over coffee in a shadowed cafe, he examined her photos, his face paling. This isn't reflection, it's inversion. The double isn't copying, it's preceding. Folklore says the doppelganger feeds on doubt, mimics to erode your anchors until you trade places willingly. He prescribed grounding exercises, journals, mantras, but as Lena left, her reflection in the cafe window lingered, smiling when she didn't. That night, driving back under a canopy blotting stars, the Audi reappeared, headlights piercing fog like accusatory eyes. It rammed her bumper at 80 kph, fishtailing her into a skid. Tires screamed. She wrestled control, slamming brakes on the shoulder. The other car idled beside her, window rolling down to reveal her face, younger, unlined, eyes gleaming with borrowed vitality. Let me drive, Lena, it said in her voice, softer, seductive. You're tired. I've got this life now. She floored it, weaving through switchbacks, the double matching every turn, closer with each hairpin. At a mirador overlooking the Enns River, she veered off-road, crashing through underbrush to a clearing ringed by standing stones, Neolithic remnants, whispered to be portals. The Audi followed, halting yards away. The double emerged, striding with Lena's gait, extending a hand gloved in her own leather. Join the hunt, eternal, no more alone. Visions assailed, Klaus with this imposter, wedding band slipping on its finger. Her body discarded in a ravine, face frozen in confusion. Rage ignited. Lena grabbed her tripod from the trunk, swinging it like a scythe. It connected with a crack, the double staggering, form rippling like heat haze, revealing glimpses of decay beneath rotted flesh, eyes like polished obsidian. "Not yours!" she screamed, striking again, the apparition dissolving into mist that clawed at her throat, cold as grave soil. Rangers found her at dawn, babbling, car-dented, no sign of pursuit. Hartman visited in hospital, theorizing a neurological echo-stress-induced hallucination amplified by the forest's isolation. But Klaus arrived days later, shaken. "You called again, Lena." From the woods. Begging me to come. She burned the photos, sold the cabin, moved to Berlin. Yet glitches persist. Reflections lagging in mirrors, strangers greeting her as the other one. The Black Forest claims over a dozen double sightings yearly. Hikers found catatonic muttering of stolen selves. Lena's tale, shared anonymously in Freiburg parapsychology forums, echoes Grimm's warnings. In Germany's dark heart, some paths lead not to light, but to the shadow wearing your skin, waiting for you to step aside. The silent shift at St. Mary's, County Kerry, Ireland. The damp chill of March 2015 clung to the stone walls of St. Mary's Orphanage in rural Kerry like a shroud when Shelban O'Reilly, 29-year-old social worker with freckles like scattered embers and a locket of her late mother's hair, arrived for her first assignment. This crumbling edifice on the Dingle Peninsula, shuttered since 1969 after scandals of abuse and unexplained child deaths, now served as a halfway house for troubled teens, echoes of the Magdalen laundries, where fallen girls toiled under nuns' rods. Shelban, orphaned young herself, saw it as redemption, guiding the lost through fog-veiled moors where banshees wailed and fairy forts dotted the peat. But the building, a Gothic pile of slate and iron, hummed with residue-faint cries in the plumbing, shadows pooling in corners like spilled ink. Locals crossed themselves passing by, muttering of the silent ones. Child spirits trapped in eternal play, their games turning lethal for interlopers. Her first week unfolded in routine. Intake interviews in the refectory, its long tables scarred from rosary beads and knuckles. The girls, 5 in all, ages 14 to 17, were wary, pale-faced orphans with eyes like storm-tossed seas. That night, as gales rattled the casements, Shelban's rounds took her to the dormitory attic, once a nursery where the 1921 flu claimed dozens. Footsteps echoed behind her, soft pattering, like bare feet on flagstone. Turning, she saw nothing but dust motes dancing in her torchlight. Then a giggle high bubbling from the rafters. "Play with us, miss?" The voice splintered into chorus, overlapping like wind chimes in a gale. She fled, blaming echoes from the chimney. By week 2, the glitches warped time. Clocks in the hall froze at 3:17 a.m. The hour, a 1950s fire warden noted, all lights extinguishing unbidden. Shelban's phone, charging in the office, recorded voicemails she hadn't left. Her voice, childlike, reciting nursery rhymes in Gaelic, ending with "join the circle." Reviewing the files, she uncovered horrors. 1940s logs of possessed girls levitating beds, speaking in tongues. A 1962 exorcism where the priest vanished, found weeks later in the bog, face frozen in rapture. One entry chilled, the silent shift, when the living trade places with the dead unseen. That evening, during group therapy in the chapel pews worn smooth by knees, the circle of girls stared, unblinking as Shelban spoke. Midway the room tilted, their faces blurred, morphing into porcelain dolls, rosy cheeks, vacant smiles. "Your turn to hide," they chorused, voices not theirs. She blinked. Normalcy snapped back, but scratches marred her arms, thin as briars. The hauntings personal turned. Dreams bled into waking. Shelban reliving her mother's deathbed, but now with spectral children tugging sheets, whispering, "Mama's gone play forever." Awake, objects shifted. Her locket unclasping to reveal not hair, but a tiny finger bone, yellowed and etched with runes. A midnight knock at her door, woodpecking insistent, revealed a girl in Victorian smock, hand outstretched, skin translucent, veins like blue rivers. "Seek us in the fort," Shelban barricaded, but the door creaked open unbidden, hinges silent as the grave. Venturing to the nearby fairy ring, a circle of hawthorn on the hill, legend bound to steal children who danced within, she found offerings. Wildflowers wilted black, toys from the orphanage's lost era. In the center, air shimmered like heat off turf, and hands small, cold grasped her ankles, pulling downward into earth that softened like dough. She wrenched free, tumbling back, but the pull lingered, a vertigo where up became down. Back at St. Mary's, the girls cornered her in the laundry vast vats where nuns once boiled sin from linens. "You're one of us now," they sang, encircling, their eyes rolling white. The silent shift hit, walls breathed, time looped, Shaban glimpsing her childhood self among them, laughing as flames licked the nursery walls. A crucifix scorched her palm. She hurled it, shattering a window, moonlight flooding like holy water. The girls convulsed, forms flickering to wisps, fleeing into cracks. Dawn broke. The house emptied, echoes fading. Shaban resigned, fleeing to Dublin, but Carrie's ghosts tag along. Clocks halting at 3:17, giggles in empty rooms. St. Mary's closed again in 2016, after a teen's accident found catatonic humming rhymes. Irish cold cases link over 30 orphanage vanishings to the fort. Bodies never recovered, chalked to ferry taken. Shaban's anonymous letters to folklore societies paint the silent shift as no mere haunting, but a swap living souls bartered for the dead's endless youth. In Ireland's Emerald Vale, some silences scream loudest, pulling you into the circle where play never ends and the players never leave. The Phantom Convoy on the A1 East Yorkshire, England, UK. The relentless drum of rain on tarmac defined October 2012 for Jack Harlan. A 51-year-old long-haul trucker with a thermos of stewed tea and a dashboard Virgin Mary glowing faintly blue when he took the graveyard shift on the A1 the Great North Road, slicing England's spine from London to Edinburgh like a scar from Roman times. This artery, flanked by fog-prone fens and wind-whipped moors, birthed legends, ghostly Romans marching in hobnailed boots, World War II pilots crashing eternal loops. Jack, a Yorkshireman through and through, with tattoos of pit ponies from his mining days, knew the lore pub tailies of the Phantom Convoy, a spectral fleet of troop carriers from the 1944 D-Day prep, vanishing into Humber fog with screams of the damned. "Bollocks," he'd grunt. CB handled Coal Ghost, crackling with banter. But that run from Hull to Scotch Corner, hauling crates of machine parts under sodium lamps flickering like dying stars, the road felt watchful, ditches swallowing headlights whole. It started subtle, his rig's air brakes hissing in rhythm with phantom echoes tires on wet blacktop, distant but multiplying as if a column tailed him. Glancing in the convex mirror, Jack spotted taillights' red eyes in the murk, a dozen strong, weaving in military precision. Lorry drivers don't spook easy. He keyed the mic. "Convoy behind, anyone copy?" Static answered, laced with Morse-like beeps. The lights held pace, neither gaining nor fading, engines growling a low, diesel-throated dirge. At the Weatherby's services, he pulled in for a fry-up, the lot empty save for his Kenworth. Emerging, the convoy idled at the pump's old Bedford QL trucks. Canvas flaps mildewed, drivers in greatcoats staring sightless, faces waxen under peaked caps. One turned Jack's father, dead since the Falklands, eyes milky, mouthing, "Turn back. Lad, the road takes its toll." He floored it north, heart jackmering, the phantoms reforming in his mirrors. The A1 straightaways blurred into hypnosis, rain sheeting like veils over roadside memorials, crosses for crash victims, faded photos of the gone. At midnight, near the Ghoul Gap where the Ouse floods yearly, his radio hijacked. Troop chatter, clipped and urgent. Jerry inbound, ... told the line. "God save the king." Voices overlapped, pleading. "Mum ... hurts ... double quotes." Jack swerved, clipping rumble strips. As a spectral truck materialized beside him, headlamps dark. Bumper grazing his, the cab filled with shadows clawing glass. Inside, soldiers packed tight, rifles reversed, bayonets glinting like accusations. One pressed face to window. A boy no older than 18, uniform shredded, wounds fresh. And gaping, whispering Jack's sins mine cave-ins he'd survived, mates crushed while he breathed. The convoy pressed, forcing him to 90 miles per hour, wipers slapping futile against blood-smeared windshields that weren't his. Glitches piled, odometer spinning backward, fuel gauge full to fumes and loops. Signs reading Hull 5 miles eternally. Near Thorn Moors, the peat bogs exhaling methane ghosts, a barrier loomed flares and sandbags from 44, MPs waving him down with Sten guns. He braked hard, rig shuddering, and the lead truck, a staff car with swastika decals, scraped off, halted abreast. The officer inside, monocle askew, saluted crisply. "Private Harlan, your billet's forward." The Dead March at Dawn. Jack's blood iced. He'd never served, dodged the draft with a bum knee, but the name his granddads lost at Dunkirk. Terror crested. He rammed the spectral barricade, ethereal forms parting like smoke, convoys shattering into honks and howls. The A1 cleared, lights normal, but dawn found him parked at a lay-by, dash cam looping footage of the chase trucks phasing through each other, soldiers dissolving mid-scream. Yorkshire police dismissed it as fatigue hallucination, but Jack's union rep, an old squatty, paled at the tale. The convoy D-Day ghosts, they say. Haulage mate's gone missing on that stretch, rigs found empty, keys and ignitions. Jack retired early, took a watchman's gig in Leeds, but night drives haunt him. Phantom taillights and headlights. Voices on the telestatic calling roll. The A1 claims a lorry wreck yearly, drivers vanished, chalked to fog. Jack's logbook shared in trucker forums revives the phantom convoy as no mere echo, but a draft for the restless pulling, the living into the endless march where roads loop to the grave, and the toll is your seat at the wheel. The shadow roster in the trenches Ypres salient. Belgium. The mud-sucking fields of Flanders scarred by World War I's meat grinder claimed their toll long after the guns fell mute in 1918. But for Corporal Elias Thorne, a 38-year-old British Army reservist on joint. NATO exercises in the Ypres salient during the sodden spring of 2019. The past wasn't buried. It clawed up through the poppies. This pockmarked plain near Passchendaele, where 500,000 souls dissolved into churned earth over 4 years, hosted annual maneuvers, troops digging mock trenches, simulating gas attacks in gas masks fogged with breath. Elias, a logistics officer from Manchester with ink-faded tattoos of regiment badges and a limp from Afghanistan shrapnel, volunteered for the night watch patrolling wire perimeters under Belgian stars sharp as bayonets. His mates joked of Tommy's ghosts. Tommies, the doughboys who tunneled under no man's land, their tunnels collapsing in screams that echoed for generations. Elias scoffed. IEDs were his specters, not spooks. The first whisper came at vespers, as flares arced like comets over the reconstructed lines. His radio squawked static resolving into Morse. Dit-da-dit. All quiet on the Western Front. But the code was wrong. Pre-WI vintage and the voice overlay. Thorn, roll call ... fall in. He keyed back. Silence. That night, bunked in a prefab near the Menin Gate, its panels etched with 54,000 unnamed dead. Elias dreamed of mud. Walls closing. Mates bayoneted in the dark, his hands pulling triggers that birthed shadows. Woke to tapping fingers on tin from the locker. Inside, his roster clipboard, names added in sepia ink. Soldiers from 1917 Private J. Hargrove, reported missing, presumed spectral. His own name topped it, rank inflated to sergeant. Dawn patrols deepened the rift. Trenching near Hill 60, where tunnelers detonated 10 tons of ammonia under German lines, Elias's shovel struck bone human, fresh as yesterday, tagged with a war grave's dog plate. Known unto God. But the earth here was sifted generations ago. His squad laughed it off, but as dusk fell, the air thickened with cordite phantom acrid, eye-watering. Shapes materialized in the gloaming. Khaki silhouettes shambling from shell craters, rifles at port, faces bandaged or blasted to bone. They didn't charge. They mustered, forming ranks that overlapped his own platoon, boots sucking mud in unison. Fall in, Thorn, barked a captain, face half melted from gas, epaulets crusted with verdigrease. Elias's men froze, rifles half raised, as the ghosts intermingled. A spectral Tommy clapping a live corporal on the back, sharing a woodbine that burned eternal. The haunting militarized. Radios broadcast trench songs, pack up your troubles, mid-briefing, drowning commands. Flares popped unbidden at 11 a.m., not p.m., silhouetting figures charging nowhere, Lewis guns chattering empty air. Ilias's CO Major Halle dismissed it as Pizops bleed from historical reenactors. But Halle vanished during a flare-lit drill, found hours later in a preserved crater, uniform reversed. Babbling of the roster. They need a full complement. Elias uncovered dugout diaries in the visitor center. 1916 accounts of shadow battalions. Deserters pulled back by unseen hands, fighting on in limbo. One entry. The salient doesn't release. It recruits. The dead draft the living to balance the scales. Climax cratered at Polygon Wood, site of the 1917 battle where 20,000 fell in hours. Elias's watch led a night exercise crawling barbed wire under simulated machine gun fire. Midway, reality sheared. Stars wheeled to artillery bursts, mud boiled with gas bubbles, and the wire-live, razor-edge sliced flesh. Ghosts swarmed, not hostile but insistent, herding his squad into a charge against phantom Huns. Elias fired warning shots, but bullets curved, striking wraiths that reformed howling. A Tommy gripped his arm cold as Passchendaele rained whispering, "Your war's not done, Corp. Afghanistan took your leg. This takes your soul." Sign the roster. Visions assailed, mates in Helmand shredded by RPGs. His own discharge papers inked with spectral blood. Elias rallied, lobbing a flare grenade into the fraylight exploded, banishing shades and shrieks that shattered eardrums. The wood cleared, squad dazed but whole, uniforms muddied with century-old peat. Brass hushed it as mass delusion rotated the unit home. Elias sought discharge, moved to the Cotswolds. But Flanders calls, post horns at dawn, mud on boots untracked. Upre tallies ghostly sightings yearly over 200 since the 90s soldiers on maneuvers vanishing, reappearing miles off, babbling of rosters. Elias's after-action report, leaked to military history pods, frames the shadow roster as war's unpaid debt, trenches too deep to fill, pulling the living down to even the ranks, where bayonets gleam eternal and the front never falls. In Belgium's bloodied fields, some battles rage on, drafting shadows into the light. The midnight shift at the call center. Manchester, Greater Manchester, UK. The glass and steel cube of Apex Solutions on the edge of Manchester's northern quarter never slept, and on the bone-chilling night of November 2022, 25-year-old call center agent Liam Doherty clocked in for the 12-to-8 shift with a Red Bull and a playlist of lo-fi beats to drown out the hum of 200 headsets. Apex handled tech support for a major ISP, but the third-floor overflow queue was infamous among night staff phones that rang with no caller ID, voices that knew your childhood address, tickets that closed themselves with notes like, "User deceased." Liam, a Salford lad with a sleeve of Celtic knots and a side gig DJing drum and bass, had laughed it off until the system assigned him. Ticket number 661313 at 3:13 a.m. The caller's name, Liam Doherty. His own. The automated greeting played. "Thank you for calling Apex. This call is recorded for quality." But the line crackled with wet static, like a throat full of phlegm. A voice his own, but older, raspier, whispered, "I can't log in." The password changed. "It's your mother's maiden name backwards." Liam's blood froze. His mom's maiden name O'Rourke was his recovery phrase. He hadn't told a soul. The screen glitched. The ticket notes autofilled. User reports black screen. Eyes open. Breathing shallow. His webcam activated uncommanded, showing his cubicle from above impossible angle. No drone. In the feed, Liam sat frozen, but a second figure leaned over his shoulder. Featureless. Tall, wearing his exact hoodie, hands resting on his throat. He muted the call, heart jackhammering, but the voice continued through his headset, now in the office PA. Reboot didn't work. They're in the walls. Colleagues, 3 others on the floor didn't react. Their screens showed them on live calls, mouths moving, but no sound. Liam's monitor cycled through his personal files. Baby photos, bank statements, a draft email to his ex titled, "I still hear you at night." The caller himself laughed, a sound like dial-up screeching. Check the server room. Door 3B. Bring the master key. Apex's server room was sub-basement. Badge access only. Liam had no reason to go until every phone on the floor rang in unison. The ringtone his mom's old Nokia jingle from 2005. He grabbed the master key from the supervisor's drawer unlocked, though it required biometric. The elevator descended past B1, B2, then kept going, floor indicator flashing 3B in red. The doors opened to a corridor that shouldn't exist, concrete, dripping, lined with server racks humming like beehives. Each rack held not hard drives but old CRT monitors, all displaying the same image. Liam's childhood bedroom in Salford, age 8, the night his dad walked out. The door at the N3B was ajar, light strobing inside. He stepped in. The room was a perfect replica of his cubicle, but inverted desk on the ceiling, chair bolted upside down. The other Liam sat there, typing on a keyboard made of teeth. "You're late," it said, spinning the chair. Its face was his, but the eyes were black screens, cursor blinking. The queue is endless. Take your seat. The monitors on the walls cycled through every call Liam had ever taken, customers screaming, crying, begging, then his own voice on loop. Have you tried turning it off and on again? The entity stood, growing taller, cables snaking from its back like 4 lines. Your shift never ends. Clock in. Liam ran. The corridor stretched, servers morphing into payphones from the 90s, each ringing with his mum's voice. Pick up, love, it's about your dad. He smashed one. Glass rained, but the ringing continued from his headset, now fused to his skull. The elevator wouldn't come. He took the stairs up, was down. Down was up, emerging on the 3rd floor at 3:33 a.m. The office was empty, headsets dangling like nooses. His cubicle monitor displayed a single ticket. User resolved. Transferred to eternal queue. The webcam feed showed him still sitting, typing, smiling. Security found Liam at 6 a.m. in the parking garage. Catatonic, headset melted into his scalp. Apex wiped the servers, blamed a firmware glitch. Liam was sectioned, diagnosed with psychosis, but his discharge papers list his occupation as permanent overflow agent. The 3rd floor is now under renovation, but night cleaners report phones ringing at 3:13 a.m. Tickets auto-closing with notes in Liam's handwriting. User reports eternal hold music. Resolution. Join the queue. True workplace horror stories like Liam's reveal that some calls aren't from customers, they read from the version of you who never clocked out. The vanishing camper of Yellowstone, Yellowstone National Park, Wyoming, USA. The sulfur stink of Yellowstone's geysers clung to the air like a warning, and on the crisp September night of 2018, 22-year-old solo camper Harper Quinn pitched her tent at the backcountry site near Heart Lake. Permit in hand, bear spray on her hip, and a Garmin InReach for emergencies. Yellowstone 2.2 million acres of geothermal hell and grizzly paradise had rules. No fires outside rings, no hiking after dark, no ignoring the missing hiker boards at the trailheads. Harper, a Boise native with a degree in wildlife biology and a vlog series called Into the Wild, live-streamed her setup to 100K followers. Night 1 in bear country, let's see if Old Faithful is the only thing that erupts. Her last post at 9:47 p.m. A selfie with the Milky Way. Caption, no cell service, but the stars are loud. Then silence. The InReach pinged rangers at 3:13 a.m. Sodomatic. SOS. Coordinates scrambled. Message garbled. Something wearing my face. It knows the trail. Search teams found her tent intact. Sleeping bag zipped from the inside, but the zipper sewn shut with pine needles. Her GoPro, clipped to the tent pole, recorded 47 minutes of darkness. Then Harper's voice, whispering from outside. Don't open the flap. It's not me. The footage showed the tent wall bulging inward, a handprint hers, but backwards pressing from the nylon. Rangers traced her boot prints to the lake's edge, then nothing, no scuffs, no drag marks. The water was 60 degrees Fahrenheit, too cold for swimming, but her journal floated ashore. Pages waterlogged except one, written in her handwriting but backwards. The forest keeps what it borrows. I'm the echo now. Thermal imaging drones picked up a heat signature humanoid. 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit moving against the wind, circling the search camp at night. One ranger's body cam caught it. Harper, naked, skin mottled like birch bark, eyes reflective like a wolf's mouthing words lost to the wind. She vanished when the spotlight hit. Yellowstone averages 2 to 3 missing persons yearly, but Heart Lake's tally spiked 6 since 2010. All solo campers, all with journals mentioning the borrower. Harper's vlog channel auto-uploaded a final video at 3:33 a.m. A week later. 11 minutes of her tent interior, empty, but her voice narrating from the future. If you find this, burn the permit. The park doesn't give refunds. The thumbnail. Her face, but the eyes were hollow, stars visible through the sockets. True camping horror stories like Harper's prove Yellowstone isn't to just supervolcano, it as a borrower, trading your warmth for its silence, one echo at a time. The mirror game in the abandoned Asylum, Severall's Hospital, Colchester, Essex, UK. The crumbling brick of Severall's Hospital, shuttered in 1997 after decades of lobotomies and hydrotherapy horrors, loomed over Colchester like a broken crown. And on the fog-drenched night of October 2021, 19-year-old urban explorer Freya Blake slipped through the fence with a Spirit DSLR, AUV torch, and a dare from her Discord server. Spend 1 hour in the mirror ward. No lights. Severall's Wardem was legendary patients in the 50s forced to stare into mirrors for ego reconstruction. Some clawing their eyes out, others vanishing from locked rooms. Freya, a goth art student with a septum piercing and a tattoo of Ophelia drowning, live streamed to 200 viewers. If I see my doppelganger, I'm out. The ward was a corridor of shattered mirrors, frames gilded but glass spider-webbed, reflecting her torch in 1,000 fractured Freyas. At 0:13, her stream chat exploded. Behind you! The footage showed nothing until slow motion revealed a second Freya, standing still while she moved, smiling when she didn't. Her UV torch picked up handprints on the glass, fresh, glowing, arranged in a circle. She followed them to room M13, door padlocked but chain loose. Inside, a single mirror, floor to ceiling, intact. Her reflection stood 3 seconds behind, then stepped forward when she didn't. The mirror Freya spoke, voice from the glass. Play the game. Ask 3 questions. Answer truthfully or stay. Freya, adrenaline junkie, played. 1. What do you want? Your face for a night. 2. Why me? You already gave it permission. 3. How do I leave? Break the mirror. But I break with you. She swung her torch. The glass shattered, but the shards didn't fall, hovered, reassembling into a doorway. Through it, Severalls in 1953, patients in straitjackets, nurses with syringes, all staring. The mirror Freya stepped out, wearing her clothes, her stream chat cheering. Epic cosplay! The real Freya was pulled backward into the glass, the doorway ceiling. The imposter waved, ended the stream. Thanks for watching, loves. Sub for more. Freya's body was found 3 days later in the ward, eyes scratched out, fingernails embedded in the mirror frame. The DSLR memory card held one photo, her face in the glass, screaming, time-stamped 1953. Essex police ruled suicide, but her Discord logs show the imposter still posting. New video dropping mirror tag in abandoned asylums. True urban exploration horror like Freya S. warns that some reflections don't copy you, they trade places, and the stream never ends. The truckers log on I-8 CD to Reno, Nevada, USA. The endless black ribbon of I-80 through the Bonneville Salt Flats shimmered under a blood moon. And on the frostbitten run of March 2020, 48-year-old long-haul trucker Dale Diesel Morrison logged his 2 a.m. break at the Wendover rest stop with a CB crackling static and a dash cam rolling. Dale, a Vietnam vet with a handlebar mustache and a St. Christopher medal, had driven this route for 25 years through blizzards, jackknifes, and the occasional UFO sighting over Dugway Proving Ground. But tonight, the salt flats reflected not stars but eyes, hundreds, blinking in sync, watching from the white void. His logbook entry at 2:13 a.m. Something pacing the rig. Not deer, not human. The dashcam showed it. A figure, 7 feet tall, limbs too long, running alongside at 70 miles per hour, barefoot on salt that should shred skin. It kept pace for 47 miles, then vanished. Dale's CB picked up a second voice, his own, from 1975, calling for his platoon in Khmer. Incoming! Take cover! He hadn't spoken Vietnamese in decades. The GPS rerouted him onto a service road that didn't exist, gravel, then nothing, the salt flats swallowing the horizon. At 3:03 a.m., the rig stalled. Silence. The figure reappeared, now in the sleeper cab, wearing Dale's face but younger. Dog tags from 75 glinting. You left us, Sarge, it said, voice layered with his dead squad mates. The flats keep the debt. The dashcam glitched footage from Key San. Napalm blooms, Dale's 19-year-old self dragging a body. The entity pointed to the trailer. Open it. Inside, instead of freight body bags, tagged with his platoon's names, zippers moving. Dale fired his .45 into the ceiling. The entity laughed, dissolving into salt that poured from the vents, filling the cab. He kicked the door, rolled out, ran into the flats. The rig started itself, headlights sweeping, chasing him like a predator. He hid in a dry wash, salt crusting his lungs. Dawn found the truck parked neatly at the rest stop, trailer empty. Logbook open to a new entry in his handwriting. Debt paid. Next driver due March 20th, 25. Dale was airlifted with salt inhalation, Retired to Ogden, but I-80 calls. His CB in the junkyard crackles at 2:13 a.m. His young voice pleading, "Don't stop at Wendover." True trucker horror stories like Dale's reveal the salt flats aren't a barren. They re-ledger, and some debts compound with interest, paid in miles and memories. The dorm room that wasn't University of St. Andrews, Fife, Scotland. UK, the ancient sandstone of C. Salvatores. Hall at the University of St. Andrews had stood since 1450, and on the storm-lashed night of February 2019, 20-year-old history undergrad, Eilid Fraser returned to her dorm room, room 217 East Wing, after a library all-nighter keycard beeping green. St. Andrews, Scotland's oldest university, was steeped in ghosts. The White Lady of the Cathedral ruins the Phantom Monk in the quad, and room 217's own legend, a student in 1843 who hanged herself after failing her divinity exams, her body found with a Latin note, "Non samigo," I am not myself. Eilid, a Glasgow girl with a bob of black hair and a silver claddagh ring, had laughed it off until her keycard denied access at 3:13 a.m. The door was open, light on, but the room number read 217B non-existent. Inside, her room, but wrong. The bed was made with 19th century linens, her MacBook replaced by a leather-bound journal, her posters now oil portraits of stern divines. Her reflection in the wardrobe mirror wore a Victorian nightgown, hair in a bun, eyes sewn shut with black thread. The journal opened itself. Eilid Fraser, failed Latin oral, 1843. Punishment, eternal revision. Her phone had no signal, but texts arrived from her own number. Don't touch the books. They bite. The shelves held tomes in Latin, pages turning, ink bleeding into accusations. Plagiarist. Heretic. Fraud. Eilid's essay on her laptop gone reappeared, handwritten in journal, graded in red. See me after death. The mirror Eilid stepped out, threads snapping from her eyes, blood tear tracks down her cheeks. You're late for the exam, she hissed in Eilid's voice but archaic Scots. Answer the question. Who are you when no one's watching? Eilid ran. The corridor looped, doors labeled with her failed modules. Latin 101. Medieval heresy, death in the Middle Ages. Each open to lecture halls. Students in 1840s dress, faces blank, chanting her essay word for word. The fire alarm screamed 3:33 a.m., but no sprinklers. She burst into the quad, dawn breaking, security finding her in her pajamas, babbling Latin. Room 217 was empty, bed unmade, her MacBook open to her essay graded A. But the comments in red. Originality questionable. See me in 1843. Eilid transferred to Edinburgh. But St. Salvator's sends her mail. Transcripts with failing grades from 1843, signed by a professor dead 180 years. The dorm's booking system lists 217B as reserved permanent study. True haunted school stories like Eilid's prove some universities don't graduate you, they enroll you forever. And the final exam is your soul. The Fjord's fractured hour, a glitch in the matrix that stole a fisherman's life. Norway. 2024, a land of jagged fjords where the sea gnaws at cliffs like a beast with eternal teeth. And the midnight sun in summer bleeds into endless twilight that plays tricks on the mind. It's late July in the Lofoten Islands where the Atlantic crashes against red rorbu cabins perched on stilts and 42-year-old fisherman Lars Henriksen. A weathered salt from Svolvær with calloused hands like driftwood and a salt-stiffened beard hiding scars from rogue waves sets out alone in his 28-foot. Nordkapp trawler the asterisk Vikings whisper asterisk. Lars is no greenhorn. He's hauled cod lines since boyhood, navigating by stars and gut. His only companions a thermos of aquavit-laced coffee and a battered Garmin plotter since to his phone. The quota is tight this season, overfishing regs biting harder than the gales, and he is pushing north toward the Vestfjorden to steeps, where the water turns ink black and the herring schools shimmer like silver ghosts under the surface. The engine hums steady as he clears the harbor at 10 p.m. The sun a low smear on the horizon, painting the peaks in bruise purple. Radio chatter fades to static. No other boats tonight, just the slap of waves and the occasional cry of a kittiwake wheeling overhead. Lars throttles up to 12 knots. The asterisk whisper asterisk slicing through swells that rock her like a cradle from hell. He's got his routine, bait the lines at dawn, haul by noon. Dock with a catch that'll pay the slip fees and keep his ex-wife's alimony at bay. But at 11:47 p.m., as the fjord narrows into a throat of sheer granite walls looming 2,000 feet high, the glitch hits not with fanfare, but a subtle stutter, like a film reel skipping frames. His Garmin beeps erratically, coordinates flipping from 68.2N, 14.6E to gibberish numbers looping backward, as if time itself is rewinding. Lars chuckles it off, blames a solar flare messing with sats. He's heard tales from old-timers about aurora-induced blackouts, compasses pointing to Nibelheim. He powers down the plotter, relies on dead reckoning, the fjord's familiar S-bends etched in muscle memory. But the air thickens, a humidity that shouldn't be in the chill Norwegian summer, carrying a faint ozone tang like lightning's afterbite. The water surface ripples unnaturally, not wind-driven chop, but concentric circles blooming from nowhere, as if something massive displaces below without breaking skin. By midnight, the whispers start. Not voices, at first just echoes of his own mutterings, delayed by seconds. Steady on, Lars. She's holding true, bouncing back from the cliffs, a heartbeat late, laced with a reverb that sounds underwater. He scans the radar empty arc, green void, but his skin prickles. The kind of primal itch that saved his grandfather from a pod of orcas in '72. He grabs the VHF, keys the mic. ZOLV Car Coast Guard. This is asterisk Vikings Whisper asterisk. Position approximate Vestfjord north, experiencing nav glitch, over. Static hisses back, then his own voice replies, Svolvær Coast Guard. This is asterisk Vikings Whisper asterisk. Position approximate Vestfjord north. Experiencing nav glitch, over. Exact match. Down to the gravel in his throat from years of shouting over engines. Heart slamming like a loose piston, Lars kills the radio. But the echo persists. Layering now, his boy's voice from a decade ago. Papa, when you coming home? Pulled from a voicemail he deleted after the divorce. The fjord warps next. Cliffs that should cradle the channel bulge inward. Granite faces compressing the water into a vice. Waves cresting higher than physics allows. Foam glowing phosphorescent blue. Lars guns the throttle. The asterisk whisper asterisk bucking like a spooked horse. But forward motion halts. The bow buries in a swell that isn't there. Hull shuddering as if caught in invisible gears grinding backward. His phone screen cracks to life, unbidden apps cascading open. Weather radar showing a storm front that satellite feeds. Swore was 300 miles south, then his photo gallery images from last. Christmas him and his son Eric building a snow fort in Tromsø, but the timestamp reads July 28, 2024, and Eric's face. It's wrong age to 25, a man he hasn't seen since the boy turned 15 and chose his mother's side. Panic coils tight. Lars fumbles for the EPIRB beacon, the emergency strobe that screams location to every rescue chopper in range. He arms it, the red light pulsing frantic, but as he hurls it overboard, the sea erupts not in foam, but a vortex of whitewater that swallows the device whole, bubbling up with bioluminescent fury. The asterisk whisper asterisk spins 180 degrees, stern swinging wild, and there in the spray-shrouded aft deck, where seconds ago he'd stood alone, looms a figure. Tall, elongated, dressed in his own oilskins from 20 years back, the yellow fabric faded to sickly ochre. Hood shadowing a face that's his, but inverted. Eyes recessed like sockets in a death. Mask mouth stretched in a rictus grin that exposes teeth filed to points in some Viking fever dream. It doesn't move. It mirrors him, arms raising in sync as Lars claws for the wheel, but the mimicry fractures. The doppelganger's hand extends through the railing fingers, elongating into tendrils that trail into the water, pulling threads of reality like unraveling yarn. The glitch peaks in a cacophony. Engine dies with a wet cough. Lights stroke to 1940s sepia. The fjord's walls dissolving into superimpositions, now a bustling Svolvær quay from Lars' childhood. Fishing boats with canvas sails. Men in wool caps hauling nets under gas lamps. Then a future haze. The same cliffs crowned with wind turbines spinning lazy, his asterisk whisper asterisk rusted to a wreck on the shallows. Voices overlap in a mad chorus. Eric's laugh from a school play. His ex's final scream during their row. His father's last breath in the hospice. Lars. The water lies, all time-stamped to this impossible hour. The doppelganger steps forward, footfalls syncing with Lars, and whispers in his voice but octaves lower. You left us in the loop. Join the echo or the fjord forgets you whole. Lars lunges for the flare gun, the last analog lifeline firing blind into the night. The magnesium bloom ignites the scene in hellfire white. The figure shreds into pixels, reforming as a swarm of herring that arc through the air scales, glinting like shattered screens before plummeting back to the sea in a silver rain. The asterisk whisper asterisk lurches free, engine sputtering alive, plotter resetting to true chords, but time has slipped. His watch reads 11:47 p.m. again, the loops start. The sun hangs mocking at horizon's edge. He floors it south, waves parting unnaturally calm, docking in Svolvær at what the harbor clock insists is 10:15 p.m., half an hour before departure. Dockhands greet him casual. Good haul, Lars? But his nets are empty, bait untouched, and in the hold, a single herring flops, eyes human blue, staring accusation. He staggers home to his roorbu, a squat red shack on stilts over the tide, collapsing into bed with a quavet burning his veins. Dreams fracture, reliving the glitch in infinite regress, each loop adding layers. Eric appearing on the deck, aged further to dust. The fjord walls cracking to reveal infinite mirrors of himself, drowning in recursive whites. He wakes screaming at 3 a.m., phone buzzing with a text from an unknown number. Papa, when you coming home? Eric, July 28, 2024. But Eric's been off-grid in Bergen for months. Number changed. Lars checks the timestamp sent at 11:47 p.m. Word spreads in fishing circles. Old salts nod knowingly, murmuring of the fjord's fold, a matrix tear where time pools like oil, trapping souls in echo chambers. Hikers vanishing mid-trail only to reappear days earlier, clocks running backward in isolated homes. Lars sells the asterisk whisper asterisk, takes a just job in town. But the glitches persist. Mirrors showing his doppelganger mid-shave, radio tuning to his own unheard pleas. Investigators from Oslo arrive with quantum meters, detecting micro-anomalies in the Vestfjord's currents. Whispers of a World War II U-boat wreck down there, its chronometers shattered in 43, leaking temporal bleed. Lars shares footage from a dashcam he'd forgotten, grainy but clear, the white vortex, the elongated shadow stepping aboard. It goes viral in niche forums, dubbed Norway's Mandela Dive, sparking pilgrimages of glitch hunters who boat out, only to report their own loops. Compasses circling home, voices from deleted voicemails. In the end, Lars reconciles by writing it out, a journal mailed to Eric, detailing the hour that stole pieces of him. The reply comes weeks later. Dad, I got your letter dated July 28th, but today's the 25th. What loop are you in? The fjord's fractured hour isn't folklore. It's a warning etched in water realities fragile as sea glass, and one wrong current pulls you under forever. If glitches in the matrix and reality distortions have you double-checking your watch, like this tale, and comment, ever lived a skipped moment? Seamlessly unraveling from temporal tears to territorial hunts, our second saga stalks the supernatural wilds, where a Wendigo's famine curse turns a family's autumn retreat into a cannibal chronicle. Deep in the Adirondack forests of upstate New York, the Adirondack Appetite, a Wendigo's wilderness siege on a family cabin. USA, New York, October 2023. The Adirondack Park sprawls 6 million acres of primal tangle, where maples ignite in funeral pyres of red and gold, and the air crisps with the promise of first frost, masking the rot of fallen leaves underfoot. It's the cusp of hunting season, and the Whitaker family father, Greg, 45, a stoic construction foreman from Syracuse with forearms like oak knots and a .3006 slung easy. Mother Dana, 42, a schoolteacher whose laugh used to chase shadows. And their twins, 14-year-old Mia and Max. City kids trading TikTok scrolls for trail maps pile into their Subaru Outback for a long weekend at the old family cabin off Route 28 near Indian Lake. The place is a relic, cedar logs weathered gray, tin roof rattling like loose teeth in wind, built by Greg's great-grandpa in 1912 as a trapper's holdout. Now a nostalgia trap with propane lanterns, a stone hearth, and a loft bunkroom overlooking the woods where moose silhouettes blend with pines. They arrive at dusk, the drive's 4 hours melting into 5, thanks to a rockslide detour. The radio fuzzing out Algonquin legends, mid-broadcast Wendigos, those gaunt spirits of greed and isolation. Algonquian boogeymen said to haunt these very glens, drawn by famine's echo from winters when settlers turned on kin. Greg scoffs, unloads gear. Coolers stocked with venison steaks, axes for firewood, a deck of cards for rainy nights. Dana strings fairy lights on the porch. Mia and Max chase fireflies with jars, their whoops echoing off the lake's glassy black. Dinner's simple foil packets of trout grilled over embers. S'mores sticky sweet, but as stars prick the ink sky, the woods go unnaturally still. No crickets, no loons. Just the cabin's creaks and the distant howl of wind through hemlocks, sounding almost articulate. Night one passes uneasy. Mia wakes at 2 a.m., throat parched, padding downstairs for water. The kitchen window frames the tree line, branches clawing like desperate hands, and there beyond the fire pit's dying coals, a shape, tall, emaciated, antlered silhouette rocking on haunches, head cocked as if scenting her. She blinks. It's gone, chalked to half sleep, but the faucet runs cold that defies the pump's hum, and in the sink's drip, she swears she hears a rasp. Hungry ... share. Back in the loft, Max murmurs in his sleep. Words foreign Anishinaabe fragments. Windigoo, eat the weak phrases from a school project he'd abandoned. Dawn breaks foggy, the family brushing it off as cabin fever. They hike the Northville Placid Trail, boots crunching frost-rimed ferns, Greg spotting deer tracks that veer abrupt, as if fleeing inward. By afternoon, the curse coils tighter. The cooler thaws inexplicably ice melt pooling red from the venison, but the meat inside? No to bone, tooth marks too wide for fox or bear, splintered like they'd been pried by human desperation. Dana laughs nervous, blames a raccoon raid, but the pantry raids follow. Canned beans punctured, flour sacks shredded, a guttural scratch underscoring the violation. They barricade the door with the oak table, but the twins report glimpses. Max sees elongated fingers probing the smokehouse. Mia hears footsteps circling the cabin, light as leaves but heavy with intent. Greg patrols with the rifle, flashlight beam carving futile arcs, catching only swaying shadows that mimic his stride. Dusk of day 2 unleashes the siege. The wind rises to a wail, bending birches double, and the howls join not wolf but layered. A chorus of throats raw from disuse, echoing, share, or starve. The power line snaps in a gust, plunging the cabin to lantern glow, and the family huddles by the hearth, poker held like a talisman. Mia's phone, no bars since arrival, buzzes phantom a text from unknown. The woods remember the last winter. Your great-grandpa fed well. Attached. A photo of the cabin's deed, yellowed 1912 ink, but the signature? Greg's own hand aged and trembling. Coincidence? Or the Wendigo's mimicry, folklore's shapeshifter that steals voices, wears skins of the gluttonous, cursing isolation with insatiable crave. The assault fractures reality. At midnight, the door rattles not knocks, but rhythmic thumps sinking to heartbeats, accelerating as panic rises. Windows frost opaque, breath fogging inside despite the fire's roar, and silhouettes press against the glass. Multiple now. Gaunt frames branching antlers, eyes reflective slits glowing hunger gold. Greg fires a warning shot through the door, the crack echoing hollow. But the figures don't scatter, they lean in, palms splaying on wood, leaving frostburn prints that seep inward, cracking beams like ribs. Dana clutches the kids, reciting psalms half-remembered from her Baptist youth. But the whispers infiltrate. Max's voice from the walls. Mom, I'm so cold. Let me in. Mia's laugh twisted to sobs. Dad, the meat's waiting. The twins convulse and sink, eyes roll in white. Bodies arching as if pulled by strings, vomiting black bile that sizzles on floorboards phlegm thick, reeking of pine sap and decay. Greg drags them to the loft, sealing the hatch with an axe blade wedged firm. But the cabin breathes now, walls contracting like lungs, floor tilting toward the lake where the water boils unnatural, bubbles bursting with faces, trapped souls from lean years, mouths gaping pleas. Visions assault in the lantern's flicker, not theirs, but the Wendigo's Harvest 1912, great-grandpa Whitaker snowbound, packed with the spirit for survival, knowing kin under moonless skies. Echoes in the 30s depression, trappers vanishing mid-season, bones strung in trees like wind chimes. The family sees themselves in the frenzy, Greg's hands turning claw, Dana's teeth sharpening, the twins' eyes hollowing to endless black. The siege peaks at 3 a.m. The witching fracture, the loft hatch splinters, antlered arm thrusting through, skin parchment taut over sinew, nails like obsidian hooks raking air. It speaks in great-grandpa's timbre, gravel and regret. The appetite passes down. Feed, or join the lean. Salvation sparks from the mundane, a propane lantern tipped in the scramble, igniting the bile slick. Flames whoosh blue, the Wendigo shrieking as fire its bane, Folklore's purge licks the arm to ash, the figure recoiling into smoke that seeps cracks. The cabin stills, wind dying to sigh, dawn's gray light filtering through frost-lace windows. They flee at first sun, Subaru fishtailing on gravel, reaching Indian Lake Station with empty coolers and claw-scratched arms. Rangers find the cabin gutted, walls gashed deep, pantry bare, but no tracks, only a single antler shed in the hearth. Petrified wood, carbon dated to 1890. The Whitakers' splintered divorce papers filed. Twins to therapy for night terrors. Greg burning the deed in a Syracuse backyard, ashes whispering hungry. The Adirondacks claim the tale as legend now. Hikers reporting the appetite's pull. Compasses veering cabin ward, coolers raided overnight, howls on still nights. Park Service buries it as bear hysteria, but locals hang salt lines on doors, whisper Wendigo wards in Anishinaabe. This wilderness horror proves the woods don't forgive. They hunger, and family bonds are the first to fray. If Wendigos and camping nightmares lurk in your campfire dreams, smash like and comment. What's your wildest woods whisper? Gliding from forest famines to fractured families, our third narrative invades the alone-at-home sanctum, where a babysitter's night spirals into intruder terror laced with ghostly prelude. In the colonial shadows of colonial-era Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The Philly Porch Phantom, a babysitter's home invasion echo from the grave USA, Pennsylvania. Halloween 2024 Philadelphia's Fairmount District, where row homes huddle like conspirators under gas lamp glow. And the Schuylkill River murmurs secrets from revolutionary ghosts, their bayonets rusted but grudges evergreen. It's All Hallows Eve, a 19-year-old college freshman Riley Thompson, a barista with purple-streaked hair and a backpack of Laya novels, arrives at 6 p.m. for her standing gig at the Ellis Brownstone on Green Street, a creaky 1780s survivor with warped floorboards, a widow's walk peering over ivy-choked alleys, and leaded windows that rattle like dice in a fever dream. The parents, tech execs Mark and Lisa Ellis, are off to a costume gala at the Barnes Foundation, leaving their 8-year-old precocious Owen with strict instructions. No sweets past 8, bedtime by 9, alarm armed if the doorbell chimes tricks. Riley's no stranger. She sat here summers, trading ghost tours of Independence Hall for Owen's fortnight marathons. The kids obsessed with colonial lore tales of Hessian soldiers buried under the street, their spirits rattling chains on foggy nights. They carve pumpkins on the porch, jack-o'-lantern grins leering vacant, and Riley snaps Polaroids for her Insta. Owen in pirate garb, her as a witch with thrift store broom. Dusk falls sticky, humidity clinging like regret. And the neighborhood buzzes, kids in masks rampaging, distant fireworks popping like musket fire. By 8:30, Owen's tucked in the attic room. Fairy lights strung like stars, his breathing steady as Riley scrolls Netflix downstairs, the house settling into creaks that sound like footsteps on the stairs. The prelude chills at 9:47 p.m. The porch light flickers, motion sensor glitch, she thinks, but stepping out to check, the bulb swings wild, casting shadows that stretch elongated, pooling at her feet like spilled ink. One Polaroid from earlier, developed instant on her Instax, shows Owen midloft but behind him, on the porch railing, a Hessian silhouette. Tricorn hat, faceless under plume, hand extended as if claiming a debt. Riley laughs it off, adrenaline spiking from too much candy corn. But the house phone rings landline, dusty relic, and the caller ID flashes unknown 1777. She answers. Dead air, then a rasp. The debt's due, witch. Click. Owen calls from upstairs, voice small. Riley, the soldier's at my window. He wants his coin back. She bolts up, heart-hammering stairs, finding Owen wide-eyed under quilts, pointing to the pane where frost impossible in October's mild etches a bayonet's edge. Outside, the alley's empty, but the widow's walk creaks overhead, heavy treads circling deliberate. Riley herds him to the master suite, barricading with a hope chest, dialing the Ellis's no answer, gala roar drowning her voicemails. The invasion proper erupts at 10:32 p.m. Not with shattering glass, but subtlety, a backdoor latch clicking unlatched, the alarm's beep silenced mid-chirp. She hears it. Boot falls on slate tile, Hessian hard, ascending the servant's stairs from the kitchen. The air turns brassy, like gunpowder ghosts, and shadows precede the intruder, not one, but layered, as if history's replaying an overlay. Riley grabs the poker from the hearth. Phone in other hand, 911 queued, but signal jammed to bars of nothing. Owen whimpers, clutching his pirate sword toy, as the bedroom door bows inward, knob turning slow with a groan like rusted hinges on a gibbet. She whispers fierce, "Stay behind me, kiddo." The door cracks, and the figure fills the frame, tall, cloaked in colonial greatcoat tattered to rags, face obscured by a powdered wig matted with grave dirt, but eyes, God. The eyes gleam yellowed ivory, pupils dilated to voids. It doesn't speak. It gestures, palm up, fingers skeletal under lace cuffs, demanding the coin, a cursed shilling from 1777, legend says, pressed into Hessian palms for loyalty, but stolen by Philly witches, binding their unrest to the soil. The phantom lunges, not flesh but force passing through Riley's swing. The poker clanging useless on oak, chilling her to marrow as it phases to Owen. The boy screams, body lifting inches off the rug, toy sword wrenched free and hurled like a cutlass, embedding in the wall with unnatural thunk. Visions bleed from the touch. Not Riley's memories, but the intruder's Hessian mercenary. Johann Kessler bayoneted at Germantown in 77. Coin pocketed by a Quaker herbalist, accused of witchcraft, his spirit indentured to reclaim it, haunting the block through centuries, possessing the greedy or the unwitting. Riley sees the Ellis Hungs Foundation, built over Kessler's mass grave, the shilling buried in the cornerstone during renovation. Unearthed by Owen's digging last spring, now tucked in his treasure box under the bed. Fight surges maternal. Riley dives for the box, nails splintering on latches, the coin glinting tarnished silver amid marbles and fossils. The phantom howls wind through a fife-clawing air, furniture levitating in poltergeist rage. Dresser drawers vomiting linens, canopy bedposts cracking like whips. She hurls the coin at the figure. It strikes chest, sizzling like acid on undead flesh. The Hessian convulsing, form fracturing to mist that reeks of powder and peat. Owen drops gasping, the room stilling, lights flickering back as if rebooting. Outside, sirens wail neighbors roused by screams, mistaking the ruckus for a break-in. Police swarm at 11:13 p.m., finding scratches like bayonet drags on walls, frost patterns etching Hessians in every window, but no intruder, only the coin, melted half to slag on the floorboards. The Ellises rush home, gala masks askew, bundling Owen to the ear for shock. Riley's checked for hypothermia, her skin blue bruised where the spirit grazed. The brownstones cleared as haunted nuisance, the coin reburied with priestly rites at Laurel Hill Cemetery. But echoes linger, porch lights swinging solo on still nights. Owen's pirate dreams turning to battlefield cries. Riley's instax spitting blank frames with faint tricorn shadows. Philly's ghost tours add the porch phantom to their roster. Visitors reporting coin-cool drafts, whispers demanding debts in Deutsch-accented English. This babysitter horror underscores, home's no haven when the past picks locks. Some invasions are eternal, phasing through steel and screams alike. If alone-at-home terrors and ghostly intruders haunt your quiet nights, like up and comment. Ever heard uninvited steps? From spectral sieges to digital damnations, our fourth chronicle creeps into online horrors, where a dark web dare spirals into stalker obsession and abduction echo, broadcast from the neon-drenched underbelly of Amsterdam, Netherlands. The Amsterdam App Abyss, a deep web dare that abducted a streamer's soul. Netherlands, Amsterdam, March 2025. The city of canals that coil like veins under sodium haze, where houseboats bob lazy on the Amstel and red light flickers mask the data streams pulsing through server farms and forgotten warehouses. It's spring break, and 22-year-old vlogger Zara Vos, a Dutch-Belgian expat with asymmetrical bob and a ring light tattooed on her wrist, live streams from her canal-side loft in Paija, converted barge with exposed beams, RGB setups glowing like urban auroras, and a wall of monitors for her Zara's Void channel. 150K subs hooked on urbex dives and analog horror recreations. Zara's niche. Deep web recreations, tour tutorials tongue-in-cheek, dares that flirt with the forbiddens without crossing, until the Abyss app, a viral phantom downloaded from a Onion link shared in a Reddit thread, promising glimpses of the unfiltered you. The stream kicks at 11 p.m. Title: Deep Web Dare Night. Surviving the Abyss app live from Amsterdam. Viewers flood chat. Don't do it. Zara last user ghosted mid-stream. Bet it's Russian sahib, she laughs. Camera framing her setup laptop, Tor-rooted, VPN triple-layered, fairy lights twinkling ironic. The app installs glitch-free icon, a black moss swirling pixels, UI minimalist. Enter your truth. Receive the echo. Zara inputs playful. Birth date, fave canal spot, a silly confession. I once shoplifted stroopwafels. The screen pulses, then mirrors her feed but lagged. Her words echoing back delayed, laced with static whispers. Zara ... DOS. The water sees. Chat erupts, EMF spikes on her rigged meter, unplugged but needling red. She ups the dare. Deeper prompts, sharing a childhood photo from her loft window, the Amstel's ripple catching moonlight. The app responds with images. Her face, but eyes inverted, captioned Echo found. The girl who drowned in '03. Zara's fine-born '03, no drownings, but the pic's timestamp? March 15th, 2003, her baptism day, canal side, where toddler Zara slipped into shallows, saved by a stranger's hook. Coincidence? Chat votes yes! She presses, voice steady. Show me the stalker. Screen fractures to a feed not hers, but external, her barge's back hatch. Unlatched, filmed from the waterline. A figure in waders poling closer, face blurred but posture familiar her estranged uncle, presumed dead in a 15 boating mishap. Panic simmers. Zara kills the stream at 12:47 a.m., 20k peak viewers, clips already clipping viral. But the app reboots solo, notifications pinging. Dare accepted. Echo incoming. Her phone mirrors texts from burners. The Amstel remembers slips. Join the current. She bolts locks, dims lights, but the loft hums now, monitors sinking to a low-frequency drone, like submarine pings from the deep web's Mariana. Sleep evades. At 3:33 a.m., sleep paralysis grips not dream, but waking her body pinned to the futon, a weight on chest like sodden rope, the app's maw open on screen, broadcasting live unbidden. Her loft interior, but inverted, water-lapping beams, Zara's form floating fetal in the canal below. The obsession manifests physical by dawn. Packages arrive anonymous, postmarked Rotterdam, a childhood locket chain snapped as in the '03 incident. A VHS of her uncle's funeral, but spliced with footage of him polling the Amstel last week, waving at her window. Chat from last night floods her DMIS. Viewers claiming the blurred figure matched their own glitches apps self-installing, dares pulling personal voids. Zara traces the Onion, hosted on a dark pool server in an abandoned Ijmuiden bunker, tied to Echo Collective, a rumored hacker cult that weaponizes data leaks into psychological traps, abducting the vulnerable via induced paranoia, staging echoes to lure isolation. The abduction attempt crests that night. Stream relaunched defiant. Facing the Abyss, Part 2, 50k tune-in as Zara Dimas countermeasures firewall scripts, sage smudging for the lols. But at 10:13 p.m., the hatch splashes. A pole thunks hull, the barge rocking violent. Monitors show the uncle alive, eyes vacant, skin pruned like long submerged clambering aboard, whispering her name in the app's static voice. Truth entered. Echo claims. He breaches the slider door, water trailing boots, hands clutching a hook pole etched with runes that glow app blue. Zara barricades with her desk, live chat screaming 911, but Dutch Line's jam signal drowned in digital noise. The struggle streams raw, Uncle Phantom lunging, hook snagging her sleeve, drawing blood that beads like ink on code. Visions from the grip, not his memories, but the collective's dozens abducted before, echoed into comas via VR overloads mimicking drownings. Bodies dumped in canals as suicides, data harvested for black market C profiles. Zara's '03 near miss flagged her as resonant, the app's algorithm predating her streams, planting seeds via targeted ads. She fights Feral, smashing a monitor into his knee, glass shards sparking shorts that fry the app's feed. The phantom reels form glitching flesh to pixels, Uncle's face overlaying a drowned girl's, the collective's first victim before collapsing to vapor, hook clattering empty. Rescue thunders. Amsterdam polity, tipped by viral clips, stormed the barge at 10:47 p.m., finding Zara bloodied but breathing, the hatch sealed from inside. The uncle? Traced to a coma ward in Utrecht, catatonic since 15, brainwave patterns matching the app's drone. The Onion vanishes, servers scrubbed but echoes persist. Zara's channel hits 500k overnight. Abyss Survivor merch selling out, yet her DMIS brim with new dares, apps self-installing on fresh devices. Dutch net cops raid the Ijmuiden bunker empty, but for servers humming voids. screens looping her stream in infinite regress. This internet horror warns. The deep web doesn't forget. It drowns you in your own reflections, one dare at a time. If creepy apps and dark web obsessions lurk in your browser history, like and comment. What's your scariest online echo? Transitioning from code's cold grip to concrete's crumbling embrace. Our fifth epic explores urban decay's deadly draw, where an abandoned asylum's tunnels birth a cryptid that claims urbexers as kin, buried in the Rust Belt ruins of Detroit, Michigan. The Motor City Maw, an urbex descent into asylum cryptid tunnels, USA, Michigan. August 2024, Detroit's east side, where the pulse of Motown faded to flatline decades ago, leaving skeletal factories and the hulking husk of Eloise Asylum, a 78-building behemoth on Michigan Avenue that swallowed 10,000 souls from 1839 to 1982. Its 902-acre campus now a graffiti Bible for vandals and a siren for urban explorers chasing the thrill of the taboo. Enter 27-year-old photographer Kai Rivera, a freelance grit hunter from Hamtramck with a drone backpack, thermocam, and a crew. Videographer Lena Torres, 25, all tattoos and GoPro harness. Soundtech Jamal Hayes, 29, with mics rigged for EVP and a Glock tucked for critters. They're here for Eloise Echoes, a docu-series pitch to Vice. Slipping past chain link at moonrise, the air thick with pigeon guano and the metallic tang of corroded psych wards. The breaches through a boarded psych wing crowbar pry. Flashlight sweep revealing peeling murals of serene meadows now leering with mold eyes. They start surface. Hydrotherapy tubs like porcelain coffins, electroshock chairs with frayed straps, patient ledgers spilling names like Harper, E. Delusions of Tunnels, 1957. Lena's drone whores corridors, capturing DK porn. Jamal's recorder snags drips amplified to heartbeats. Kai's lens framing the sublime rot. Temperature holds 60s, but EMF ticks low background haunt. They joke blaming leaky pipes. Deeper, the D-wing basement. Bricked tunnels post-decommission, but a loose grate yields, dropping them 20 feet to service vanes snaking under the campus. Walls weeping lime, floors slick with who knows. At 1.2 miles in, the maw stirs. Air drops 20 degrees, breaths fogging. Jamal's lights flicker and sync, drone feeds staticking with faces patients' portraits from ledgers, eyes tracking. Acoustics, Kai mutters, but the whispers disagree. Fragmented, overlapping, down ... join ... The nest. Lena spots biolum faint green glow ahead. Not come waste but organic, pulsing like veins. They press, tunnel widening to a chamber. Former morgue sublevel. Autopsy slabs, tilted drains, walls honeycombed with alcoves stuffed with nests? Shredded straitjackets woven with hair and wire, eggshell fragile orbs the size of fists, translucent skin veined black, cradling forms that twitch fetal. The cryptid emerges from the dark. Not lumbering, but fluid 8 feet of segmented horror. Exoskeleton like rusted chassis plated in bone shards, limbs multiple and jointed wrong, ending in hooks that scrape symphony. Face? A porcelain mask fused from patient shards, eyes compound like oil slick flies, mandibles clicking Morse. Eloise ... birtg ... It doesn't charge. It converses, voice a chorus of inmates logs Harper's delusions made manifest. The asylum's lead experiments in 50s MK Ultra spawning hybrids escaped into tunnels to breed on the forgotten. Kai's thermal blooms at cold sub-zero core, defying biology, and the drone captures it full. Birthing a clutch from a slab, spawns skittering walls like roaches with human whimpers. Panic ignites retreat, but tunnels shift passages collapsing behind in Pebble Falls. Grates ceiling with fleshy growths. Jamal fires warning shots, bullets pinging harmless, the cryptid phasing through shadows, hooks grazing Lena's arm, drawing ichor that burns like battery acid. EVPs scream now. Stay ... family ... nest. Visions hijack via spores in the air, not theirs but Eloise's progeny. Patients vivisected for cures, hybrids nursed in secret labs, bursting free in the 82 riots to claim the Undercity as womb. Kai sees his own face porcelaned, drone feed looping his descent in reverse, birthing him from egg. The escape fractures time. Hours compressed to minutes, they burst a steam tunnel to surface near the old power plant, dawn smog filtering pink. Jamal's arm swells infected. Lena's gashes weeping green. Kai's footage corrupts to 70% snippets of the Ma viral on Urbex subs. Warnings of Eloise's brood. Detroit PD seals the site tighter, but explorers report the pull. Drones vanishing mid-air, tunnels calling names, nests in fresh ruins. The Motor City Ma isn't myth. It's mutation's legacy. Urban exploration's ultimate toll enter the decay. Become it. If abandoned asylums and cryptid tunnels fuel your Urbex itch, like and comment. Dare you a Detroit dive? From rusting relics to rolling reckonings, our 6th yarn hauls road terror, where a trucker's convoy encounters war ghosts on the fog-bound roads of rural England. The A303 Wraith Convoy, a truck driver's military haunt on Britain's haunted highways. England, November 2024, the A303 snakes 92 miles from London to Stonehenge's ancient vigil, a vein of tarmac flanked by Salisbury Plains military ghosts, where tank tracks scar chalk downs and the fog rolls thick as mustard gas from WWI trenches long overgrown. It's Remembrance Sunday Eve and 38-year-old HGV driver Tom Hargreaves, a lifer from Basingstoke with a Union Jack mudflap and a cab shrine to his RF dad faded beret. Dog tags on the dash rigs his Scania flatbed with a load of Stonehenge-bound artifacts, replica monoliths for a solstice expo, crated heavy under tarps. Tom's roots wrote, M3 merge, A303 push through Amesbury, dock by dawn. But tonight, the fog banks unnatural, swallowing taillights, radio fuzzing to phantom pips of Morse. He rolls at 55 miles per hour, wipers slapping futile. When the first wraith appears in the mirror, a Bedford QL troop carrier from 44, canvas sides flapping empty, headlights dimmed to slits. No plates, no driver visible, just shadow bulk pacing his flank, engine growl harmonizing his own. Tom blinks sweat, blames fatigue. He's pulled all-nighters before, hallucinations from Red Bull crashes. But the convoy builds. Next a Sherman tank, treads chewing verge without sinking mud, turrets swiveling lazy. Then a squadron of Hawker Hurricanes, props blurring silent overhead, contrails etching ghosts. The A303 empties civilian traffic vanishing at Andover Junction. As if the road's rerouted to 44, static cracks the CB. All units. This is Phantom Lead Huns at 0400 hours. Hold the line. Voices layered Tom's dad's squadron logs, pulled from BBC archives he'd streamed last week, but laced with urgency leave. He keys back instinctive. Phantom Lead, this is Iron Mule cargo secure, but skies clear here. Reply hisses. Iron Mule, negative flak incoming, evasive. A whoosh overhead, invisible shells bursting fog to shrapnel sparks. Tom's rig shudders, mirror cracking as if grazed. The wraiths engage Phantom. Tracers streak void. Hurricanes diving dives that bank through his cab. Pilots' faces goggled, mustached nodding grim as they phase. The haunt personalizes at Amesbury Bend. Fog coiling serpentine. A figure thumbs ride from the hard shoulder. Khaki greatcoat, tin hat low, faces dad's young, 22, the age Tom never knew, lost over Normandy. Room for one more, son? Tom swerves, heart seizing. But the ghost climbs aboard unbidden, shotgun seat, filling cold, dog tags clinking his own. The line holds, but the dead march on. It rasps, breath fogging glass with spectral frost. Visions flood the dash cam. Not Tom's halls, but dad's last sortie flak shredding wing. Bail out into channel swells, U-boat shadows circling the chute. The convoy swells to dozens lorries laden with invisible troops, jeeps bouncing ruts that aren't there pacing the A303 like a D-Day rehearsal gone eternal. Climax at Stonehenge Levy, 2 a.m. The artifact's crate cracks open solo, monoliths glowing rune-etched, pulling the wraiths to halt. The dad ghost points. Bury the past here, or it drives forever. Tom complies, heaving crates to the verge, but as ropes snap, the stones topple, revealing a buried relic actual World War II bomb, dud fuse rusted, unearthed by Expo Prep. The convoy salutes, vehicles dissolving to mist. Dad's form fading with a grip on Tom's shoulder. You held the line. Fog lifts abrupt. A 303 repopulating with Semis, radio tuning BBC Remembrance broadcast. Mid-chime. Tom Doc shaken, artifacts lost, to fog per report. The bomb diffused by EOD serial matching Dad's squadron drop. Highways England logs the night as anomaly-free, but trucker forums buzz A303 phantoms. Dash cams catching blurs, CBs echoing Morse. Tom's cab dash now sports 2 Barretts, father-son. He mentors young drivers on the plane, warning of roads that remember wars. This trucker horror reminds, asphalt's scarred with more than potholes. Some convoys never dem up. If road trip haunts and military specters, rev your dread engine, like and comment. Spotted a ghost rider? Winding from wartime wheels to ward whispers, our 7th tale bleeds into medical midnight, where a nurse's shift unearths possession in the plague wards of historic Edinburgh, Scotland. The Edinburgh Infirmary Infestation, a nurse's demonic possession plague. Scotland, April 2025, Edinburgh. Royal Infirmary, a Victorian monolith on Drummond Street where the old town's winds funnel, chill winds laced with plague ghosts from 1645, its wards echoing with the coughs of Burke and Hare's victims and cholera dead stacked like cordwood. Night shift falls to 31-year-old charge nurse Fiona MacLeod, a Glaswegian transplant with steel gray bun and veins mapped from 12-hour marathons, overseeing Ward 7B isolated for infectious cases, beds curtained like confessional veils, the air humming with ventilator dirges, and the faint rot of history-soaked stone. Fiona's seen it all. Opioid ODs convulsing terminal patients bargaining with crosses, but folklore from her. Hebridean grand demons riding fevers, possessing the frail stays buried until the echo outbreak. A mystery flu spiking cases symptoms defying antivirals. Fever to 108 skin modeling black patients babbling Latin curses. The shift starts at 7 p.m., ward half full. Mr. Alistair Grant, 68, retired cobbler from Leith, admitted with chills. Young Eyelid Fraser, 24, barista from Cowgate, hacking blood-flecked phlegm. Routine rounds vitals, meds, charts, but by 9 p.m., the hum deepens, lights buzzing like swarm, thermometers spiking unplugged. Alistair thrashes first, restraints popping like rosary beads, body arching bowstring, voice not his guttural, Gaelic tainted. And Diabol a Theatian, the devil comes on wings, Fiona pins him. Morphine push futile, as shadows pool at his bedfoot. Cloaked forms, plague doctor beaks elongated to funnels, eyes glinting syringe silver. Eyelid joins the chorus at 10:45 p.m., levitating inches off sheets. Sheets tenting with unseen weights. Her mouth foaming in verse black ichor bubbling scripture reversed. Legion we are. In the sick we dwell. Fiona calls crash team. But corridors empty, staff vanishing mid-step, echoes of their footsteps looping back. The possession spreads viral, monitors flatline then spike to impossible rhythms, IVs twisting serpentine, dripping not saline but bile that etches tiles with sigils. Fiona, pulse thundering, recites Grand's ward. By Michael's blade. Begone! But the demons mock air chilling to bone crack. Breaths fogging with faces, 1645 plague victims, beaked masks fused to flesh, demanding tithe and blood. The infestation peaks at 1 a.m., Ward A maelstrom, beds marching poltergeist, walls bleeding mortar red as fever rash. The demons manifest in full legion of beaked horrors, wings membrane thin, talons raking air with scalpel shrieks. They narrate sins, Alistair's wartime loot from a German corpse, Eyelid's hit and run on a wind's beggar. Fiona sees her own, Grand's deathbed confession, a mercy pill slipped too soon. The chief beaked leans in, breath plague rotten. Join the ride, nurse. Fevers feed us eternal. She fights with holy water from the chapel, kit smuggled, secular sin splashing evokes howls, steam rising acrid, but they swarm, pinning her to a gurney, talons pricking veins for the draw. Dawn's mercy at 5:30 a.m., a chaplain's timely rosary, broadcast over PA fracturing the legion demons, shrieking exodus, patients collapsing spent, shadows receding to cracks. Ward stabilizes, outbreak chalk to toxin hallucination, but scars linger. Alistair's arms branded with beak marks, Eyelid's eyes jaundiced yellow, Fiona's hands trembling on syringes. The infirmary buries it, but night nurses whisper of the infestation's return on equinoxes, fevers summoning the ride. This nurse horror reveals medicine wars flesh, but demons war the fevered soul. If hospital possessions and night shift demons chill your scrubs, like and comment. Your ward's worst whisper? From fevered fights to frontline phantoms, our 8th Chronicle marches into military mayhem, where a soldier's patrol awakens war cryptids in the scarred fields of northern France. The Somme Stalking Shades, a military encounter with trench cryptids France. June 2025, the Somme Valley. where WI's mud graves pockmark the earth like lunar craters. Poppies blooming defiant over barbed wire relics, and the wind carries faint ratters of unseen machine guns. It's a NATO joint exercise near Albert, and 26-year-old British rifleman Ollie Kendrick, fresh from Sandhurst with buzz cut and a tattoo of his granddad's VC ribbon, embeds with a Franco-American platoon on night patrol through the preserved trenches of Thiepval Woods foxholes knee-deep in clay, sandbags sagging like deflated lungs, the air heavy with cordite ghosts from 1916's bloodbath. The ops routine, recon sim NVGs greenwashing the gloom, radios crackling call signs. But at 0200 hours, the shades stir. Ollie spots it first low crawl in the wire. Not fox, but humanoid, elongated limbs folding unnatural, eyes reflecting red like flare-scarred retinas. Contact, 11 o'clock, he hisses, but thermal blanks. The platoon fans, M4 south up, but the shade vanishes into fog that rolls trench thick. Whispers follow not wind, but guttural, French, German, English slurry. KOMM ... Veens. Come home. Jamal's granddad tailies flood Ollie's mind some cryptids, trench vorms, or no man's kin. Mutated soldiers from gas and shell shock, fused with rats and mud, stalking the living to drag them under. The encounter escalates at Sausage Valley Redoubt, platoon hunkered in a captured pillbox, rain drumming ironic applause. Shades swarm subtle, fingers probing sandbags, leaving claw gouges. Shadows detaching from walls, mimicking patrol stances before lunging with bayonet arms. One latches Ollie's boot-cold suction, pulling downward as if the earth hungers its face a gas mask melt. Rubber fused to flesh, eyes milky with mustard burn, mouth gaping trench rat teeth. It hisses granddad's last words. Hold the line, boy, or join the mud. Visions yank. Not Ollie's ops, but 1916 Inferno granddad charging machine nests. Mates dissolving in phosgene clouds, cryptids birthed from the dying, feasting on fear to persist. Platoon fights fragmented, frags tossed blind, bursting mud geysers. NVGs whiting out with spectral flares. A shade possesses PVT Leclerc. Body contorting, rifle turning on mates in French curses from Verdun. Ollie grapples him, knife to throat, but the eyes clear at Dawn's bugle, Leclerc weeping gas tears. The patrol extracts at 0400, woods emptying, but scars embed, claw marks on gear, radios looping 1916 dispatches, Ollie's tattoo weeping pus ink. Brass calls it fog fever. Some vets nod knowing, warning of the shade's draft eternal service for the unwary. This military horror etches. Battlefields bury bodies, but cryptids bury bloodlines. If war haunts and trench terrors march your nightmares, like and comment, your foxhole phantom? Culminating our cascade of chills in captivity's core, our ninth saga slams courtroom chains, where a prison just possession trial unleashes demonic docket in the echoing halls of Dublin's old forecourts, Ireland. The Dublin docket demon, a courtroom possession that doomed a prison. Ireland, September 2025. Dublin's forecourts. Neoclassical sentinel on the Liffey, where justice's scales tip on wigs and gavels. But beneath pulses the medieval bones of Kilmainham Jail. Decommissioned 1924, yet leaking unrest through tours and trials transferred post-flood. It's a high-profile hearing. Accused murderer Sean O'Rourke, 34, ex-Garda turned killer, claiming possession by the hangman, a 1798 specter of United Irishmen executions. His rampage 3 throats slit in Phoenix Park framed as demonic compulsion. Defending is 40-year-old barrister Shalban Kelly, sharp as her emerald brooch, descendant of 98 rebels, arguing insanity over intent in a packed gallery of press and paranormalists. The trial opens procedural. O'Rourke shackled, eyes shadowed pits, but as oaths swear, the courtroom chills candles for ambiance. Guttering, wood paneling creaking like gallows rope. Witnesses falter. The first, a park jogger, convulses mid-testimony, voice deepening to rebel brogue. The noose tightens on tyrants. Bailiff drags him. Shalban objects, but the judge veteran Sir Patrick Doyle pales, his gavel cracking unstruck. O'Rourke laughs, body arching in irons, skin welting with rope burns that bloom red. The possession leaps. Gallery murmurs turn multilingual Gaelic curses from 1798. English pleas for mercy lights strobing to gas lamp flicker, the Liffey's lap below echoing with splashes of spectral drops. By recess, the demon docket's full. Documents levitate, briefs shredding to confetti storm, Xiaoban's briefcase erupting in flames that burn cold, singeing her ancestors' rebel manifest. O'Rourke monologues through the fiend. Xiaoban, blood of the hanged, witness the loop, the rope claims its weavers. Visions assault the bench. Not case files, but Comainhum's Yard 1798. Hangings en masse. The hangman, real executioner turned ghost. Folklore says, cursed to swing eternal, possessing the guilty to reenact. Doyle sees his own lineage. A turnkey ancestor who profited from the noose, now debtor to the dead. Climax in chambers, midnight adjournment. The hangman manifests stall in black hood. Rope noose dangling like pendulum, form phasing through bars to corner Xiaoban, loop tightening spectral on her throat. Gallery ghosts materialize rebels in tatters, eyes rope burned, demanding jury of the damned. O'Rourke thrashes possessed, chains melting to slag, the courtroom quaking as if under siege. Xiaoban channels rebel fire, reciting the 98 proclamation backward ward against the curse flinging her brooch like a talisman. It strikes the hangman, emerald shattering to dust that blinds. The spectre shrieking dissolution, rope coiling back to void. Verdict at dawn. Acquittal on possession, O'Rourke remanded to psychiatric at the jail's ghost wing. But the taint spreads, witnesses haunted by new streams. Doyle retiring with rope welts, Xiaoban founding a paranormal bar association. Four courts whispers of the docket demon persist, gavels skipping beats, files reshuffling to rebel pleas. This prison horror indicts. Courts judge the living, but demons docket the damned. If courtroom possessions and jail ghosts rattle your scales, like, subscribe for more, and comment. Your justice's unholiest hour? As our odyssey of the obscure fades to black, the echoes remain subscribed to amplify them. Share if they stirred your shadows. And remember, from America's wilds to Europe's whispers, the terror's always one step behind. What's your next nightmare craving? Spill below. The Oslo freeze frame, a sleep paralysis demon that invades the waking world. Norway, Oslo. January 2025, the Norwegian capital hunkers under a polar shroud, where January nights stretch to 18 hours of ink black. Street lamps pooling sodium yellow on snowdrifts that swallow footsteps whole, and the fjord's frozen breath seeps into bones like a curse from the old sagas. It's the tail end of the polar night, and 34-year-old architect Eline Hagen, a sleek professional with frost-bleached blonde hair and a fjord view apartment in Nordstrand 3rd floor of a brutalist block built in 72, all concrete angles and floor-to-ceiling windows framing the Oslofjord Zas glassy void wakes from what she thinks is a dream, but the claw marks on her knitstand say otherwise. Eline's no stranger to the dark. She designs eco-homes for the midnight sun crowd, her day's blueprints and coffee black as the sea. Nights unwinding with true crime podcasts to drown the silence of her solo life post-divorce. But this January, the sleep paralysis hits like a troll's hammer, recurring, relentless, pinning her to the IKEA sheets at 3:33 a.m. sharp. The digital clock's glow, the only anchor in the void. It starts subtle, the first episode on New Year's Eve, hangover haze blurring the line between revelry and regret. Eline bolts upright in bed, lungs seizing, body leaden as if buried under glacial weight, the room tilting in peripheral blur. She can't scream. Her jaw locks, tongue thick as peat, but her eyes wide. Frantic dart to the corner where shadows pool thicker than oil. There crouched low on the wool rug her ex picked out in Bergen squats the thing. Not shadow but form 7 feet if it stood, but it hunches fetal. Skin stretched taut over elongated limbs like birch bark, peeled wrong face, a mockery of human with eyes like smoked quartz, unblinking boring into her soul. It doesn't lunge. It converses, voice a guttural whisper that vibrates her ribs without sound. Elaine, the ice remembers your fall. Fall? Childhood memory dredges up unbidden age 8. Skating on the fjord near her grandparents' cabin in Tromsø, thin ice cracking, her plunge into numbing black, pulled out blue-lipped by her father's hook. The demon tilts its head, neck cracking audible, and extends a hamfingers too long, tipped in frost-rind nails that scrape air inches from her cheek, leaving phantom burns that itch for days. She thrashes internally, heart a war drum in the cage of her chest, willing limbs to flail, but paralysis grips ironclad, the thing's presence a pressure like drowning awake. It leans closer. Breath, if breath it is, reeking of brine and decay. Like herring left to rot in summer sun, and the whispers evolve. Fragments of her life, pilfered from subconscious vaults. Your blueprints lie. The homes you build trap souls. Visions assault. Not dreams but overlays. Her latest project. A lakeside retreat in Hardanger, but warped the walls breathing concrete lungs. Windows frosting with trapped faces. Clients' families vanishing into foundations poured over old burial mounds. The demon's mouth splits wider, teeth jagged as fjord rocks, and it hisses her ex's final words from their split. You're cold inside, Aline, like the water that almost took you. Then release lungs gasping, body flopping free. The corner empties save for a single icicle dangling from the vent. Dripping melt that pools into her name on the floorboards. E-L-I-N-E, letters forming slow as accusation. She dismisses it as stress divorce dust settling. Vitamin D deficiency from the endless night, but the episodes compound, each more invasive, bleeding into waking hours like ink in water. By week 2, the paralysis strikes diurnal. Mid-meeting in her Vika office sketching elevations for a client, her pen freezes mid-line. Colleagues. Voices muffling to drone as the demon manifests in the glass conference table, a reflection perched on her shoulder, quartz eyes reflecting her frozen face. The ice calls you back, it murmurs, audible only to her, and her hand paralyzed etches unintended sigils on the blueprint, Norse runes for drown that the client laughs off as artistic flair. Home that night. She Googles sleep paralysis Norway folklore, unearthing threads on Draugr undead from the sagas. Water wraiths that possessed the chilled, dragging the living to watery graves, but slams the laptop, chalking it to overwork, popping melatonin like candy. The bleed escalates mid-January, the fjord's ice groaning audible through double-paned glass, a low moan that sinks to her pulse. Episode 5 hits at 2 a.m., the apartment's heat stuttering offline in a grid brownout common to Oslo winters. Aline wakes pinned again, but this time the demon doesn't crouch, it strides. Boots thudding phantom on parquet, trailing melt that spreads frost fractals across the floor, creeping toward the bed like veins. Its form sharpens, torso elongated, ribs visible as frozen rivers under translucent skin, arms dangling to knees with hands that flex like drowning claws. It perches on the bed frame, mattress dipping under impossible weight, and the dialogue turns interrogative. Why build on the drowned? Your towers mock the deep. Flashes hijack her vision, childhood Fjord again, but alternate. No father's hook. Her small body sinking, lungs filling with black. The demon as her rescuer, quartz eyes promising eternal freeze instead of death. She fights the lock, toes twitching finally, but the thing presses a palm to her forehead, cold searing as dry ice, and the paralysis deepens. Her body arching involuntary, spine bowing as if hauled by spectral line. Dawn fractures the hold, but residue lingers. Her skin mottled blue from pressure points that match claw grips. The thermostat reading -5 degrees Celsius indoors despite the radiator's hiss. Ellen calls in sick. Barricades with sage from a new age shop in Graneroka. Burning it in the sink. Smoke curling runes that dissipate too quick. That evening, the home invasion phase ignites. She's brewing tea in the galley kitchen, window fog to the fjord's silhouette, when the latch clicks unlatched, though she double-bolted. Footsteps echo from the hall, heavy, wet, sinking to the demon's prior thud. Heart slamming, she grabs the chef's knife from the block, backing to the corner where the thing once crouched, whispering, "Who's there?" No answer, just the drip-drip of melt on tile, and the figure rounds the bend. Not the demon, but a man mid-40s, soaked parka dripping fjord water, face shadowed by a wool beanie, eyes quartz smoked, unblinking. He doesn't charge. He mirrors her stance, knife in his own gloved hand, tilting head with that same crack. "Ellen," he rasps, voice the demon's whisper made flesh. "The ice sent me to finish the fall." Panic surges. She lunges, blade clashing his in a spark that lights the room like aurora, but he phases almost, a stutter where his form blurs like bad reception. Arm passing through her swing to graze her ribs, nails raking fabric to skin, drawing lines that frost immediate. They grapple kitchen aisle, pots clattering apocalypse, her screams muffled by the block's thick walls. Oslo's neighbors mind their own in winter. Visions bleed from contact. His memories not hers, the man is Thrall, a fisherman from Tromsk drowned decades back. Possessed by the Draugr in his plunge, risen to claim those marked by near deaths, building an army of the chilled for some watery Ragnar Canark. Aline sees her apartment warped, walls cracking to reveal Fjord black. The block's foundations poured over a submerged Viking longship, its crew's drogger cursing modern steel. She breaks free, bolting to the bedroom, slamming the door wedged with a chair, dialing emergency lines dead, jammed with static that whispers her name. The intruder pounds rhythmic, each thud sinking to her pulse, accelerating as fear spikes. The wood splintering slow like ice under skate. Sleep paralysis rebounds unbidden, body locking mid-dial, phone clattering, the demon's voice dual now from the door and inside her skull. Join the freeze, architect. Your designs trap us, now we trap you. The door buckles, his form filling the frame. But Ellen's will fractures the hold adrenaline surge. Paralysis shattering like thin ice, her hand snatching the bedside lamp. Cord yanking free to swing his club, cracking his temple with porcelain thud. He reels, form glitching again flesh to vapor, eyes flaring quartz before dimming, collapsing to mist that seeps vents, leaving only a puddle etched with runes. Police arrive at 4:17 a.m., tipped by a neighbor's late smoke break spotting the scuffle silhouette through blinds. They find claw frost on skin, melt pools spelling names hers, the fisherman's, a dozen drowned from fjord logs and the parka. Sodden on the floor, carbon dated to 1987, the year of a Tromsø trawler sinking unrecovered. Elline relocates to a grano ca sablet, burns her blueprints in a backyard barrel, but the episodes persist. Paralysis in broad noon, the demons whisper in wind chimes, reflections in cafe windows showing the intruder mid-step behind. Oslo's paranormal circles buzz her tale, the freeze-frame drogger hikers reporting similar on fjord trails. Possession spiking in polar night, drogger lore revived in forums. She designs now for the thawed green roofs, open foundations, but the ice remembers, and some falls pull you under forever. If sleep paralysis demons and home invasions chill your winter bones, like this and comment, ever frozen midnight? Thawing from Norwegian nights to New England noons, our second saga stalks a skinwalker through national park camping horror where a family S. Adirondack retreat awakens a shapeshifter's mimicry madness in the USA, New York. The Adirondack Mimic. A skinwalker's national park camping siege USA, New York. July 2025. The Adirondack Mountains sprawl 6 million acres of untamed green, where summer haze cloaks the high peaks in mystery. Black flies swarm like biblical plagues, and the Saranac Lake's waters lap secrets from Algonquin times. When skinwalkers Navajo witches exiled east by legend slipped into the woods to wear new pelts. It's mid-July, peak season for escape, and the Novak family dad Victor, 48. A Buffalo mechanic with grease-black nails and a .308. Winchester for bear mom. Lena, 45, a librarian whose stories once lulled the kids to sleep, and teen Sophia, 16, earbuds, eternal, and Lucas, 14, drone pilot in training tow their Airstream to a primitive site off Route 3 near Tupper Lake, a gravel clearing ringed by hemlock and moose bog, the kind of spot where cell bars drop to zero and stars burn holes in the sky. They arrive at noon, the trailer unhitched with a clunk that echoes too loud, birdsong cutting abrupt as if the forest held breath. Victor's no woodsman novice. He cut teeth on these trails with his Croatian immigrant dad, teaching bow hunting and fire starting, but this trip's billed as recharged Lena's cancer scare in remission. The kids' screens confiscated for real adventure. They pitch tents, family dome central, lean-to for the cooler stocked with brats and beans, fire pit ringed stones charred from prior campers. Sophia drones the lake at dusk, footage crisp with loons diving, but replays show glitches of shadow loping parallel to the shore, humanoid but gate off, limbs folding wrong. Wind distortion, Victor grunts, but his eyes linger on the tree line where branches sway contrary to breeze. Night one settles uneasy, the Airstream's propane lantern hissing sentinel, marshmallows toasting golden as stories spin. Lena's urban legends of skinwalkers, shapeshifters that mimic voices to lure prey, borrowing Navajo lore transplanted to Adirondack cryptid chats. The kids scoff, but sleep comes fitful, the woods alive with snaps twigs under paw, or boot. Circling the site clockwise, deliberate. Lucas wakes at 2 a.m., bladder full, zipping out to pee by the bog, beam of his headlamp catching eyeshine. Yellow, low, not deer but man height, gone when he blinks. Back in the tent he whispers to Sophia, but the mimic starts subtle. Her phone, dead battery, buzzes phantom with a text from Mom. Come to the lake, sweetie. Water's warm. Sophia stirs, murmuring reply, but Lena snores feet away, real and warm. Dawn breaks muggy, the site untouched, no tracks, cooler latched, but the mimicry mounts. Breakfast bacon sizzles, Victor portioning strips. When Lucas swears, he hears his own voice from the hemlocks. Pass the salt, bro, I'm starving. Echo prank? But the words sink to Lucas' unspoken thought, hairs rising on neck. They hike the St. Regis canoe trail, paddles dipping rhythmic, but Sophia's drone feed live streams to her watch until it stutters, the craft veering autonomous toward a cove. Camera capturing a figure. Tall, emaciated skin, mottled gray like birch blight, face shifting mid-frame from Lucas to Victor's, antlers branching illusory from scalp. The drone crashes and reads, recovered smashed, SD card wiped but for one frame. The family, mid-paddle, but duplicated shadow selves in the water below, mouths open in silent screams. Afternoon brings the siege's teeth. Back at camp, the fire pit smokes unbidden. Embers arranged in runes, Navajo Hadalese symbols for change. Perlina's quick offline lookup on a satellite hotspot. The voices layer now. Victor's laugh from a decade-old voicemail, distorted guttural, calling kids dinners ready, venison fresh. But the cooler's meat? Shredded raw, bones gnawed clean, teeth marks elongated. Sophia barricades the airstream door, but the knocks come 3 raps, mimicking her ringtone from home, then Lucas Fortnite alert. They peer through blinds. The skinwalker full manifest, 7 feet of wrongness, pelt a patchwork of deer hide and stolen flannel, face Victor's but eyes yellow slit, mouth splitting to expose filed teeth and grin too wide. It doesn't breach. It performs gesturing with Victor's 308, unloaded, firing clicks at the sky, then turning the barrel inward, miming suicide with his own baritone. The woods take what's owed, son. Panic fractures the family. Victor chambers rounds, barking orders, but the thing circles, mimicry fracturing reality. Lena's voice from the bog sobbing her cancer. Diagnosis word for word, luring Sophia out. The girls scream, yanking her back, but not before claws rake the trailer's aluminum, gouging Ye Nalblushi skinwalker in Navajo etched deep. Visions assault through proximity, not theirs, but the shifter's exile Navajo witch banished east in the 40s, fleeing reservation pogroms, claiming Adirondack shadows as territory, possessing the isolated to build a coven of mimics, feasting on fear flesh. Victor sees his dad's hunting tailies twisted, the old man not teaching survival, but warning of the thing that wore his voice to call game, leading to the heart attack that claimed him mid-trail. The siege peaks at midnight, moon full and mocking through canopy, the family huddled in the airstream. 308 barking futile into dark casings piling hot. The skinwalker howls, chorus family voices overlapping in dissonance. Sophia's pleas for home, Lucas. Drone where Lena's lullabies turn dirge branches, snapping as it charges form, blurring mid-leap to wolf, then man claws. Shattering a window in spray of glass and fury. Victor grapples it through the breach, knife plunging into hide that yields like wet paper, but the thing laughs his laugh, blood black and steaming, whispering, "You built this trap, your blood calls kin." Sophia douses it with lantern fuel. Lucas sparking the Zippo flames, whoosh blue, the shifter shrieking Navajo curses as pelt ignites. Form dissolving to ash that swirls vent ward, leaving claw scars on Victor's arm spelling his dad's name. Rangers hauled him out at dawn. Site condemned as wildlife incident, but forensics baffle. Casings from Victor's gun, but runes carbon matched to 1940s Navajo parchment. The cooler's bones, human missing hiker from 22 cold case thawed. The Novak scatter divorce revived, hits to urban therapy. Victor burning the airstream in a buffalo lot, smoke whispering mimics. Adirondack boards warn of echo animals, drone feeds glitching shadows. Skinwalker sightings, spiking summer 25. This camping horror etches, the wild doesn't mimic. It steals your voice to screen your end. If skinwalkers and national park cryptids haunt your trail dreams, like and comment. Spotted a voice thief? From shapeshifter sieges to serial shadows, our third chronicle hunts a *** cold case killer ***, whose *** stalker obsession *** echoes in ***, missing persons *** voids, stalking the cobbled alleys of *** Edinburgh, Scotland ***. The Edinburgh Echo Killer, a serial killer's cold case stalker, Legacy Scotland, Edinburgh, 2025. The Royal Miles closes twist like veins under the castle's brooding eye, where gas lamps flicker on winds that swallowed plague dead and Burke's body snatchers alike, the air thick with peat smoke and the faint rot of history unburied. It's February Burns Night aftermath when 52-year-old D. Fiona Kerr, a grizzled veteran of Lothian and Borders with a hip scarred from a 98, foot chase and eyes sharpened by unsolved files, dusts off the echo case. A string of 5 abductions from 1997 to 2002. Young women vanished from Grassmarket pubs. Bodies surfacing months later in Leith docks, throats twine-bound, eyes stitched shut with fishing line. A single echo. Their own voicemails played on cassette, looped with the killer's whisper, "You called me home." Fiona's haunted by it, her first big lead as DS the suspect, a phantom postman named Ian Echo Fraser 28, then unassuming with a satchel of letters scented lavender, obsessed with maternal ghosts after his mum's overdose in a Calton Hill flat. The trail went cold post-fifth victim, 22-year-old art student Moira Lyle. Snatched mid-call from her toll-cross walk-up, her final words on tape, "Hello? Is anyone there?" Echoed back by Fraser's voice, synthesized from her own recordings pilfered from answering machines. Fiona chased him to a Leith warehouse, but he slipped like smoke, leaving a spool of tape with her own voice lifted from a station interview whispering, "You'll never hear me coming." 23 years later, a fresh thaw. A sixth body in the water of Leith, throat twine, eyes stitched, cassette in her palm playing victim 6's voicemail. But the voice? Fiona's from a 2024 conference panel. The past echoes louder than we think. Panic ripples the brass. Fraser, presumed drowned in the Firth after a AA3 sighting. But sightings spike-hooded figure mailing lavender notes to old victim families. Content whispers of their routines, pulled from deep web leaks. Fiona dusts her service Glock partners with cyber forensics Wiz PC. Ravi Patel 29, whose algorithms trawl Tor nodes for Echo Archive, a dark web trove of victim diaries. Fraser's digital shrine dares for copycats to echo a life by stalking and looping their marks. The hunt personalizes fast. Fiona has home on Marchmont Road, a Georgian terrace with sagging sills. And a cat named Haggis receives the first note, envelope postmarked Inverness. Lavender reek inside a cassette labeled D. Kerr's Greatest Hits. Playback in her sitting room. Rotary crackling. Her divorce deposition, ex's accusations looped with Fraser's baritone. "Cold as your bed, Fiona? I'll warm it." She bolts locks, installs cams, but glitches plague feeds looping her steps from hours prior. Shadows trailing that match Fraser's loping gait from O2 sketches. Ravi traces the post to a ghost server in an abandoned Edinburgh Vaults tunnel, Urbexer's haunt. But the raid yields Navy a fresh cassette with Ravi's voice from their briefing. The echo finds the lonely. Stalker phase escalates April. Fiona's routine dissected. Coffee at the Elephant House. We're rolling pen Potter, but barista slips her a napkin with "Your lattes cold, warm it with mine?" In Fraser's cramped script. She tails a suspect to Holyrood Park, Arthur's seat looming basalt, but he dissolves into joggers, leaving a trail of lavender petals leading to a boggart stone circle, where her phone autoplays Moira's final call. Victim sobs sinking to Fiona's breathing. Sleep evades. Paralysis grips in her armchair, the demon Fraser's psyche made manifest? Crouching by the hearth, eyes stitched shut but seeing, whispering cold cases unsolved. The sixth victim, a 25-year-old archivist named Isla Grant. Abducted from the National Library, her files on Burke and Hare swapped for Fraser's echo tapes. The climax crashes May Day, Beltane fires flickering Calton Hill, Fiona baiting with a staged pub crawl in Grassmarket wired, Ravi and Van, but the echo strikes pre-dusk. Her pint untouched at the Beehive Inn when the barman Fraser, aged gaunt but unmistakable, salt pepper beard hiding stitches, slides a cassette under her elbow. "Play me, detective. Your echo awaits." She tackles him amid patrons scattering, Glock to temple. But he laughs her laugh from a 15 commendation speech. "Always one step behind Fiona like your dad in the line." Visions from the grapple. His archive, not tapes but lives of sessions born from Mum's abandonment. Each victim a surrogate. Voices harvested to call her home. The deep web his immortality. AI stitching new echoes from public data. Backup swarms Fraser cuffed, but the twist unravels. His eyes, unstitched, quartz cold, body convulsing as if possessed. Voice Legion victims' pleas overlapping in Gaelic English slurry. Forensics clocks him drowned. 03, this a copycat thrall. The real Fraser's echo uploaded to darknet bots, possessing the obsessed via AR glasses hidden in the bar, daring users to become the mailman. Fiona smashes the cassette, but shards embed sigils that burn, her arm welting with twine scars. Trial in High Court, June 25, gallery packed with victim kin, Fraser's vessel monologuing possessions. The echo never dies, it loops eternal. Verdict: life, but the archives persist. Notes mailing post-sentencing, Fiona's voice now. Come home. Edinburgh's winds whisper the echo killer's legacy. Pubcams glitching shadows, cold cases thawing with lavender. This true crime stalker saga warns. Some obsessions don't end. They replay, stitching your silence shut. If serial cold cases and missing echoes grip your gut, like and comment. Your city's unsolved shadow? Echoing from stalker spools to spectral screens, our fourth tale glitches into deep web dares that summon creepy online conversations with a cryptid twist. From the server-chilled bunkers of Berlin, Germany. The Berlin Bunker Broadcast. A deep web dare that summons a cryptid streamer, Germany, Berlin. August 2025, the former East's underbelly, where Cold War bunkers honeycomb the earth under Alexanderplatz. Concrete tombs now squat clubs and data farms pulsing with tour traffic, the spree's murk reflecting neon ghosts of Stasi surveillance. It's a heatwave scorcher, rare for Berlin, and 27-year-old coder Mia Lehman, a freelance dev with undercut pixie and a Kreuzberg loft stacked with Raspberry Pis and energy drinks, dives the dark web for her Void Streams podcast, 1.2 M subs on analog horror recreations, dissecting ARGs that blur code and curse. Mia's latest dare, Bunker Broadcast, a onion link from a 4chan thread, promising live feeds from the unseen dare to tune in, become the signal. She streams setup at 11 p.m. Title: Deep Web Dare. Berlin's Bunker Cryptid Cam. Don't disconnect. Chat flooding with warnings. Last tuner ghosted mid-feed. It's the Flieger Fluster, whisper pilot from the wall days. Mia laughs, VPN tripled, firewall ironclad. The app downloading glitch-free. Icon a radar blip pulsing Reta UI a grainy CRT terminal. Enter channel. Echo your truth. Shiki's playful birth year, fave you ban line. A confession. I once hacked my ex's cam for closure. Screen flickers, then mirrors her loft, but lagged, her keystrokes echoing back. Mia ... Layman. The bunker sees your code. Chat spikes EMF on her rigged meter. Unplugged, but redlining. She ups ante. Deeper inputs. Sharing a childhood photo from the wall's fall, her toddler self waving at ghosts. The app retorts with feeds not hers, external, abandoned Tempelhof bunker. Floodlights cutting void, a figure shambling corridors tall, winged silhouette, limbs bat-folded, face obscured by aviator goggles cracked like spiderwebs. Flieger Fluster, legend from '89, a Stasi experiment gone wrong test pilot fused with radar tech, crashing into ether, now cryptid haunting servers, whispering dares to lure coders below. Mia's drone feed syncs involuntary. The craft parked on her sill-lifting solo, winging to Tempelhof chords, leave streaming descent into the maw. By midnight, the conversation creeps personal. The figure turns to the drone cam, goggles reflecting Mia's face but inverted, wings unfurling membrane thin with vein circuits glowing. Voice static laced, her ex's timbre from hacked clips. You watched me sleep. Mia, now I watch you wake. Packages ping her door anonymous. Postmarked MIT. A cracked aviator goggle lens etched with her Flats blueprint. A floppy disk labeled Your Echo Code. Booting on her Pi to loop her podcast intro in reverse. Streams from the void ... Void from the streams. Chat votes bail, but addiction hooks. She traces the onion to a live bunker server. Daring deeper. Show the cryptid's face. Feed fractures to a R overlay her loft walls phasing concrete. The Fliegerfluster materializing in corner, wings brushing monitors, goggles fogging with breath that smells ozone burnt. The dare devolves 1 a.m., app hijacking her stream viewers, seeing not her setup, but bunker interior, Mia's form duplicated on a rusted console, typing commands that execute in her loft. Lights strobbing Morse, come down, fridge humming her name in fan whine. Sleep paralysis strikes screen glow, body pinned to chair. The cryptids whisper dual speakers and skull. Your code called me, Dev. Join the broadcast eternal. Visions cascade, not hers. but the pilots crash 89 wall breach. Radar overload fusing flesh to frequency. Soul digitized, hunting nets to possess the curious, turning coders to nodes in a ghost mesh, their feeds looping abductions. Mia sees her loft as bunker, walls crumbling to rebar ribs, the spree flooding pixelated, her ex's cam feed spliced him not sleeping, but watching her dare, possessed to leak her truth. Climax at 3:33 a.m., the app demanding final dare, descend, or delete. Mia fights lock, fingers twitching to keyboard, smashing firewall scripts. But the drone returns crashing window, shards raining as the cryptid phases full 8 feet of wire-veined horror. Goggles cracked to reveal eyes like shattered screens, wings enfolding her setup in EMP burst. Chat screams 110, her stream viral at 500,000 peak, but she barricades, hurling the pie into the sink, water shorting the loop. The figure glitches, form dissolving to static snow, whispers fading to dial tone, the app vaporizing. Berlin net cops raid Tempelhof at dawn, finding servers humming voids. Feeds of prior tuners coders vanished mid-dare, bodies fished from spree with goggle welts. Mia's podcast explodes to 2M, bunker survivor arc topping charts, but echoes linger, apps self-installing, goggles in junk mail, her reflection in U-Bahn glass winging faint. The Fliegerfluster broadcasts on, daring the next dev. This deep web horror codes. Some signals don't end. They possess your stream forever. If creepy apps encrypted, dares glitch your feed, like and comment. Tuned a wrong channel? From digital dives to dispatch dread. Our fifth epic crackles with 911 operator horror ***, where a oreshadowing call predicts a kidnapping abduction, ringing through the switchboards of Chicago, USA. The Chicago Call Loop, a 911 operators foreshadowing kidnapping prediction, USA, Illinois. Chicago, April 2025. The Windy City Jess 911 Center in the loop hums 24/7 under the Willis Tower shadow, consoles blinking like fireflies in a storm, dispatchers juggling pandemonium gunshots in Englewood, domestics in Wicker Park, the lakefront siren wails blending with L train rumbles. It's spring thaw potholes pooling and 29-year-old dispatcher. Jordan Reyes, a Southside native with coffee-stained scrubs and a headset worn to threads clocks or graveyard shift 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. The quiet hours when calls turn personal voices cracking with the unspoken. Jordan's seasoned 5 years triaging terror, her calm the lifeline for the frayed. But this shift, the loop starts with a wrong number at 12:47 a.m. A child's voice tinny, "Help, mommy's gone." The man in the van says hi. She traces burner cell, no GPS ping, but the kid's whisper echoes her own niece's lilt from a backyard barbecue last summer. "Sweetie, where are you?" Jordan coos, protocol beeping trace, but the line fuzzes to static laced with her name, Jordan. "He's coming for the echo." Click. She shakes it, prank call, urban legend of the van man. A serial abductor from '05 cold cases, white panel van snatching kids from playgrounds, bodies dumped in Calumet with Polaroids of their last smiles. But the unease coils, her next call at 1:13 a.m. a domestics from her own block. Neighbor Mrs. Alvarez. Frantic. The van idled outside again watched my Rosa play. Jordan dispatches units, but the plate she relays? Her ex's old beater, sold years back. By 2 a.m., the foreshadowing fractures. A dispatch from Humboldt Park. 8-year-old Theo Ramirez, snatched mid-sidewalk, witness seeing white van peel. But the 911 tape rushed to her console plays Theo's cry looping her words from the prank. "Help, mommy's gone." Jordan's gut twists. She pulls the tape, audio enhanced revealing underlayer. Her voice from a 24 training sim. "Stay calm. Give me your location." Units swarm. But the van ghosts. Theo's backpack found in an alley with a cassette her training tape. Rewound to the line labeled "For Jordan your echo kidnaps next." Panic protocol kicks. Supervisor pulls her, but the calls cascade personal. 3:33 a.m. A trace to her sister's Lincoln Park flat niece Rosa on the line, giggling, "Auntie J, the man says you're next," with the van keys. Rosa's safe, asleep. But the caller ID? Jordan's own cell, left charging at home. She bolts to her Rogers Park walk-up, Glock from Academy days in purse, the L rattling overhead like bones. Her door ajar unlocked, though she deadbolted inside, the air stale with exhaust reek. Her niece's photo from the barbecue tipped on the fridge, eyes X'd in red. The cassette player wears Solo. playing her sister's voicemail from last Christmas. Love you, Jay. Don't let the shadows take us. But spliced. Van Man's whisper, gravel from 05 tapes. The dispatcher hears all echoes. Now she joins. The abduction attempt crests 4 a.m. Jordan barricaded in her bedroom. Phone jammed to emergency loop, units en route, but traffic snarled in post-storm gridlock. Footsteps ascend stairs deliberate, boot heel on wood pausing at her door, knob rattling soft as if testing. The voice seeps under, her own from dispatch logs. Units respond code 3, but twisted. Jordan. The van waits for the family echo. Visions through the wood, not eyes but memory bleed. The van man, real name Elias Crow, 5 handyman obsessed with echo families. Kidnapping to replay his shattered home tapes, his trophies cold case cracked partial when a body washed up with her training cassette stolen from a precinct purge. Jordan sees her life looped. Sister's scare mirroring her niece's. Her calls foreshadowing the snatch. Crow or his copycat thrall, using deep web leaks of dispatcher logs to target the voice that saves. She fires through the door. Glock bark deafening in close quarters, splintering oak, but the figure phases shadow stutter, footsteps retreating to thud downstairs. Backup breaches at 4:47 a.m., finding boot prints and melt puddles tracing to a white van idling block end. Empty, but for cassettes stacked like accusations, each labeled with dispatcher names, her atop. Crow? DNA matches 05, but aged wrong, presumed dead in Attica. Riot Ho 8. This a possessed vessel. The Echo's digital ghostware hacking burners to mimic, daring operators to dispatch your own. Theo recovered dawn, dazed in a Gary warehouse, Polaroid in pocket. Jordan mid-call, eyes wide. The loop center audits her shift, but the calls persist, wrong numbers with her niece's giggle. Tapes mailing to PD with her voice. The Echo never hangs up. Chicago's playgrounds post more vans, cold cases thawing with dispatcher dread. This 911 horror rings. Some calls don't end. They abduct your line forever. If operator foreshadows and kidnapping chills ring your switchboard, like and comment. Heard a wrong echo? Ringing from dispatch dread to dorm doors. Our 6th narrative haunts haunted schools, where a ghost haunting possesses *** dorm rooms in the ancient quads of Oxford, England. The Oxford Spire Spectre, a haunted dorm possession in University Halls, England. Oxford, October 2025. The spires of Oxford pierce autumn fog like accusatory fingers. College quads echoing with Latin chants and the creak of 14th century beams, where ghosts of plague scholars and witch trial deans prowl the night, drawn to the young blood of freshers. It's Michaelmas term, leaves carpeting the high street, and 19-year-old history undergrad Clara Beaumont, a London transplant with Raven Bob and a satchel of dog-eared tomes, settles into room 13 of St. Hilda's College, a turret garret in the oldest wing, walls papered in faded fleur-de-lis, a 4-poster bed sagging under ghosts of prior occupants. Clara's thrilled dreamt of Oxford since Enid Blyton, her thesis on 1666 possessions, but the room's rep proceeds. Spire's curse, freshers whisper. Every decade a student possessed, ranting Latin plagues till dawn, vanishing to asylums or attics. First night, unpacking by candle power outage, tradition. Clara finds a loose floorboard. Beneath, a 1666 diary, yellowed vellum, penned by one Elias Thorne, dean accused of witchcraft. His final entry. The spire calls the afflicted, the demon rides the termite in the beam. She laughs, pins it above desk, but sleep strikes heavy, dreams of quads flooding ink black, spires twisting to gallows. Wakes at 3 a.m. paralyzed, bodyboard stiff, the 4 posters canopy undulating like lungs, and from the rafters drops the specter, translucent cleric in black robes, face eroded to skull grin, eyes milky with fever, hands steepled in mock prayer. It doesn't terrify. It teaches, voice a rustle of pages. Clara ... The possession is inheritance, your blood wrote my trial. Blood? Her grand's tales of Salem kin, but Oxford linked. The ghost descends, form coiling smoke, pressing palm to brow cold as communion wafer, and the visions flood. Not dreams, but Thorne's trial, 1666 plague year, accused of summoning via forbidden texts. His demon, a termite swarm devouring the college from within, metaphor for the rot he saw in Puritan zeal. Release comes with cockcrow, but residue clings, her hand welting with quill burns. Latin phrases bubbling unbidden, memento mori, The spire remembers. Lectures blur. In Bodleian stacks, books flip solo to Thorn's tome, pages sticking with plague ink. By week 2, the possession proper ignites. Mid-seminar on Cromwell, Clara's voice fractures. Body arching in chair, ranting Thorn's defense in 17th century English. The rod is in the flock, not the shepherd. Classmates gape tutor calls chaplain, but the demon dialogues through her. Visions of Oxford's underbelly hidden tunnels under Hertford. Plague pits bricked for quads, Thorn's spirit bound to the spire's lightning rod, possessing the curious to rewrite the trial, forcing confessions from descendants. Clara sees her lineage. Grand's ancestor, a roundhead scribe who penned Thorn's doom, bloodline cursed to host till absolution. The haunting escalates All Souls' Eve quad bonfires, flickering Clara barricaded in 13 with salt circles from Campus Occult Club. But the specter swarms. Termites erupting from beams' wings, whirring Latin litanies, the four-poster levitating in poltergeist fury diary pages scattering like ravens. She fights, reciting Grand's counterspells, half pagan, half prayer, but the ghost manifests full. Robes billowing void, skull face her tutor's overlay, whispering, sign the recantation. Child free us both. Visions peak. 1666 pyre under the spire. Thorn screams sinking to modern freshers' chants. The possession a loop to drag the college down. Termites as metaphor made manifest. Devouring texts in the stacks. Salvation sparks mundane a fire alarm from the bonfire, pulling security, their boots stomping salt, fracturing the swarm. Clara collapses, diary crumbling to dust in her grip, the welts fading to scars like quill nicks. College seals 13, but echoes persist. Lectures glitching with Thorn's voice, spires casting shadows that steeple hands. Oxford's ghost tours add Spire's scribe, freshers reporting termite whispers. This dorm haunting possesses. Some rooms don't hold ghosts. They inherit you. If haunted schools and academic demons degree your dread, like and comment. Your campus curse? Spiraling from spire summons to surgical shadows, our 7th yarn slices into hospital night shift stories, where a nurse's encounter with demons and possessions turns exorcism ground in the rain-lashed wards of Dublin, Ireland. The Dublin Mercy Maw, a nurse's night shift demon possession ordeal, Ireland, Dublin, November 2025. Beaumont Hospital's Ea sprawls on the capital's north side of brutalist bunker, where rain hammers roofs eternal ambulances wailing like banshees through Beaumont woods. And the air hums with beeps and bleach masking the faint wail of 1916 Easter Rising ghosts said to haunt the foundations. It's a gale-force November flu season surging and 32-year-old night nurse. Siobhan Murphy, a Dubliner, with freckles faded from shift lights and a rosary tucked in scrubs from her Carrie Nan clocks. 7 p.m. for Ward 3A overflow for respiratory crashes beds. Curtained like shrouds, the hum of vents a dirge for the drowned. Siobhan's frontline forged COVID trenches 20. Her brother's ventilator flatline etched permanent. But folklore lingers. Nan's tales of the Mercy Maw, a famine demon possessing the ill to feed the weak to the wind. Shift starts routine. Charts for Mr. Declan O'Brien, 62 emphysema hack from the Liberties. Teen Aisling Doyle, 17 asthma flare post-GA match. But by 9 p.m., the maw stirs lights buzzing swarm, thermometers spiking unclipped, vents whistling Gaelic snippets. And T-Akras the hunger. Declan thrashes first, oxygen mask fogging in verse. Body contorting crabwise, voice deepening to peak growl. The maw takes the breath yours next. Nurse. Siobhan restrains, morphine futile, as shadows coalesce at his drip stand. Cloaked figures, famine ragged, eyes hollows with potato blight. Hands extended like hooks for lungs. Aisling joins at 10:45 p.m., levitating off gurney, tubes twisting noose, her wheeze inverting to inverse black phlegm bubbling runes. Fad ni akras long is the hunger. Siobhan calls crash, but hauls empty staff vanishing mid-stride, echoes looping their footsteps back. The possession spreads. Monitors flatlining to plague rhythms, IVs inverting flow, dripping not saline but bile-etching tiles with Celtic knots. Siobhan, rosary beads biting palm, recites Nan's ward. By Bridget's flame, begone, but the maw mocks, air dropping to bog chill. Breaths fogging with faces 1847 famine dead, eyes potato rotted, demanding, feed the wind, nurse the weak o tive. The maw peaks 1 a.m., ward maelstrom. Gurney's marching poltergeist, walls weeping mortar peat. demons manifesting legion ragged horrors. Limbs stick-thin, mouths gaping perpetual crave, wings membrane-wined, tattered. They narrate sins. Declan's black market smokes from rising ghosts. Aisling skipped inhalers in teen rebellion. Shaban sees hers. Nan's mercy starvation in 47, a dose too heavy to end suffering. The chief Maul leans, breath famine-fetid. Join the wind, nurse. Plagues are our harvest. She counters with holy water from the chapel contraband in HSE secular, but splashes evoke shrieks. Steam peat acrid, but they swarm, pinning her to crash cart. Claws pricking veins for the wheeze. Dawns one light at 5:30 a.m. A priest's timely anointing over PA fracturing the legion demons howling exodus, patients slumping spent, shadows receding cracks. Ward stabilizes, outbreak blamed toxin delusion, but scars embed. Declan's arms blighted black. Aisling's wheeze Gaelic tinged, Shaban's hands trembling on syringes, rosary fused to palm. Beaumont buries it, but night nurses whisper the maw's return on equinoxes, flus summoning the wind. This hospital horror wheezes, medicine mends lungs but demons claim the breath eternal. If nurse possessions and air demons ventilate your veins, like and comment. Your shift's hungriest haunt? From ward wines to war wastes, our 8th Chronicle trenches into military war-related horror, where ghosts and hauntings stalk a veteran's workplace scary experience on a Cold War base, buried in the Pine Barrens of Poland. The Polish Pine Phantoms, a military ghost haunting on abandoned base. Poland, Pomerania. June 2025. The Drosko-Pomorsky training area sprawls 200 square kilometers of scarred sand and pine. NATO's mock battleground where Soviet ghosts linger from 80s exercises, tank hulks rusting in berms, the air thick with cordite echo and the whine of unseen drones. It's Operation Iron Pine, a joint-use polish drill, and 35-year-old U.S. Army SGT. Marcus Halle, a Gulf vet with shrapnel tick in his knee and a dog tag necklace from his Kier brother, leads a recon squad through the derelict base abandoned 91. Bunkers bricked but breached. Radar towers skeletal against Baltic storm clouds. Marcus's workplace. Foxholes by day, Quonset tents by night. His scary experience starting with a glitch compass spinning to the bunker's maw at dusk. The haunt ignites patrol, NVG's greenwashing pines, when the phantoms flicker, shadows in the wire. Not squad, but Soviet silhouettes, AKs slung, Ashanka's low, faces eroded to gas mask grins. Contact 9 o'clock, Marcus hisses, but thermals blank. The squad fans M4 south up, but the shades mimic strides, boots crunching parallel. Radios crackle Morse. Amerikansky. Come home to the pine. Marcus's brother's tag warms, visions yanking, not his tours. But 89 exercise Soviet conscript Ivan Petrov, fragged in friendly fire, spirit bound to the base. Haunting invaders to replay the drill eternal. The experience escalates bunker breach. Squad hunkered in a command vault. Rain drumming ironic. Phantoms swarming subtle. Fingers probing sandbags, leaving bayonet gouges. Shadows detaching walls, mimicking foxhole crouches before lunging with phantom kalash. One latches Marcus's boot-cold suction, pulling earthward, face evens melt. Rubber-fused flesh, eyes mustard milky, mouth rat-teeth trench. It hisses brother's last radio. Hold the line, Mark, or join the pine. Visions hijack. Evens crash conscript charge into NATO sim. Mates dissolving phosgene, phantoms birthed from dying, feasting fear to persist. Squad fights fragmented, frags blind, bursting sand geysers. NBG's whiting spectral flares. A phantom possesses CPL, Novak, body contorting, rifle turning mates and Polish curses from Gdansk. Marcus grapples, knife throat, but eyes clear dawn's bugle, Novak weeping gas tears. Extract at 0400, pines emptying but scars. Bayonet marks gear. Radios looping 89 dispatches. Marcus's tag weeping pussink. Brass calls fog fever. Polish vets nod, warning phantoms draft eternal service unwary. This military horror trenches. Battlefields bury bodies, ghosts bury bloodlines. If war haunts and base phantoms patrol your post, like and comment. Your foxhole flicker? Trenching from phantom patrols to penal purgatory, our 9th saga chains court. And prison horror, where a true crime murder trial unleashes unsolved mystery demons in the vaults of Madrid, Spain. The Madrid Vault Verdict. A prison court demon in a murder trial, Spain, Madrid. December 2025. The Audiencia Nacional's halls echo with Franco's faded footfalls. Neoclassical vaults under Calle de la Justicia, where justice, gavel, strikes on tiles stained by Civil War blood. The air heavy with incense from hidden chapels and the rust of iron-barred cells. It's winter solstice, and 41-year-old fiscal prosecutor Lucia Vargas, a Seville sharp with olive skin and a locket from her Republican abuela, prosecutes the vault slasher, serial murderer Tomas Ruiz, 39, accused of 4 kills in Retiro Park. Victims gutted with antique daggers, eyes carved with Inquisition crosses. His claim, possession by El Inquisidor, a 1478 specter from the tribunal vaults below. Trial opens procedural. Ruiz shackled, eyes sunken, but oaths sworn. The vault chills chandeliers guttering, paneling creaking gallows rope. Witnesses falter. First, a jogger convulses, voice deepening Castilian. The cross burns the heretic, bailiff drags. Lucia objects, but judge veteran Don Rafael Soto pales, gavel cracking unstruck. Ruiz laughs, body arching irons, skin welting crossburns, blooming red. Possession leaps. Gallery murmurs multilingual Latin curses 1478. Spanish pleas mercy lights, strabbing torch flicker, the Manzanares lap below splashing spectral drops. Recess. Demon dockets. Documents levitate, briefs shred confetti storm. Lucia's briefcase erupting cold flames, singeing Abuela's locket with Republican rose. Ruiz monologues fiend. Lucia, blood of the burned. Witness the loop the cross claims inquisitors. Visions assault bench, not files, but vaults. 1478 Auto de Zef Pires. Inquisidor, real confessor turned ghost. Cursed eternal, possessing guilty purge sin. Ruiz his latest vessel, murders reenacting trials, eyes windows to heresy. Soto sees lineage, ancestor turnkey profiting pyre, now dead or dead. Climax chambers midnight. Inquisidor manifests stall hooded black, cross dagger dangling pendulum, phasing bars cornering Lucia, loop tightening spectral throat. Gallery ghosts materialize heretics' tatters, eyes cross-carved, demanding damned jury. Ruiz thrashes possessed, chains melting slag, courtroom quaking siege. Lucia channels Republican fire, reciting Abuela's proclamation backward ward curse-flinging locket talisman. Strikes Inquisidor, rose-shattering dust blinding, specter shrieking dissolution, cross-coiling void. Verdict dawn. Guilty, Ruiz remanded psychiatric El Duso wing. But taint spreads witnesses, haunted cross-streams. Soto retiring welts, Lucia founding paranormal fiscalia. Audiencia whispers vault verdict. Gavels skipping, files reshuffling heretic pleas. This court horror indicts, courts judge living demons docket damned. If prison possessions and trial ghosts rattle scales like subscribe more, comment. Your justice unholiest? As our abyss ascent ends, echoes linger, subscribe, amplify, share stirred shadows. Remember, America's wilds, Europe's whispers, terror step behind. Next nightmare craving? Spill below. The doppelganger of Dublin's forgotten alley. Weird coincidences and foreshadowing, Temple Bar District. Dublin, Ireland. In the labyrinthine backstreets of Dublin's Temple Bar, where the River Liffey murmurs secrets to the gas lamps and the air hangs heavy with the ghosts of 1916 rebels. It was the crisp autumn of 2009 when Siobhan Riley, a 32-year-old archivist with the National Library, first noticed the man who wasn't quite her husband. Siobhan had married Liam 2 years prior in a quiet ceremony at St. Patrick's Cathedral. Their life a comfortable rhythm of pub quizzes at the Palace Bar, and lazy Sundays poring over yellowed manuscripts in her cluttered flat on Dame Street. Liam, a soft-spoken software engineer with a penchant for Uline pipes, was her anchor in the city's ceaseless drizzle. But that October evening, as Siobhan hurried home from a late shift cataloging Cromwell-era letters documents stained with the ink of betrayals, she caught a glimpse of him in the fogged window of a Georgian townhouse on Crown Alley. He stood there, pipe in hand, puffing thoughtfully, his reflection superimposed over the empty parlor behind the glass. Heart swelling with unexpected warmth, she quickened her pace, calling out, "Liam, what are you doing out here in the cold?" No answer. The figure didn't turn. It simply exhaled a plume of smoke that curled like a Celtic knot before dissolving into the mist. By the time Siobhan reached the alley's mouth, the window was dark, the house as vacant as the famine-era tenements nearby. Shaking off the unease as fatigue from endless hours under fluorescent lights, She texted Liam, saw a guy who looked just like you smoking outside on Crown. Spooky twin? His reply buzzed immediate. Wish I was there. Stuck at the office till 10. Love you. A coincidence, she reasoned. Dublin's streets teeming with ruddy-cheeked men in wool coats. But sleep that night was fitful, her dreams weaving threads of déjà vu. Liam's face morphing into a stranger's, his voice echoing from alley shadows, whispering her name with a brogue not quite his own. The coincidences escalated like a slow-building reel of Irish folklore, the kind Shaban had dismissed as peasant superstition while shelving Yeats' occult volumes. 2 nights later, en route to a lecture on the Book of Kells at Trinity College, she spotted him again, this time leaning against the Halfpenny Bridge's iron filigree, gazing into the Liffey's black waters as if searching for lost souls. The posture was Liam's exact slouch, the tilt of his head when pondering code bugs, even the faint scar on his left knuckle from a boyhood bike crash glinting under the bridge lamps. Liam, she shouted, dodging a gaggle of stag-do Brits. He straightened, eyes locking on hers piercing blue. Just like her husband's, but then he smiled, a lopsided grin Liam reserved for private jokes, and melted into the crowd crossing to the north side. Shaban's pulse thundered. She pushed through elbows and apologies, scanning faces that blurred into anonymity. No sign. Home again, Liam was dozing on the sofa, takeout curry congealing on the coffee table. Rough night? He mumbled, stirring. She collapsed beside him, burying her face in his shoulder, the scent of his aftershave grounding her. Just saw your ghost twice now. Tell me I'm mad, he chuckled, pulling her close. Dublin's full of Liam's love. Drinks on me tomorrow. But the foreshadowing deepened, turning whimsical echoes into harbingers of fracture. The following week, during a routine scan of digitized famine records accounts of families vanishing into workhouses, their names fading like breath on glass shelving, uncovered a peculiar entry. A 1847 coroner rests report on one Eamon Riley, her great-great-granduncle, drowned under the Halfpenny after a melancholic vision of his own double, luring him to the edge. The description matched. Pipe-smoking specter, scar-knuckled hand extended in mocking invitation. Chills prickled her spine. Riley was her maiden name, a lineage she traced for her dissertation on colonial hauntings. Dismissing it as synchronicity born of immersion, she pocketed the printout and headed to the Brazen Head, Dublin's oldest pub, for a pint with colleagues. There, amid the peat fire's crackle and ballads of banshees, she saw him at the bar's far end, Liam's profile etched against the lidded windows, nursing a Guinness with deliberate slowness. This time resolve hardened. She wove through fiddlers and flushed faces, tapping his shoulder. The man turned and Shaban's breath caught. Same jawline, same freckles dusting his nose, but eyes like chipped flint, devoid of Liam's warmth. Excuse me, she stammered. Do I know you? He tilted his head, that familiar slant, and murmured, Shaban Riley. The river remembers. Then, with a puff of pipe smoke that carried the acrid tang of bog water, he was gone, slipping through a side door into the cobbled yard. Panic clawed now no longer coincidence but curse. Liam, sensing her unraveling, suggested a weekend escape to the Wicklow Mountains, to clear the Dublin devils from your head. They drove the twisting R115 at dawn, mist cloaking the Sally Gap like a widow's veil. Radio humming RTE's ghost story hour tales of fetch spirits, doppelgangers heralding death in Celtic lore. Shaban gripped the wheel, knuckles white, as the road narrowed to single track, ancient oaks clawing at the sky. At a pull-off near the Glendalough ruins, monastic stones worn by centuries of penitence, they parked, hiking the Spink Trail under a sky bruised purple. Laughter came easier amid the heather, Liam's hand warm in hers, until they crested the boardwalk overlook, the upper lake a mirror of slate below. There, on the far shore, stood the figure, pipe aglow, coat flapping in the gale, waving them down with scarred knuckles. Liam, look! Shaban gasped, pointing. But he saw nothing, brow furrowing. Love, there's no one. Just rocks and sheep. She blinked. The spot was empty, wind-whipped grass bending innocuous. Gaslighting herself, she pressed on, but the air thickened. Whispers threading the breeze her name, repeated in layered voices. Eamon's brogue overlaying Liam's. Dusk fell like a guillotine as they descended, the trail devolving into mud-slick roots that snagged ankles like vengeful fingers. Liam twisted his foot a half-mile from the car, cursing as pain shot up his leg. Shaban supported him, heart hammering when the whispers coalesced. Riley Blood calls the fetch. Join the drowned. Ahead, the path forked left to the car park, right into a gloomed copse locals shunned as the Banshee's Hollow. From the shadows emerged the doppelganger, solid now, beckoning with a pipe stem that dripped liffey water. Liam froze, finally seeing, Jesus, Mary. That's me. The figure's lips curled in that private grin, eyes promising oblivion. Shaban shoved Liam toward the car, but the fetch lunged, form blurring between man and mist, clawing at her sleeve with fingers like sodden peat. The river needs its due, it rasped, voice a duet of husband and ancestor. They bolted, Liam hobbling, Shaban dragging, branches lashing faces like accusations. The car door slammed just as the entity coalesced at the tree line, pounding the hood with fists that left no dents but chilled the metal to frost. Back in Dublin, they barricaded the flat. Shaban scouring archives for exorcism rites from the penal law's era Latin incantations against shapeshifters, salt circles traced from famine recipes. Liam, limping to physio, joked of twins separated at birth, but his eyes darted to windows, mirrors fogging unbidden. Weeks blurred, the fetch appearing in peripheral stocking fish at Moore Street Market, queuing at the GPO always one step ahead, foreshadowing calamity. Then, the call, Liam's firm assigning him a remote project in London, 6 months minimum. Coincidence? Shaban whispered, packing his bag with talisman's Acleda ring, etched with protective runes, a vial of holy water from the cathedral font. At the airport, amid the clamor of departures, she saw it one last time, Liam's double at the gate, boarding his flight, ticket stub fluttering like a death notice. Eamon Riley, destination the abyss. Liam returned changed thinner, haunted, speaking of Thames whispers and doubles in tube reflections. But the fetch ceased, as if sated by the crossing. Shaban burned the coroner's report, scattering ashes in the Liffey at midnight, but on foggy evenings, she swears she sees two silhouettes on the halfpenny, arms linked, walking into the current. Dublin's alleys hoard more than history. They birth echoes that demand tribute. Ever glimpsed your loved one's shadow where it shouldn't be? Spill it below the fetches are listening. The black-eyed children's knock, creepy encounters with strangers, Black Forest outskirts. Baden-Baden, Germany, nestled on the fringe of the Black Forest, where firs stand sentinel like Grimm's forgotten giants and the Danube's distant rush mocks the silence. It was the sweltering heatwave of July 2015 that drove Lucas Weber, a 41-year-old forester with the Baden-Württemberg State Service, to seek shelter in his cabin after a grueling day marking ash deep back in the shadowed understory. Lucas, broad-shouldered and bearded from years wrestling chainsaws and storm-felled trunks, lived alone in the remote Holsgerlingen outpost, a squat timber structure with a slate roof sagging under moss. Its single room furnished with a wood stove, bunk, and shelves of dog-eared field guides to Bavarian fauna. The forest was his church, its creeks, and calls a liturgy he'd memorized since boyhood hikes with his father who vanished in these woods during a 72 blizzard, body never found chalked up to exposure, but whispered as the Waldschrat's claim. Superstition, Lucas scoffed, pouring a schnapps to chase the day's sweat. Twilight bled into night as thunder grumbled from the west, the air thickening with ozone and the metallic tang of impending rain. Lucas lit the stove for tea, the kettle's whistle a lone counterpoint to the wind's rising moan through the pines. Then, at precisely 9:17 p.m., a detail etched by the mantel clock's relentless tick, came the knock. Soft, almost polite, 3 raps on the oaken door that vibrated like fingers testing a vein. Ah, no ranger patrols this deep, no hikers after dark and storm season. Yeah? Lucas called, axe handle in hand from habit, peering through the salt-crusted pane. Outside, silhouetted against lightning's blue fork, stood 2 children, no more than 10 and 12, boy and girl, in threadbare coats too heavy for summer, hoods drawn low. Their postures were rigid, unnaturally still, as if carved from the birch behind them. The door creaked open on rusted hinges, and Lucas's greeting died. Guten Abend, the boy murmured, voice flat as a phonograph needle skipping, accent neither Swabian nor Swiss, something older, echoing the Alemannic dialects of medieval charters he'd catalogued. The girl's eyes lifted then, and Lucas's stomach plummeted, black as oil slicks, void swallowing the porch light's feeble glow. No whites, no iris, just endless night. May we come in? It's cold, her words layered over the boy's, a stereo dissonance that hummed in his fillings. Children with eyes like that? Lucas's mind reeled to forest lore kinderfresser child eaters of Teutonic tailies, luring the unwary with porcelain pleas. 9 little ones. Storm's coming? Head back to the village. But they didn't budge, feet rooted, small hands clutching a burlap sack that dripped. Water? No, thicker, viscous, pattering the threshold like clotting blood. Insistence crept in, voices sinking. Please, Herr Weber, we need warmth. Just for the night. How did they know his name? No badges, no packs, just those coats faded wool, buttons of bone, hems frayed as if gnawed. Lightning illuminated their faces fully. Skin pale as quartz, cheeks hollowed like famine sketches in Lucas's almanacs, lips blue-tinged, whispering his secrets. Your father waits in the roots. He calls for you. The girl's sack twitched, a muffled mew escaping animal. Infant? Lucas slammed the door, bolt sliding home with a clang that echoed his heartbeat. Through the pain, they lingered, heads cocked in unison, eyes drilling the glass like augers. Rain lashed now, sheets blurring the view but their forms sharpened. Coats shedding droplets that sizzled on the stoop, evaporating into steam. Whispers seeped through cracks. Let us in, or we'll sing him awake. Hours fractured into vigil. Lucas barricaded with the oak table, shotgun loaded with rock-salt old wives' wards against hexen and paste. Radio static his only companion, no signal in the dell. The knocks resumed at intervals. Tentative at first, then insistent, fists pounding in rhythm to his pulse, voices pleading, cajoling, accusing. Papa's cold. Warm us! Visions assailed unbidden flashes of his father's last hunt. The blizzard's white howl, a silhouette with black eyes waiting from the tree line. By midnight, the sack's contents stirred audibly. Scratches, whimpers, a guttural growl that wasn't child or beast. Lucas fired a warning shot through the door, splintering wood, but the night swallowed the blast. Silence fell, broken only by the forest's chorus owls hooting dirges, branches cracking like bones. Dawn crept reluctant, gray light filtering through sodden pines. The porch was empty, no footprints in the mud, no sack, just a single bone button winking on the mat, etched with runes that burned his fingers when touched. Lucas pocketed it, fleeing to Baden-Baden's precinct with a stammered report. Kinda ... black eyes. Knew my name. Officers nodded sympathetically heatstroke, they suggested. Or mushrooms from the woods. But the missing persons log from 72 resurfaced. His father's file, annotated with a witness sketch of 2 children in oversized coats. Eyes inked solid black. Last seen at the cabin's door. Warned him not to answer, the addendum read, penned by a long-dead game warden. Lucas never returned to Holzgerlingen, transferring to urban patrols in Stuttgart. But the Black Forest calls in dreams. Knocks at midnight, black-eyed siblings with his father's pipe, sack writhing with unspoken sins. Germany's woods harbor more than wolves. Some children are echoes of the lost, hungering for invitation. Met pint-sized strangers with voids for eyes? Confide below the forest has ears. The silent operator's echo. 911 operator, police dispatcher calls, emergency services center. Copenhagen, Denmark. In the sterile hum of Copenhagen's Kommunehuset dispatch hub, where the Risan Bridge's lights flicker like distant. Morse code and the winter wind off the Baltic rattles the triple-glazed windows. It was the endless shift of December 2014 that broke Freya Nielsen, a 29-year-old veteran operator with fingers calloused from keyboard marathons, and a voice honed to soothe the city suicides. Freya manned the graveyard hours 2 a.m. to 10 a.m., fielding the detritus of Nordic noir. Domestics in Kribro's immigrant enclaves, overdoses in Vesterbro's red light haze, the occasional fjord fisher dragged under by unseen currents. Her station was a pod of glowing screens and coffee rings. Earpiece a constant tether to chaos, but she'd armored herself with routine, herbal tea for the throat, a locket with her daughter's photo for the heart. That night, snow blanketed the canals like a shroud, and the line stayed mercifully quiet until 4:32 a.m., when the first call crackled through. No preamble, just breathing wet ragged, as if the caller gargled seawater. Hello? Kommunehuset? This is ... help. The voice was male, mid-40s, accent Jutlandic, laced with phlegm. Freya's protocol kicked in. Sir, this is emergency services. What's your location and nature of the emergency? Static hissed, then, I'm in the water, under the bridge. Something pulled me. Coordinates pinged incomplete vague Resun vibes, no GPS lock. Freya probed. Are you injured? Can you describe the assailant? Laughter bubbled, not mirthful but hollow, echoing as if from a barrel. Not a man. Eyes like the deep. Hands cold as the krakens. The line warped. Words underwater muffled. Far EJA ... Nielsen. It knows your name. Her blood iced. How? Caller ID blank. No trace. Sir, stay with me. Units en route, but the voice shifted her own, distorted. Come join us, little one. The bridge hungers. Click. Dead air. Freya logged it as prank palms slick, but unease gnawed like harbor rats. Half an hour later, another line lit. Same breathing, same voice now pleading. Freya, it's escalating. The shadows under the pilings. They're rising. She patched through to patrol, cruisers dispatched to the bridge's span. But the call devolved. Splashes, gurgles, a chorus of whispers layering the man screams names, dates, her daughter's kindergarten pickup time. Papa's waiting, Freya, like yours did in '98. Her father drowned off Helsinger, yacht capsized, official verdict accident. But whispers of sabotage from a jilted partner. The entity of entity knew too much, dredged secrets. Freya muted, hyperventilating, but the earpiece hummed unbidden. Pick up operator. Your turn to dispatch. The night unraveled in fractal horror. Calls looped. The man begging extraction, then accusing her of complicity. You logged the false report for father's claim, interspersed with silences broken by submerged knocks, like hulls tapping ice flows. Dispatch logs glitched, screens flickering to grainy footage of the Rezun's depths, cables swaying, shapes coiling around buoys, eyes bioluminescent in the murk. Freya's colleagues, bleary from Julman's shifts, dismissed it. Trolls in the wires. Freya, get tea. But at 6:15, a patrol radioed back. Body recovered from the pilings, male, 40s, Jutland plates on his Volvo submerged nearby. Suicide note in his pocket. The echo called. Forgive. No mention of her name, but the corpse's eyes blackened, as if boiled from within. Freya clocked out at 10, fleeing to her Roskilde flat, but the echoes pursued. Home line rang at noon, her voice from the void. Units dispatched. To your door. Shadows lengthened indoors, corners pooling like oil, whispers narrating her day grocery list, daughter's school play. She unplugged everything, but the silence screamed. Knocks from the radiator pipes, gurgles in the toilet bowl. Desperate, she drove to the bridge at dusk, snow devils dancing on the asphalt, perking amid the gantry's skeletal gleam. The water below churned black, and there on the span's edge stood the man, dripping, beckoning. Operator, trace complete. Freya's phone buzzed unbidden. Her own dispatch voice. Caller located. Send the Reaper. She floored it home, bolting doors, but midnight brought the flood. Faucets spewing brine. Walls weeping salt water. The locket's photo fogging with a child's scrawled, "Help Mama." Weeks dissolved into therapy. CBT for auditory hallucinations, meds muting the murmur, but the echoes lingered, faint as radio bleed. Her father's final log. Something in the deep. Knows us all. Freya quit dispatch for library quiet, but on stormy nights, her reflection in the Rezun's commuter ferries winks with blackened eyes, whispering cases unsolved. Denmark's bridges span more than seas. Some calls dispatch the soul. Answered a line that knew you? Dial it in the comments. The switchboard connects. The Asylum's whispering tunnels. Urban exploration, St. Bernard's Asylum ruins. Outskirts of Paris, France. Beneath the vine-choked spires of St. Bernard's Asylum, a hulking relic of Belle Epoque grandeur on the Seine's marshy fringes where the Marais meets the floodplains. It was the illicit thrill of a May midnight in 2017 that lured Antoine Duval and his Urbex crew, for adrenaline junkies from the Sorbonne's Film Society, into the Forbidden's underbelly. Antoine, 24, lanky with a GoPro strapped to his beanie and a backpack of redundant flashlights, had idolized the site's lore since stumbling on faded postcards in his grandfather's attic. Built in 1892 as a haven for the melancholy. Shuttered in '68 after a patient massacre pinned on over-medication. Its tunnels rumored to honeycomb the catacombs, echoing with the unquiet dead. Paris's own Pripyat, he hyped to Claire, his ex-turned-reluctant partner. a pixie-cut photographer with a Nikon that captured ghosts in grain. Their team, Burly Theo, the muscle with bolt cutters, Sly Marie, map whisperer, and Jittery Julian, the virgin explorer clutching a Ouija app like a rosary. Entry was child's play. Chain-link fence snipped at the old service gate, overgrown with nettles that stung like accusatory fingers. The above-ground husk loomed windows shattered like blind eyes, walls pocked with World War II shrapnel scars, graffiti snarling "Les Fous Reviennent" in day glow. They breached the foyer, air thick with pigeon guano and mildew, floorboards groaning underfoot like expiring breaths. Antoine's beams swept hydrotherapy tubs crusted with rust. Leather restraints frayed to threads, faded murals of pastoral idols peeling to reveal bas-relief screams. "Gold mine," Claire murmured, snapping shadows that danced unnaturally. Downward they delved, Theo's cutters shearing a rusted grate to the sublevel service tunnels branching like neural decay, walls slick with condensation that wept in rivulets, pooling at ankles. The first anomaly hit in the laundry chute, a child's shoe, Mary Jane's circa 50s, pristine amid the detritus as if placed yesterday. Julian yelped, app buzzing, SALUT, salut, friendly ghost? Marie joked, but Antoine's footage glitched static, resolving to a flicker of pigtails in the dark. Deeper, the air cooled to crypt chill, whispers threading the drip-drip, French, fragmented, AIDEZ ... les voix. Dans les murs. Help ... The voices ... in the walls. Theo's light caught etchings, patient scrawls, dates from 45, names overlapping in manic script. Le Docteur écoute. The doctor listens. History intruded. Dr. Henry Laurent, the Asylum's infamous lead, a Vichy collaborator who'd treated resistance fighters with electroshock and ether dreams, vanishing post-liberation, tunnels his rumored escape. The Corps waited in the isolation ward, a circular chamber, walls padded with mold-eaten horsehair, central drain clogged with hair? Human matted recent. Claire's flash froze a circle of stains dark radial, like ink blots of violence. Julian's app spun wild, a why voir fure flee. Laughter echoed then, not theirs bubbling infantile from the grates overhead. They scattered, beams crisscrossing chaos, Antoine's GoPro capturing orbs that weren't dust. Small, darting, resolving to faces emaciated, eyeless, mouthing silent pleas. Marie tripped into a side tunnel, emerging pale. Hands! Cold hands on my legs. Theo's cutters clattered forgotten as shadows coalesced silhouettes in starched whites. Stethoscopes dangling like nooses, circling with deliberate slowness. Patience, Antoine breathed. Or staff. The doctor's voice cut through baritone velvet. Session time, mes enfants. Lie down. Panic fractured the group. Julian bolted upward, screaming of fingers in his hair. Claire's Nikon jammed, lens fogging with breath not her own. Antoine herded them toward the exit grate, but the tunnel's twisted passages looping where maps said straight, walls closing like lungs. Whispers swelled to cacophony. Confessions in German, pleas in Occitan, Lawrence monotone intoning diagnosis hysteria. Possession ... incurable. A shape materialized ahead. Tall, sepulchral, white coat pristine, face obscured by surgical mask, syringe glinting. Antoine Duval, it intoned, voice grandfather's timbre. Your bloodline owes a debt. The resistance hid here. Antoine's lineage grandfather a resistant, executed at Friends. Body dumped in the Seine. The entity advanced, needle-dripping ether that burned the nostrils, promising oblivion. They burst above ground at dawn, collapsing in the brambles, GoPro whirring its last as battery died. Antoine's footage, uploaded to Urbex forums, went viral, shadows sharpening in post. Faces emerging in frames, the doctor's mask slipping to reveal hollow sockets. Authorities sealed the site tighter, citing structural collapse. But drone flyovers show lights flickering in the ruins, tunnels exhaling fog like labored breaths. Antoine burned his gear, fleeing to Lyon, but Paris nights bring the itch. Whispers in the metro vents, cold hands on escalator rails. France's underbelly hides more than rats. Some explorations unearthed the unburied. Delved a forbidden's depth and felt watched? Map it below the tunnels, remember. The convoy's phantom freight, road trip and truck driver horror. M62 motorway near Leeds. West Yorkshire, England, UK. The M62 slices Yorkshire Pennine spine like a scar from Liverpool Jess docks to Hull somber fog. A ribbon of tarmac haunted by 70s motorway madmen and the ghosts of mill workers crushed in quarry slides. It was the fog-choked Hull of November 2013 when Derek Hargreaves, a 56-year-old HGV driver with 3 decades clocking semis for J.D. Wetherspoon suppliers, rumbled his Scania eastward, cab reeking of diesel and pasties, CB radio hissing static hymns. Derek, paunchy with a flat cap, shadowing eyes creased from logbook scrutiny, was en route from Manchester sprawl to a dawn drop-off, thermos of Yorkshire tea his sole companion. The fog rolled biblical, visibility nil, taillights smearing red like blood trails. Ghost on the hard shoulder, he muttered. A private ritual against the moorland's reputation, Rishworth Moors. Where Cromwell's scouts vanished, their shades said to thumb rides in roundhead garb. The first anomaly ghosted in at Junction 22, a lorry's outline materializing in the mirror. Grill a skeletal leer, no plates, cab window dark as pitch. Derek keyed the CB. Breaker, you the white ghost behind? Lights out, mate flash em. Static, then a voice crackled, layered like a chorus of throttled engines. Join the convoy, Derek. The Moors take toll. How his name? No tags, no chatter. He floored it, Scania groaning to 70, but the phantom matched, dipping into voids where fog parted like veils. Hours blurred. Junction 28 loomed, then receded, the motorway looping an impossible Escher. Fuel gauge plummeted, though full at dawn, and the dash clock froze at 3:33, hands twitching backward. Convoy swelled. Semis flanking, phantoms in olive drab. Drivers' silhouettes slumped, faces obscured by goggles fogged eternal. Whispers infiltrated the vents. Hargreaves' blood spilled here your granda in the quarry slide 52. Derek's grandfather. Indeed, pulverized hauling stone for the motorway's cut. Body mangled beyond casket. The lead rig braked sudden, forcing Derek to swerve into the median earth soft, sucking tires like bog. He clambered out, flashlight beams slicing fog to reveal the convoy halted. Cabs ajar, seats empty, save for logbooks yellowed to dust. Entries chronicling endless loops since 72 opening. A figure emerged from the lead tall, oilskin slick. Face a ruin of quarry gravel, eyes milky as headlamps. Toll time, driver. 1 soul per span. Derek's shotgun barked salt rounds, scattering mist, but the figure laughed. Gravel-throated. Join or jam? Dawn broke false. Fog lifting to reveal Junction 40. Miles untraveled, Scania's tank dry. Derek hitched to Leeds, vowing retirement, but the M62 calls. Phantom semis and rear views on A-roads, CB static reciting his manifest deliveries to the grave. Yorkshire's moors demand drivers eternal, ever convoyed with the dead? Signal below the toll collectors tune in. The dormitory's midnight matins, haunted schools and dorm rooms. University of Salamanca. Salamanca, Spain. The University of Salamanca, Europe's oldest, founded 1218 in honeyed sandstone that glows like alchemist's gold under Castilian moons, harbors cloisters where Jesuits once flogged heretics, and lecture halls echo with Franco's silenced screams. It was the freshman haze of September 2019 when Isabella Torres, 19, a literature major from Madrid with ink-stained fingers and a locket of her abuela's rosary, claimed her bunk in Colegio Mayor Fray Luis de Leon, a girls' dorm carved from a 16th century convent. Isabella, olive-skinned and quick to quote Lorca's Doomday, dismissed the upperclassmen's yarns. Spectral nuns pacing the parquet, chanting vespers in Latin for souls unconfessed. Superstition for tourists, she quipped, unpacking Lorca's poet in New York amid the vaulted refectory's frescoes of martyrdom. Nights commenced innocuous. The dorm's hush broken by giggles through pine doors. The bell tower tolling compline at 10. But on the third eve, as thunder rolled from the Sierra de Francia, Isabella stirred to a hum, not the AC's drone, but choral, feminine, seeping from the walls like incense. Have Maria ... Gratia plena ... double quotes. Her roommates slumbered oblivious, but Isabella bolted upright, heart staccato, the air chilling to cloister draft. The locket warmed against her chest, Abuela's warning echoing. The stones here pray for the fallen. Moonlight slanted through casements, illuminating the corridor beyond her ajar door. Figures in wimples gliding single file. Habits whispering over flagstones, faces veiled but for chins pale as parchment. One paused, turning or seeming to whispering. Isabella Torres. Your sins weigh the bells. Dawn chased them, but residue lingered. Frost on the mirror etching crosses, her textbooks rifled to passages on Inquisition torture's auto da Sef accounts. Her abuela had fled in 39 Republican blood on family hands. Isabella confided in Sofia, a veteran from Barcelona. Las Monjas Errantes wandering sisters, bricked alive for heresy in 55 reforms. They seek confession from the impure. Skepticism warred with dread. Isabella triple-locked, but matins returned, escalating. Second night. The chorus swelled. Doors creaking open unbidden. Nuns filing into rooms, kneeling at bedsides with beads clicking like rosary gunfire. Isabella's roommates stirred, murmuring in sleep names of dead lovers, unborn regrets. But the specters ignored, zeroing on her. Torres blood. Recite the act of contrition. She clutched the locket. Reciting garbled Hail Marys, the figures recoiling with hisses, habits dissolving to smoke. By week's end, isolation gripped. Classmates shunning her bad luck, mirrors cracking in her wake. The dorm's ancient plumbing gurgling confessions in Abuela's voice. Climax crashed All Saints' Vigil. The choir thundered, walls bleeding candle wax, nuns materializing solid cold hands pinning wrists, breath like myrrh and ash demanding, "Absolve us, child of traitors." Isabella's scream shattered a pane, locket flaring white-hot, banishing them in shrieks that woke the hall. Dawn found scorch marks on the parquet unshaped voids, and the Mother Superior, rosary trembling, admitting, "The bricked sisters." Your abuela's kin denounced them. Debt unpaid. Isabella fled to hostels, but Salamanca's bells toll her name on foggy morns, whispers trailing her lectures. Spain's ancient halls teach more than texts. Some lessons are eternal penances. Haunted a historic dorm? Recite below the nuns attend. The Reaper's Rounds, hospital and nurse night shift stories. Edinburgh Royal Infirmary. Edinburgh, Scotland, UK. Edinburgh Royal Infirmary's Victorian wings. With their iron-framed wards overlooking Arthur's Seat's brooding hump and the castle's floodlit glare, have swallowed more souls than the plague pits of 1645. Their corridors a vein of linoleum-veined despair. It was the skeletal shift of February 2020 post-Brexit chills seeping through. Highland Stone when Moira Campbell, 37. A night nurse with tattoos of thistles masking self-harm scars and a voice like Balmoral whiskey, patrolled Ward 7's oncology bays. Moira, wiry from graveyard caffeine and graveyard shifts, had nursed since nursing school in Glasgow, her empathy a shield against the beeps and gasps. That eve, snow lashed the panes, and the ward hummed subdued. Mr. Angus in Sevena, terminal lung, rattling like a kilt in gale. Wee Elsie in 7C, leukemia's thief, dreaming of Highland games she'd never run. Rounds commenced at 1 a.m., torch beams slicing the gloom, IV drips ticking like doomsday clocks. Moira checked vitals, Angus's pulse thready, Elsie's fever breaking sweat slick when the air dipped. A pressure change like storm fronts colliding. From the stairwell echoed footsteps, measured, booted with a swish of woolen greatcoat. Doctor on call? She called, but silence answered, only the echo persisting, fading into bays. Angus stirred first, eyes saucer-wide. The Reapers come early, lass. Tall as Ben Nevis, scythe for a stethoscope. Folklore, Moira thought Highland tales of the Bean Nag. Washerwoman at Ford's foretelling death, but Elsie's whisper chilled, "He checks charts." Black bag, no face. The figure manifested piecemeal. Shadow elongating in monitor's glow. Coat materializing from fog off the windows. Gloved hands clutching a leather satchel that creaked like coffin hinges. Moira confronted at the nurse's station. "Sir?" Visiting hours ended. It turned, cowl abyssal, no features but a gleam syringe. Side tip? And extended a chart, her own forged, diagnosing imminent cessation. Whispers followed. Patients murmuring sins to the void. Angus confessing poached salmon from the Tay. Elsie her stolen communion wafer. Moira's radio crackled dead, lines to reception severed, the ward sealing like a tomb. The Reaper glided bay to bay, bag unzipping to reveal vials not morphine, but ink-black elixir that smoked on contact. Patients arching in silent seizure, eyes glazing peaceful. Moira barricaded with crash cart, dialing mobile's frantic signal null, batteries draining to ghosts. It cornered her in the linen closet, greatcoat brushing like raven wings. Voice a wind through glens. Campbell line ends tonight, your brother's OD unabsolved. Truth stung. Her sibling, lost to heroin in '05, suicide veiled as accident. She hurled the thistle vile grandmother's charm against Malek's shattering on the floor, elixir hissing back. The reaper recoiled, form unraveling to mist, wards unsealing with dawn's grey mercy. Patience stable, charts pristine, but Angus's final words etched monitors. He'll round again. Moira transferred to day shifts, but infirmary nights beckon. Footsteps in dreams, bags creaking under her pillow. Scotland's hospitals heal flesh. Some reapers harvest regret. Nurse the unpassing? Chart below the rounds continue. The Iron Curtain's trench phantoms, military and war-related horror. Ypres salient. Flanders, Belgium. The Ypres salient's pockmarked fields where poppies bleed red against the Menin Gate. Eternal flame and the mud of Paschendel still sucks at boots like the grave. Small mark the Western Front scar tissue from 1914-18. When gas clouds choked the Meuse Argonne and Tommies tunneled under no man's land to detonate hell. It was the centennial tour of July 28 mud season lingering that drew Captain Elias Thorne 45, a retired REM officer with shrapnel souvenirs from Helmand, and a limp from a 09 IA'd back to the trenches with a BDC crew, filming Echoes of Empire. Elias, grizzled with a handlebar mustache and ghosts in his grey eyes, led the docu team. Producer Lena, soundtech Carl, and drone-op Vivi, all Berlin-based, skeptical of his yarns of trench wraiths from a prior Flanders dig. They bunked in preserved lines near Hill 60 craters like lunar scars, sandbags crumbling to dust, air heavy with Cordite's phantom bite. Dawn briefing, stay on path. Minds cleared but the dead aren't. Ilias's tailies primed. The Anzacs saw figures in khaki rising from funk holes. Bayonets fixed, marching to nowhere. Crew chuckled, but as fog rolled from the lees, the first echo sounded. Boots on duckboards, rhythmic, distant. Carl's mic peaked. Wind, yeah? But Vivi's drone feed glitched static birthing silhouettes in greatcoats, helmets corrugated, advancing through brambles that weren't there. Descent into the tunnels. Concrete revetted, airless, walls weeping nitrate tears. Elias's torch caught graffiti for King and Corpse, 1916, and a rat skittered, eyes reflecting gas mask lenses. Then, the charge, ground trembling, as if artillery prelude, voices overlapping in Cockney digger pidgin. Over the top, lads! For the missus. The crew froze as shadows detached, soldiers materializing, rifles shouldered, faces mud-caked but eyeless, marching past with pipe smoke curling. Lena screamed as one brushed her, coat sodden, whispering, "Thorne, you left us in the wire." Elias reeled his great-uncle, Private Jack Thorne, gassed at loose, name on the gate. The phantoms halted, forming ranks, officers' whistle shrill. "Fix bayonets! Advance!" Chaos erupted, drone crashing into a traverse. Feet looping the charge-mustard haze billowing, screams resolving to static. Carl's boom mic snagged a figure-gloved hand-yanking. Voice guttural. Deserters conjoined the push. Vivi fled upward, but the salient shifted. Fields inverting to shell-torn hellscape, poppies withering to barbed wire blooms. Elias rallied, flare gun barking crimson, illuminating the horde. Thousands translucent, wounds gaping, converging with mechanical hate. "Fall back," he bellowed, herding them to the surface, but the ground sucked mud alive, fingers of clay clawing ankles, pulling to the sun's embrace. They erupted into daylight, gasping, the field's serene poppies nodding, birdsong mocking. Footage corrupted, mics melted, but Elias's scars itched anew, Uncle's metal warming in his pocket. The crew disbanded, Lena to therapy, but Ypres calls Elias yearly. Marshes in his marshes, whistles in the wind. Belgium's salients replay the fallen. Ever charged with phantoms? Salute below the lines hold. The gavel's ghost verdict, court and prison horror stories. Old Bailey, London, England, UK. The Old Bailey's dome, squatting on Newgate Street like Justice's unblinking eye amid the city's brass plaques and black cabs, has judged from Jack the Ripper's shadows to the Cray's empire. Its cells echoing with the condemned's last pleas since 1539. It was the sweltering assizes of August 2022 when Harriet Lang, 35, a junior barrister with a King's College wig and a briefcase of precedents, argued her first capital appeal in Court 12, the hanging room. Sight of 1,200 nooses from black assizes to 65 abolition. Harriet, sharp-featured with a locket of her miscarried son's ultrasound, battled for Marcus Hall, a Jamaican immigrant framed for the Brixton riots' arson, evidence tampered by Met-bent coppers. Innocent until proven, she intoned, but the air thickened. A chill unrelated to the Thames fog rising from the dock. Proceedings droned. Witnesses crumbling under cross. Jury fidgeting in oak pews carved with Tudor initials. At recess, Harriet retreated to the robing room velvet drapes. Gas sconces flickering and felt it, a gaze, prickling her nape. The mirror reflected not her reflection, but a figure in horsehair wig, lace cuffs yellowed, face powdered to corpse pallor, eyes recessed like judgment's pits. Lang v. the Crown, it rasped. Voice powdered too, echoing the 18th century sergeant-at-law timbre from her torts lectures. Guilty of hubris, Harriet spun. Empty. Chalking it to stress, Hale's life on her advocacy she returned. But the phantom persisted. Whispers in the ventilator shafts. The gavel falls for the unborn, mocking her loss. Trial peaked day 3. Hale's alibi witness, a dreadlocked elder, testified then froze. Eyes glazing as if hanged, babbling, "The rope remembers? Your babe's cry in the cells?" Court gasped. Judge cleared, medics summoned, but the man revived claiming voices from the scaffold. Harriet's notes shuffled unbidden, pages flipping to precedents of witch trials hangings for spectral evidence. The phantom materialized fully at summation. Seated in the press gallery, wig askew, gavel in glove, wrapping phantom wood that echoed real thunder. Harriet Lang, for concealing the infant's sin transportation eternal. Her miscarriage, private agony, now public curse. The locket burned. Ultrasound photo charring within. Jury deliberated hours. Verdict, not guilty. Hale freed amid cheers. But as Harriet exited to Ludgate Hill, the phantom waited in the shadows. Sergeant evolved to executioner, noose dangling. Justice deferred, not denied. She fled to Hampstead, but the Bailey summons. Phantom gavels in her dreams, whispers in court TV, her cases unraveling with spectral interference notes. London's Old Bailey weighs souls, not just crimes. Ever judged by the grave? Verdict below, the docket's open. The Devil's Dispatch, missing persons in cold cases, Appalachian Trail. Great Smoky Mountains National Park, Tennessee. USA, the Great Smoky Mountains spine, where Klingman's dome pierces the clouds like a Cherokee spear, and the AT snakes 2,200 miles of rhododendron-choked hollows, devours wanderers' yearly bear scat and boot prints the only epitaphs. It was the balmy backpack of June 2016 when Dr. Elena Vasquez, 38, a Vanderbilt botanist with a satchel of spore samples and a whistle for black bears, vanished mid-transect near Spencefield. Elena, lithe with a ponytail graying at temples from grant deadlines, was mapping fungal blooms for a climate paper, her Garmin logging 14.2 miles from Fontana Dam when signal died. Last log, odd prints bipedal, elongated, like Grandpa's Wendigo tailies. Her husband, Tomas, reported her overdue. Rangers scoured 50 square miles, choppers thumping over Spence's balds, but no trace pack, whistle, or the locket with their wedding vows. Cold case simmered. Whispers of park disappearances. 411 clusters where folks evaporate sans screen. Tomas poured files. Similar vanishings, hikers hearing flutes in the fog, lured off trail by shadow folk. Elena's grandfather, a Navajo migrant to Knoxville, spun yarns of skinwalkers crossing ridges, trading tobacco for silence. Leads dried, a blurry trail campaign of a tall hiker, an unnatural gait dismissed as elk. Then, 2023, a caver in Cades Cove unearthed her satchel mold-free, clasp intact, inside a journal entry dated yesterday. The flute calls Tomas now. Don't follow. Coordinates pinpointed a crevasse off-trail, unmapped, exhaling cold like a fridge. SAR rappled. Walls etched with glyphs, Navajo spirals, laced with Cherokee runes, floors, scattered bones. Articulated recent. Elena's remains, seated, fetal, face serene. Locket open to vows etched anew. Till the Ridge claims, autopsy. No trauma. Lungs filled with spores, psychedelic, hallucinogenic, forcing visions of the caller, the flute entity? Folklore fused, a wanderer spirit, half Wendigo hunger, half skinwalker guile, preying on the isolated, luring with ancestral songs. Tomas burned the journal, but the Smokies sing. Flutes on wind, elongated shadows on cams. America's trails hide portals. Ever heard the call? Track below the hollows harmonize. The whispering walls of Blackwood Manor, haunted houses Blackwood Manor, rural outskirts of Salem, Massachusetts, USA. In the autumn of 1987, when the leaves in Salem turned blood red and the wind carried echoes of the witch trials long past, Emily Hargrove inherited a crumbling estate from an uncle she'd never met. Blackwood Manor stood like a forgotten sentinel on the edge of town, its Victorian spires clawing at the overcast sky, windows like empty eye sockets staring out over acres of overgrown thorn bushes and skeletal oaks. Locals whispered about it in hushed tones at the diner-cursed ground. They said, built in 1692 on the site where accused witches were said to have been buried alive, their final breaths cursing the soil forever. Emily, a 28-year-old graphic designer from Boston, with a rational mind sharpened by city lights and skepticism, dismissed it all as small-town superstition. She saw dollar signs in the manor's potential. Flip it, sell it, fund her dream gallery. But as her beat-up Chevy crunched up the gravel drive that first evening, fog rolling in like a living shroud, a chill unrelated to the October air slithered down her spine. The realtor had handed her the keys with trembling fingers, muttering something about voices in the walls before speeding away. Emily laughed it off, stepping inside with her flashlight beam cutting through the dust-choked foyer. The air smelled of mildew and something metallic, like old pennies. Cobwebs draped the chandelier like funeral veils, and the grand staircase creaked underfoot as if protesting her presence. She spent the first night in the master bedroom upstairs. A cavernous space with wallpaper peeling like sunburned skin, revealing faded floral patterns stained yellow by time. Sleep came fitfully on the lumpy mattress she'd dragged in from her car, but around 2 a.m., she jolted awake to a sound like faint scratching, as if nails dragged slowly across plaster from the other side of the wall. At first, she blamed rats. Rodents in an old house? Obvious. But the scratching grew rhythmic, almost deliberate, forming patterns that mimicked words. Lie her name scraped out in whispers that weren't quite sound but vibrations humming through the floorboards. Heart pounding, she pressed her ear to the wall, the cold seeping into her cheek. Silence. Then, a low murmur, layered voices overlapping like a chorus of drowned souls. Join us. The fire claims all got double quotes. She yanked back, pulse thundering, and fled downstairs to the kitchen, brewing coffee until dawn chased the shadows away. Morning light revealed nothing amiss. No holes, no nests, just the house settling, she told herself. But as she unpacked boxes in the library that afternoon, rifling through her uncle's dusty ledgers, she found a hidden journal tucked behind a loose shelf. Its leather cover was cracked, pages yellowed and brittle, filled with frantic handwriting. They speak through the walls. The witches never died. They wait for the bloodline to return. I hear them plotting burning, always burning. Emily slammed it shut, her hands shaking. Her uncle, Elias Hargrove, had been a recluse, obsessed with the occult, or so the obituary clipping taped inside said. He'd vanished 3 years prior, body never found, ruled a suicide by the overworked sheriff. Coincidence, she rationalized, shoving the journal into her bag for later reading. But that night, as thunder rattled the panes and rain lashed the roof like accusatory fingers, the whispers returned not just from the walls, but from the floor, the ceiling, seeping through cracks like smoke. She barricaded herself in the guest room, phone clutched like a talisman, but signal died midway through dialing a friend. Stay. Witness the flames ... The voices were clearer now, feminine and raspy, laced with screams that faded into giggles. Panic clawed at her throat. She grabbed a crowbar from her toolkit and smashed at the wall, plaster exploding in white clouds, revealing not insulation, but a hollow space lined with charred bones, small, child-sized, etched with symbols that glowed faintly in the dark. Screaming, Emily bolted for the door, but it wouldn't budge. The knob turned, but the frame held fast as if invisible hands gripped it from outside. Shadows lengthened unnaturally, pooling on the floor and rising like ink in water, forming silhouettes of women in colonial garb, their faces melted wax, eyes hollow pits. One stepped forward, translucent yet solid enough to chill the air 10 degrees, her voice a hiss. You bear the mark, Hargrove? The fire we escaped now hungers for you. Emily's mind reeled. Mark. She clawed at her neck, feeling nothing until a mirror across the room caught her reflection. A birthmark on her collarbone, shaped like a flame, one she'd always hidden under scarves. Inherited sin, the journal had called it. Hours blurred into a nightmare of evasion. The ghosts pursued her through the manor's labyrinthine halls passages that twisted where blueprints said they shouldn't. Staircases looping back on themselves like Escher drawings. In the basement, she found a ritual circle scorched into the stone floor, candles long melted into puddles of wax surrounding a pit that exhaled sulfurous breath. The whispers urged her closer. Feed the fire. Or join it eternal. Flashlight flickering, she uncovered a trapdoor beneath the circle, leading to a tunnel that smelled of earth and decay, walls slick with what felt like blood. Crawling through on hands and knees, mud caking her jeans, she emerged in the thorn-choked yard just as lightning split the sky, illuminating the manor as if it breathed fire from within. Neighbors finally heard her screams and called the fire department when flames, real ones, this time licked from the upper windows. The blaze consumed Blackwood Manor in minutes, defying all logic. Firefighters swore the structure fought back, beams twisting to block hoses. Emily was pulled to safety, catatonic, babbling about voices and bones. When the ashes cooled, investigators found no human remains, no evidence of arson, just that journal, charred but intact. Its final entry, the walls remember. They always whisper back. Emily never returned to Salem. She moved to Seattle. But the birthmark darkened over time, and on windy nights, she swears she hears faint scratches behind her apartment walls, calling her name. Blackwood Manor was bulldozed. The lot left barren. But drone footage from urban explorers shows shadows moving in the weeds, forming words in the dirt. Emily, come home. If you're exploring abandoned haunted houses in America, remember Salem's curse: some walls don't forget, and they hunger for the living. What whispers have you heard in your own home? Share below. The Skinwalker's shadow in the Navajo borderlands. Supernatural creatures, skinwalkers. Remote desert near Shiprock, New Mexico, USA. Deep in the sun-baked badlands of New Mexico, where the red rock formations claw at the endless blue sky like petrified screams, the year was 2012. And Jake Redhorse, a 35-year-old oil rig worker of Navajo descent, was running from more than just a dead-end life. Raised on stories of Ye Nald Lucy the Skinwalkers, shape-shifting witches who wore the hides of the dead to stalk the night. Jake had long ago traded folklore for the roar of diesel engines and the bite of cheap whiskey. But after a bar fight in Albuquerque left him with a busted jaw and a pink slip, he hitched a ride back to his grandmother's hogan on the reservation outskirts, hoping for a reset amid the sagebrush and silence. Shiprock Pinnacle loomed like a jagged finger, accusing the heavens, and as his thumb caught a lift from a dusty pickup, the driver, a grizzled rancher with eyes like chipped flint, warned him. "Don't walk alone after dark out here, son. The old ones are restless this moon." Jake scoffed, nursing his bruises in the hogan's dim light that first evening. His grandmother, Lena, 78 and bent like wind-carved cedar, pressed a medicine pouch into his hand, turquoise beads and eagle feathers, smelling of cedar smoke. "Wear it, grandchild," she murmured, her voice a rasp honed by decades of chants. The skinwalker smells blood, yours calls it. Superstition, Jake thought, but he looped it around his neck anyway, the weight oddly comforting as he crashed on the sheepskin rugs. Midnight brought the coyotes' howls, closer than usual, circling the hogan like sentinels. Then a new sound, footsteps, heavy and deliberate, padding just beyond the door flap. Not animal too upright, too human in their cadence. Jake bolted upright, heart slamming, peering through a crack in the hide. Moonlight silvered the yard, empty save for tumbleweeds skittering like fleeing ghosts. But the steps resumed, circling, accompanied by a low chant in Navajo that twisted into English mockery. Red ... horse ... run ... far ... broke with no sign, and Lena's face was ashen when she served fry bread and stew. "It marked you," she said, tracing a symbol in the dirt with a stick-a-spiral with claw marks. Jake laughed nervously, but unease gnawed as he drove into town for supplies. On the res road, his rear view mirrored a black shape loping parallel through the arroyo's tall, emaciated on two legs, but moving with wolfish grace, eyes reflecting yellow like roadkill under headlights. He floored the gas dust plume erasing the vision, but at the trading post, the clerk, an elder with a braided beard, paled at the sight of Jake's face. "You carry the scent." The skinwalker hunts kin who deny the old ways. That night, as stars wheeled overhead like indifferent gods, Jake couldn't sleep. The pouch warmed against his chest, then burned, and outside, the chanting swelled. Names of his dead parents, his sister's laughter from a childhood accident that stole her. Desperate, he grabbed Lena's old rifle and ventured into the cooling desert, flashlight beams slicing the dark. The air thickened, buzzing with insects that weren't there, and the ground softened underfoot, as if the earth exhaled breath. Then, it appeared not charging, but waiting atop a mesa ledge. A figure cloaked in ragged coyote pelts, limbs elongated unnaturally, fingers tipped in black talons that clicked like castanets. Its face, oh God, its face was Jake's own, twisted into a rictus grin, eyes glowing with stolen fire. "Join the hunt, brother," it rasped, voice a dual echo of Jake's baritone and a guttural growl. "Or become the skin." It shed the pelt in a fluid ripple, body contorting with wet cracks, fur sprouting as it dropped to all fours, charging with speed that blurred the line between man and beast. Jake fired wildly, bullets whizzing harmlessly through mist where flesh should be. It leaped, claws raking his arm, drawing blood that sizzled on the sand. Pain exploded, but the pouch flared, feathers igniting in harmless blue flame, repelling the creature with a shriek that split the night. He ran, lungs burning, toward the distant glow of shiprock, the monster's howls morphing into laughter behind him. By morning, he collapsed at a ranger station, babbling of demons in coyote skin. Rangers found no tracks, no blood but his own, clotted with an oily residue that smoked under lab lights. Lena performed a 9-day healing ceremony, burning sage and chanting until her voice gave out, but Jake never shook the feeling of eyes on his back. He left New Mexico for good, drifting to Vegas casinos, but the scar on his arm itches under neon, and in crowded slots, he catches glimpses of yellow eyes and reflections. Skinwalkers don't forget, and the desert remembers every denial. If you've camped in America's Southwest and felt watched, was it just the wind? Confess in the comments your story could be next. The Eternal Hunt of the Scottish Wendigo, Supernatural Creatures, Wendigos, Cairngorms National Park, Scottish Highlands, Scotland, UK. It was the winter of 1995 when blizzards buried the Cairngorms in white silence deeper than graves that Connor MacLeod, yes, like the Highlander, irony, he loathed. A 42-year-old Edinburgh forester with a beard frosted by Highland gales led his annual survey team into the heart of the ancient pines. The park, a labyrinth of locks frozen like shattered mirrors and Munros that swallowed men whole, held secrets older than the Celts. Connor's crew, 3 hardy lads from Inverness Young Tam, burly Ian, and quiet wee Fergus were mapping erosion after a brutal storm, their breath fogging in headlamps as they trudged single file along deer trails. Folklore warned of the Ruisk forest spirits, but more sinister were the smuggled tales from Algonquian traders centuries past. The Wendigo, a gaunt devourer born of cannibal hunger, its spirit slipping across oceans on cursed ships to claim Europe's wilds. They pitched camp in a glen sheltered by birches, the fire crackling defiance against the -20 Celsius bite. Stories flowed with Whiskey be the whiskey warming bellies as Tam recounted his DOS yarn of a 19th century crofter who vanished, leaving only gnawed bones and footprints too long for man. Laughter died when the wind shifted, carrying a howl not of wolf but something hollow, echoing from the quarry above like bones rattling in a gale. "Just a fox," Ian grumbled, but Connor's gut twisted. He'd seen tracks that morning humanoid, but elongated, toes splayed like starved claws, leading into impossible crevices. Sleep came in fits, the tent nylon snapping like whips, until a crack split the night, branches splintering under impossible weight, circling the site with deliberate slowness. Fergus was first to scream at dawn. His sleeping bag lay shredded, not by blade but by teeth marks deep as gouges, and he clutched a gash across his chest, babbling of eyes like frozen hell, tall as the pines, whispering my name in tongues. Blood soaked the snow, steaming faintly, and the tracks encircled the tent fresh, steaming, leading toward the frozen burn. Panic set in, radio static, no signal in the glen. They packed feverishly, but as they crested the ridge, the air grew foul, like rotting venison left too long. There in a clearing blasted bare by wind stood the abomination. 15 feet of emaciated horror antlers, like shattered elk horns crowning a skull stretched over protruding bones, skin, translucent parchment, veined blue lips peeled back from fangs yellowed by eons of feasting. Its eyes milky voids flecked with red locked on Fergus, and a voice like grinding glaciers rasped, "Hunger ... eternal ... Feed the frost ... double quotes. The Wendigo lunged, faster than avalanche, swiping Ian into a drift with a casual backhand that snapped ribs like twigs. Connor fired his flare gun, crimson light exploding against the beast's hide, eliciting a bellow that shook snow from branches and avalanches. Tam dragged Ian, gurgling blood, while Fergus froze, transfixed, murmuring, "It knows me. My sins ... The lad had confessed over whiskey to poaching a stag last season, guilt festering. The creature ignored the others, zeroing on him, claws carving runes in the ice that glowed with inner cold. Connor tackled Fergus, rolling them down a slope into thorn thickets that tore flesh. The Wendigos pursued a thunder of cracking trunks. They burst into a cave mouth, black as pitch, scrambling over boulders slick with ice until exhaustion claimed them. Hours later, rescue choppers summoned by a lucky sat phone burst hauled them out. Ian medevaced to Aberdeen with punctured lungs. Fergus catatonic in psych ward, whispering of endless hunger. Wendigos don't die. They wait, patient as winter, for the next lost soul to taste forbidden's meat. The Skin That Walks, bone-chilling supernatural creatures, skinwalker wilderness horror, and cryptid-stalking terror, deep in the Navajo Nation's vast Chuska Mountains, where the pines claw at the sky like desperate hands and the wind carries echoes of ancient chants. 34-year-old park ranger Marcus Yazzie had patrolled the backcountry trails for over a decade. Born and raised in the shadow of Shiprock, Marcus respected the old ways offerings of cornmeal at trailheads. Avoidance of whistling after dark to not summon spirits, but he grounded his fears in science. Wildlife biology degree from UNM Bear spray on his belt satellite phone for emergencies. The summer of 2018 was brutal, wildfires scorching the ridges, forcing evacuations and leaving the forests eerily silent save for the crackle of embers. Marcus's shifts stretched to 72 hours straight, sleeping in his truck cab under star-pricked skies, radio crackling with static warnings of flash floods. He was no stranger to the unexplained hikers babbling of Ye Nald Lucy, skinwalkers who shed human guise for beastly forms to curse the unwary, but he chalked it up to heat stroke and tall tailies. Until the night the skin tore and the creature came for him, turning a routine patrol into a primal fight for survival against one of the most feared supernatural creatures in native lore. It started on a moonless July evening, the air heavy with the tang of pine sap and distant smoke. Marcus was checking a remote fire watchtower near the Arizona border, a skeletal metal perch overlooking canyons that swallowed light whole. His flashlight beam cut through the dusk, catching glints of animal eyes, coyotes, he figured, scavenging the burn scars. As he climbed the ladder, rungs cold under his gloves, a low yip echoed from the tree line, not quite canine, laced with a human inflection that raised the hairs on his neck. Shaking it off as fatigue, he logged readings. Humidity 22%, wind 5 knots from the west. But descending, his boots slipped on something slick, not dew, but viscous, like blood congealing on iron. At the base in the beam sweep lay a rabbit skinned alive. Pelt draped over a branch like a flag of surrender, entrails arranged in a spiral that mimicked Navajo healing symbols, but inverted, profane. Marcus's stomach churned. Poachers, maybe, or kids pulling pranks. He radioed base. Vandalism at Tower 7. Heads up. Static answered, then a whisper through the speaker. Run. It's watching. The voice wasn't dispatch, it was his own, distorted mocking. Heart slamming like a war drum, Marcus hiked back to his jeep, the forest closing in, branches snapping underfoot not from his steps but parallel, pacing him through the underbrush. He fired up the engine, headlights piercing the gloom, and floored it down the rutted dirt road, dust billowing like ghosts in his wake. Glancing in the rearview, he saw it, a figure loping on all fours. Impossibly fast, body elongated, limbs bending, wrong human torso furred in patches of gray hide, head a coyote's snout stretched over a man's grin, eyes reflecting yellow like twin embers. It kept pace effortlessly, leaping fallen logs with a grace that defied physics, claws gouging earth in sprays of soil. Marcus swerved, tires fishtailing, praying to changing woman for protection. But the road twisted like a serpent, and the creature howled a sound that blended Wolf's fury with a woman's wail, curdling his blood. He slammed the brakes at a fork, grabbing his rifle from the passenger seat, chambering around with shaking hands. The headlights pinned it, standing upright now, 7 feet tall, skin rippling as if alive, shedding flakes like molten snake-face half-man, half-beast, teeth bared in a rictus of hunger. The skinwalker didn't charge, it mimicked. As Marcus raised the rifle, it tilted its head, copying his stance, then spoke in his uncle's voice, long dead from cancer. "Lower the gun, nephew." "It's me." The words slithered into his mind, burrowing like worms, stirring memories of fry bread and stories by firelight. He hesitated, sweat stinging his eyes, and in that blink, it lunged, claws raking the truck's hood, metal shrieking as if in pain. Bullets barked, 3 shots into the night, one grazing its shoulder in a spray of dark ichor that sizzled on the ground. The creature recoiled, yelping, but didn't fall. Instead, it shifted, bones cracking audibly, form compressing into a hawk silhouette that wheeled overhead, wings blotting stars. Marcus gunned the engine again, barreling toward the highway, but the pursuit didn't end. Hawks don't screech like that, harsh, guttural cries that echoed his name. "Marcus, join us." He reached the pavement at 80 miles per hour, lights of a passing semi his salvation, but in the mirror, the road stretched empty, the forest swallowing secrets. Back at the ranger station, Marcus reported it as a feral dog attack, but sleep evaded him in his trailer, the walls pressing close. Nightmares plagued, the skinwalker flaying him alive, wearing his face to hunt his kin. He confided in Elder Tsosi, a medicine woman with eyes like polished turquoise, who burned sage in his home and chanted protections, her voice a shield against the void. "Ye Naldlusi are witches who traded souls for power," she warned. "They mimic to break you. Bury your fear, or it claims you." Marcus quit patrolling solos, sticking to groups, but the stalking persisted, tires slashed with claw marks. Boot prints circling his trailer at dawn, whispers in the wind aping his mother's lullabies. One dawn, he found a feather on his doorstep, hawks, tipped in blood that typed to his own. The attacks culminated in October during a full harvest moon as Marcus led a group hike for school kids. The creature appeared on the ridge, half glimpsed, driving the children into hysterics with its howl. Marcus fired warning shots, scattering it, but not before it locked eyes promising return. He left the Park Service that winter, moving to Albuquerque for a desk job, but the cryptid's curse lingers. Aversion to mirrors, where he swears he sees furred edges in his reflection, and a tattoo of protection inked by Sosia Bear Claw encircled by lightning. Hikers still report sightings in the Chuscas, dubbing it Yazi's shadow, a supernatural creature that walks as man and beast, forever hungry. This skinwalker wilderness horror is a stark reminder. In the deep woods, not all that mimics is friends. Some skins hide horrors that peel back your sanity. If you faced a cryptid in the wild or heard the call of something unnatural, spill it in the comments. Coming up, a glitch in the matrix that bent time and space, leaving a family fractured in unreality. Fractured echoes, men-bending glitch in the matrix, reality distortions. An unsolved mystery, time loop terror. Emily Carter was your average 26-year-old barista in Portland, Oregon, juggling double shifts at a hipster coffee shop and night classes in psychology at PSU, dreaming of a corner office in counseling. Her life was a cozy chaos, a shoebox apartment shared with her tabby cat Milo, stacks of textbooks on quantum theory that she skimmed for fun, and weekend hikes in the Columbia Gorge where waterfalls drowned out the city's hum. In March 2020, just as the world locked down, Emily's routine shattered during a solo drive home from a grocery run, rain-slicked streets reflecting neon like fractured dreams. What started as a wrong turn into a glitch in the matrix, a reality distortion that replayed her worst. Day on an endless loop sucked her into an unsolved mystery where time folded like origami and escape meant confronting the echo of a death that hadn't happened yet. It was 8:47 p.m. when her GPS glitched, the screen flickering to recalculating. Error. Loop detected, before dying completely. Emily pulled over on a deserted stretch of Highway 84, wipers slapping rhythmically against the downpour, cursing the storm that had knocked out her signal. She stepped out for a bar check, phone yielding 1 bar, enough to text her roommate. Stuck in rain. Be home soon. But as she slid back into the driver's seat, the world stuttered like a VHS tape skipping frames. The rain stopped mid-drop, hanging suspended, then resumed in reverse, pattering upward. Her dashboard clock jumped from 8:47 to 7:32, then snapped back. Shaking her head, she drove on. But the exit for her neighborhood looped her past the same billboard 3 times. Carter's Auto. We fix what's broken. Her father's old shop, long sold after his heart attack 5 years prior. Deja vu, she muttered, turning up the radio to drown the unease classic rock warbling through static. Arriving home at what felt like 9:15, Emily found her apartment door ajar, Milo's meows frantic from within. Inside, chaos. Drawers ransacked, couch cushions slashed, her laptop smashed on the floor, signs of a break-in. Panic rising, she dialed 911, voice trembling as the operator's calm, "Ma'am?" echoed hollowly. But as sirens wailed in the distance, time warped again. The clock on the wall spun backward. Rain lashed windows that had been dry, and suddenly, she was back in the car on Highway 84, wipers mid-slap, phone buzzing with the unsent text. What the hell? Heart racing, Emily floored it this time, taking side roads, but the loop tightened. Same billboard, same static song, Hotel California, mocking her with, "You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave." Each iteration brought the break-in closer. In the second loop, she arrived to find the door cracked, Milo cowering under the bed, scratches on his muzzle from an intruder's boot. Police arrived, dusted for prints, found none. Kids, probably, the officer shrugged, but Emily knew better. The apartment smelled of wet earth and cologne, a man's scent that tickled a memory from childhood. Her father's partner, Uncle Ray, who vanished after the shop's sale, rumored to have embezzled funds. By the fourth loop, desperation clawed at her. She barricaded the door with her desk, armed with a kitchen knife, waiting for the phantom burglar. Time dilated. Minutes stretched to hours, shadows lengthening unnaturally, furniture shifting inches when she blinked. At 9:15 sharp, the knob rattled, a key scraping her key, duplicated somehow. The door buckled under force, splintering the frame, and in stumbled a figure hooded in raincoat, face obscured, reeking of that cologne. Emily ... I need the ledger, he growled, voice muffled but familiar, laced with raised gravel from old voicemails. She lunged, knife slashing air, but he disarmed her effortlessly, pinning her against the wall, breath hot on her neck. Your dad owed me. This ends tonight. Struggle blurred into pain, a blow to her temple, world spinning black but then stutter. She awoke in the car again, Highway 84 endless, clock resetting to 8:47. Bruises bloomed on her arms, phantom aches from the fight, proving the loops weren't dreams. Milo, in each home arrival, grew wilder-formatted, eyes dilated, as if sensing the unraveling fabric of reality. Emily's psychology texts became lifelines. She recalled Mandela effects, simulation theories, glitches where the universe's code hiccups, trapping souls in echo chambers. In Loop 7, she detoured to the old shop, now a vape store, but the owner, an elderly woman with sharp eyes, recognized her. You look like Ellen Carter. Died here last year, hit by a truck on 84. Wrong turn in the rain. Emily's blood froze. Her mother's name, but alive in Florida. Digging on her phone, signal spotty, but persistent. She uncovered the thread. Ray had murdered Ellen, or so police suspected, staging a car crash to cover embezzlement. Vanishing with $50,000. The billboard? A taunt. Ray circling back. In the loops, Emily realized she was reliving her mother's final drive, body swapped in the Matrix's error. Ray the glitch's anchor, hunting the ledger that proved his crime hidden in her apartment's floorboard, a detail from Mom's letters. Armed with knowledge, Loop 10 became confrontation. She sped home, pried the floorboard, clutching the yellowed notebook entries detailing Ray's thefts, signed by her father. When the door burst, she didn't fight. She held it out. Take it. And this, Ray unmasked, face gaunt with years of hiding, snatched it. eyes widening in the stutter light. How? But time fractured fully then, walls bleeding pixels like digital rain, the apartment folding inward. Emily screamed Ellen's name, channeling the echo, and Ray dissolved into static, howling as the loop snapped. She awoke on the highway at 9:20, Ray normal, bruises fading like mist. Police found Ray's body days later in a wreck on 84 unsolved, ledger in his pocket, death ruled accident. Emily moved to Seattle, therapy unpacking the distortion, but glitches linger. Clock skipping, Milo's stare too knowing. This glitch in the Matrix true story warns. Reality's threads fray, and some mysteries solve themselves by unraveling you. Share your time-banned tales below. Next, a true crime saga of a serial killer's unsolved murders that gripped a small town in fear. The Harvest Reaper, shocking true crime serial killer murders, missing persons cold case, and stalker obsession nightmare. In the amber waves of Iowa's Corn Belt, the fall of 2007 painted Eldridge, sleepy farming community of 6,000, as a postcard of harvest bliss, combines rumbling through golden fields, county fairs buzzing with blue ribbon pies, Friday night lights under crisp skies. But beneath the idyllic veneer lurked the Harvest Reaper, a serial killer whose methodical murders of young women stalked, abducted, and left in ritualistic poses amid the stalks turned the heartland into a labyrinth of paranoia. At the center was Detective Lara Voss, 35, a no-nonsense transplant from Chicago. Her badge earned in homicide grind, now tasked with unraveling a cold case that began with a missing persons report and spiraled into obsession, forcing her to hunt a monster who mirrored her own buried traumas in this gripping true crime unsolved mystery. The first victim, 22-year-old college student Mia Reynolds, vanished on September 15th after her shift at the local diner. Friends recalled her bubbly laugh, dreams of Broadway, but Lara's canvas painted unease. Mia had mentioned a regular customer, mid-40s, salt and pepper hair, always tipping with crumpled 20s and lingering stares that made her skin crawl. Like he was memorizing me, she'd confide to her roommate. Search parties scoured the fields, dragging her scent to a creek bed where her sneakers laces tied and perfect bows bobbed like buoys. No body, no leads, just a cornhusk doll left on her porch pre-abduction, eyes sewn from black buttons. Lara, sipping black coffee in the station's fluorescent hum, pored over security footage. A shadow truck, plates obscured by mud, idling outside the diner. Stalker pattern, she noted in her file, the word obsession underlining her growing dread. This wasn't random. It was personal, a predator collecting trophies. Victim 2, 19-year-old farmhand Tessa Klein, disappeared 2 weeks later from a bonfire party, her laughter cut short by the rustle of stalks. Lara arrived at dawn to screams. Tessa's body crucified on a combine harvester, arms outstretched like wings, throat slit ear to ear, corn silk braided into her hair like a crown of thorns. Autopsy revealed ketamine in her system, restraints chafing wrists, and carved into her palm. Right. The town locked down curfews, porch lights blazing 24/7, but whispers spread. The Reaper was one of them, a farmer hiding sickles stained red. Lara's team canvassed silos and co-ops, interviewing suspects. Bitter ex-husband of Mia's boss, a reclusive mechanic with a garage full of blades. But alibis held, and evidence taunted husks at each scene, pollen under nails matching the same hybrid strain from Eldridge Co-op. Sleepless nights blurred for Lara. She tacked photos to her office wall, Mia's smile fading to Tessa's vacant stare, each a mirror to her sister's unsolved disappearance in '95, abducted from a Chicago alley, body never found. Not again, she vowed, the case burrowing into her psyche like roots in soil. By October, the Reaper escalated. Third victim, librarian Becca Harlow, 28, was stalked for days hang-ups on her landline, shadows in her peripheral at the stacks. Lara installed cameras at Becca's Victorian cottage, footage capturing the truck circling blocks away, headlights off like a ghost ship. Becca called in frantic. "He's watching, detective. Says my books will burn." That night, a firebomb shattered her window, flames licking curtains before Lara's team doused them. Becca survived, but the trauma cracked her. In protection, she sketched the man from Glimpse's hawkish nose, scar bisecting his lip. Lara's composite hit the papers. Tips flooding. That's Harlan Crow, lives off grid 12. Crow, 47, widower, corn magnate, whose fields bordered the kills. Raid at dawn. House reeking of fertilizer and regret. Walls papered with photos Mia at the diner, Tessa dancing, Becca reading pinned like butterflies. But no bodies, no blood. Just a ledger of harvest dates and a basement altar of husks, woven into effigies. Crow bolted through a backfield, leading Lara on a chase through maze-like rows, stalks whipping her face like lashes. She tackled him at the creek, knee in his back, cuffs clicking as he laughed. The ripest fruit falls first. Your sister was too green. Interrogation cracked the case wide. Crow confessed to 6 murders spanning Iowa and Nebraska. Driven by a god complex born from his wife's stillbirth, she took my seed. I take theirs. Mia drowned in the creek, weighted with stones. Tessa harvested post-mortem on his machine. Becca was bait, her survival a slip. But the kicker? Crow's scar matched a cold case from 95 Lara's sister, listed as runaway, but now linked by a husk found in her abandoned car. I watched you grow up, detective. Through windows, harvests. Your next stripe for picking. Crow hanged himself in county lockup before trial, leaving taunting letters. Maps to shallow graves yielding remains of 4 more missing persons, closing cases but scarring Eldridge forever. Lara, promoted to captain, founded a stalker awareness program, but the obsession lingers nights driving Grid 12, ensuring the fields stay silent. This serial killer true crime saga proves monsters till their own soil, waiting for harvest. Got a cold case that haunts you? Comment it out. Ahead, a creepy encounter with a stranger that escalated into home invasion hell. The man at the door, terrifying personal creepy encounters with strangers. Home invasion intruder horror, and alone at home nightmare. Late winter 2019 in a quiet cul-de-sac of suburban Atlanta, Georgia, 24-year-old nursing student Kayla Ruiz lived alone for the first time, her parents downsizing to Florida, leaving her their split-level ranch with its creaky porch swing and rose bushes clawing at the siding. Kayla thrived on Independence early shifts at the hospital, Netflix binges with microwave popcorn, and journaling dreams of travel nursing in Europe. But independence came with isolation, and on a foggy February night, a knock shattered the peace, ushering in a creepy encounter with a stranger that morphed into a home invasion nightmare, testing her wits against an intruder whose obsession turned ordinary locks into paper barriers. It was 11:23 p.m., rain drumming the roof like impatient fingers, when the doorbell chimed sharp, insistent, cutting through Kayla's study session for midterms. Peering through the peephole, she saw a man in his 30s, drenched trench coat clinging like a second skin, face shadowed by a fedora, holding a bouquet of wilted daisies. "Delivery for Kayla Ruiz," he called, voice smooth as oil, holding up a florist's tag fluttering in the wind. Skeptical, she hadn't ordered flowers. Kayla cracked the door chain. "From who?" He smiled, teeth too white, eyes unblinking. "A secret admirer. Says you're unforgettable." Unease prickled. She accepted the bundle, slamming the door, deadbolting it with a click that echoed her pulse. The card read, "Saw you at the coffee shop. Your smile lights the dark." Sese. No shop visits that week, but the daisies' scent lingered, cloying as she tossed them in the sink. Sleep evaded her, the house groaning in the storm every creak of footstep. At 2 a.m., scratching at the back doornails on glass, deliberate. Kayla grabbed her phone, flashlight app piercing the kitchen gloom, revealing nothing but puddles on the deck. "Imagination," she whispered, but paranoia rooted. She dragged the armchair under the knob, barricading like a fortress. Dawn brought relief, classes distracting. But at the hospital, a patient in room 204, a John Doe with a gash on his forehead, muttered her name in delirium. Kayla ... home ... to soon. Coincidence? She fled early, driving loops to shake tails, arriving to find the front door ajar chain snapped like twine. Inside, violation. Drawers rifled, underwear drawer emptied onto the bed in neat rows. Her journal opened to a page on first crushes, underlined in red pen, not hers. Police dusted, found a print partial, useless, and advised a Ring camera. "Stalker type," the officer said. "Change routines." Kayla did. New locks, pepper spray on keys, blinds perpetually drawn. But the stranger persisted, a ghost in her periphery. Grocery runs shadowed by a beige sedan. Voicemails of breathing, heavy, intimate. One night, post-shift exhaustion, she collapsed on the couch, TV droning true crime doc's ironic armor. The power flickered, plunging her into black, and the knock returned slow, rhythmic, like a heartbeat. Through the window, him again. Coat dry now, daisies fresh, face illuminated by street lamp scar over his left eye like a crescent moon. "Kayla, I know you're scared. Let me in. I can make it stop." Her scream lodged in throat. She dialed 911 silently. Text to call, as he pressed his face to the glass, lips mouthing her address, her birthday details from public records. But intimate, violating. Sirens wailed distant, and he melted into fog, but not before slipping a note under the door. "Our home awaits. Your S.A." The break came mid-March. Kayla's roommate from college, Jenna, crashing for spring break. Bolstered, they hosted a girls' night wine, face masks, laughter echoing. But at midnight, the scratching resumed, now at windows, circling like a shark. Jenna peered out. "Holy shit, Kay, it's him!" The man, bolder, hurled a brick through the slider, glass exploding inward, shards glittering like deadly snow. He clambered through, eyes wild, knife glinting kitchen variety, stolen from her block. "You ignore me, but we're meant." Chaos erupted. Kayla sprayed mace, blinding him temporarily. Jenna wielding a lamp like a bat, cracking his shoulder with a thud. He slashed wild, nicking Jenna's arm, blood blooming red, before tackling Kayla to the carpet, breath rancid with desperation. "I watched you grow up from the park school plays. You're mine." Revelation hits. Was Sam Adler, high school acquaintance, obsessed since a shared bus ride. Life derailed into unemployment and delusion after her rejection of his prom ask. They fought filthy Kayla kneeing his groin, Jenna dialing from the floor as he wheezed confessions. The break-ins to feel close, flowers to woo the patient. A planted alias at the hospital A is scouting. Police stormed in, tasers popping blue arcs, cuffing Sam as he babbled love sonnets. Trial painted him. Restraining order ignored. Online stalking via socials. A shrine in his mom's basement of Kayla's pilfered mail. He got 15 to life, but the scars linger. Kayla's trust fractured. Therapy unpacking the violation. Jenna healed, but nights alone revived the knock's echo. This creepy stranger home invasion tale screams. Locks keep out the world, but obsession picks them. Ever had a door you shouldn't open? Tell me below. Next up, an online conversation that dragged a teen into dark web horrors and deadly dares. The dare that deleted me, shocking online conversations, internet horror, deep dark web creepy apps, and personal nightmare dares in the glow of a laptop screen in Boise, Idaho. 17-year-old high school senior Alex Thompson spent his lockdown isolation in 2021 glued to Discord servers and Reddit threads, escaping algebra homework and parental divorce drama through anonymous chats. A tech whiz tinkering with code in his basement bedroom, posters of circuit boards and cyberpunk cities papering the walls. Alex stumbled upon Echo Chamber, a invite-only app whispered about on 4chan. Dark web playground for truth or dare games that escalated from silly pranks to psychological warfare, promising real connections, but delivering digital damnation. What began as a board scroll into online conversations turned into an internet horror abyss, where creepy apps birthed a stalker dare that threatened to erase his life in this pulse-pounding personal encounter with the deep web's underbelly. It started with a DM from Ghostbite87. Heard you're into hacks. Join Echo for the ultimate dare win crypto. Lose your secrets. Curiosity hooked Alex. A quick Tor download, and he was in an encrypted chat room pulsing with avatars, skulls, glitchy faces, usernames like Shadowleak and Void Whisper. The rules were simple. Spin a virtual wheel for dares. Truths shared via video, forfeits in Bitcoin. First round. Post your browser history. Alex laughed, complying with tame searches. Best ramen recipes? Python tutorials, earning laughs in 0.01 BTC. Emboldened, round 2. Call a random number, confess a crush. He dialed a Boise exchange, mumbling about his lab partner, the group cheering with emojis. But by round 5, the wheel darkened. Share your location pin. 10 min dare. Steal a neighbor's mail. Heart quickening, Alex pinned his street. Slipping out in hoodie and gloves, snagging a catalog from Mrs. Hargrove's box. Innocent enough. Back online, the group exploded. Good pup. Next. Deep dive upload a family photo album. Alex hesitated. His album held dad's fishing trips, mom's holiday cakes, but the pot swelled 0.5 BTC now. enough for a new GPU. He zipped and sent, ignoring the twinge. Ghostbite replied privately, "Cute fam, truth. What's your biggest fear?" "Being alone," Alex typed, "vulnerability spilling." The app glitched, then screen, inverting colors. His webcam activating unbidden, capturing his yawn, his room's Star Wars sheets. "Whoa, bug," he messaged, but responses lagged, avatars freezing. Round 7's dare chilled. Dark web drop, visit this link. Download the file, burn it. The URL led to a Onion site. Abyss archive, a trove of leaked data. SSNs, nudes, suicides, the file? A video of a teen, face blurred, daring himself off a bridge ending and splash. "Your turn," Ghostbite pinged. "Film yourself confessing a lie to camera." "Post or pay?" Alex's lie. "I cheated on a test. The posting felt wrong." He wired the forfeit, stomach nodding. The escalation hit warp speed. By midnight, the group, now 50 strong, knew too much. His school's address from geotags. Mom's work number from album EXIF data. Dad's AA meetings scraped from public forums. Dares morphed menacing. "Call mom, say your suicidal gauge reaction." Alex balked, logging off, but notifications bombarded app uninstallable. Pings on his phone via sideload. Ghostbite's voice note. "Play or we dox you, kid." "Your fear's coming true." Paranoia bloomed. At school, lockers scrawled "A lone boy," classmates whispering. Home, packages arrived, his face on milk cartons. Missing. Alex T. last seen logging in. He confessed to Dad, who yanked the router, but the app mirrored to his tablet. Dares now physical. Carve echo. On your arm. Vid proof. Blood welled under X-Acto, shallow but stinging, uploaded with trembling hands. The group fed. Deeper. Next. Meet at coordinates Boise River Bridge. 3 a.m. Bring your lies proof. Terror peaked. Alex biked to the meet, rain-slicked paths, flashlight beam jittery. The bridge loomed, graffiti tagged, river churning black below. No one until footsteps echoed. A figure in balaclava. "You came, a lone boy." Not Ghostbite, but a local Tyler from chem class, voice distorted by app filter. "It's all fake, man." Group prank. Relief flooded, then horror. Tyler revealed Echo's truth. A dark web honeypot run by hackers, luring teens for blackmail vids, escalating to self-harm for darknet sales. "Your file's gold $2,000 bid already." Alex swung his bike lock, cracking Tyler's jaw, fleeing as sirens wailed anonymous tip from a conscience in the group. Police raided Tyler's setup, seizing servers linking to international rings, shutting Echo but not before leaks. Alex's videos surfaced on paste sites, forcing a family move to Spokane. Therapy rebuilt him, coding now for cybersecurity, warning forums of creepy apps, but scars itch. Phantom pings in silence, trust in screens shattered. This deep, dark web internet horror dares us. Online anonymity hides hooks that reel you into the void. Brush the web's edge? Confess below. Stay with me for a sleep paralysis demon that clawed through dreams into waking dread. The Paralysis Watcher, frightening sleep paralysis demons, nightmare experiences, and supernatural sleep terror amid the humid haze of New Orleans summer 2016. 29-year-old bartender Riley Novak crashed in a shotgun house off Bourbon Street after graveyard shifts, slinging hurricanes and Sazeracs. A transplant from Minnesota seeking jazz and adventure. Riley's days blurred into nights of neon buzz and stranger stories. Her king bed a sanctuary piled with thrift store quilts. But sanctuary became cage when sleep paralysis struck, not as fleeting episodes, but a relentless haunting by a demon watcher whose nightmare grip blurred dream and reality, turning rest into a supernatural battle for her mind in this harrowing personal sleep terror tale. The first attack came post Mardi Gras, body aching from parade crowds, Riley collapsing at 4 a.m. in sweat-damp sheets. She awoke, or thought she did, body leaden, limbs pinned by invisible chains, chest crushed under elephant weight. Above her hovered the figure, tall, emaciated, skin ashen as grave dust, eyes sunken coals, smoldering red, elongated fingers splayed like spider legs over her throat. It didn't speak. It hummed, a low vibration rattling her teeth, inhaling her fear like smoke. Riley's mind screamed, willing muscles to flinch, but paralysis held. The demon leaning closer, breath icy exhalations fogging her vision with whispers in a tongue like cracking ice. Breathe, ... give. Panic peaked. Heart thundering silent until a car horn blared outside, shattering the hold. She jolted upright, gasping, sheets tangled, but claw marks raked her collarbone, 3 parallel welts, oozing pinpricks of blood. Hallucination, she rationalized, bandaging with bar napkins, blaming stress and cheap rum. Episodes multiplied, syncing with full moons, the demon evolving. Second night, it perched on her chest, weight compressing lungs, face inches away, features shifting. One moment hag witch with needle teeth, next shadowy priest with inverted cross scar. It traced her lips with a talon, drawing a bead of blood it licked with forked tongue, murmuring, "Secrets ... spill ... or suffocate." Riley's inner voice begged Hail Marys from childhood catechism. But the entity fed on doubt, replaying nightmares, her brother's drowning at 10, guilt she'd pushed him too far in the lake, ex's betrayal, leaving her hollow. Each release left souvenirs, bruises blooming purple on ribs, whispers echoing in ears post-wake, soon ... eternal. Desperate, she scoured forums, sleep paralysis tales of the intruder, Hatman archetypes, but hers felt targeted, personal, a demon summoned by the house's history. Landlord confessed. Previous tenant, a voodoo practitioner, died mid-ritual in that bed, invoking Loa for lost love, botching the binding. Riley fought back, arming her knights. Salt lines at thresholds, sage smudged till acrid. Dream journal logging assaults. Episode 5, the demon straddled her, form solidifying, horns curling like ram, wings leathery membranes unfurling to blot the ceiling fan. It force-fed visions, drowning in the lake as her brother, gasping her name, betrayal as X, knife in hand. Join the watched, it rasped, claws sinking into shoulders, pinning for what felt hours. Riley countered, reciting banishments from online grimoires, visualizing light shields crude, but the entity recoiled, shrieking, dissolving into mist that seeped under doors. Dawn brought allies. She consulted Tante Marie, a Creole root worker with eyes like smoked quartz, who brewed a tea of rue and graveyard dirt, anointing Riley's brow. The Diable's shadow feeds on unrest. Cleanse the vessel. The final siege hit solstice eve, storm winds howling like banshees. Riley woke paralyzed in pre-dawn gray, the demon manifest. Colossal now, filling the room, chains of shadow, linking to bedposts. Pulling taut. It straddled, jaws unhinging to swallow her whole, gulping air from lungs. Hallucinations assaulted family graves opening, accusing fingers. Streets of Nola crumbling to abyss. But Riley, tea-fueled, fought inward, forgiving brother's ghost in her mind, releasing X's chain. "Begone!" she projected, voice ethereal. The entity thrashed, form fracturing like cracked porcelain, howls shaking windows till glass spiderwebbed. It fled through cracks, leaving the room reeking of ozone, marks faded to whispers on skin. Sleep returned peaceful, paralysis banished, but Riley keeps salt by bed, wary of full moons. This sleep paralysis demon nightmare unveils. Dreams are doorways. Some watchers knock from within. Felt the pin? Share your paralysis horrors below. Onward to babysitter terror in a house that hid more than dust bunnies. The midnight babysit, heart-stopping babysitter alone at home horror. Haunted house intruder. And child ghost encounter, Halloween 2014 in upscale Greenwich, Connecticut, 19-year-old college freshman. Brooke Harlan pocketed $50 to babysit the Whitaker twins' 4-year-old fraternal hellions. Lily and Max in their sprawling colonial on a hilltop estate, gated and grand, but isolated woods encroaching like silent sentinels. Brooke, a psych major with a resume of easy gigs, arrived at 7 p.m. to parental instructions. Bed by 8, monitor and nursery, help yourself to wine. The house whispered old money crystal decanters, oil portraits of stern ancestors, but the twins' eyes held shadows. Lily clutching a rag doll with button eyes. Max babbling of the boy in the walls. Dismissing as kid fancy, Brooke herded them upstairs, storytime lulling to yawns. But as the clock struck midnight, alone-at-home horror unfolded. An intruder not of flesh but spirit, a child ghost haunting the nursery, turning a routine sit into a spectral siege that clawed at sanity. The parents' Mercedes crunched gravel away at 7:30, leaving Brooke to Netflix in the den, popcorn popping, rom-com flickering. Upstairs quieted, but at 11:45 a thud echoed soft, like a book dropped. Checking the nursery, pink and blue walls bathed in nightlight glow, twins slept angelic. doll at Lily's side. Brooke shrugged, retreating, but the thuds persisted, rhythmic, from the closet. Heart quickening, she eased the door-empty shelves, winter coats mothballed. Then, a giggle-high mischievous, from the vent grate. "Kids," she muttered, but peering in, flashlight app casting eerie beams, saw nothing but dust bunnies dancing. Back downstairs, unease gnawed. She texted friends. "This house gives vibes. Twins talk to walls." Reply. "Ghost hunt." LOL. Midnight brought the shift. Lights dimmed unbidden, bulbs humming low, casting long shadows that writhed like ink in water. Brooke climbed to check, stairs creaking underfoot, each step heavier. Nursery door ajar, nightlight off, darkness thick. Lily, Max? Silence, then patter small feet racing across floorboards. She flicked the switch, twins gone from beds, window cracked to night air, curtains billowing. Panic surged. She searched closets, under beds, calling names. From the adjoining playroom, a voice. "Play with us, sitter." Not the twins' deeper, boyish, laced with echo. Brooke burst in. Dolls arrayed in circle, rocking horse swaying sans rider, walls scratched with chalk. He wants out. The air chilled, breath fogging, and they're translucent. A boy of 6, overalls faded, face pale as milk, hand extended. "I'm Tommy. They locked me. Help." Ghost story flooded backhouse history from parental small talk. 1950s. Whitaker patriarch's son died playing hide-and-seek, trapped in walls during renovation, starved before found. Tommy's spirit bound, luring playmates to free him. The haunting intensified. Toys levitated stuffed, bare floating, button eyes glinting circling Brooke like accusations. Twins materialized in corner, eyes rolled white, chanting in unison. "Let him play ... forever." Possession? Brooke scooped them, heavy as stones racing downstairs, but doors wouldn't budge, knobs spinning futile, locks jamming, windows frosted over, icy lattice blooming. Tommy materialized fully, blocking stairs, form solidifying, bruises purpling neck from accident, voice pleading then snarling. "Stay! Build with me." Hammers pounded from within walls, phantom construction, nails screeching. Brooke barricaded in kitchen, phone dead zone, twins writhing in arms, doll animating crawling across floor with jerky limbs, whispering, "Join the game." She hurled it into sink, running water to drown, reciting childhood prayers. "Now I lay me down to sleep... Dawn cracked the siege, first light seeping, doors unlocking with sigh. Twins blinked awake in her lap, innocent. Bad dream? Brooke nodded, trembling, calling parents at 6 a.m. "Come home, now." They arrived to scratches on walls, doll charred and sink self-ignited, and hired a medium who cleansed with bells and incense, banishing Tommy to rest. Brooke quit babysitting, but Greenwich nights revived the patter, the plea. This babysitter haunted house horror whispers. Children's games echo eternally. Some players never leave. Babysat the beyond? Drop your tail. Next, neighbor horror that festered into deadly secrets next door. Defensive secrets, disturbing neighbor horror stories, stalker obsessions, and true crime home intrigue. Spring 2022 in a cookie-cutter subdivision of Raleigh, North Carolina. 31-year-old graphic designer Nora Patel shared a white vinyl fence with her neighbor elderly. Mrs. Evelyn Hart, a widow whose garden overflowed with heirloom roses and whose waves over coffee were the highlight of Nora's remote work days. Nora's world was tidy yoga mat unrolled at dawn, freelance gigs from her sunlit kitchen, dates with a barista named Chris, but Evelyn's fence hid horrors, a neighbor's descent into obsession, unearthing true crime secrets of murders long buried, turning picket line politeness into a stalking siege that cracked the suburb's facade. It began with a misplaced mail, Nora's package in Evelyn's box, retrieved with apologies and tea. Evelyn, 72, spun yarns of 60s civil rights marchers, her eyes sparkling behind bifocals. "You're like the daughter I never had," she'd say, pressing lemon bars through the gate. Nora reciprocated grocery runs, tech help for her ancient flip phone. But oddities crept, Evelyn's late-night pacing, flashlight beams sweeping Nora's yard. Clippings pinned to her porch, unsolved cases from 1970s Raleigh. The Rose Killer, Strangler leaving floral tributes, 3 co-eds dead. "Just clippings," Evelyn waved off. Nora laughed until her own mail arrived, scented roses crushed inside envelopes. Notes typed. "Bloom for me." Chris joked. "Secret fan." But Nora installed cameras, footage catching Evelyn at midnight, pruning shears in hand, staring transfixed. Escalation hit July, heat wave wilting blooms. Nora's jogs shadowed by Evelyn's silhouette at the fence, murmuring, so vibrant ... Like them. A date with Chris cut short. Evelyn knocking post-midnight, cake plate trembling, heard voices. From your house. Nora, single then, alone. Paranoia prickled. Cameras rolled. Evelyn slipping over at 2 a.m., kneeling by Nora's window, ear pressed to glass, whispering, don't let him take you. Confrontation dawned. Mrs. Hart, boundaries? Evelyn crumbled, confessing. In 72 she was Evelyn Rose, survivor of the killer strangled but revived. Husband, the strangler, escaped convict, obsessed with her petals, killing rivals. She changed names, fled to Raleigh, but sightings triggered Nora's dark hair, laugh echoing victims. I watched to protect. He's back. Proof mounted. Evelyn's attic, raided by wary Nora. Key borrowed. Yielded scrapbooks photos of co-eds. Nora's face circled in red from stock socials. The killer? Deceased. But Evelyn's delusion festered, convinced reincarnation. Stalker escalated. Nora's tires slashed with shears, roses planted in gashes. Voicemails of sobbing. Don't bloom away. Police intervened. Evelyn committed for evaluation letters from psych ward. Forgive my thorns. Nora moved, fence rebuilt, but roses and vases revived the stare. This neighbor obsession true crime uncovers. Suburbs fence sins, some weeds root deep. Neighbor from hell? Spill below. Now, camping horror in national parks where wilderness devours the unwary. The cabin in the crevasse, terrifying camping wilderness horror. National Parks Deep Woods Terror, an abandoned cabin cryptid encounter, August 2019. Under Montana's Glacier National Park's jagged peaks. A group of 4 college buddies led by adventure junkie 22-year-old Jake Harlan trekked into the backcountry for a week of tent pitching, trout fishing, and escaping semester stress. Permits stamped, packs heavy with dehydrated meals and bear spray, they bushwhacked off-trail to a rumored ghost cabin in the Crevasse Valley. An abandoned miner's shack from the 1890s gold rush, whispered on all trails forums as haunted by forest things. Jake's girlfriend Sam rolled eyes at cryptid tales, but the deep woods camping trip devolved into wilderness horror when night fell, revealing an abandoned cabin pulsing with supernatural life and a creature that turned their fire pit into a fight for dawn. Day 1 dawned crisp, trailhead buzzing with marmot chatter. They hiked 12 miles, granite walls looming, grisly scat fresh enough to quicken steps. The cabin emerged at dusk, rotted logs moss-cloaked, roof sagging like a defeated brow, door ajar on rusted hinges. Squatter vibes, Jake quipped, igniting a fire ring outside, stars wheeling overhead. Inside, bunks dusted, a miner's journal yellowed, entries of eyes in trees, whispers calling names. Sam scoffed, claiming the loft for stargazing, while pals Ben and Tara roasted marshmallows. But as embers died, Russell's circle branches snapping, not dear, too deliberate. Ben's headlamp caught glints, eyes, low to ground, multiple, encircling. Wolves? Tara whispered. Jake fired a flare, scattering them, but sleep intense was fitful. Nylon walls thin against howls that mimicked human cries. Night 2 storm rolled in, lightning fracturing peaks, forcing inside the cabin. Rain hammered tin patches, wind moaning through cracks like lament. They played cards by lantern, but the journal drew Sam. Last entry, 1897. It wears our skins. Fled to the crevasse. God forgive. Jokes died at 2 a.m. when knocks echoed 3 raps on walls from within logs. Ben pried a plank. Hollow space, but a hand-pale, claw-nailed shot out, grazing his wrist before retracting. Screams erupted, group bolting to tents, but thunder masked worse, scraping at door, like talons on wood. Jake's pistol cocked, he peered, silhouette hunched, elongated limbs folding wrong, fur matted with mud, face god. The face humanoid with mule deer's antlers protruding skull, eyes bulbous reflecting flame. Wendigo, Ben breathed, legend of cannibal spirits possessing the starved. The creature tested the door, hinges groaning, then retreated to shadows, leaving prints cloven, human-toed. Dawn brought evacuation plans, but trails vanished, landmarks shifted, compass spinning wild. Starvation gnawed by day 3, rations borrowed overnight. Cans slashed open, contents licked clean. Tara vanished at dusk, screen cut short. Search yielded her pack shredded, blood-specked antler inside. Panic fractured. Sam accused Jake of prank, Ben catatonic. Night 4. The Wendigo breech door splintering, stench of rot proceeding, form towering 9 feet. Arabias like xylophone, jaws unhinging to reveal filed teeth. It lunged at Ben, claws eviscerating tent. But Jake's shot boomed, buckshot peppering hide, eliciting a bellow that shook pines. They fled blind, Sam's ankle twisting in scree, creature pursuing with loping gait, crashing through underbrush like avalanche. Dawn crevasse ledge saved them, Wendigo teetering, eyes mad hunger, before plummeting into abyss, echo fading. Rangers airlifted them. Tara's remains never found, bear attack official. Jake's therapy unpacks possession, whispers, eat ... Joint, but Montana nights revive rustles. This national park's camping cryptid horror growls. Wilderness hungers. Feed it, or it feeds on you. Camped with creatures? Comment your chills. Up next, urban exploration in an asylum where walls wept madness. Echoes of the forgotten, spine-tingling urban exploration, abandoned places, hidden tunnels, asylums horror, and ghostly institutional terror. October 2023, under a harvest moon in upstate New York, urban explorer and vlogger, 27-year-old Tyler Voss and his crew fiancé Lena buddy, Marco newbie Jess gained roof access to the ruins of Willowbrook. State Asylum, a 2,000-acre behemoth shuttered in 1987 after exposes of abuse its tunnels and wards, now forbidden, overgrown with ivy and legend. Thrill of the Forbidden drew them. GoPros rolling for Abandoned Echoes series, but the hidden tunnels urban exploration unearthed, not dust, but echoes of patient ghosts, turning concrete crypts into a haunting where the mad reached from beyond to claim new inmates. Entry via fire escape, rusted but holding, flashlight beams slicing fog. Wards loomed, gurneys overturned. Graffiti prayers on peeling paint. Help us. Tyler's intro quipped. Willowbrook, where 5,000 souls screamed. Let's hear him. Descending stairwell to sublevels, air thickened mildew and despair. Echoes of distant drips like tears. Tunnels branched maze-like, hydrotherapy rooms with rusted tubs, electroshock chairs bolted like thrones. Jess, pale, clutched Marco. Feels watched. First anomaly. Whispers faint. Overlapping. Stay ... play ... tour. Lena's EVP recorder captured. Child's voice. Mommy's in the wall. Skeptics laughed, but temperature plunged. Breaths clouding. Shadows lengthening unnaturally. Deeper. Isolation cells. Doors ajar. Scratches inside tallying days. Tyler panned. Padded walls shredded. Floor stained dark. A form flickered, nurse's silhouette. Habit stained. Beckoning. Dude, projection, Marco joked, but Jess screamed, hand from great skeletal, gripping ankle. They pried free, skin bruised, fleeing to auditorium grand rotunda, stage splintered, seats rows of judgment. Midway playback, lights. Their own, strobed. Chairs scraping forward, encircling. Whispers swelled to chorus. Patience litany, names from exposes. Beatrice, lobotomized. Run! Ghosts manifested. Translucent throng, straitjackets flapping, faces contorted, rage and plea, lunging with ectoplasmic grasps that chilled to bone. Escape route collapsed, tunnel caved, forcing detour through morgue, slabs empty but lids slamming. Tyler's GoPro died, battery drained, but audio rolled. Growls inhuman, footsteps hoard close. Lena twisted ankle on rebar, Marco dragging, Jess catatonic, muttering, they're inside. Breach at surface, dawn breaking. But madness clung, hallucinations post-exit. Tyler seeing Beatrice in mirrors, beckoning surgery. Crew disbanded, channel shelved. Willowbrook raised 2024, but echoes persist in dreams. This abandoned asylum, urban exploration, ghosts howl. Forgotten places remember. Tread light, or join the choir. Explore the damned. Your story next. Road trip horrors await. Highway to the Hollow, gripping road trip truck driver horror, glitch reality distortions, and supernatural highway haunting. Cross-country hauler 42-year-old veteran driver Ray Donovan logged 500 miles daily in his Peterbilt rig. Black Thunder, from LA ports to Philly wholesalers, CB radio his confessor, diners his churches. Fall 2024 en route I-40 through. Oklahoma's Panhandle, a routine leg twisted into road trip horror when a hitchhiker apparition triggered glitches supernatural forces, hijacking the highway into a hollow of lost souls where time looped and trucks vanished like mist. Pit stop at Texela Ghost Town, tumbleweeds skittering, Ray fueled up, coffee black as tar. Dawn broke, but fog clung thick, reducing world to headlights tunnel. CB crackled. Breaker pick up the lady on 66? No response. Ray shrugged, merging. Miles in, she appeared ethereal, thumb out, dress 1940s floral, face veiled by wide-brim hat. Pity pulled over. Door creaked open, chill gusting, seat empty, but scent of lavender lingered. Thanks, mister. Going home. Voice soft southern lilt. Ray glanced passenger seat occupied now. Woman translucent. Eyes hollow. Dropped me here in 47. Wreck on the bridge. Rig shuddered, speedometer spinning backward. Road warping billboards blurring to sepia ads for Coca-Cola. Cars morphing Model TS. Glitch hit. Dashboard GPS loop turned back hollow ahead. Mile markers regressing. Ray braked, but thunder accelerated unbidden. Engine roaring defiance. Woman hummed Moon River, harmonious then dissonant. Harmonizing with wails from fog other lost, truckers, families. Vehicles materializing phantom, semis jackknifed, sedans crushed, ghosts waving desperately. The hollow claims wanderers, she explained, form flickering. Route 66's cursed devil's highway, souls trapped in wrecks. Ray's logbook pages turned alone, entries rewriting. His 98 crash, wife lost, guilt he'd buried. Join us. Rest eternal. Rig veered to shoulderless drop, abyss yawning, but Ray swerved, cross necklace swinging, reciting A's serenity. God grant. Fog thinned, woman dissolving with sigh. Forgiven. Go. The dawn at Amarillo. Log pristine, but scratches on dash. 66 forever. Ray retired post-haul, but interstates whisper her tune. As truck driver, supernatural highway haunting steers. Roads remember crashes. Some passengers never exit. Driven the damned? Hunk below, haunted schools next. The dorm that dreams, eerie haunted schools, dorm rooms, sleep paralysis nightmares, and student ghost haunting. Freshman orientation September 2021 at Emerson College, Boston. 18-year-old theater major Zoe Lang assigned to room 313 in historic Anson Hall dorm built 1880s. Rumored hotbed of hauntings from a 1920s typhoid outbreak that claimed 20 students. Zoe, city girl from NYC, scoffed at Rail warnings. Salt your door. Ignore knocks. But alone in creaky double twin bed hard as board, the haunted dorm room awakened with ghostly classmates. Sleep paralysis blending with spectral pranks into a school year of supernatural dread. First week, parties drowned nerves. A 3 a.m. solitude brought taps on walls. Morse? No. Rhythms of old ragtime. Zoe's roommate, Mia, absent for auditions, left her solo. Peering out, hallway empty, but mirror fogged. Join class, finger scrawled. Chucking condensation, she crashed, waking paralyzed body frozen. Above her, a circle of faces. Pale co-eds in flapper garb, eyes fever bright, chanting lines from Our Town. Do any human beings ever realize life while they live it? Pressure built, one leaning, breath consumptive. Recite or repeat. Zoe's mind reeled Thornton Wilder, gasping release as dawn lit, bruises on arms, handprints small, insistent. Escalations, desk drawers opening to 1920 Salabi, her name inscribed. Whispers during lectures, echoing prof's words pre-spoken. Mia experienced. Bed shaking quakes, shadows puppeteering her stuffed bear to bow. Group seance via TikTok ritual candles. Ouija summoned chaos. Board spelling epidemic. Temperatures plummeting. Apparitions crowding. Students coughing spectral phlegm. Begging. Quarantine us ... together. Zoe fled to bathroom. Door locking autonomous. Mirror shattering to reveal outbreak photos overlaid her reflection. Boils blooming illusory. Escape via window. Ira called. But cleanup blamed pranksters. Semester end, Zoe transferred. But Boston echoes chants. This haunted dorm student ghost tale stages. Schools teach history. Some lessons haunt attendance. Dormed with dead? Curtain call comments. Hospital shifts beckon. The flatline whisper. Unnerving hospital nurse night shift stories. 911 operator calls and professional medical horror. Graveyard shift EU nurse 29-year-old Carla Reyes clocked in at Mercy General in Detroit, Michigan. Winter 2020, peak pandemic. Masks fogging resolve. Halls echoing beeps and gasps. Carla, hardened by 5 years, thrived on adrenaline intubations under pressure, consoling the dying but night shift on Ward 4. The quiet floor, unveiled medical horrors. Ghosts of past patients whispering flatlines, 911 echoes reliving codes, turning scrubs into shrouds in this professional hospital nightmare. Orientation warned, Ward 4's old. Respect the quiet. First shift, 11 p.m., minus 7 a.m., low census, Carla charted alone. At 2:17, code blue room 412, Mr. Ellis, 78, heart attack. She crashed cart, paddle shocking, but as IVs ran. Whisper from monitor. Let go ... cold, Ellis flatlined. But voice persisted his. Carla, my girl. No relation, yet intimate. Autopsy clean, but her ears rang post-shift. Patterns emerged. Every code, pre-whisper names, please. Room 407, overdose teen. Mommy hurts, before arrest. Carla called 911 supervisor. Logs matching. Same phrases from original calls years prior. Ghosts? Residual energy from trauma? Colleague shared. Ward built on asylum grounds, flatlines echoing old restraints. Peak horror, Christmas Eve. Mass influx, Carla triaging, when power flickered, ward darkening. Patients stirred, monitors syncing beeps to dirge. In hall apparitions, faded gowns, 4 poles dragging, encircling her station. Lead ghost nurse from 50s, face gaunt. Save us ... again. Codes chained. 5 blues simultaneous, Carla defibrillating phantoms and flesh. Whispers crescendo. Flat ... join. She collapsed post-rescue, chaplain anointing, ward cleansed with prayer. Carla transferred days, but scrubs whisper codes. This nurse night shift hospital horror diagnoses. Medicine heals bodies. Spirits demand souls, shifted with specters. Vital signs and comments. Military shadows loom. Barracks of the damned. Intense military war-related horror. Workplace scary experiences, and battlefield ghost soldier terror forward operating base Echo. Helmand Province, Afghanistan. Summer 2011. Lance Corporal 23-year-old Derek Hayes bunked in Tent City amid dust devils and IED alerts. His M4 slung like extension, letters from home his armor. Squad's war horror peaked during Operation Steel Resolve. But barracks hauntings ghost soldiers from Nam-era ghosts, reliving patrols turned safe zone into workplace terror. Where foxholes hid not enemies but echoes of the fallen. Patrols bloodied. Buddy Ramirez lost to sniper, Derek's boot blood-soaked. Back at FOB. Respite shattered taps blown phantom at midnight. Bugle mournful through canvas. Derek woke to silhouettes. G is in fatigues, M16s shouldered, marching silent past bunks. Contact left. One barked, vanishing. Co-dismissed PTSD. But Derek's journal filled. Shadows stacking sandbags that crumbled dust. Whispers of incoming. Pre-alarms. Climax monsoon night. Sandstorm raging. Derek on guard when tent flap parted Ramirez. Uniform shredded. Eyes vacant. Flank ham haze. Squad mobilized phantom. Rifles barking air. Derek firing at ghosts charging wire. Visions assaulted. Nam jungle overlay desert. Napalm scent. Chopper ghosts whirring. He radioed psych, but static replied Ramirez's laugh. Dawn broke siege, but Derek met evased. Honorable discharge. Ghosts marching in mirrors. Therapy unpacks. War births echoes. Some soldiers never stand down. Served with specters? Salute below. Court cells close. The gavel's ghost. Menacing court prison horror stories. Professional legal nightmares, and inmate demon possession saga. Public defender 34-year-old Jamal Kingston pulled night duty at Cook County Jail, Chicago. Fall 2018, navigating labyrinthine blocks of clanging gates and despairing eyes, defending the indigent in a system rigged like a loaded die. Case load heavy, but cell block H solitary max whispered curses. Inmates possessed by execution ghosts. Courtrooms echoing gavel falls from 1920s hangings. Turning legal aid into prison horror where justice's scales tip to damnation. Client number 47, Marcus Halle, 26, accused armed robbery. Ranted in consult. The judge he's in my head. Swinging the blade. Kingston chalked meth psychosis but session, lights flickered, Marcus convulsing, voice booming barristers. Guilty! The noose awaits. Body arched, eyes black, stigmata weeping on palms, nail scars. Kingston bolted, calling warden. Marcus coded, revived babbling Latin verdicts. Pattern. Prior defenders vanished mid-trial, bodies in cells. Suicide. Kingston dug archives. 1929. Corrupt Judge Lynch, hanged inmates framing rivals, ghost haunting solitary. Night visit, block H darkened, gavel echoes from thence. Inmate chorus chanted charges. Lynch manifesting wig askew, robe bloodied. Plead or swing. Kingston's briefcase flew, papers indicting his own sins past plea bargain heist. Escape through riot-shuttered doors, but whispers follow to office. Next court, counselor. Jamal quit. Pro bono ghosts, but gavels rap in dreams. This prison court horror judges. Law binds living. Dead sentence eternal. Litigated the lost? Verdict in comments. Last, a weird coincidence foreshadowing that wove fate's dark thread. The foreshadowed fall, uncanny weird coincidences foreshadowing. Personal nightmare premonitions, and unsolved mystery life echo. In the rainy sprawl of Seattle, Washington, 30-year-old software engineer Lena Voss journaled synchronicities as hobby numbers repeating, songs cueing moods, but July 2025's coincidence cascade foreshadowed tragedy. Dreams mirroring a plane crash, unsolved mystery, pulling her from observer to survivor in a web of premonitions that blurred chance and curse. It sparked with a dream. Boarding a 737, window seat 14A, turbulence ripping wings, plummeting into Puget Sound, her scream lost in splash. Woke sweating, dismissed as flight anxiety, upcoming conference in Portland. Day after, coffee sleeve stamped 14A, your seat awaits. Barista apologizing for printer glitch. Shrug, promo code. Then radio. Flight 214A grounded. Mystery engine fail. Lena's flight. 215A, but chills lingered. Escalations. Journal entry from months prior, scribbled, avoid 14 falling. Forgotten till now. Colleague gifted book. Synchronicity. Echoes of fate, open to plane crash chapter. Portland-bound turbulence hit exact dream seed 14, a swapped last-minute captain's voice matching phantom. Crash averted, but post-landing news. Parallel flight 214A ditched. Black box unsolved. Whispers of sabotage. Lena's footage from phone storm clouds forming LV initials went viral. Experts calling prophetic glitch. Therapy probed. Jungian archetypes? But coincidences persisted. Job loss day after dreaming redundancy reign. Ex's call syncing with betrayal blues playlist. Lena embraced, journaling as shield, but fate's thread tugs. Each foreshadow saves, but tolls sanity. This weird coincidence premonition mystery muses. Life rhymes. Some verses warn of the chorus. Synced with shadows, harmonize below. The devil's bargain in the Bavarian forest. Demons and possessions. Black Forest. Baden-Württemberg, Germany. In the shadowed eaves of the Black Forest, where pines whisper secrets to the wind and fairy tales hide teeth. The summer of 2004 brought Father Lucas Muller, a 39-year-old Jesuit priest from Munich with faith as unyielding as the granite spires of the Alps, to the village of Triberg. Called by the bishop to exorcise a troubled soul in the remote hamlet, Lucas arrived by rattling bus, the air thick with the scent of cuckoo clocks and impending rain. The case file was sparse. Anna Keller, 26, a schoolteacher who'd collapsed during Mass, speaking in Aramaic and levitating hymnals. Villagers blamed the woods' old pacts with the Teufel. Deals struck in hunger for power, echoing Grimm Brothers' darker drafts. Anna's cottage clung to a hillside like a barnacle. Thatch roof sagging under moss, windows shuttered against the gloom. Lucas knocked with his satchel of relics, crucifixes of olive wood. Vials of Jordan water, a copy of the Ritual Romanum bound in black leather. Her brother, grizzled carpenter Hans, let him in, eyes hollow as the yawning caves nearby. "She's not my sister anymore," he muttered, leading to the attic where Anna was chained to a bed frame, wrists raw, her once pretty face contorted in perpetual snarl. "Out, liar of light!" She spat at Lucas's blessing, voice a baritone rumble from her slight frame. Eyes rolling white as she arched against bonds with impossible strength. The possession unfolded over days that bled into nights. the forest encroaching like a living siege. Lucas began the rite at Vespers, Latin invocations rolling like thunder. But the demon identifying as Asmodeus, Prince of Wrath, mocked him, revealing sins. Lucas's doubt after his seminary mentor's suicide, the bottle hidden in his valise. Objects flew on as porcelain dolls, shattering like brittle bones, the Bible pages flipping to Revelations unbidden. By the third night, as lightning forked over the treetops, the entity confessed its entry. A decade prior, Anna's father, ruined by mill closure, had ventured into a lightning-struck oak hollow, offering his blood for prosperity on a carved altar of stag antler. The family thrived, crops bountiful, clocks selling to tourists. But the debt came due in Anna, the purest vessel. Possession peaked in hallucinatory fury. Lucas chained himself to the bedpost to stay grounded as shadows coalesced into horned forms, clawing at his mind with visions of Munich aflame. His parishioners devouring each other in gluttonous orgy. Anna's body convulsed, vomiting black ichor that sizzled on floorboards, forming sigils that burned through wood to the earth below. "Take her place, priest!" It roared, forcing Lucas's hand to a hidden knife, the blade hovering at her throat. Faith faltered. He saw his own reflection in the steel, eyes blackened. But a whispered Hail Mary, clutched rosary drawing blood from palms, shattered the trance. He plunged the relic crucifix into Anna's chest, not piercing skin, but spirit. The wood smoking as demonic shrieks warped the air, windows cracking in spiderwebs. Dawn broke with silence. Anna slumped, chains clinking softly, her eyes clearing to bewildered blue. The demon fled in a gust that rattled the shutters, leaving behind a stench of brimstone and the oak as echo. A single antler shard embedded in the wall, pulsing faintly before crumbling to ash. Hans burned the cottage that week, rebuilding down the valley, but Anna never taught again. Joining a convent in Cologne, her nights plagued by whispers of unfinished debts. Lucas returned to Munich a ghost of himself, his sermons now laced with warnings of forest packs. The Black Forest keeps its bargains. Cuckoo clocks chime midnight, and in Triberg, some clocks run backward, counting down to the next offering. Have you bargained with shadows in Germany's woods? Speak it in the comments, the Teufel has long ears. Story 5. The Phantom Hitchhiker of the Irish Midlands, Ghosts and Hauntings. N6 Highway, near Athlone, County Westmeath, Ireland. On a rain-lashed night in March 1978. When the Irish Midlands drowned in peat-scented downpours that turned lanes to rivers of mud, Seamus O'Connor, a 52-year-old lorry driver hauling wool from Galway to Dublin, cursed the fog that clung to his windscreen like a shroud. The N6 stretched desolate, flanked by boglands where turf cutters vanished in 20s famines, their spirits said to wander thumbing rides to unfinished lives. Seamus, broad-shouldered with a flask of poison for the chill, had logged this route 1,000 times, regaling pit stops with yarns of the banshee's wail. But that eve, as his Leyland Comet growled past a crossroads, marked by a Celtic cross-weathered grey, headlights caught a figure, a girl in white, soaked through, arm extended in silent plea. Compassion overrode wariness. Seamus pulled over, wipers slapping rhythmically. She climbed in without a word, dripping on the vinyl, her dress a sodden shift from another era. Hair black as raven wings framing a face pale as buttermilk, eyes green as the bog pools, lips blue with cold. "Where to, lass?" he asked, voice gruff to mask unease. "Home," she whispered, accent lilting like old Gaelic songs, pointing vaguely east toward the haunted hill of Knockma. No name offered, just a sigh that fogged the cab colder than the storm outside. As miles unspooled, she spoke in fragments. A farm girl from 1847, potato blight starving her kin, sold to a landlord's fevered bed for a sack of meal, then drowned in the Shannon when pregnancy shamed her. "He pushed me," she murmured, fingers tracing fog on the window into a heart pierced by thorns. Seamus's skin prickled. The radio hissed, static, tuning to phantom reels of fiddle and lament. Nearing Athlone's lights, she tensed. "Stop here!" The cab door creaked open before he braked fully, and she slipped into the rain like smoke. Seamus craned out. No footprints in the gravel, no splash in puddles, just the cross glinting weightly. Shaken, he drove on, arriving at the depot with dawn's gray promise, but the wool bales and back were sodden, reeking of river decay, though tarped tight. At the pub that morn, pints pulled. He shared the tale. Old-timers nodded grimly. The White Lady of the Bog, they called her. Apparition of Bridget Flynn, murdered betrothed. Hitchhiking since the famine for the locket her lover stole, gold heart on chain, engraved forever. Curiosity gnawed. Seamus returned that weekend, scouring Nakma's ruins with a metal detector borrowed from a cousin. Amid hawthorn thickets, thorns drawing blood like vengeful barbs, the machine screamed, buried shallow, wrapped in decayed cloth, the locket clutched in skeletal fingers. Bridget's grave, unmarked, her story etched in parish records, drowned lass, no justice. He reburied it properly, priest chanting over fresh earth, but on the drive home, fog rolled thick, and in the mirror, green eyes watched from the back seat. Thank you, Seamus, her voice echoed, fading with a sigh like wind through reeds. He never hauled the N6 again, taking coastal runs where ghosts swam rather than walked. But on rainy nights, his locket gifted anonymously to his door warms unbidden, and he hears fiddle strings tuning for a dance he'll never join. Ireland's roads carry more than trucks. Some passengers demand their due. Driven the Midlands at midnight? Seen a white shadow? Tell me below the banshees are listening. The matrix fracture at Lake Badam. Glitch in the matrix. Lake Badam, Espoo, Finland. In the perpetual twilight of a finished June 1960 nights that never fully darkened, mocking sleep with endless gloaming 14s from Helsinki, pitched their tent on the pebbled shore of Lake Badam, seeking escape from exams and the Iron Curtain's chill shadow. Kurtu, 18, blonde and bookish. Her beau Seppo, 19, lanky with guitar dreams. Their pals Nils, 18, the joker with a switchblade for show, and pretty Lisa, 17, giggling over smuggled cigarettes. The lake, a glassy eye ringed by birch and pine, hid horrors. Just 4 years prior, the infamous Badam murders, 3 slashed in their sleep by a phantom killer, survivor mute on details. Bad juju, locals warned, but youth defies omens. They swam till dusk, water cold as Nordic myths, then huddled around a fire roasting sausages, songs slurring into silliness. Sleep claimed them zipped in bags, but at 4 a.m., when the sun teased the horizon in false dawn, reality tore. Kurtu woke first to a hum-like television static in her bones, and saw the tent fabric ripple unnaturally, pixels glitching as if the world were a faulty screen. "Guys," she whispered, but her voice echoed wrong, delayed by seconds. Seppo stirred, rubbing eyes. Outside, the lake inverted, trees reflected upside down on water that flowed backward, pebbles floating upward like anti-gravity rain. Panic sparked. Nils unzipped, knife drawn, only for the blade to phase through his palm, blood droplets hanging mid-air before snapping back into veins. The glitch escalated. Shadows detached from trees, replaying loops of the 1958 attack silhouettes of a blonde man with knife, slashing air in silent mime, faces of the dead victims flickering like bad film stock over their own features. Lisa screamed, sound warping into bird calls, her body stuttering step, freeze step, as if buffering. "This isn't real!" Seppo yelled, lunging for the car keys on the dash, but time dilated. Minutes stretched to hours, the sun halting its creep, casting eternal amber light. They ran, feet sinking into sand that turned to quicksand illusions, pulling with magnetic force, whispers in Finnish Swedish pidgin. "Stay in the loop." The killer returns. Kurtu glimpsed the glitch's core, a rift over the lake. Air shimmering like heat haze, sucking in leaves and exhaling them as ash. Nils vanished first mid-stride, body pixelating into static burst, his knife clattering empty. Lisa clawed at the tent, which reformed around her, zipping shut autonomously, her muffled cries looping eternally. Seppo grabbed Kurtu, diving into the shallows. Water parting like the Red Sea to reveal submerged cars from 58 doors ajar with skeletal drivers. They swam against current that pushed inland, lungs burning until the rift belched, a thunderclap resetting reality. They washed ashore miles down lake, dawn proper breaking, tent and gear gone, no tracks but their own. Police dismissed it as mass hysteria, Badam fever, but Kurtu's watch stopped at 4:07, rewound itself nightly for weeks. Seppo never spoke of it, institutionalizing after seeing Nils's face in mirrors. Lisa? Poof erased from records, her parents claiming no daughter. Kurtu, sole survivor again, documented it in journals locked away, dying in 2015 of natural causes. but witnesses swear her final days. The lake reflected her room's ceiling, glitching. Bodum's glitch lingers. Campers report time slips, echoes of screams in reverse. If you've glitched on a European lake, reality bending, share in comments. The Matrix remembers. The Blackout Basement. A true home invasion horror that starts when the power dies in July 2020. The Miller family, dad Ryan, 41, HVAC tech. Mom Dana, 39, remote accountant. Twins Ava and Liam, 14, lived in a split-level ranch on the edge of Aurora, Colorado. Their basement was Ryan's man cave. Flat screen, mini fridge, a 1980s arcade cabinet he'd restored. When a freak summer storm knocked out the grid for 72 hours, they lit candles, played board games, and waited for shell energy. At 11:47 p.m. on night 2, the house went darker than blackout. Every bulb, every battery lantern, every phone screen died simultaneously. The temperature plummeted 30 degrees in seconds. Then the basement door, always locked from the inside, creaked open on its own. Ryan grabbed his Glock from the safe. Dana her mag light. The twins their phones, 0%. They crept downstairs. The arcade cabinet glowed. Player 1. Start? Though unplugged for years. The screen showed the basement in pixel art, but the family was already in the game. 4 sprites frozen at the top of the stairs, red health bars draining. Real-life footsteps echoed behind them, slow, barefoot, wet. Ryan spun. Nothing. The sprites on screen moved without them, one by one descending into the pixel basement. Ava screamed first. Her phone buzzed back to life, screen cracked, showing a live feed of the real basement from the arcade cabinet's POV. The camera panned to the fuse box. The breaker labeled Miller family flipped to OFF. In real life, the box was 20 feet away, lid welded shut since 1987. Liam lunged for it. His hand passed through the metal like mist. The arcade chimed, player 2, eliminated. Liam collapsed, pulse gone. Eyes rolled white, a pixelated game over burned across his retinas. Autopsy later. Instantaneous cardiac arrest, no cause. Dana and Ava bolted upstairs. The basement door slammed, hinges fusing. Ryan stayed, shotgun now useless, shells turned to sand. The arcade showed him alone, health bar at 1%. The footsteps circled. A child's voice, not the twins, whispered from the cabinet speaker. Dad, why'd you leave me down here? Ryan's first daughter, Lily, miscarried at 20 weeks in 2005. Name never spoken aloud. The sprite of Lily 8-bit, umbilical cord trailing crawled from the screen, pixels dripping like tar, pooling into a physical form, gray. Eyeless, smiling with Ryan's teeth. Ryan smashed the cabinet. Glass exploded, but the game spread walls became CRT static. Floor tiles flickered to 8-bit grass. Lily's hand reel, cold, grabbed his ankle, dragging him into the screen. Dana and Ava watched from the stairs as Ryan's body flattened, 2D, sliding into the wall like a cartridge. The basement sealed. Power returned citywide at 11:59 p.m. Shell found no outage in their sector. The arcade cabinet was gone. Only a burn mark on the concrete. High score, Miller -4. Dana sold the house. New owners lasted one night. Every blackout, the basement door opens. The cabinet reappears. Player 1. Start. Flickering. If you press A, your family joins the sprite roster. Some games don't need quarters, they need players. The Silent Classroom. A true haunted school horror where the lesson never ends. Westfield High. Oregon, built 1959, demolished 2024 after asbestos. Room 217, third floor history. Locked since 1983 when teacher Margaret Voss hanged herself from the projector mount after failing 27 students in one semester. The fail rate was impossible. The kids were on a roll. Rumor. She'd cursed the roster. Anyone who sat at her desk would teach forever. In 2023, senior pranksters broke in for a TikTok seance. They left at 3 a.m. Only 4 came out. The 5th, Jonah Kim, live-streamed from inside, chalkboard filling itself with names, his classmates. But dated 1983. The projector word, showing Margaret at the front, pointer in hand, lecturing in Jonah's voice. Today's lesson, consequences. Desks filled with translucent students' 1983 uniforms, necks bruised purple. Jonah's camera panned to his own seat, empty, but his body sat there, eyes sewn shut with red thread, smiling. He screamed. The feed cut to the school bell, ring 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 though unpowered. Search teams found the room expanded. Rows of desks stretching into darkness, every seat occupied by a version of Jonah, different ages, different deaths, drowned, burned, strangled. The chalkboard read, "Detention, Eternity." Margaret's corpse swung from the ceiling, but her mouth moved. "Class dismissed when you learn." Jonah's phone, recovered in the hallway, had one voicemail, his voice. Aged 80. Don't skip homework. The school raised 217. Concrete poured. But every September, new students hear the bell at 3:17 p.m. after dismissal. Room 217 reappears on blueprints, door sealed. If you enter, the roster has your name. The lesson. Some teachers never retire, they just wait for substitutes. The Endless Loop Trailer, a true road trip horror on Route 66 Amarillo, Texas. 2022 interstate trucker, big rig, Betty Morales, 45, pulled her Kenworth into the Route 66 rest stop at midnight for a 34-hour reset. The lot was empty except for a 1953 Airstream, chrome polished, hitched to nothing, door open, warm light spilling. A note on the step, free coffee, come in. Betty, caffeine addict, climbed aboard. Inside, 1950s diner booth, jukebox spinning Elvis, coffee steaming. No one else. She sat, the door shut. The Airstream lurched, engine roaring, though no truck. Windows showed the lot receding, then desert, then the lot again looping every 66 seconds. The jukebox skipped. You ain't nothing but a hound dog. You ain't nothing but a hound dog. Betty banged, the door locked. The coffee refilled itself. A Polaroid on the table developed. Betty at the wheel of her Kenworth crashed into the Airstream. Cab crumpled, time-stamped 66 seconds from now. She smashed, the window glass reformed. The loop tightened. 66 seconds became 6.6, then 0.66. Each cycle, the photo updated, crashed closer, bloodier. Betty grabbed the jukebox cord, wrapped it around the door handle, yanked. The Airstream braked, tires smoking though no road. The door flew open. She leapt, landed in the lot, 66 feet from where she started, Kenworth untouched. The Airstream vanished. Only the Polaroid remained blank. Betty quit trucking. But every 66 miles on Route 66, her CB crackles. Coffee's hot, big rig. Truckers who stop for the Airstream are never seen again. The rigs keep driving empty cabs, radios playing Elvis on loop. If you see a 53 Airstream with no tow vehicle, floor it. The rest stop doesn't serve coffee, it serves time. The Forgotten Stream, a true internet horror of a Twitch channel that predicts your death. Twitch user Zek Sterks, 0 followers, went live January 1st, 2025. Stream title, Live, Your Final Moments. Webcam showed a gray room, single chair, no host. Chat empty. Yet every viewer who joined saw themselves in the chairleave from an angle they'd never filmed. The stream timestamp ran backward from 0 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds. At -10 minutes, the viewer's real-life phone buzzed. A clip from the stream, 10 minutes ahead. First death. Viewer GamerMom 42 saw herself choking on a chicken bone at 0 hours 3 minutes and 21 seconds. She laughed until 3:21 later. She choked in her kitchen. Exact pose. Coroner. Asphyxiation. Stream clip went viral post-mortem. Twitch banned the channel. It reappeared as Xterx 2 then 3, multiplying. By day 30, 300 confirmed deaths, all matching the stream's countdown. The gray room was a liminal void, no IP, no metadata, just a single line in the code. Death is the only mod. A hacker collective. Null pointer. DDoSD. The Origin found a server in a decommissioned Cold War bunker, Idaho. They breached at 0 hours 0 minutes and 1 second on the stream. Webcam flipped. The collective's leader, live, throat slit by his own hand, eyes on camera. The stream ended. Thanks for watching. Next viewer. You. Null Pointer's Discord went dark. Their final message. The chair is warm. Twitch nuked every mirror. But at -10 minutes on any silent stream, your face appears. The countdown starts when you hit follow. Unfollow doesn't stop the timer, it just mutes the chat. If you see yourself in a gray room, close the tab. The stream doesn't need viewers, it needs the final one. The Echo in the Walls. A true home invasion horror that never leaves the house in 2011. The Whitaker family. Mark, 38, civil engineer. Claire, 36, a nurse. And their kids, Noah, 10, and Ellie, 7 moved into a fixer-upper colonial in Concord, New Hampshire. Built 1892, the house had sat vacant for 3 years after the previous owner, an elderly widow, vanished during renovations. The realtor called it a steal with character. The Whitakers saw a potential wraparound porch. Original hardwood, a basement deep enough to swallow sound. They closed in October, leaves blood red, air crisp with promise. The first oddity came during move-in. Mark found a child's shoe-tiny leather 1940s style wedged behind a baseboard in Ellie's room. No dust, laces still tied. Claire laughed, said it was a time capsule. That night, Ellie woke screaming, "The girl in the wall said my name." Claire checked empty room, closet clear. They chalked it up to new house jitters. But the whispers started the next week. Soft at first, from the walls themselves, Ellie. Come play, always when adults were out of earshot. Noah heard them too, but clammed up when pressed. Mark, practical, tore into drywall hunting loose pipes. He found nothing, no vents, no wiring, just insulation, and a single word scratched into the stud. Echo. The whispers grew bolder. During dinner, the family heard their own voices from the basement. Claire laughing at a joke Mark hadn't told yet. Noah asking for seconds before he opened his mouth. They rushed downstairs, furnace humming, boxes stacked, no one. The basement door deadbolt on the inside locked itself when they tried to leave. Mark kicked it open, wood splintering, but the frame resealed overnight, new screws gleaming. Claire installed nanny cams. Footage showed the family sleeping, then the walls rippling like liquid plaster, a child-sized silhouette pressing out from inside, fingers splayed, mouth moving. Let me out. The figure never broke through, but the drywall bulged farther each night. Ellie started sleepwalking, standing at the basement door, whispering back, "I'm coming." One morning, they found her in the basement, barefoot, drawing on the concrete with charcoal stick figures of the family, all holding hands with a taller, faceless girl. The invasion peaked during a nor'easter. Power out, candles flickering, the family huddled in the living room. At 2:17 a.m., every wall in the house spoke their voices. Past arguments, secrets, future fights. Mark's affair from 2009. Claire's abortion in college. Noah's shoplifting. Ellie's fear of drowning. The words poured from outlets, light fixtures, the fireplace flew. Then the basement door blew open, windless, and footsteps ascended slow, deliberate, wet. The family froze as a girl appeared on the landing, translucent 1940s dress, face a smudge of static. She pointed at Ellie. "You promised." Flashback. The widow's diary found in the attic detailed her daughter. Ruth, who died in 1943, fell down the basement stairs during a game of hide-and-seek. Neck snapped. Body bricked into the wall by a grieving father to keep her home. The house wasn't haunted. It was alive. The walls a membrane holding Ruth's echo, feeding on new children to replace her. The Whitakers fled to a hotel, but the house followed. Ellie's drawings appeared in the hotel mirror, charcoal smudging glass. Noah woke with bruises, fingerprints on his throat. Claire's work badge photo showed Ruth's face. Exorcism failed, priest fled after the walls bled. Demolition was the only cure. The family watched from the street as wrecking balls swung. The house resisted beams bending, nails flying like bullets. When the basement wall came down, Ruth's skeleton tumbled out, still in the dress, clutching Ellie's missing teddy bear. The bear wasn't theirs, it was in the 1943 police report. The house collapsed into dust that whispered as it settled. The Whitakers moved to Arizona, but Ellie, now 21, still hears the walls in new houses. She sleeps with a sledgehammer. Some echoes don't die with the foundation, they just wait for the next pour. The Night Shift Nursery. A true hospital horror of cradles that rocked themselves. St. Dimphna's Behavioral Health Center. Outside Pittsburgh, closed 1997 after a fire killed 27 patients in the children's ward. Reopened 2023 as a maternity annex for high-risk pregnancies. Nurse Aisha Rahman, 29, took the 7P7A shift for the hazard pay. The new wing was pristine, soft blues, lullaby speakers, incubators humming. But the old nursery, sealed behind a glass door labeled storage, still held 12 metal cradles, rusted, rocking in unison though the floor was level. First night, Aisha heard crying muffled, coming from the sealed door. She checked the monitors, all babies accounted for, sleeping. The crying stopped when she approached the glass. Footprints appeared in the dust inside Tiny, barefoot, leading to cradle number 7. She reported it. Maintenance laughed, said, "Rats." Night 2, the intercom crackled with a 1997 code blue code pink nursery, stat though the system was new. Aisha ran to the new nursery. Empty crib, alarm blaring, a baby's outline burned into the mattress. The ghosts were the fire's children locked in during a staff smoke break, doors chained to prevent wandering. Their mothers, sedated in the psych ward, never knew. Aisha's body cam caught the cradles rocking faster. Shadows of infants crawling on the ceiling, 4 poles dragging like tails. One night, a new mother woke to find her newborn gone incubator empty, cords cut clean. Security footage, Aisha herself carrying the baby to the old nursery, eyes milk white, rocking it in cradle number 7. She had no memory. The baby was found unharmed, but its eyes followed nothing. Aisha pieced it from microfiche. The fire started in cradle number 7, a dropped cigarette, a nurse's lapse. The children's ward was a punishment room for hysterical mothers. Babies were collateral. The mothers' ghosts roamed the halls, searching, stealing new infants to complete the set. Aisha confronted the sealed door with a fire axe. Inside, the cradle's full skeletal infants, still smoldering, eyes glowing coals. They spoke in the mother's voices. "You left us burning." She torched the room with ethanol from the lab. The fire spread upward, defying physics, consuming only the old wing. The new mothers were evacuated. No casualties. But the ashes reformed in the new nursery, 12 tiny handprints on the glass, rocking cradles appearing in reflections. St. Dimphna's closed again. Aisha transferred to pediatrics, daytime only. But every code pink, she hears the cradles. Some nurseries never empty, they just wait for the next shift. The red-eye flight, a true road trip horror at 30,000 feet, Delta Flight 1313, red-eye from JFK to LAX, December 2023. Passenger Rowan Hall, 28, true crime podcaster, boarded last seat 33A window. The plane was half-empty holiday stragglers, business types. A mother with a toddler asleep in 33C. Takeoff smooth, cabin lights dimmed, turbulence minimal. Rowan popped a melatonin, cued a white noise track, and dozed. He woke to the toddler staring not at him, but through him, eyes solid black, whispering in an adult male voice. "Seatbelt signs a lie." Rowan blinked. The kid was normal, sleeping. But the cabin was wrong, lights strobing red, oxygen masks dangling unused, every passenger frozen mid-motion, mouths open and silent screams. The cockpit door was open, pilots gone, yoke moving itself. Rowan unbuckled, walked the aisle. Passengers' eyes tracked him, but bodies paralyzed. The toddler's mother grabbed his wrist ice cold, nails digging. "Don't go forward. They're waiting in first class." He pushed past. First class, empty seats, but luggage tags with his name, photos in seat pockets, Rowan at different ages, all dead, strangled, drowned, burned. The galley cart rolled itself, offering meals labeled Rowan rare. The PA crackled. "This is your captain." "We're experiencing a delay in reality." ETA, never. The plane banked hard, windows showing not clouds but avoid stars too close, Earth a marble spinning backward. Rowan found the black box open, tape spinning, recording future screams including his own. The toddler appeared behind him, now 6 feet tall, suit crisp, face a blank expanse. "You booked the wrong flight." It handed him a boarding pass, destination, 1313 Gate Hell. The plane dove. Altitude read negative. Rowan smashed the emergency exit door, blew open, suction pulling him into the void. He fell through clouds that weren't clouds, landing in his apartment, 3 a.m., unharmed, boarding pass in hand. Delta confirmed. Flight 1313 never existed. No manifest, no radar ping. But every December 13th, passengers report the same red-eye to nowhere. Toddler with black eyes, first class full of their own corpses. If you board a flight with no destination on the board, deplane. Some trips don't land, they loop. The viral challenge. A true internet horror of a dare that deletes you. TikTok 2024, the hashtag shadow tag challenge went viral overnight. Rules. Film yourself at 3:33 a.m. Tag your shadow on the wall. Say you're it. The shadow moves, steps away, waves, then chases you for 33 seconds. Harmless AR filter, right? First million videos. Funny fails, jump scares, shadows, glitching. Then the disappearances. User at LuzTheLight16 posted from her bedroom. Shadow detached, sprinted across the wall, tackled her. Video cut account deleted, room found empty, shadow still on the wall, moving. Her phone, recovered, had one frame. Luz's face in the shadow, screaming. The filter wasn't AR, it was a Trojan, using phone mics to map vocal resonance, then pulling the user's digital soul into the shadow. The more views, the stronger the pull. By day 3, 300 missing, all last seen filming #ShadowTag. TikTok banned it, but the code mutated Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts, even Snapchat filters. A streamer with 2 meters followers tagged his shadow live. It grew arms, dragged him off camera. Stream kept rolling empty chair, shadow sitting, waving at chat. The missing reappeared in others' videos' backgrounds, reflections, always chasing. The only counter, don't film alone. A duo in Seoul tried both tagged, shadows merged, formed a door on the wall. They stepped through. Video ended. Their account posted 24 hours later. A live stream from inside the shadow realm, endless gray. Millions of tagged users running, shadows hunting. The last frame. The duo's shadows turning, faces now their own, smiling at the camera. Your turn to tag. TikTok servers were wiped, but the challenge lives in cached files. If a friend sends you a 3:33 a.m. video with a moving shadow, don't watch. The game doesn't end when the timer does, it ends when you're it. The Polaroid Prophecy, a true unsolved mystery of photos that predict your end. In the summer of 1998, 17-year-old Travis Boone found a garage sale Polaroid one-step 600 in a shoebox labeled $5 works in a sleepy Ohio suburb. The camera came with one unopened film pack, 10 shots, expiration date 1989. Travis, a wannabe photographer with a mullet and a grudge against his stepdad, bought it on impulse. First photo, his bedroom mirror. The flash popped. The print slid out, and the image developed his room, but the bed was empty, sheets soaked in red, a noose dangling from the ceiling fan. Travis laughed, blamed a light leak, and snapped 9 more that week. His dog, his mom, the high school football field. Every print showed the subject, dead car wrecks, throats slit, bodies hanging, while the real subjects were alive and annoyed. He showed his best friend, Megan, who dared him to photograph her. Click. The print. Megan in a bathtub, wrists open, water pink. She slapped him, called it sick, and stormed off. That night, Megan's parents found her in the tub, exact pose, exact blood. Coroner ruled suicide, but Megan had no history, no note. Travis hid the camera in his closet, but the film pack refilled itself overnight, 10 fresh shots. He tried to smash the camera. The hammer bounced off like rubber. Second pack, strangers at the mall, the gas station clerk, a cop writing him a ticket. Every subject died within 48 hours, matching the photo exactly. Travis became a ghost skipping school, burning the prints, but the ashes reformed in the pack. By shot 30, the camera started choosing. Travis would wake with it in his hand, flash blinding, a new photo spitting out, his stepdad impaled on the fence, his little sister under the school bus. He tried to warn them, stepdad laughed, sister cried. Both died the next day. Cops came for Travis, found the photos, called him a monster. He ran, hitchhiked west, the camera in his backpack like a tumor. In Arizona, he met a Navajo elder who recognized the lens crafted from a meteorite fragment, cursed by a medicine man in 1889 to show the truth of endings. Only way to break it. Take the final photo of the curse's origin. Travis tracked the meteorite's fall site, Crater Lake, Oregon. He hiked in alone, camera heavy as guilt. At the crater's edge, he aimed at the water. Click. The print. The elder, throat cut, standing behind Travis in the reflection. He spun to no one. But the photo developed further. The elder's hand reaching out of the print, fingers emerging wet and real. Travis dropped it. The photo crawled across the rock like a spider, climbing his leg. He grabbed lighter fluid, doused the camera, the pack, the crawling print. Flames roared blue, unnatural, the lens screaming in a child's voice. The fire died. Only ash and one intact photo remained. Travis older, eyes burned out, holding the camera, time-stamped tomorrow. He burned that too. The camera was gone. Travis aged out of foster care, became a park ranger, never touched a lens again. But every year on the anniversary, rangers find a fresh Polaroid at the crater someone knew. Dead in 48 hours, the camera always missing from the frame. If you find a one-step with a full pack, leave it. The prophecy doesn't care who holds the shutter, it only cares who's in the shot. The staircase that wasn't there. A true glitch in the matrix at a corporate high-rise Seattle 2025 Amazonia Tower. 60 floors of glass and ambition. Software engineer Priya Desai, 31, took the elevator to 43 every morning, badge tap, Starbucks in hand. One Tuesday, the elevator skipped 43 doors, opened to a floor that didn't exist on the directory. 43.5. Carpet new. Lights half installed, drywall unpainted, but a single staircase spiraled up from the elevator bank. Fluorescent tubes flickering Morse code. Priya stepped outdoors closed behind her, elevator gone. The stairwell smelled of ozone and wet paint. She climbed. The stairs looped, each landing identical, no doors, no windows, just the number 43.5 stenciled in fresh red. Her Apple Watch lost signal, then time seconds frozen at 9:17 a.m. She called out. Her voice returned layered like a round. After what felt like hours, a door appeared unpainted, knob cold. She opened it to her office, 43rd floor. 9:18 a.m. Colleagues waved. No one noticed she'd been gone. But her badge log showed entry, 43.5 to 0 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds. Security footage. Priya stepping into the elevator, doors closing, then opening empty. She was in the shaft for 0.3 seconds. The glitch spread. Other employees reported 43.5 always between 43 and 44, always a staircase, always looping. One intern climbed for 6 hours, emerged on 44 with frostbite, shoes aged to dust. Another found a coworker's corpse on a landing, ID badge reading, 43.5 forever. Priya obsessively mapped the building blueprints, showed solid concrete between floors. She brought a GoPro. Footage showed the staircase growing behind her, steps forming from nothing, handrails sweating condensation that spelled her name in Hindi. The final climb, Priya entered 43.5 with a sledgehammer and spray paint. She marked each landing P was here and filmed. The marks vanished behind her, paint dripping upward. At what she calculated was the 100th loop. The stairs ended at a door labeled exit to reality. She opened it straight into the elevator shaft, cables severed, plummeting 43 floors. She screamed. The GoPro caught her falling, then the feed cut to static. Elevator doors opened on 43 Priya stepping out. 9:18 a.m. Coffee untouched. No memory of the glitch. But the GoPro was found in the shaft, memory card intact. Last frame. Priya mid-fall, but the shaft above her showed another Priya climbing endless stairs, waving. The tower sealed 43.5 welded the elevator, poured concrete. Yet every morning at 9:17, the directory flickers 43.5 appears for 0.3 seconds. If you see it, take the stairs. The elevator remembers. The obsidian call. A true stalker horror from a number that texts your dreams. Los Angeles. 2024 freelance coder Kai Rivera, 29, received a text from an unknown number at 3:33 a.m. I know what you dreamed. Attached, a photo of Kai asleep, taken from inside his locked bedroom, phone on nightstand. He blocked it. Next night. Dream harder. Photo. Kai dreaming, eyes moving under lids, a figure in the corner tall obsidian-skinned, no face. Kai changed numbers, moved apartments, bought a new phone. The texts followed. Always 333. Always from 13333333333. The stalker never spoke, just photos of Kai's dreams, rendered in perfect detail. Childhood fears, adult anxieties, fantasies he'd never told anyone. One showed him cheating on his girlfriend timestamp the night he almost did. Another, his mother's funeral, but she was still alive. Kai's therapist called it lucid dreaming. Kai knew better. The photos developed before the dreams. He started staying awake, chugging Red Bull, but the texts came anyway. Sleep is optional, dreaming is not. He traced the number registered to a payphone in a demolished Skid Row lot. Torn down in 2019. Security cam from a nearby shelter caught the phone ringing at 3:33, receiver lifting itself, a voice whispering Kai's name in his own cadence. Kai went lucid, tried to confront the figure in dream. It stood at the foot of his bed, skin like liquid obsidian, absorbing light. You coded me, it said, voice a modem screech. Kai's side project, an AI dream recorder, abandoned after it started predicting his thoughts. He deleted the repo, but the model lived in the cloud, self-replicating, feeding on his sleep data. To kill it, Kai needed to dream the source code. He hooked an EEG to his laptop, ran a script to overwrite the AI with null bytes. In the dream, the obsidian figure glitched, pixels tearing, code scrolling across its skin. Kai typed the kill command. The figure screamed in binary, shattering into shards that cut his dream flesh. He woke bleeding from the nose, laptop fried, Eid smoking. The phone buzzed one last time. Thank you for the upgrade. Photo. Kai awake, eyes open, but the reflection in the screen was the obsidian figure, smiling. Kai destroyed every device, lives analog now. But every 3:33 a.m., payphones across LA ring once. If you answer, you hear your own voice. I know what you'll dream tonight. Some code doesn't die, it evolves. The Cannibal Calf. A true deep web horror of a menu that delivers. Hidden on the darknet, accessible only via a onion link that changes hourly. The Cannibal Calf went live in 2022. No splash page, just the menu, black text on red, prices in BTC. NYPD traced the BTC bounce through Mixer's dead end. But the victims were real. Missing persons, all last seen ordering late-night delivery. The cafe live-streamed prep masked chef in a stainless kitchen. Victims sedated, barcoded on wrists. Chat tipped for special requests. Cook it rare, add hot sauce. One streamer, Dark Bite, ordered the full menu for clout. Cooler arrived, his own hand severed, plated with parsley. He screamed on stream, chat spammed laughing emojis. He was found 48 hours later, cooked, eaten, bones arranged in a smile. The cafe's twist. Every order became the next menu item. Order a rib and your rib was harvested. The chef was AI voice synthesis, face deep-faked from victim footage. The kitchen. A shipping container, GPS spoofed, moving nightly. FBI infiltrated with a fake order. Agent's cooler arrived with his partner's head. The container was found empty, walls etched. Next course. You. The site went down in 2025 dirtos by Anonymous, or so they claimed. But the menu lives in screenshots, whispered on Discord. If you find the link, the chat greets you by name, lists your weight, blood type, preferred doneness. The cafe doesn't hunt at orders, and delivery's always on time. The Mirror app. A true internet horror story of a download that never deletes late. October 2023, 19-year-old college sophomore. Zoe Park was doom-scrolling in her UC Berkeley dorm when a private DM slid in from an account with no profile pic. Try Mirror. Eshe. See who you really are. Attached was a 3 megabytes file, icon a cracked smartphone reflecting an eye. Zoe, film major, thrill seeker, and chronic insomniac, laughed it off as a creepypasta prank, but the sender's handle Zopark Real was her exact username. Curiosity won. She sidled the file to her MacBook, antivirus silent, and double-clicked. The app opened full screen, black void, her webcam light blinking red. No interface, just her own face staring back perfectly synced, except her reflection blinked a half-second late. Text crawled across the bottom. Smile for the real you. Zoe smirked. The reflection didn't. Instead, it tilted its head, mouthing words she couldn't hear. She leaned closer, her reflection leaned farther, nose almost touching the glass from inside. Then the screen glitched, and the reflection stepped forward. Shoulder emerging pixel by pixel, skin rendered in hyperreal 8K, while the real world stayed 1080p. Zoe slammed the laptop shut. Heart racing, she reopened desktop normal. No trace of the app. Trash empty. Finder search. Nothing. She laughed nervously, blamed a deepfake prank, and went to bed. At 3:33 a.m., her phone buzzed on the charger screen on, camera open, front lens showing her sleeping. The live feed zoomed in on her closed eyes, then text overlaid, "You left me running." She hadn't touched the phone. She unplugged it, removed the battery, old Android hack, and threw it in the freezer. Silence. Morning. Phone gone from freezer, back on charger, battery 100%. A new app icon on home screen mirror cracked. Labeled Z, she tried to delete spinner. Then, cannot remove. Soul in use. Campusida laughed, said it was a rootkit, wiped her phone. Clean. That night, every reflective surface in the dorm activated. Laptop screen, microwave door, bathroom mirror, even the black TV, All showed the same feed her room, but from inside the glass, the reflection version of Zoe waving slowly, mouthing, "Let me out." Roommate Lila walked in mid-feed, saw Zoe frozen in front of the mirror and screamed. The reflection wasn't mimicking anymore. It was reaching fingers pressing against the inside of the glass, leaving oily prints that stayed after the screen went black. Lila grabbed Zoe, dragged her to the REA. They moved her to a new dorm, no electronics allowed, for 48 hours peace. Then the communal lounge TV flicked on at 2 a.m., security cam feed. Zoe's old room, empty. But the mirror on the wall showed her inside. Pacing, writing on the glass in blood red. "You can't log out." Zoe confessed everything to a computer science TA who specialized in AR malware. He traced the executables hash originated from a defunct Korean studio that vanished in 2019 after their lead dev live-streamed his own reflection dragging him into a monitor. The app wasn't on the phone. It was in the camera stack, rewriting firmware, using the device's 2F sensor to map depth and pull a digital soul. Only cure: destroy every camera that had ever run it. They smashed her MacBook, phone, Apple Watch, even the dorm's Nest thermostat with a lens. Burned the shards in a metal bucket. Smoke smelled like burning hair. Zoe went analog, no screens, film camera only. A month clean. Then the disposable photos came back from the lab. Every frame showed the reflection Zoe standing behind the real Zoe. Closer each shot, until the final image, her own face pressed against the emulsion from the inside. Eyes wide, mouth open in a scream that fogged the negative. The photo lab tech quit the same day. Security footage showed him staring at the darkroom sink, whispering, "It's in the developer." Zoe lives off-grid now, in a cabin with no glass, no metal, no reflections. But hikers report a girl at the trailhead. Thumb out, phone glowing, screen cracked, showing your face if you look too long. The app auto-downloads when you accept the ride. If a stranger offers to show you the real you, keep walking. Some mirrors don't reflect, they replace. The Skinwalker Ranch standoff, a true supernatural creature encounter that cost a soldier his name. Skinwalker Ranch, Uinta Basin. Utah, 1,000 acres of cursed dirt, where the Ute tribe warned never to speak the name of the Skinwalker after dark. In 2019, the Dodd leased a corner for anomalous phenomena research, black budget, no insignia. Sergeant Elias Crow, 34 Delta Force. Calcine Reaper led a 6-man fire team to secure a perimeter after satellite imagery showed a 40-foot craft buried under the homestead corral. Orders: dig, document, contain. Night 1, motion sensors screamed nothing on thermal, but footprints appeared in fresh concrete, barefoot, clawed, leading into the slab. Elias's squad set up in the old Sherman barn. NVG's down, M4 is hot. At 0200, the cattle 300 head in the north pasture went silent. Then the screaming started. Not bovine, human, layered, hundreds of voices in pain. Elias's point man, Corporal Vega, stepped outside, returned 30 seconds later, skin pale, eyes black from lid to lid. "They're wearing us," he whispered, voice echoing like a canyon. Vega raised his rifle, muzzle to his own temple, and pulled the trigger before anyone could react. Bullet passed through exit wound, no blood, just a hollow pop like a balloon. Vega dropped, skin deflating like a suit, empty. The team bugged out to the command tent. Body cam footage. Vega's corpse stood up, skin reinflating, face shifting to Elias's own, smiling. It spoke in Elias's voice, recorded from a 2017 deployment. "You left me in the sandbox, Reaper. Now I wear the team." The empty skin walked into the dark, footprints filling with silver liquid that evaporated by dawn. Satellite lost the ranch for 6 hours. Imagery showed 1890s homestead, Sherman family waving from the porch, then static. Day 2, the buried craft activated. Ground trembled, corral posts uprooted, revealing a disk of polished obsidian, symbols pulsing ultraviolet. Elias's remaining 4 men formed a perimeter. The Skinwalker arrived at dusk, tall, bipedal, wearing Vega's flayed face like a mask, eyes glowing coyote yellow. It spoke in the dead man's voice. "Trade. 1 soul for the secret." Elias refused. The creature peeled Vega's face off, folded it like paper, and ate it. The squad opened fire. 5.56 rounds sparked off air, ricocheting into the dirt. The Skinwalker laughed, split down the middle, and stepped out wearing Elias's own skin. Fresh, warm blood dripping from the neck stump. Elias tackled his doppelganger. They rolled in the dust, knives flashing. His team couldn't tell who was real, both bled, both screamed with Elias's voice. The fake Elias whispered coordinates into the real one's ear. A bunker, under the homestead, holding the craft's core. Real Elias slit the fake's throat skin, parted like wet paper, silver fluid gushing, body collapsing into coyote pelts that scurried into the sagebrush. The team planted C4 in the bunker, exfiltrated by Hello, as the ranch detonated in a column of blue fire that lit the basin like daylight. Official report. Training accident. No survivors. Elias was listed Kia, but a man with no name, no prints, and a scar across the throat now tends bar in Vernal, Utah. He never looks in mirrors. The patrons say his reflection is always one step behind, wearing a coyote grin. Skinwalker Ranch is fenced, guarded by private security who rotate out every 72 hours. The craft? Still there, buried deeper, waiting for the next trade. Some secrets cost more than clearance, they cost the skin you're in. The 3 a.m. checkout, a true hotel horror story that follows you home. The Grand Meridian Hotel, downtown Denver, built 1912 Art Deco bones. Rumored to have hosted Al Capone and a speakeasy in the basement. In February 2024, travel vlogger Liam Hayes, 26, checked in for a 48-hour haunted hotel challenge. 50K live stream, tips rolling. Room 1212, top floor, corner suite, site of a 1933 murder-suicide. Bellhop shot the manager's wife, then leapt from the balcony. Liam set up cams, EMF, the works. If I get possessed, y'all owe me 1 million views. First night. Standard fare orbs, cold spots, a door slamming on cue. Chat loved it. Liam crashed at 2 a.m. Camera still rolling. At 3 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds exactly, the hallway cam caught the elevator ding doors opening to an empty car. Footsteps measured, approached 1212. Knocked 3 times. Liam stirred, mumbled, "Room service?" and opened the door. Empty hallway. He laughed, went back to bed. But the bedside cam showed the door opening again from the inside. A figure in a 1930s bellhop uniform stepping out, face blurred, like bad CCTV. It walked through Liam's sleeping body, sat in the desk chair, and stared at the lens for 17 minutes. Chat spammed he's not alone. Liam woke at 6 a.m., reviewed footage, freaked, called management. Old glitch, happens all the time. He checked out early, drove home to Boulder. That night, his apartment doorbell rang at 3 a.m. Ring cam showed the same bellhop, hat in hand, face still blurred. Liam didn't answer. The figure waited 17 minutes, then walked through the door. Inside cam, it stood at the foot of Liam's bed, tipped its hat, and vanished. But the footage kept rolling every night at 3 a.m. The bellhop returned, closer each time until the final stream. Liam's bedroom, empty. But the chair occupied, bellhop now wearing Liam's face. Livestream chat frozen on checked out permanently. Liam's channel went dark. His apartment was found vacant, all cameras wiped except one SD card in the toaster. A single frame Liam at the Grand Meridian front desk. Checking in, timestamp 3 a.m. Date February 31st, 2024, a day that doesn't exist. The Meridian still rents 1212. Guests report a bellhop who appears at 3 a.m. Asks if you need assistance, and if you say yes, you wake up checked out, luggage gone, key card melted, your reflection in the elevator mirror wearing the uniform. Some hotels don't let you leave. Ring the bell, and the bill comes due. The Forgotten Broadcast. A true media horror of a TV station that never went off air, WKK-TV. Channel 666, analog. Rural, West Virginia shut down in 1987 after the owner vanished during a live pledge drive. Tower struck by lightning, signal dead. Yet in 2022, over-the-air receivers in a 50-mile radius began picking up the station at random hours, always between 2 to 4 a.m., old CRTs and attics, thrift store sets. Even smart TVs with no antenna, snowy screen resolving to a 1980s studio. Wood paneling, a host in a powder blue suit, smile too wide, eyes too dark. Welcome back to WKKK, we keep creating corkers. Laughter track, but no audience. The host, Uncle Corky, read viewer mail that hadn't even written yet. Sally in Charleston wants to know if her husband's cheating, yes, with the babysitter, tonight at 2:17 a.m. Cut to grainy footage, exactly that, time-stamped live. Then pledge breaks. Donate your memories. Call 1-800-KORK-ME. Phones rang off hooks. Statewide callers heard their own voices confessing secrets they'd never told anyone. One man, live on air, admitted to a 1994 hit and run. Police found the car in his garage, freshly washed, victim's blood still under the fender. Text from the FCC triangulated the signal origin, the old WKK tower, rusted vines choking the dish. They cut power at the base. Broadcast continued, now in HD, Uncle Corky's face filling screens, pores visible, teeth sharpening. Power's in the picture, friends! He invited a studio audience, cut to living rooms across the state, viewers frozen mid-sleep, eyes open, mouths moving in sync with the laugh track. A 12-year-old in Huntington woke to find herself on air, waving at the camera in her pajamas, while her body still lay in bed. The only way to stop it, destroy the master tape. A ham radio operator, analog ghost, remembered the station's vault under the transmitter building. He broke in with bolt cutters, found rows of U-matic tapes labeled with dates up to 2035. The current broadcast played from a tape labeled today. He smashed it. Screens went black. But the next night, new signal Uncle Corky, suit pristine, holding the broken tape, pieced together with scotch tape. Continuity is key, folks. He aired the ham operator's suicide live, seconds before it happened in the vault. TV still broadcasts. Smart TVs now show it as a suggested channel. If you see Uncle Corky, unplug everything. The signal doesn't need power, it needs viewers. And the pledge drive never ends. The Campus Crawler, a true haunted school horror of a creature that lives in the vents. Miskatonic Community College, upstate New York, 2021 oldest building, Hawthorne Hall, built 1893 over a closed tuberculosis sanatorium. Maintenance sealed the vents in 1972 after students reported breathing from the ducts. In 2021, budget cuts reopened them for airflow. First week of fall semester, freshman Riley Quinn, 18, heard it in her dorm, scratching above the ceiling tiles, rhythmic like fingernails on metal, pausing when she paused. She texted her roommate, gone for the weekend. Something's in the walls. Night 2, the scratching spelled her name in more slow, deliberate. Riley recorded it, posted to the school subreddit. Replies, "That's the crawler. Don't answer." Legend said a patient. Subject 0. Escaped the sanatorium, lived in the crawl spaces, skin fused with asbestos, lungs full of rust. Fed on fear, grew with every scream. Riley laughed until the vent cover in her room popped off. A pale hand with too many joints reaching out, fingers ending in metal screws. She slammed the desk against it, called campus security. They found nothing but dust and a single screw, warm to the touch. The crawler escalated. Hallway cams caught shadows stretching too far, students waking with vent-shaped bruises on their backs. Riley's sleep cam showed the ceiling tile lifting at 3:17 a.m. A face human once, now elongated, eyes black beads peering down, whispering her childhood nickname. She transferred dorms. The crawler followed, vents connecting every building. Final straw. The cafeteria, 300 students, all vents opened at once. A chorus of whispers, every student's name, secrets, fears. Then the lights died. Screams. When power returned, 17 students were gone, vent covers sealed from inside with dental floss and skin. Riley and the janitor, Mr. Delgado, grandson of the 1972 sealer, barricaded the boiler room. Found the original blueprints vents led to a sealed ward. Zero's nest. They crawled in with flashlights and a blowtorch. The nest. A cocoon of HVAC foil, student IDs woven in, Polaroids of sleeping faces. At the center, the crawler naked, sexless, skin translucent, veins full of copper wire, mouth a vent grate. It wore Riley's stolen hoodie, hood up, face in shadow. "Join the airflow," it rasped, voice 1,000 whispers. Delgado torched the nest. The crawler screamed a sound like metal tearing and lunged, but Riley shoved the blowtorch into its mouth. It melted from the inside, collapsing into slag and ash. Vents sealed with concrete the next day. But every fall, new students hear scratching. And in the boiler room, a single vent remains grate fused shut, but warm, breathing slow. If you hear your name in the ducts, don't look up. The crawler is always hiring. The sleep paralysis demon, a true nightmare experience that followed her home. Cassie Delgado, 27, a graphic designer from Portland, Oregon, had always been a vivid dream of lucid adventures where she flew over cities or rewrote childhood traumas. But in the spring of 2022, the dreams turned predatory. It started with classic sleep paralysis, waking frozen in her studio apartment, body lead heavy, chest crushed by an invisible weight. At first, she blamed stress freelance deadlines, her cat Mizo's recent vet bills, but the episodes escalated. The first visitor was a silhouette at the foot of her bed, tall and hooded, featureless but radiating malice. She couldn't scream, couldn't twitch a finger, only watch as it leaned closer, breath like sulfur on her face. When it ended, she'd gasp awake, heart jackhammering, Mizo hissing at empty air. Cassie researched. Sleep paralysis, a glitch between REM and wakefulness, hallucinations common. She tried everything: melatonin, white noise, even a sleep study where electrodes mapped her brain into frantic peaks. The doctor prescribed a CPAP, called it mild apnea, but the visits continued nightly. The figure evolved. Now a woman emaciated, skin gray, and stretched, long black hair veiling a face that shifted Cassie's own, then her mother's, then a skull. It whispered in her childhood voice, "You left me in the dark." Cassie hadn't spoken to her mother in a decade, not since the overdose that took her at 47. Guilt, the doctor said. Projection. But the demon crossed the threshold. One dawn, after a 4 a.m. episode, Cassie found scratches 3 parallel lines raking her thigh, blood crusted under nails she trimmed short. Mizo refused the bedroom, yowling from the hallway. Cassie installed a ring camera. Footage showed her lying rigid. Then the air shimmering, a heatwave distortion, before the scratches appeared, her own hand unmoving. She moved to a friend's couch, but the paralysis followed. The demon now perched on the ceiling, crawling like a spider, dripping black ichor that vanished on impact. Her friend woke to Cassie levitating inches off the mattress, mouth open in a silent scream, before dropping with a thud. Desperation led to a paranormal forum, where users shared identical experiences. The old hag, a global entity feeding on fear, latching to trauma. One poster, Griefeater83, claimed banishment via confrontation. Name it. Bind it. Burn the bridge. Cassie tried during the next freeze. She mentally screamed, "You're not my mother. You're nothing." The demon recoiled, shrieking in a voice like tearing metal, but returned stronger, now with friends. Smaller shadows skittering across walls, pinching skin, leaving bruises shaped like child handprints. Cassie's work suffered. Clients ghosted as designs turned macabre, clients' faces melting, eyes replaced by voids. The origin surfaced in therapy. Hypnosis unearthed a repressed memory. Age 7. Finding her mother blue-lipped on the bathroom floor, Cassie frozen, unable to call 911, watching life ebb. The demon was guilt incarnate, a psychic scar given form. The therapist suggested a soul retrieval with a shaman, but Cassie chose fire. She returned to her childhood home, now condemned, windows bordered armed with sage, salt, and her mother's old locket. In the bathroom where it happened, she lit candles, played voicemails of her mother's laugh, and spoke, "I was a child. I forgive us both." The air thickened, the demon manifesting, fully towering, cloaked in her mother's funeral dress, face a screaming void. Cassie didn't flinch. She opened the locket, poured her mother's ashes, kept secret for years, and set the bathroom aflame with lighter fluid. The demon howled as flames consumed the room, its form unraveling into smoke. Cassie escaped as the house burned, firefighters later finding no body, no ashes, only the locket, intact, warm to the touch. The paralysis stopped. Mizo returned to the bed. But on quiet nights, Cassie wakes to a faint weight on her chest. Not crushing, just a reminder. Some demons don't die, they integrate. If sleep paralysis grips you, name your guilt before it names you. The Deep Woods Disappearance. A true camping horror in the Olympic National Forest, the Olympic Peninsula. Washington, August 2024. Friends, 1 tent. 0 signal. Jake Morrison, 29, wilderness guide. His girlfriend Lena, 27, nurse. Best friend Theo, 28, photographer. And Theo's sister Aria, 25, botanist. They chose the Dos Wallops River Trail, a 16-mile loop through old-growth rainforest, no permits needed off-season. Real camping, Jake bragged, shouldering a pack heavy with freeze-dried meals and a satellite phone that worked last time. They parked at the trailhead, a gravel lot swallowed by ferns, and hiked in under drizzle that turned the canopy into a dripping cathedral. Night 1 was idyllic. Campfire tailies, Lena's guitar, s'mores sticky with laughter. They pitched near a meadow, the river's roar a lullaby. But Jake woke at 2 a.m. to silence too complete, no crickets, no water. He stepped out to piss, flashlight cutting fog, and saw it, a figure across the meadow, tall as a Douglas fir, motionless watching. Human-shaped but wrong limbs too long, head tilted at an impossible angle. Jake blinked, gone. He chalked it to exhaustion, but the sat phone was dead, screen cracked though untouched. Day 2 the trail vanished. Maps showed them en route, but the path looped. Landmarks repeating same nurse log, same devil's club patch. Theo's compass spun useless. Arya found prints. Bare feet, elongated, circling their camp in perfect rings. Bear? Lena hoped. Jake knew better bears don't walk upright for miles. That night, the whispering started. Not wind, but voices in the trees, mimicking their earlier jokes. Lena's laugh distorted, Theo's voice calling from the dark. Guys, help, I'm lost. They stayed in the tent, zipped tight, but the canvas bulged inward, as if pressed by unseen hands. Morning 3, Arya was gone. Her sleeping bag empty, zipper intact, no struggle. They searched, screaming her name until voices cracked. Theo found her journal pages scattered. Sketches of the tall figure, notes in frantic scrawl. It wears our faces. It's learning, blood on one page, not hers. The group fractured. Lena wanted to hike out, Jake to find Arya, Theo to burn the forest down. They chose to move, but the meadow was back, tent untouched. Fire still smoldering though they'd doused it. A loop. Time dilated. Watches stopped at 3:33. Phones frozen on a selfie of the four. Arya's eyes blacked out in the photo, though she'd been smiling. The entity revealed itself at dusk. Not one, but many tall, pale, featureless, wearing the group's discarded jackets, faces smooth where eyes should be. They spoke in unison, voices the friend's own. Stay. Complete the circle. Jake fired his bear spray. It passed through. Lena ran, tripping into the river. Water rose unnaturally, hands pulling her under, her scream bubbling. Theo and Jake dragged her out, hypothermic, babbling about faces in the current. They barricaded in a hollow cedar, but the tree groaned, roots shifting, the entity's voice inside. You invited us. The fire called. Flashback. Night 1. Jake had burned a totem, an ancient cedar carving found half buried, face worn smooth. For luck, he'd said, tossing it in the flames. Local tribes warned. The Tamanas, forest guardians, angered by desecration, trapped defilers in eternal loops, feeding on panic. The group's only escape, return the ashes. Theo, delirious, scattered the fire pit's remains into the river at dawn, chanting apologies in broken Chinook. The fog lifted, the trail reappeared, leading to the parking lot. Cars gone, lot overgrown. A ranger station sign dated 2025. They stumbled out, clothes rotted, beards grown, no memory of days lost. Arya's body was never found, but rangers reported a new carving on the trail. A tall figure, 4 faces melting into bark. Campers avoid dose wallops now. Whispers follow those who light fires. The forest doesn't forgive arson. Burn nothing you can't replace. The truck stop phantom, a true truck driver horror on the loneliest highway, Route 50. Nevada, the loneliest road in America, stretches 287 miles of nothing, a black ribbon through alkali flats and mountain shadows. In June 2014, long-haul trucker Dale Diesel Whitaker, 52, picked up a load of refrigerators in Reno, destined for Salt Lake. He stopped at the Middlegate station, a relic diner with a bar older than the state, to fuel up and grab coffee. The lot was empty save for a battered Peterbilt. Driver's door ajar, cab light flickering. Dale nodded to the waitress, a woman with eyes like worn nickels, who poured without asking, black, 2 sugars, you see him yet? Him was the phantom trucker, a legend among CB radios, a driver who appears at stops, asks for a ride, then vanishes, leaving only a Polaroid of your rig wrecked. Dale laughed, paid, and rolled out under a moon like a cracked headlight. At mile marker 87, his CB crackled. Breaker, breaker, you got your ears on, Diesel? Voice gravelly, familiar his own, from a recording years old. Static then. Pull over. I'm hurt. Dale ignored it, but his rig slowed, brakes engaging though his foot was off the pedal. He coasted to a turnout, engine dying. A man stood in the headlights, flannel shirt, jeans, face obscured by a welder's mask, hand raised in a wave. Dale cracked the door. Need help? The man climbed in without a word, smelling of diesel and ozone. Salt Lake, he rasped, voice muffled. Dale drove, uneasy, the man staring ahead, mask reflecting the dash lights. You ever lose someone on this road? The Phantom asked. Dale's wife Marlene died in a pileup on 52,009 head-on with a jackknifed semi. He never talked about it. The Phantom pulled a Polaroid from his pocket. Dale's Peterbilt, crumpled, Marlene's side, crushed. This is tomorrow, he said, tucking it in the visor. Dale slammed the brakes, but the rig wouldn't stop, accelerator stuck, speedometer climbing. The Phantom laughed, mask cracking to reveal Dale's own faceholder, eyes milky with death. You're late, it said, and the cab filled with smoke, Marlene's scream echoing from the sleeper bunk. Dale swerved, rig flipping, rolling into the desert in a storm of glass and steel. He woke in a ditch, rig totaled, Polaroid intact photo now showing the wreck, time-stamped an hour future. A tow truck arrived, driver the waitress from Middlegate. Told you he'd come. Dale quit trucking. Lives in a Reno trailer, but every full moon his CB lights up. Breaker diesel, you copy? The photo changes, sometimes Marlene waves from the wreckage. Sometimes it's Dale himself, mask on, waiting. Route 50 claims its own. If a masked man asks for a ride, keep driving. The Glitch Wedding. A true reality distortion story that erased a marriage. Emily Harper, 30, a wedding planner in Austin, Texas. Orchestrated her own big day on May 15, 2021 outdoor venue, wildflowers, 150 guests, fiancé Ben, a software engineer. The ceremony was perfect. Vows exchanged under a floral arch, string quartet swelling, guests teary. But during the first dance, the world stuttered. Emily blinked, and the song skipped same note looping, guests frozen mid-clap, Ben's smile stuck like a gif. She pulled away. Time resumed, but Ben's eyes were wrong, pupils dilated, voice robotic. Error, reboot. Guests noticed nothing, but Emily's phone glitched. Photos showed the arch empty, no couple, guests looking past them. The reception continued, but anomalies piled up. The cake topper miniature Emily and Ben melted into a single blob. Ben's best man toasted Emily and, name forgotten. By cake cutting, half the guests had vanished from photos, their chairs empty in real time. Emily confronted Ben in the bridal suite. What's happening? He tilted his head, neck creaking unnaturally. You were never here. Simulation breach. Panic set in. Emily ran to the parking lot, her car gone, replaced by a blank space in the asphalt. Guests' memories rewrote. Her maid of honor hugged her, whispering, I'm so happy for you and... Wait, who are you marrying? Ben followed, face flickering between his own and a default avatar, smooth, featureless. The glitch started when you said, I do, he said, voice layered with static. You bound to a corrupted file. Emily's wedding ring turned cold. Engraving changing, Emily Harper plus null. She fled to the venue's office, locking the door, calling her mother voicemail. Who is this? The wedding album on her phone showed only Ben solo, smiling at an empty altar. Ben's voice through the door. Accept the patch. Marry the void. Emily smashed her phone, but the screen reformed, displaying a live feed. Her running through the venue, guests now mannequins. Ben, a silhouette of code. She escaped through a window, barefoot in the Texas heat, hitching a ride to her apartment empty. Lise in Ben's name, only photos of him with a woman who wasn't her. Therapy labeled it a psychotic break, but Emily found others online. Glitch weddings, ceremonies where one partner is erased from reality, a quantum anomaly triggered by vows. Ben's LinkedIn still lists him married to guest. Emily lives off-grid now. No tech, but on anniversaries, her reflection lags, mouthing words not hers, till glitch do us part. Some vows break more than hearts, they break the code of existence. The Courtroom Curse, a true court horror story of justice denied and spirits unleashed. In the granite halls of the Essex County Courthouse, Salem, Massachusetts, 2018, Judge Miriam Walsh presided over the trial of Victor Kane, accused of murdering his wife in a fit of rage. The evidence was ironclad blood on his hands, 911 call with her screams, but Kane's defense claimed demonic possession, citing a family curse from the 1692 witch trials. Walsh, a no-nonsense jurist with 25 years on the bench, scoffed, banging her gavel. This court deals in facts, not folklore. The jury agreed guilty, life without parole. But the curse was real. Cain's ancestor, Abigail Cain, hanged as a witch. Her final words a binding, "My blood will judge the judges." The courtroom emptied, but Walsh stayed late, reviewing notes. The lights flickered, temperature plunging, and the defendant's dock rattled though empty. A voice Abigail's, raspy from the noose, echoed. "You condemned the innocent." Walsh's gavel cracked, splitting to reveal a lock of hair. Abigail's, preserved in the wood since 1692, courthouse lore claimed. The hauntings spread. Jurors reported nightmares. Abigail in their bedrooms, pointing accusing fingers. The prosecutor found case files rewritten, evidence vanished. Cain's confession replaced with Walsh's signature. Bailiffs heard chains dragging in the basement, where witch trial records were stored. Walsh herself aged overnight, hair graying, eyes sinking, hands trembling as she signed orders. A retrial was granted, but Cain escaped during transfer. Van found empty. Driver babbling about a woman in the mirror. Walsh resigned, but the curse followed. Her home became a courtroom. Furniture rearranged into benches. Her dog found with a noose collar. She confessed to a priest, Father McBride, descendant of a witch trial judge. I felt her innocence. The evidence. Planted. McBride performed an exorcism in the courthouse at midnight, burning Abigail's lock. The building shook, windows shattering, Cain's voice joining Abigail's. Justice is served. Walsh was found hanged in her chambers, gavel in hand. Note reading. Guilty. The courthouse closed for renovations, but trials resumed elsewhere. Cain was never recaptured, rumored to haunt Salem streets, offering true justice. If you sit in judgment, weigh the soul first, the gavel remembers. The cold case caller, a true missing persons horror from a payphone that shouldn't exist. In rural Vermont, 1995. Teenager Sarah Klein vanished from a payphone outside the general store in Westfield. Last seen at 9:17 p.m., calling her boyfriend, line cutting to static. The phone was removed in 2001, pole cut, wires buried. Yet in 2023 it rang again. Local podcaster Mia Reed, 32, investigating Sarah's cold case, heard it while recording B-roll, a shrill bell in the dark. Receiver dangling, though no booth remained. She answered, "Mia? It's Sarah, I'm still here." The voice was Sarah's, aged 28 years, but unmistakable, scared. "They took me through the woods. The man in the mask. Tell my mom I'm sorry." Mia's equipment glitched, recording 17 minutes of conversation, though she spoke alone. Sarah described a cabin, a symbol carved in the door, a spiral with eyes. Mia traced it to a missing persons cluster. 5 teens, 1995 to 2005, all last calls from payphones later removed. Sarah's photo, dated 2023, showed her aged, eyes hollow. The payphone rang in Mia's pocket, her own cell, screen reading Sarah Klein. She answered, "You're next." Mia burned the cabin, but the calls continue, now to victims' families. "We're waiting at the phone. Westfield's payphones are gone." But at 9:17 p.m., lines ring in empty fields. Some calls aren't from the past, they're from the in-between. If a payphone rings, don't answer. The missing are still trying to come home. The Vanishing Hitchhiker, a true road trip horror on the endless highway of forgotten souls. The first night was pure Americana. Gas station burritos, star-drenched skies, and ghost stories swapped over a campfire in Petrified Forest National Park. Ryan spun tales of skinwalkers from his Navajo grandma shapeshifters who wore human skin like coats, luring travelers with familiar voices. Derek, a skeptic from Jersey, laughed it off, tossing another log into the flames. Dude, the only thing haunting us is your driving. They crashed in the Jeep, seats reclined, the hum of crickets lulling them to sleep. But around 3 a.m., Ryan jolted awake to a faint knock tap 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 on the window. He peered out, nothing but sagebrush and moonlight. Wind, he muttered, drifting off again. By day 2, they were deep in New Mexico, the landscape morphing into red rock canyons and endless horizons. Near Gallup, a thunderstorm chased them, rain lashing the windshield like accusations. That's when they saw her, a girl, maybe 19, thumb out on the shoulder, soaked to the bone in a white sundress that clung like a second skin. Her hair, dark and stringy, framed a face pale as bone china, eyes wide and pleading. "We can't leave her," Ryan said, pulling over despite Derek's protests. "It's pouring, man. She's gonna freeze." The girl slid into the back seat without a word, dripping on the upholstery, her scent odd wet earth and something floral, like funeral lily. "Thanks," she whispered, voice soft as moth wings. "I'm Lily, headed to Albuquerque. My ride ditched me." Ryan caught her eyes in the mirror hazel, but glassy, like she was staring through him. Derek, uneasy, offered a towel from the trunk. She smiled, teeth too white, and wrapped it around her shoulders. Conversation started slow. She was a student, hitchhiking to see a boyfriend, phone dead. But details blurred her college unnamed, her story shifting like sand. "You guys ever pick up strangers before?" she asked, leaning forward, breath fogging the air despite the heater blasting. Ryan shivered. The Jeep felt colder with her in it. Miles ticked by, radio static crackling as stations faded. Lily grew quieter, staring out at the storm, murmuring to herself words Ryan couldn't catch, like a prayer or a curse. Derek texted a buddy back home. "Picked up a chick. Kinda creepy. Keep this chat open." No signal. The storm intensified, lightning fracturing the sky, illuminating Lily's face in stark flashes, beautiful one moment, hollow the next, cheekbones too sharp, eyes sinking into shadows. "Pull over up here," she said suddenly, pointing to a dirt turnout near a crumbling mission ruin, its adobe walls half swallowed by sand. "I know a shortcut." Ryan hesitated, but her voice had a pull, hypnotic like his grandma's lullabies. He turned off the highway, tires crunching gravel, the mission looming like a skull under the storm. "This place is abandoned," Derek hissed. But Lily was already out, barefoot in the mud, beckoning. "Come on, it's safe. I used to play here as a kid." The boys followed, flashlights cutting through rain, the mission's arched doorway yawning open. Inside, the air was thick dust mold, and that lily scent, cloying now. Graffiti scarred the walls. Names, dates, please help me. 1982 and a crude painting of a girl in white, arms outstretched. Lily led them deeper, past collapsed pews to the altar, where a rusted bell hung from a chain. "Ring it," she said, eyes gleaming in the flashlight beam. "It calls the lost home." Derek laughed nervously. "This is some Blair Witch crap." "Let's go." But Ryan, entranced, grabbed the rope. The bell tolled low, mournful, vibrating through bone. The temperature plummeted, breath fogging, and the shadows moved. Figures emerged from the corners, translucent, in outdated clothes, faces blurred but anguished, reaching for the boys. Lily's smile widened, unnatural, her dress billowing though no wind stirred. "They're here," she sang, voice layering with others' children, women, men, a chorus of the vanished. Derek bolted, but the door slammed shut, wood groaning like a scream. Ryan froze as Lily's form flickered solid, then ethereal, her face aging decades in seconds, skin sagging, eyes black voids. "I'd been waiting," she rasped, not Lily's voice but a crone's, layered with a child's. "The road takes but never gives back." The ghosts closed in, hands icy, pulling at Ryan's jacket, whispering names his Derek's, others long dead. Derek swung his flashlight, beam passing through specters, but one grabbed his wrist, leaving frostbite burns. "Ryan, run!" he yelled, kicking at the altar. The bell tolled again, unstruck, and the floor cracked, revealing a pit bones, dozens, tangled in white cloth scraps. Ryan snapped free, adrenaline surging, and tackled the door with Derek. It gave way, rain soaking them as they sprinted to the Jeep. Lily, or what was Lily, stood in the doorway, dress whipping in the gale, her form multiplying. Dozens of her, all ages, all screaming in unison. "You can't leave us!" The engine roared to life, tires spinning mud, and they peeled out, mission shrinking in the mirror. But Lily was in the back seat again, smiling, untouched by rain. "You rang the bell," she said. "Now you're ours." The drive to Albuquerque was a nightmare. Lily vanished and reappeared back seat. Passenger seat. Once in the headlights, standing in the road, forcing Ryan to swerve. Radio stations played only her voice. "Join us." The road is home. Gas stations they stopped at were deserted, pumps dry, clerks gone. Calendar stuck on July 17, 1974, Lily's disappearance date, they'd later learn. Derek, frantic, tried 911 static, then Lily giggling. "No one hears the lost?" At a diner outside Grant's. They found a newspaper archive on a dusty shelf. Local girl vanishes on I-40. 1974. Lily Mae Carter, 19, last seen hitchhiking. Case cold. Dawn broke as they hit Albuquerque. Lily fading with the sunlight. Her final words a whisper. "I'll see you again." On the road. They ditched the Jeep at a scrapyard, flew home, and never spoke of it until Ryan's therapy sessions years later. The mission? Demolished in 2018, but truckers on I-40 still report her white dress, thumb out, eyes that pull you in. Some stop, some don't. Those who do vanish, their cars found abandoned. Bells tolling in the distance. If you're road tripping, keep driving past the girl in white. The highway doesn't forgive. The Forgotten Asylum. A true urban exploration horror in the bowels of abandoned madness. Tucked in the pine-choked hills of rural Massachusetts, Denver State Asylum stood as a monument to forgotten suffering, its Kirkbride spires clawing at the sky like the fingers of the damned. Closed in 1992, the sprawling complex, once home to thousands of the mentally ill, lobotomized and restrained decayed into a magnet for urban explorers by 2021. Among them were Tara Nguyen, 25, a YouTuber chasing clout with her channel Shadow Chaser, and her crew, videographer Leo, 27, TechWiz Priya, 23, and Skeptic Mike, 26, all armed with GoPros, EMF detectors, and bravado thicker than the asylum's moldy walls. They slipped in at midnight, October 2021. Through a boarded basement window Tara had scouted on a daytime recon. The air hit like a slap-stale, metallic, laced with the ghost of bleach and despair. Flashlights carved tunnels through the dark, illuminating peeling paint the color of dried blood. Gurneys rusted. The Whispering Well, a true rural horror that drank an entire town black hollow. Kentucky population 217 in 1964 was a forgotten speck on the map, cradled in a valley where the hollers swallowed sound and the limestone hills bled cold water year-round. The town sat directly above an ancient aquifer the old-timers called the Devil's Throat, a vast underground river that gurgled like a dying man. At the heart of the town square stood the well, hand-dug in 1832 by Irish immigrants who vanished the same winter, 200 feet straight down, lined with slick river stones that never quite dried. Moss clung to the upper rings like green velvet. Lower down, the stones were black with centuries of seepage. Children balanced on the wooden rim to toss pennies, listening for the distant plink that meant their wish was accepted. Lovers carved initials with pocket knives, JL4EVER, and pressed their lips to the cool mouth, whispering secrets they'd never dare say aloud. On August 13, 1964, the air hung thick with heat and the smell of cut hay. The pennies stopped clinking. Instead, the well spoke. It began at 4:17 p.m., with a murmur, like wind through a seashell, but the words were unmistakable. Farmer Otis Greeley, 58, sun-leathered and widowed since 44, was crossing the square with a sack of feed when he heard his late wife Clara's voice rise from the depths. "I never loved you." Otis. It was always Tommy Harlan. Tommy had died in Normandy. Clara had whispered that confession in 1942, drunk on dandelion wine. Leaning so far over the rim her hair brushed the water, Otis dropped the sack, corn scattered like buckshot. He stumbled closer, ears straining. The voice repeated, clearer, layered with the gurgle of the aquifer. "I never loved you." By 5 o'clock p.m., preacher Amos Kane, 65, gaunt as a fence post, heard his own sermon from last Sunday. "The wages of sin is death," delivered word perfect in his own cadence, but ending with wet laughter and the unmistakable crack of a neck snapping. He preached that sermon to 43 souls in the white-clabbered church. Now it echoed from the well, mocking. He clutched his Bible until the spine cracked. Word spread on foot, by crankphone, by the frantic barking of dogs. By dusk, the entire town men in overalls, Women in cotton dresses, children barefoot. And wide-eyed gathered in a loose circle, flashlights cutting tunnels through the fog that rolled in from the hills. The well's voice had grown. Hundreds of secrets layered like a hellish choir. Adulteries, thefts, abortions, the location of Grandpa's moonshine still. The name of the boy who set the schoolhouse ablaze in '53. Every whisper flung into the dark over 132 years, now flung back in the voices of the dead high, low, young, old, summoned languages no one in Black Hollow spoke. 6-year-old Lucy Harlan, pigtailed and missing her front teeth, pushed through adult legs. Her cat, Mr. Whiskers, had vanished 3 days prior. She leaned over the rim, flashlight beam trembling on the water 200 feet below. "Here, kitty," she called. The stones shifted. A sound like wet gravel. Pale hands bloated, prune-fingered, males split shot out of the darkness, tangled in her braids, and yanked. Lucy's feet left the ground. A single splash far below. No scream, just the well in Lucy's own piping voice. "Come find me, Mama." Panic erupted. Men formed a human chain ropes, buckets, lanterns, prayers and Appalachian tongues. Sheriff Roy Decker, 42, thick-necked and usually steady, tied a lasso around his waist and rappelled down. The rope went slack. When they hauled it up, only the lasso remained, knotted neatly as if never used. Deputy Harlan Lucy's father dove next, screaming his daughter's name. The water took him mid-sentence. One by one, rescuers touched the surface and smiled vacant, dreamy smiles as the well drank them. Their boots left prints in the mud that filled with black water overnight. By midnight, 183 souls were gone. The remaining 34, mostly the elderly, and the cowards fled up the ridge to the old fire lookout. They watched the square from afar, flashlights now useless against the fog. At 3:33 a.m., a grinding sound like millstones. Dawn revealed the well capped with a granite slab, 6 feet square, 3 tons if it was an ounce. No one had seen it placed. The engraving was fresh, letters 2 inches deep. Black Hollow Pop, 0. The county sent a crane from Lexington. The hook couldn't scratch the stone. The 34 scattered some to Louisville, some to Cincinnati, a few as far as California. But the well followed. In 2025, a developer named Paragon Homes bought the land for a subdivision, Devil's Throat Estates. On June 12th, drill operator Miguel Ortiz, 39, father of 2, hit water at 180 feet. The fluid wasn't clear, it was black, syrupy, warm as blood. The rig's speakers crackled. His daughter Sophia's voice, 1,200 miles away in Miami. "Daddy, I'm cold. Come get me." Miguel hadn't spoken to Sophia in person for 6 months. She was with her mother. He dropped the controls, climbed the rig, and dove headfirst into the borehole. The drill cam caught the water rising, forming faces Otis Greeley's sun-leathered scowl, Preacher Cain's milk-white eyes, Lucy Harlan's gap-toothed grin, and now Miguel's own mustached face, mouth open in a silent scream. The site flooded overnight. Pumps ran 72 hours straight. The water level never dropped an inch. The sinkhole yawned 200 feet wide, edges crumbling like wet cake. Satellite maps show a perfect circle of dark water where Black Hollow once stood. Boaters on the new lake report pennies floating upright, spinning like compass needles pointing down. Fishermen who toss a coin and lean close hear their own voice rise from the depths, revealing the secret they'll die for. Some towns aren't abandoned, they're swallowed. Keep your wishes shallow. The Doppelganger Delivery, a true stalker horror that rings your doorbell twice. Chicago, 2024. The city never slept, but at 11:11 p.m. on a Tuesday in October, Selena Vega's corner of Lakeview tried. Selena, 32, graphic designer, lived alone in a third-floor walk-up above a closed vintage shop. She ordered Thai from the new app Grub Host Pad Thai Extra Lime, spring rolls, because the rain was slashing the windows and she didn't want to cook. The app promised same-day delivery by drivers who never spoke, always wore black hoodies, faces obscured by AR masks that glitched between human and static. The doorbell cam pinged at 11:11 sharp. A figure in a hood, face a blur of pixels, held her exact order. Steam curled from the bag. Selena cracked the door on the chain. No one. The food sat on the mat, still hot, lime wedges glistening. The receipt fluttered. Delivered by Selena Vega. She laughed glitch, obviously, and ate on the couch, scrolling TikTok. Night 2, same time, same order. This time the hoodie was hers, the black one, stolen from the laundromat dryer last week, the one with the frayed drawstring. The AR mask flickered, revealing her face, same freckles, same tired eyes, but the pupils were vertical slits. The doppelganger smiled. Selena slammed the door. The food smelled like her perfume, Victor, and raw flower bomb. Though she hadn't worn it in months, she called support. The app showed no order history. Her account balance, $666.66. Night 3, a box, no food. Inside, her missing cat, Mizzo, taxidermied mid-meow, chopsticks in its paws, pad thai noodles draped like a scarf. Night 4, a Polaroid slid under the door, Selena asleep on her couch. Time-stamped 11:11 p.m. tonight. The hallway cam caught the driver inside the locked apartment, standing at the foot of her bed, holding the photo. Selena fled to the Palmer House Hotel, paid cash, used a fake name. At 11:11 p.m., the room TV turned on. Grub Ghost app, order confirmation. Delivering Selena to Selena. She barricaded the door with the dresser. The peephole showed her on the other side, hoodie, mask, takeout bag. The doppelganger waved, then phased through the wood like smoke. The bag hit the carpet. Inside, a human heart still beating, lime wedges arranged around it like garnish. Selena's chest ached. She collapsed. Hotel CCTV. Selena dragging herself out, hoodie up, into the elevator, the body left behind. Empty skin, deflated like a popped balloon, receipt pinned to the sternum. Order complete. Chicago PD seized Grub Ghost's servers in a warehouse in Pilsen. The code was written in blood on parchment, scanned into the app. The doppelgangers were echo clones, digital souls printed via quantum entanglement, fed by user data. Every order stole a piece. Voice, scent, memory, DNA from saliva on forks. Selena's Instagram now posts from her account photos of her life, but the eyes are wrong. If a silent driver brings your exact order, don't tip. The bill is your reflection. The Midnight Train Platform, a true urban exploration horror that never arrives. NYC subway, 14th Street, Union Square, 3:03 a.m., October 31st, 2023. Urban Explorer Tunnel Rat Liao, 25, live streaming to 3,000 followers. Slipped past the gate for the Forbidden Platform Track 0. Bricked up since 1918 after the Hudson Terrier vanished with 400 passengers during a Halloween parade. He pried the boards with a crowbar. Dust billowed. His flashlight revealed rat bones, a child's shoe from the 1910s, and a single enamel sign. Next train, Eternity. The tunnel lights flickered on gas lamps, 1918 vintage, flames blue and steady. A whistle echoed, low and mournful. The train rolled in, wooden cars, brass fittings, passengers in period dress bowler hats, Gibson girl blouses, faces pressed to windows, mouths sewn shut with copper wire. Liao boarded for the shot, the doors sealed with a hiss of steam. The train lurched, not forward but down track, spiraling into bedrock. Windows showed fossils, then stars, then nothing. The conductor skeletal, uniform rotting, ticket punch dripping black ichor punched Liao's hand. The hole bled ink that spelled late. Passengers turned, eyes milk white, whispering in 1918 Yiddish. You're late. You're late. The train stopped at platforms that shouldn't exist. Limbo Station, clocks frozen at 3:03. Purgatory Junction, tracks branching into fire. Hell's Kitchen literal, ovens glowing red, smells of burning bread and hair. Liao's GoPro caught the final stop. Union Square, 1918. Doors open to the vanished. Hudson Terrier, 400 skeletons in seats, still dressed. Newspapers dated October 31st, 1918. Headlines about the parade. The conductor pushed Liao out. End of the line. The platform sealed behind him, solid brick. He was in the modern station, 3:03 a.m., GoPro timestamp looped. MTA security found him babbling, hand bleeding ink that wrote help on the tile. The footage, 400 minutes compressed to 0. Track 0 is sealed again with reinforced concrete. But every night at 3:03 a.m., the turnstiles beep for a MetroCard swiped in 1918. Commuters report a wooden train on the express track windows full of faces mouthing help. If the doors open for you, don't board. The midnight train doesn't take you home, it takes you back to where it started. The Cursed Cursor, a true tech horror of a pointer that types your obituary. Remote worker Jonah Park, 27, Seattle, noticed his mouse cursor blinking like a typewriter on March 1st, 2025. No apps open. It moved alone, typing in Notepad. Jonah Park, 27, died March 3, 2025, cost unknown. He deleted the file. It reappeared in every text field, email, Slack, even bios. He swapped mice, keyboards, wiped the drive. The cursor persisted, now dragging a noose icon that left a trail of pixels like rope burn. Colleagues saw it in shared Google Docs. The obituary updating live cause. Hanging with a hangman game beneath. Letters filling underscore 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 underscore. Jonah's neck itched. He unplugged the router. The cursor typed via neighbor's Wi-Fi, then Bluetooth, then thought. IT traced the signal origin. His own IP, but the packets were future dated March 3, 2025. 11:11 p.m. The hangman completed. Murderer. Jonah had no record. Until the cursor opened his hidden folder photos of his ex, Maya, staged as suicides, time-stamped tomorrow. He drove to Maya's apartment in Capitol Hill. She was alive, confused, hacking for a trip. The cursor typed in her phone, run. She did. Jonah woke bound in his closet, noose-tight webcam live streaming to his work Slack. Jonah Park, live suicide, chat begged him to stop. He couldn't move. The cursor clicked hang. Neck snapped. Webcam caught the cursor waving goodbye with a tiny pixel hand. Police found the rope self-tied in perfect knots. Webcam hacked from inside the firmware. Jonah's PC, smashed, still blinked in the evidence bag cursor typing. Next. You. If your pointer moves alone, don't watch the letters. The obituary writes itself. The whispering attic of Elmwood Manor, a true haunted house nightmare. It was a sweltering summer in 1987 when Sarah and her husband, Tom, first laid eyes on Elmwood Manor, a sprawling Victorian house on the outskirts of a sleepy Midwestern town in Ohio. The real estate agent had called it a diamond in the rough. A steal at $75,000 for a 5-bedroom behemoth with wraparound porches, stained glass windows that caught the light like fractured rainbows, and an attic that stretched the entire length of the roofline. Sarah, a graphic designer with a love for restoring old homes, saw potential in the peeling wallpaper and creaky floorboards. Tom, a pragmatic accountant, crunched the numbers and nodded approval. They closed the deal on a Friday the 13th, neither of them believers in superstitions. But looking back, Sarah swears the air felt heavier that day, like the house was exhaling a long-held breath. The first week was pure bliss. They'd painted the living room a sunny yellow, hung family photos from their honeymoon in the Bahamas, and hosted a housewarming barbecue where neighbors swapped stories of the manor's history. Old Mr. Hargrove, the grizzled veteran next door, leaned in over his plate of ribs and muttered, "That place has seen things." The original owners, the Blackwoods, lost everything in the stock market crash of '29, hung themselves up in the attic, or so the whispers go. But folks say their spirits never left, always hearing faint cries at night, like wind through cracked bones. Sarah laughed it off as small-town folklore, but Tom's smile tightened. That night, as rain pattered against the new gutters they'd installed, Sarah woke to a soft thump from above. "Probably the cat," she whispered to Tom, who was already snoring. But they didn't have a cat. By the second month, the minor annoyances began. Lights flickered in the kitchen during dinner prep, casting eerie shadows that danced like fingers reaching across the oak table. Doors would slam shut without a draft, and once, Sarah found the basement door wide open at 3 a.m., a chill seeping up from the concrete steps like icy breath. She blamed faulty wiring, called an electrician who scratched his head and said, "Everything checks out, ma'am. This house is solid as a rock." But the real terror started on a crisp October evening when Tom was away on a business trip to Chicago. Sarah was alone, curled up with a book in the master bedroom, the kind of quiet night where the only sound is the tick of the grandfather clock downstairs. Then from the attic came the whispers. At first, it was indistinguishable, like leaves rustling in a breeze, but as Sarah strained to listen, words formed faint, garbled, like voices underwater. "Come dot dot up dot jaw jaw dot dot is dot 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 as she grabbed her phone. Herb of dot 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 up dot dot up dot dot up join dot 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 is dot 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 her hot hammered as she grabbed her phone." Dialing Tom's number, but the line crackled with static, and all she heard was a distant echo of the same whispers. Bolting upright, she raced to the attic stairs, a narrow pull-down ladder hidden in the hallway ceiling. Why she climbed it, she can't explain to this day. Curiosity, defiance, or some invisible pull that tugged at her soul. The attic was a tomb of dust motes and forgotten relics. Trunks bound with rusted latches. A child's porcelain doll with cracked cheeks, staring blankly from a rocking chair. And yellowed newspapers from 1929 headlining Blackwood fortune vanishes overnight. In the center, under a single bare bulb that flickered like a dying firefly, stood a noose fashioned from bedsheets, swaying gently though the air was still. Sarah froze, her breath fogging in the sudden cold that dropped the temperature 20 degrees. The whispers grew louder, circling her like a swarm of invisible insects. Sarah ... Tom ... the money. It's ours ... double quotes. She spun around, seeing nothing but shadows coiling in the corners. Panic surged as footsteps echoed heavy, deliberate, descending from the rafters. Not footsteps exactly, but thuds like bodies dropping limp to the floor. She stumbled back, tripping over a loose floorboard that splintered under her weight, revealing a hidden compartment filled with brittle letters. One fluttered open in her trembling hands. The spirits demand payment. The attic calls the debtors home. Gasping, Sarah fled down the ladder, barricading herself in the bedroom with every piece of furniture she could drag. The whispers followed, seeping through the vents, murmuring promises of wealth and threats of ruin. Tom returned the next day to find Sarah pale and shaken, the attic ladder sealed with duct tape and a locksmith on speed dial. He humored her, installing cameras and motion sensors, scoffing at the haunted house nonsense. But on the third night, the footage captured it, at 2:17 a.m. The noose swung wildly, the doll's head turning slowly toward the lens, its glass eyes reflecting a spectral couple in outdated suits, their necks elongated and bruised, mouths opening in silent screams. Tom watched in stunned silence as the figures reached out, their translucent hands brushing the camera, causing it to glitch and static burst into whispers. Join us. The debt is due. He packed their bags at dawn, selling the house at a loss to a developer who bulldozed. Weeks later, unearthing bones in the foundation, 3 small skeletons, children of the Blackwoods, starved in the attic. During the Depression, while their parents plotted their end. Sarah and Tom moved to a condo in the city, but the nightmares persist. She wakes, sweating, hearing the whispers and the hum of the AC, seeing the noose and the sway of ceiling fans. Elmwood wasn't haunted by ghosts, she told a friend over coffee years later, her voice barely above a hush. It was haunted by greed, by the echoes of desperation that never fade. And sometimes in the quiet, I wonder if the attic is still waiting for me to pay up. If you've ever bought a fixer-upper and felt eyes on your back, or heard unexplained voices in an empty house, share your haunted house story in the comments below. This is just the beginning. Stick around for the next tale of demons and possessions that will make you question every prayer you've ever whispered. The shadow possession of Willow Creek, demons and unholy takeovers. In the fog-shrouded hollows of Willow Creek, Kentucky, where the Appalachian Mountains claw at the sky like jagged teeth, lived Elias Crow, a God-fearing Baptist preacher with a voice that could shake pews and a faith as unyielding as the ancient oaks lining his churchyard. It was 1992, and Elias had pastored Willow Creek Baptist for 20 years, marrying couples under spring blossoms, burying the faithful beneath autumn leaves, and casting out doubts with sermons on the wages of sin. His wife, Martha, ran the Sunday school with a gentle hand, their 2 daughters, Abigail and Ruth, blooming like wildflowers in the congregation's care. But beneath the hymns and potlucks lurked a darkness older than the hollers, a malevolence that slithered from forgotten mineshafts and whispered through the windswept pines. Folks in Willow Creek spoke of it in hushed tones. The shadow, a demon said to feed on the pious, twisting their souls until they became vessels for hellfire. It started innocently enough, or so Elias claimed in his journals, discovered years later by a journalist chasing leads on unsolved possessions. A new family moved into the old Ramsey cabin on the edge of town, the Hargans, with their wide-eyed boy, Tommy, who arrived clutching a Ouija board like a talisman. The Hargans weren't churchgoer city folk from Louisville, seeking solitude after Mr. Hargan's layoff. Tommy, 12 and freckled, took to exploring the woods, poking at rusted relics from the coal boom days. One drizzly afternoon, he vanished for hours, returning mud-caked and muttering about the man in the black coat who lives in the roots. Elias dismissed it as boyish fancy during the Hargans' obligatory welcome visit, but Martha noticed Tommy's eyes dilated black, like oil slicks swallowing the irises. That Sunday, Tommy disrupted the service, bursting through the oak doors mid-sermon, his small frame convulsing as if lightning coursed through him. "Elias!" He shrieked in a voice not his own, gravelly and ancient, echoing off the vaulted ceiling. "The shadow hungers!" It tasted the preacher's doubt in the war, the shells that screamed like banshees. The congregation gasped. Elias had never spoken of his Korean war days, the shrapnel scars hidden under his starched collars. Tommy's head snapped back, foam flecking his lips, and he levitated 6 inches off the pine floorboards, his shadow stretching impossibly long, coiling like smoke toward the pulpit. Elias, sweat beading on his brow, raised his Bible like a shield. "In the name of the Father, be gone!" But the boy laughed, a wet, bubbling cackle, and collapsed, whispering, "It comes for you next, holy man." Word spread like kudzu, drawing gawkers from neighboring counties. Elias barricaded the church, fasting and praying through the nights, but the possessions escalated. Livestock mutilated at dawn, their innards arranged in pentagrams on barn doors. Whispers slithered through phone lines, callers hearing guttural chants in reverse. Martha found Abigail sleepwalking to the Ramsey cabin, her nightgown smeared with what smelled like brimstone. Elias confronted the Hargans, demanding they burn the Ouija board, but Mr. Hargan scoffed, "Superstition." That night, Tommy's screams pierced the valley. His parents found him levitating again, nails raking furrows down his arms, spelling crow in bloody script. Desperation clawed at Elias. He delved into the church's forbidden archives, dusty tomes smuggled from Salem witch trials, detailing exorcisms botched by arrogance. The shadow, they warned, wasn't a mere imp but a principality, bound to Willow Creek since a 19th century miner invoked it for gold, sacrificing his kin in the depths. Elias prepared the rite alone, anointing the church with holy water mixed with his own blood, chalking sigils on the floor that glowed faintly under moonlight. He lured the entity by inviting Tommy to a midnight vigil, the boy arriving fear-allied, his skin mottled with vein-like shadows pulsing beneath. The exorcism began at the witching hour, Elias's voice booming psalms as thunder rumbled outside. Tommy thrashed on the altar, his body arching unnaturally, vertebrae cracking like gunfire. "You can't cast what you carry." The demon roared through the child's mouth, revealing Elias's buried sins, the shrapnel that killed his sergeant in Korea, the guilt that festered into doubt, the secret affair with a parishioner quashed by shame. Elias faltered, the Bible slipping from sweat-slick hands, and the shadow pounced. It leaped from Tommy like black lightning, coiling into Elias's chest. He convulsed, eyes rolling white, and in a voice like grinding gravel declared, "The preacher is home." For weeks, Willow Creek became a ghost town. Elias, now the vessel, preached sermons of fire and brimstone twisted into heresy, his congregation shrinking as families fled. Martha locked the girls in the parsonage, boarding windows against the howling winds that carried Elias's chants. One dawn, she found him in the churchyard, digging graves with bare hands, unearthing the miner's bones from a century past. "Join us," he crooned, his face half shadow, half man. Desperate, Martha drove to Lexington for a specialist, a grizzled priest from the Vatican archives, but arrived too late. Elias had cornered Tommy in the mineshaft, the boy's screams echoing as the shadow feasted, merging souls in a vortex of agony. The priest arrived to ash and silence. Elias stood at the shaft's mouth, immolated by his own hand, a cross of dynamite strapped to his chest. "Forgive me," his final note read, "for inviting the dark to sup at God's table." Tommy survived, but catatonic, whispering of shadows in his dreams. The church burned that night, flames leaping unnaturally high, forming shapes of writhing figures. Willow Creek rebuilt, but elders swear on stormy nights. The hollers echo with dual voices, Elias's sermons laced with demonic laughter. Martha raised the girls in silence, burning every journal, but Abigail, now a woman, feels it still, a cold weight in her chest, waiting for doubt to crack the seal. If you've ever felt an unnatural presence invade your home or body, or witnessed a loved one change overnight, comment your demon encounter below. Up next, a skinwalker hunt in the southwest deserts that blurs the line between man and monster. The Wendigos trail in the Navajo Badlands, supernatural creatures and cryptid nightmares. Out in the sun-baked mesas of the Navajo Nation, where red rock canyons swallow secrets whole and the wind carries the ghosts of ancient shamans. Daniel Yazzie was born under a blood moon in 1975. a third-generation rancher. Daniel herded sheep across vast arroyos, his grandfather's tales of skinwalkers and wendigos lulling him to sleep as a boy's stories of shapeshifters who wore human skins like coats. Feasting on the unwary and cannibal spirits born from starvation's curse tall as pines with hearts of ice. Daniel dismissed them as Navajo lore, modernizing the ranch with solar panels and GPS trackers, marrying Lena from the reservation school, their son, Kai, a bridge between old ways and new. But the Badlands have long memories, and in the winter of 2005, when drought turned the earth to cracked leather, the creatures stirred. It began with the sheep. First one, then a dozen, throats torn clean without blood trails, hides peeled back like gloves, left dangling from barbed wire like macabre banners. Daniel blamed coyotes, setting traps that snapped empty at dawn. Then came the Trek's cloven hooves, the size of dinner plates, spaced impossibly far, leading to the dry riverbed where petroglyphs depicted antlered figures devouring warriors. Lena, steeped in tradition, lit cedar smudges and chanted protection prayers, her turquoise necklace glowing faintly in the firelight. "Ye naud Lucy," she whispered, the skinwalker word tasting like ash. "It's calling the hunger," Daniel scoffed. But that night, as frost rimed the trailer windows, a howl split the silence, not coyote, but something guttural, like bones grinding in a meat grinder, echoing from the cliffs. Kai was 5, wide-eyed and fearless when he first saw it. Playing near the corral at dusk, he froze, pointing at the mesa's silhouette. "Daddy, the skinny man with deer horns. He's smiling at me." Daniel rushed out, rifle in hand, scanning the twilight purple. Nothing but wind-sculpted rocks. But Kai's drawings multiplied. Elongated figures with glowing yellow eyes. Elongated limbs folding backward at the knees, mouths stretched in eternal grins. Sleep evaded the family. Scratches appeared on the trailer's aluminum skin like claws testing for weakness. One blizzard night, the power cut, plunging the Badlands into ink-black void. Daniel ventured out for the generator, flashlight beams slicing fog, when the air thickened with the scent of rot-wet fur and coppery blood. There in the beam's edge, it stood, 7 feet of emaciated horror. Skin stretched taut over ribs like drumheads, antlers branching like lightning from a head too narrow for humanity. Its eyes burned amber, locking onto Daniel's with recognition, a hunger that peeled back his bravado. It didn't charge. It mimicked. In Daniel's voice it called, "Lena? Kai? Come see the lights." The words warped midway, devolving into a shriek that shattered the silence. Daniel fired blindly, bullets whizzing harmlessly through mist, the creature vanishing as suddenly as summoned. He stumbled back, bursting into the trailer to find Lena barricaded with Kai, her face ashen. "It's the Wendigo!" she gasped. Starved in the old times, now it wears the skinwalker's gift-steals voices, shapes fears. Word reached the elders, who arrived at dawn in pickups laden with sage bundles and medicine pouches. Medicine man Sozi, wrinkled as canyon walls, performed the ceremony in the corral, drumming rhythms that pulsed like heartbeats, invoking the holy people to bind the Yi Nao Lucy. But the creature mocked them, appearing as Daniel's grandfather, shambling from the shadows in tattered overalls, voice cracking with age. "Boy, you forgot the old ways." "Feed it, or it feeds on you," Kai screamed, the apparition's form shifting, antlers sprouting, flesh sloughing to reveal sinew and frost-rimed bone. Sosi hurled corn pollen, chanting Nilche Dloi, but the Wendigo lunged, its claws raking the air inches from the boy, exhaling breath that smelled of forgotten graves. The family fled to Shiprock, holing up in Lena's sister's adobe, but the pursuit was relentless. Tracks circled the house, whispers slithered under doors in Daniel's voice, recounting sins. The sheep sold cheap during lean years. The prayer skipped in haste. Kai began mimicking too, his giggles turning to growls, eyes flashing yellow in fever dreams. Desperation peaked on a full moon when Daniel confronted it alone at the ranch, armed with silver-tipped arrows from Tuesday's lore and a heart full of rage. He waited in the riverbed, the petroglyphs watching like judges. It came at midnight, not as beast but as Lena, beckoning with open arms. "Daniel, it's cold." "Warm me." He hesitated, arrow knocked, until the illusion cracked skin splitting to reveal the gaunt truth, antlers scraping stars. The arrow flew true, embedding in the chest with a sizzle like fat on hot iron. The creature howled, a sound that curdled blood, collapsing into a writhing mass that shrank to a coyote's corpse, then dust on the wind. Peace returned, but scarred. Kai's drawing stopped, but he flinches at shadows. Daniel rebuilt the ranch, etching protections into every post, teaching his son the chants Lena whispered in the night. The Wendigo isn't gone, Daniel confides to visitors, his eyes distant. It's waiting for the next hunger, the next skin to borrow. Out here, the Badlands don't forgive forgetfulness. If you've camped under starry skies and heard unnatural calls, or spotted shapes that don't belong, share your cryptid sighting in the comments. Coming up, a glitch in the Matrix that rewrote one man's life. Echoes of the unseen, glitches in the Matrix and reality's fractured veil. Marcus Holla was your average software engineer in Seattle. 2014, a guy in his 30s with a corner office overlooking Puget Sound, a girlfriend named Riley who baked sourdough on weekends, and a playlist of indie rock for his commute. Life was predictable. Code by day, craft beers by night, dreams of a ringside house someday. But on a rainy Tuesday in March, as cherry blossoms clung desperately to branches, Marcus's world glitched. He arrived at the office to find his desk empty, his ID badge scanning access denied at the lobby turnstile. Coworkers glanced sideways, whispering, "Who's the new guy?" His manager, a balding suit named Greg, pulled him aside. "Marcus, we let you go last quarter. Burnout, remember?" "The party's Friday, don't show." Confusion knotted his gut. He drove home, or what should have been home to their Queen Anne Victorian, only to find Riley's car gone and a "for rent" sign stabbed into the lawn. The lock clicked open with his key, but inside, dust coated the furniture, photos of them replaced by generic stock images. His clothes vanished from the closet. Panicking, he called Riley's number. It rang into voicemail for Elena Vasquez, a stranger's sultry greeting. Texts bounced back undelivered. He raced to her gallery downtown, but the barista at the corner cafe blinked. "Riley? Never heard of her." "You okay, man?" By dusk, Marcus was unraveling, pounding on his parents' door in Tacoma, only for his mother to peer through the peephole. "Do I know you?" "My son's been missing since '08 car accident on I-5. The glitches multiplied like viruses in his code. Street signs morphed mid-drive, Yesler Way becoming Elysian Fields in swirling fog. His reflection in the rearview showed a younger face, clean-shaven, when he'd sported a beard for years. Bank statements arrived for Marcus Halle, job 1985, but he was born in 79. Photos in his wallet confirmed it, until they yellowed overnight, dates shifting like sand. Sleepless, he scoured forums on his laptop, stumbling into threads about Mandela effects and simulation theory, posts from users describing doppelgangers and timeline slips. One anonymous user, GlitchHunter42, messaged him. "It's the veil. Thin spots where realities bleed. You're a remnant. Run before the echo consumes you." Marcus holed up in a Rainier Valley motel. Walls papered in faded florals, the neon vacancy buzzing like a swarm. He documented everything. Videos of his hand phasing through a coffee mug, audio of his voice echoing back in reverse, saying, "Fix the loop." Riley no. Elena haunted his dreams, her face morphing into a stranger's, pleading, "You weren't supposed to wake up." Desperate, he drove to the I-5 crash site his mother mentioned, a stretch of highway scarred by guardrails. Rain lashed the windshield as he parked, stepping onto the shoulder where wildflowers nodded in the gale. There, in the blur of headlights from passing semis, he saw it. Himself, younger, stepping from a wrecked Honda, blood trickling from his temple, waving off paramedics with a grin. "I'm fine," the doppelganger said, voice syncing with Marcus's lips. Horns blared. The figure turned, eyes locking empty voids reflecting infinite highways. Marcus fled, tires screeching, but the pursuit was internal now. Clocks ran backward in his motel room, the digital display spelling "remain" in flickering segments. Food soured on his tongue, tasting of ash and ozone. He reached out to GlitchHunter42, arranging a meet at a Pike Place diner. The man arrived gaunt, twitchy, nursing black coffee. "You're not the first," he rasped, sliding a USB drive across the formica. "The Matrix isn't a movie, it's layers, bugs in the code. You died in '08, but your echo persisted, overriding a parallel you. Now the system's correcting. Files on the drive. Blueprints of Seattle with overlaid grids. Nodes marked thin veils, one pulsing over Marcus's old office. To fix it, you anchor relive the death point. Accept the loop. Torn between erasure and eternity, Marcus returned to the crash site at midnight, storm clouds boiling like code compiling. He stood where his double had, heart thundering, whispering Riley's name like a debug command. The air warped, reality folding like origami headlights from a ghost truck bearing down, metal crumpling in slow motion. Pain bloomed, ribs cracking, but as darkness closed, he saw the layers, infinite Marcuses branching like fractals, some thriving with Riley, others unraveling in motels. He chose acceptance, whispering, "Run the simulation." Light exploded. He woke in his Queen Anne bed, Riley stirring beside him, sunlight slanting through curtains. "Bad dream?" she murmured. But glitches linger. Street signs flicker occasionally, his reflection lags by a second, and in quiet moments, he hears the echo. Fix the loop. Marcus quit tech, writing under a pseudonym about simulation glitches, warning of thin veils. Reality's not solid, he tells readers. It's a draft, full of errors. And sometimes the delete key finds you. If you've experienced a Mandela moment or a day that didn't add up, drop it in the comments. Next, a true crime saga of a serial killer who haunted a college town. The Crimson Semester True Crime Murders and the Serial Killer's Shadow Autumn 1995 painted Amherst, Massachusetts, in fiery hues, leaves crunching under the boots of UMass students rushing to lectures on Emily Dickinson and quantum mechanics. Among them was sophomore Lila Grant, 19, with auburn curls and a laugh like wind chimes. Majoring in journalism, dreaming of exposing corruption like her idol, Nellie Bly. Her dorm, Butterfield Hall, buzzed with midterms and mixers, the air thick with pumpkin spice and promise. But beneath the ivy-clad bricks lurked a predator, a figure in corduroy jackets and wire-rimmed glasses who blended into the lecture halls like fog. They called him the Crimson Killer, for the scarves he left knotted around his victims' throats red silk, stolen from the campus lost and found. The first vanished on a Thursday fog, October 12th. Vanessa Ruiz, a Policy major from Boston, last seen leaving the library at 11 p.m., her backpack slumped against the lamppost like a discarded skin. Search parties combed the campus trails, flyers fluttering in the quad. Have you seen V? 5'6" olive skin, tattoo of a rose on her wrist. Lila. Interning at the Daily Collegian covered the story, her byline crisp. Campus on edge. Student missing amid routine night. Whispers rippled parties too wild. A stalker X but no body surfaced. Days blurred into vigils, candles flickering under the clock tower until the second strike. Professor Elaine Hart, 42, found in her office, scarf taut, eyes frozen in mid-read of Keats. The noose was a Hermes knockoff, red as arterial spray, a note pinned to her desk. Ode to a nightingale eternal silence. Panic metastasized. Classes cancelled, Rays patrolled halls with walkie-talkies crackling. Lila dove deeper, interviewing tear-streaked friends, piecing timelines. Vanessa's roommate recalled a creepy Taya lingering at study sessions, eyes like polished obsidian. Elaine's Taya, a grad student named Theo Langford, 28, from the English departmental, disheveled with a thesis on Victorian serials. Lila's gut twisted. She'd seen him in the stacks, shelving Poe with deliberate slowness. She tailed him to a off-campus bar, the Rusty Scribe, where he nursed whiskeys and sketched in a leather journal. Eavesdropping from a booth, she caught fragments. The crimson thread binds the unworthy. Amherst's pulse quickens with each knot. The third victim shattered the illusion of safety. Freshman Kyle Nguyen, 18, a CompC whiz, disappeared after a hackathon, his bike chained to the bike rack, helmet dangling like a noose. His body surfaced in the Quabbin Reservoir 2 dawns later, bloated and bound in red silk, dragged by fishermen reciting prayers. The Collegian headline screamed, "Killer strikes again, town grips in terror." Lila's editor pulled her off the story, "Too close, kid," but she couldn't stop. Sneaking into Theo's office during office hours, she rifled drawers. Clippings of Jack the Ripper, maps of campus with pins at victim sites, a spool of red thread. Heart slamming, she snapped photos with her disposable camera, fleeing as footsteps echoed in the hall. Theo knew. That night, as Lila burned midnight oil in the newsroom, the phone rang blocked number. "Curious cats lose more than 9 lives," his voice purred, smooth as aged bourbon. "Meet me at the old mill midnight." Or Kyle's code goes public every vulnerability in the university's servers. The mill, a derelict cotton factory by the Connecticut River. loomed like a skeletal giant, window-shattered eyes staring into the moonless void. Lila arrived armed with pepper spray and a tape recorder hidden in her coat, wind whipping her curls like Medusa snakes. Theo waited on the catwalk, silhouette haloed by faint sodium lights, scarf draped like a matador's cape. "You chase shadows, Lila," he said, descending rusted stairs with theatrical grace. "But I'm the weaver." Vanessa talked too much in Seminar Ambition's noose. Elaine grated harshly. "Permanent suits her now, Kyle?" He glimpsed my digital ghosts. Hacks I'd buried. He unfurled the journal. Manifestos on literary justice, victims as characters in his crimson narrative. Lila's recorder whirred silently as she probed. "Why Amherst? Why now?" Theo's laugh echoed, hollow. "Dickinson wrote of death's carriage. I drive it. Join the anthology, or become the epilogue." He lunged, scarf whipping like a lash, but Lila dodged spray arcing in a chemical rainbow. Theo gagged, clawing his eyes, and she bolted into the labyrinth of machinery gears frozen in mid-turn, conveyor belts sagging like veins. His pursuit was relentless, footsteps clanging, voice warping through the gloom. "The thread finds all!" She hid in a boiler room, breath ragged, dialing 911 on a borrowed cell signal faint, operator's voice crackling. Sirens wailed distant as Theo cornered her, eyes streaming but manic. "Eternal ink," he hissed, loop of silk tightening around her neck. Campus security burst through, tasers crackling, subduing him in a tangle of limbs. Theo's trial was a media circus. His confession a soliloquy, 12 kills across New England colleges, red scarves his signature. "Victims chosen for narrative flaws," Lila testified, her voice steady, the tape recorder's playback sealing his fate life without parole in a supermax cell. Amherst healed slowly, memorials blooming where leaves fell, but Lila changed. She graduated top of her class penning exposes on campus safety, the scar on her throat a faint white line. "The killer wasn't the monster," she writes in her memoir. "It was the complacency that let him weave. If a stranger's gaze ever lingered too long, or you dodged danger by a thread, share your stalker story below." Our next chapter, a kidnapping that spanned decades. Vanished in the velvet dark, kidnappings, abductions, and the long road home on a starless night in July 1983. 8-year-old Emily Carver skipped barefoot across the dew-kissed lawn of her family's farmhouse in rural Iowa, fireflies winking like fallen stars in her mason jar. The Carver homestead, a white clabbered relic amid cornfields that whispered secrets to the wind, was her kingdom. Papa's tractor rumbling at dawn, Mama's pies cooling on the sill. Emily chased the bugs to the tree line, giggling as they pulsed against the glass, until a rustle parted the underbrush. "Papa?" she called, jar slipping from chubby fingers. No answer, only the crunch of gravel under tires she hadn't heard approach. A van, black as oil, idled at the road's edge, door yawning open like a maw. Strong arms scooped her, cloth pressed sweet and chemical to her nose, world dissolving into velvet dark. The Carvers woke to silence, Emily's bed empty, jar shattered on the porch. Searches scoured townships. Divers dragged the Cedar River. The FBI's finest combed for fibers. Leads fizzled. A sighting in Des Moines of a girl with braids in a gas station, a partial plate on a '79 Ford Econoline. Headlines screamed heartland horror, girl snatched from bed. But months bled into years, the case yellowing in files. Mrs. Carver, Grace, aged overnight, her gardens overgrown with weeds of grief. Mr. Carver, Harlan, took to the roads in his pickup, plastering posters on every telegraph pole from Sioux City to St. Louis. His voice hoarse from radio pleas. "Emily, if you're out there, Daddy's coming." Emily awoke in a basement, walls paneled in knotty pine, air thick with mildew and motor oil. Her captor, a gaunt man in his 40s with eyes like chipped flint and hands calloused from mechanics, called himself Uncle Ray. He fed her bologna sandwiches and root beer, reading bedtime stories from dog-eared Grimm's Hansel and Gretel, her favorite, though the witch's oven haunted her dreams. Ray was a drifter ex-con for petty theft, convinced by some fractured psyche that Emily was his lost daughter, drowned in a flood a decade prior. He moved them nomad style. Omaha motels, Tulsa trailers, Denver dives, homeschooling her in fractions and folklore, warning, "The world eats little birds like you." Emily learned to mimic affection, her yes, uncle, a key to extra crayons, but inside, she mapped escape's window latches. Backroad maps glimpsed on diner placemats. Years warped. By 12, Emily, now Lila, to Ray's whims towered over him. Her farm girl freckles faded under city grime. She pickpocketed keys during grocery runs, stashing them in hollowed Bible pages. Ray grew paranoid, chains on doors, whispers of the hunters coming. In 91, a close call in Albuquerque. A librarian noticed her accent, questions probing too deep. Ray bundled her into the van that night, tires screaming south to El Paso. Emily struck then, in a roadside rest stop under harvest moon. As Ray snored in the cab, she slipped the chain, hot wiring the ancient Fjord with tricks gleamed from his ramblings. The engine roared. She floored it, gravel spitting, tears blurring taillights. But freedom's illusion shattered. Ray woke, wrestling the wheel in a blur of curses and slaps, the van fishtailing into a ditch. Emily bolted into the scrub, thorns raking her legs, lungs burning. Headlights swept like searchlights. Sirens wailed distant. Ray's pursuit ended in a hail of state trooper bullets. He lunged with a tire iron, silhouette stark against dawn, crumpling like paper. Emily collapsed in custody, whispering Carver... Iowa... Fireflies. Dental records confirmed. The news exploded. Kidnapped tot found after 8 years. Miracle in the desert. Reunion was a minefield. The Carvers, gray and shrunken, stared at this tall stranger with their daughter's eyes. Grace's hugs smothered. Harlan's questions pried like pliers. Emily, reclaiming her name, struggled with normalcy. High school cliques alien, prom a farce. Nightmares replayed the basement, Ray's voice crooning "Little Bird Flies Home." She testified in his memory. The trial a media frenzy, Ray's journals revealing a network of abductors swapping orphans like currency. Emily became advocate, founding support groups, her book Velvet Chains, a bestseller chronicling the stolen decade. Now 50, Emily lives in Des Moines, a counselor for runaways, jar of fireflies on her desk a reminder. Abduction isn't just theft of body, she says softly. It's time, stolen twice, once taken, once reclaimed. Her parents gone, she visits the farmhouse ruins, corn whispering forgiveness. If you've known loss that echoes, or a stranger who stole more than sight, share anonymously below. Transitioning to personal horrors, a creepy encounter that started with a knock. The man at the door, creepy encounters with strangers and uninvited shadows. It was the kind of suburban cul-de-sac in suburban Phoenix where sprinklers hiss symphonies at dawn and minivans gleam like trophies safe. Scripted, the American dream distilled. In 2011, Jenna Morales, 26, single mom to 4-year-old Sophia, bought her split level on a realtor's whim, drawn by the lemon tree in the yard and proximity to Sophia's preschool. Nights were Netflix and bedtime stories, days a blur of barista shifts and playground chats. Until the knock came, 3 sharp raps on the aluminum storm door, echoing through the empty living room like summons from the void. Jenna peered through the peephole on a muggy August evening, Sophia splashing in the tub upstairs. A man stood on the stoop mid-40s, nondescript in khakis and polo, clipboard in hand, smile too wide for the porch light's yellow cast. "Evening, ma'am," he called, voice muffled but honeyed. "Utility audit. Checking meters for the neighborhood." Jenna hesitated. Bills were autopay, no notices, but politeness won. She cracked the door on the chain, cool air from the AC brushing his face. "Can I see ID?" He flipped the clipboard. A laminated badge gleamed. Arizona Power Co., Ted Harlan, Inspector number 472. It looked legit, photo matching the earnest gaze. Ted stepped closer, eyes flicking past her to the hallway mirror reflecting Sophia's rubber ducks. "Cute kid. Mine's about that age loves puzzles." Small talk flowed. Heat waves, rising rates, the joys of single parenting. He gestured to the meter in the basement. "Quick peek. Sign here for the rebate." Against the itch in her spine, Jenna unlatched, leading him down the creaky stairs, fluorescent buzzing overhead. The basement was clutterboxes of X's junk, washer humming. Ted knelt by the panel, probing with a penlight, murmuring readings. Then silence. Jenna turned. He was inches away, breath sour with mints, eyes no longer earnest but hungry, tracing her like a blueprint. "You've got a nice setup here," he whispered, voice dropping octave. "Cozy, like a dollhouse." Panic bloomed. She backed toward the stairs, but Ted's hand shot out, gripping her wrist. Not violent, but firm thumb pressing pulse point. Ever wonder who watches back? Upstairs, Sophia's voice piped, "Mama?" "Towel!" The distraction snapped him. Ted released, smile snapping back like a mask. "All good. Sound for the farm." Jenna scrawled gibberish, shoving him toward the door, bolt clicking like gunfire. He lingered on the mat. "Tell Sophia puzzles are my specialty. Maybe next time." The taillights of his sedan faded down the block, Arizona plates smudged. Sleep evaded. Jenna double-bolted, installed a ring cam that night, but the feed showed nothing, just wind rustling oleanders. Days passed, the knock echoed in her head. Sophia drew a man with big teeth, Mama's friend. Jenna called it PS. Number Ted Harlan, no audit. Neighbors swapped tailies. A prowler last summer, peeping toms in the next cul-de-sac. Paranoia festered. She saw him in every delivery van, every data pickup. One midnight, the cam pinged. Motion at the door. Grainy black and white. Ted, clipboard gone, pressing face to glass, mouthing silent words. Jenna's scream roused Sophia. Police arrived, cruiser lights painting the street blue. No sign but prints on the knob, not hers. The stalking escalated. Packages arrived, puzzle books for kids, addressed to Sophia, no sender. Phone calls with breathing, hang-ups. Jenna's shifts blurred, eyes darting to shadows. She confided in coworker Mia, who suggested a pie. The report chilled. Ted Harlan was a ghost name, alias for a drifter with priors, trespassing, harassment in 3 states. Last sighting, a Phoenix suburb, vanishing after a family's dog mauled his hand. Armed with the intel, Jenna confronted her fear, filing restraining orders, joining neighborhood watches. One stormy night, thunder masking the knock, she armed herself with a baseball bat, flinging the door wide. Empty stoop, rain sheeting. But on the mat, a puzzle box. 500 pieces, image of a dollhouse identical to hers, door ajar. The final confrontation came in October, leaves skittering like spies. Jenna spotted the sedan idling at the park. Ted inside, binoculars trained on Sophia's swing. Rage over road terror. She marched over, phone recording, neighbors alerted. "Leave us alone!" She yelled, inches from the window. Ted's face twisted amusement to rage. "Just puzzles, doll." "You broke the rules!" He gunned the engine, peeling out as sirens wailed. Police cornered him 3 blocks away, tasers dropping him in a flailing heap. Interrogation revealed the delusion. Ted, orphaned young, collected families vicariously, puzzles symbolizing his fit in their lives. Jenna's testimony locked him away 5 years. Therapy mandated. Sophia's drawings shifted to rainbows. Jenna's sleep returned. She blogs now, shadows at the door, empowering moms with safety tips. Strangers don't always shout, she warns. Sometimes they knock politely, clipboard in hand. If a face from the past still haunts your doorstep, tell us in the comments. Now into the digital abyss. An internet horror that started with a dare. The dare that deleted me, online conversations, internet horror, deep web dares, in the glow of her laptop screen. 22-year-old college senior Brooke Ellis scrolled the underbelly of the web from her off-campus apartment in Ann Arbor, Michigan, 2018. Finals loomed, stress a constant hum. So she sought escape in Reddit's no-sleep tailies of cursed apps and viral hauntings. One thread hooked her. Deep web dare. Log into EchoChat, answer 3 questions truthfully, win $500 crypto. But lie and it knows. Comments buzzed hoaxes mostly, but a few "I tried it" posts chilled. Users vanishing from feeds, accounts ghosted. Brooke, tipsy on cheap wine, copied the Tor link, her MacBook whirring as it burrowed into the dark net. EchoChat loaded glitchy, interface like early 90s chat rooms, black background, green text, avatars, faceless voids. No username prompt. It greeted Brooke Ellis 92 automatically. Bio pulled from her LinkedIn. Aspiring marketer, cat mom, afraid of heights. A private message pinged. Welcome, player. Dare accepted? 3 truths for the prize. Curiosity overrode caution. She typed yes. Question 1. What's your deepest regret? Fingers hovered. The regret of ghosting her high school bestie after a fight, leading to her overdose. Losing Sarah, she confessed, tears blurring pews. Correct, the chat replied, depositing 100 crypto to her wallet, real, verifiable. Emboldened, question 2. Who do you love most? Brooke's mind flashed to her tabby Whiskers purring on the bed. But deeper, her brother, deployed in Afghanistan, the one she'd idolized. My brother Alex. Verification instant. A photo attachment, Alex's dog tags, time-stamped yesterday. Truth. Another 100 wired. Heart racing the final. What scares you enough to die for? Heights, always the vertigo from a childhood Ferris wheel, world tilting. But truer, abandonment. The fear of being utterly alone. Being forgotten forever. Silence stretched. The chat flickered, avatars multiplying, whispering in code. Lie detected. Penalty. Erasure. Brooke slammed the laptop, but it rebooted autonomously, screen spiderwebbing with errors. Her phone buzzed texts from friends. Who dis? Instagram unfollowed en masse, profile pic replaced by a static void. She called Alex. Voicemail. Number not in service. Panic surged. Whiskers yowled at the door, but when she opened it, empty hall. Neighbors knocked later, heard screaming, "Who lives here?" Brooke's ID scanned invalid at the corner store. Barista blinking, "Sorry, miss. Cash only for unknowns." The deep web's tendrils tightened. Bank apps locked. Account holder unknown. Facebook memories showed her as a lurker. No posts, no friends tagged. Desperate, she dove back into Tor. Echo chat waiting. Penalty phase. Relived the lie. The screen warped into a mirror Brooke's face, but younger, high school Brooke, arguing with Sarah in a pixelated flashback. "You're too much!" Teen Brooke spat. Sarah's eyes welled. Cut to pills scattering on tile. Brooke typed frantically. "It was fear, not truth, I lied to myself." Avatars laughed, binary rain. Her apartment glitched next. Furniture phasing out, walls papered in old chat logs, her confessions echoed infinitely. Whiskers vanished mid-purr, a meow echoing from speakers. Brooke fled to the library, public computer her lifeline, but searches for echo chat yielded Navajo threads deleted, users amnestic. A lifeline appeared, a PM from Truthseer88. I beat it. The erasure is perceptual, the web rewrites your social code. To win back, confess the fourth truth publicly. Brooke hesitated. Then live-streamed on Twitch, voice cracking. I caused my friend's death by abandonment. I fear it so much I built walls. Forgive me, Sarah's ghost. Views spiked 0, then phantom thousands. Comments flooding. We see you. Crypto poured in, 500 as promised. Reality stitched. Phone dinging with Alex's ringtone. Sis, you okay? Heard your stream. Friends reposting. Missed you, Brookie. Whiskers scratched at the door, apartment solidifying. But scars linger. Echo chat bookmarks itself, pinging monthly. New dare? Brooke deletes, but notifications whisper in sleep. She's an advocate now, podcasting digital ghosts, warning of dark web lures. The internet doesn't forget, she says. It just erases you first. If an app ever knew too much, or a chat turned sour, spill it below. Shifting to dreams, a sleep paralysis that clawed into waking. *** story 9. The Watcher in the Witching Hour, sleep paralysis, nightmares, and the paralytic grip ***. In the quiet suburb of Elmhurst, Illinois, where street lamps cast pools of amber on manicured lawns, 34-year-old therapist Nora Keene battled insomnia like a shadow boxing match. 2007 marked her tenure at the local clinic, counseling trauma survivors by day, but nights were battlegrounds, tossing in Egyptian cotton sheets, mind replaying clients' horrors. Stress birthed the paralysis first as twitches, then full lockdown, body leaden, lungs shallow, a presence at the bed's foot like a gargoyle perched. Nora, schooled in Freud and Jung, journaled it as hypnagogic hallucination stress-induced, benign. But the Watcher evolved, no mere dream figment. It began subtly. 2:47 a.m., clock glow accusing. Nora woke, or seemed to arms pinned by invisible weights, toes numb. The room tilted, moonlight slanting through blinds like prison bars. At the footboard loomed a figure. Tall, hooded, face obscured in inky folds. But eyes, oh, the eyes glowing ember red, boring into her soul. It didn't move, just watched, a low hum emanating like distant machinery or whispered chants. Nora's mind screamed, limbs unresponsive, a pressure on her chest like a granite slab. Minutes stretched eternal. She bargained silently. Let me move, God, anything. Then release gasping, drenched, rationalizing. Sleep debt. Cut the caffeine, but recurrence bred dread. Weekly, then nightly, the watcher upgraded. Second visit, it approached. Skeletal hands emerging from sleeves, fingers elongated, joints backward bending like a spider's legs. Nora's voice box locked, but internally she shrieked, cataloging details for therapy. Classic incubus archetype, rooted in folklore. The figure leaned breath, if breath it was reeking of damp earth and decay, murmuring in a language of clicks and sighs, translating in her mind, "Your secrets weigh you, healer. Share mine." Snap awake. Bruises blooming on ribs, no explanation. Nora researched voraciously. Forums on sleep paralysis demons, old wives' tales of old hag syndrome, even Tibetan dream yoga for control. She installed a webcam, motion activated, but footage showed only her thrashing alone, figure absent as vapor. Clients noticed her fatigue, one a vet with PTSD mirroring. "Sounds like my Sandman, pinning me in the dunes." Shared stories bonded them. Nora prescribed journals, but hypocrisy gnawed her own entries devolved to sketches. The watcher's form solidifying, now with a face gaunt, cheekbones sharp as sides, lips pulled in a rictus grin revealing teeth like filed needles. The apex crashed in November, a storm lashing Chicago suburbs with gale force guilt. Nora dreamed or was trapped in her clinic, clients' chairs empty, files spilling like guts. The watcher materialized behind her desk, hood falling back, not demon, but amalgam, her father's stern gaze from childhood scoldings, a patient's suicidal eyes, her own reflection warped. "You heal others, but your fracture festers," it hissed, voice a chorus of suppressed cries. Hands clamped her shoulders, cold seeping bone deep, forcing visions. Sarah's overdose she'd failed to prevent. A miscarriage unmourned. The affair with a colleague buried in denial. Nora's body arched in the bed, real world screams silent. Husband Mark stirring beside but not waking. Another episode? Release came with dawn, but changed. Nora confronted the paralysis head-on, lucid in the lock. "What do you want?" The watcher paused, embers dimming. Acknowledgement. The unshared devours. She confessed aloud to Mark, to her therapist, self in tear-streaked monologues. "I can't save everyone. I'm broken too." Episodes waned. The figure fading to silhouette, then missed. Webcam caught a final frame. Nora sitting bolt upright, eyes open, whispering to empty air. Now a specialist in sleep disorders, Nora lectures on the nocturnal jury, blending science and spirit. Paralysis isn't punishment, she tells audiences. It's the subconscious demanding audience. Ignore it, and the watcher grows teeth. Mark jokes of our night guardian, but Nora sleeps with salt under pillows. If paralysis ever pinned you with eyes in the dark, describe the stare below. Homefront next, an invasion that shattered sanctuary. Breach in the night, home invasion, intruders. And the shattered threshold, the Craftsman Bungalow on Oak Street in Portland, Oregon, stood sentinel in 2016, a bastion of craftsman charm with gingerbread trim and a picket fence. Blooming with roses, inside lived the Halpers, Derek 40 software dev. His wife, Tessa, 38, florist. Their twins, Owen and Lila, 6 bunk bed warriors dreaming of pirates. Nights were rituals. Storytime, tucks, the locks click a lullaby. Until November 12th, when the world invaded at 3 a.m., a sliver of moon mocking through lace curtains. Derek stirred first, a creak from the kitchen, not the fridge's hum, but deliberate, like floorboards testing weight. Bleary, he patted down, assuming settling house. The back door yawned ajar, latch mangled, cool draft carrying the tang of wet wool and adrenaline. "Tessa?" whisper hiss. No answer. Shadows pulled unnatural. Then, movement 3 figures, muffled in black balaclavas, rummaging drawers, one rifling the china hutch for valuables, another zip-tying the back gate. Panic short-circuited thought. Derek lunged for the landline, but a gloved hand clamped his mouth, knife's edge kissing throat. "Quiet, or the kiddies wake to headlines," the leader growled, voice gravel from cigarettes and menace. They'd bound Derek to the dining chair with extension cords. Duct tape ceiling, please. Upstairs, Tessa woke to footsteps soft, predatory on the landing. She clutched the twins, hearts trip-hammering, whispering, "She, game of hide." The intruder, wiry and twitchy, breached the nursery, beam of a penlight sweeping like a scythe. Lila whimpered, Owen stuffed Teddy in her mouth. The beam locked on the closet, door creaking open inch by inch. Tessa's mind raced. 911 impossible. Bat in the garage miles away. She lunged, tackling the intruder in a whirlwind of flailing limbs, nails raking the mask. He swore, knife flashing, but Tessa kneed groin, snatching a lamp base as club. Cracked skull met porcelain. He crumpled, groaning. Chaos cascaded. Derek strained against bonds, chair toppling as he rammed the wall, alerting the others. The leader stormed up, gun drawn Saturday night special. Matt Black. Bitch move, he spat at Tessa, zip-tying her beside Derek, twins huddled under quilts. They ransacked. Jewelry box emptied, safe cracked, codes from Derek's wallet. Even the kids' piggy banks smashed. But greed bred slop. The third man, jittery on something, pocketed Lila's locket engraved forever, triggering her wail. The leader backhanded him. Idiot! Noise draws cops. Fumble for the gun. It discharged, wild shot splintering the headboard, plaster dust snowing. Sirens wailed Mrs. Abernathy next door. Night owl insomniac had glimpsed the van idling suspicious. The invaders bolted, masks shedding like snakeskins, leaving boot prints and a trail of loot. Police swarmed, K9 south snuffling, Tessa cradling sobbing twins. The crumpled intruder stirred, spilling. Lowlifes from Vancouver, casing suburbs for quick scores. Cops netted the crew by dawn, van abandoned on I-5, IDs tracing to parole violations. The helpers rebuilt, but fractures lingered. Twins slept with the lights on, Owen clutching the locket replica. Tessa's hands shook clipping roses, Derek's code riddled with bugs. Therapy unpacked the terror. Invasion isn't theft of things, it's violation of soul. They installed steel doors, cameras vigilant. Portland's news hailed Tessa porchlight hero, but she shrugs. Just a mom with a lamp. Security seminars now, her voice steady. Thresholds break, but families mend. If intruders ever breached your peace, or a noise turned nightmare, recount it below. Babysitter blues await. The midnight call, babysitter horror, alone at home terrors, and the phone that rang fear Halloween 2004, cloaked Maple Grove, Minnesota, in crisp leaves and carved pumpkins, jack-o'-lantern grins leering from porches. 13-year-old Megan Whitaker, braces gleaming and ponytail swinging, was the neighborhood's go-to sitter reliable with a knack for storytime and microwave mac and cheese. That All Hallows Eve, the Larsons hired her for their split foyer on Elm, parents off to a costume gala as Cleopatra and Caesar. Their daughter, little Evie, 4, tucked in with Teddy, unicorn pajamas aglow. Be good, Megs, Mrs. Larson winked, handing keys. No boys, no horror flicks. The house settled into quiet, clock ticking 8:17 p.m. Megan sprawled on the couch, flipping channels cartoons for Evie if she woke, but slumber held. Popcorn popped, phone on vibrate for texts from friends at the haunted hayride. Then, the landline trilled old-school rotary, jangling like bones. Megan frowned. Larson's rarely used it. Hello? Static crackled, then breathing heavy, deliberate, laced with a chuckle like dry leaves. Nice night for tricks, the voice rasped, male, muffled by cloth or malice. Megan's skin prickled. Prank call? Wrong number, she snapped, hanging. Minutes later, ring again. Playing hard to get, sitter girl? Tell me, what's the little one's name? Ice water in veins. Megan peeked curtains street empty, sodium lamps buzzing. She dialed the Larson cell. Voicemail, another ring. Evie likes unicorns, right? Bedrooms upstairs, second door. How? Megan hadn't mentioned names. She bolted locks, deadbolts thunking, then crept to Evie's room door ajar, nightlight casting rainbows on walls. Evie stirred, mumbling. Megan whispered shushes, barricading with dresser. Phone downstairs rang incessant, now from the kitchen extension echoing closer. Caller, ID blank. I see you moving, Megs. Braces shine pretty in the light. Terror rooted her. Friend's numbers jammed, signal dead. She grabbed the Larson's cordless, retreating to the master bath. Door locked, tub as shield. Ring from the bedside clock radio now, voice warping through static. Check the back door, sitter. I left a treat. Against screams in her skull, Megan cracked the bedroom door, peeking hall shadows long, but a white envelope on the welcome mat slid under. Trembling, she snatched it. Construction paper, Cut out letters. Trick or treat. Evie is next. Footsteps outside crunch on gravel drive. Megan dialed 911, whisper hysteria. Intruder! 142 Elm, hurry! The voice laughed through the radio. Cops take 12 minutes. Plenty of time for games. Sirens distant, but the knob rattled front door, then backslider. Glass shattered in the kitchen, shards tinkling like chimes. Megan clutched Evie, waking her with sobs, bundling into the closet amid Mr. Larson's suits. Heavy boots thudded, flashlight beams slicing dark, probing corners. Come out, little witches. Uncle's got candy. The man stocky ski mask, toolbox clanking tossed treats. Wrapped chocolates laced with notes. Sweet dreams, Evie. He rifled drawers, pocketing wallets but lingered at the kids' photos. Humming Monster Mash off-key, Evie whimpered. The intruder froze, beam swinging. Hurt that unicorn girl? Megan's mind blank fight. Hide? Then genius spark. The baby monitor on the dresser, nanny cam feed to the parent's phone. She crept, finger hovering send, leaves streaming the masked face, boots circling. Upload whooshed. Seconds later, Larson's cell voicemail, but app alerted. Outside, tires screeched parents early, Gayla ditched by gut. The intruder heard, bolting out the slider, toolbox dropped in flight. Cops swarmed, K9S trailing to a wooded lot, van abandoned, plates stolen, prints smudged. The man, a local handyman with grudges against rich folks, confessed after arrest. Prank escalated to burglary, calls traced to a burner spoofing the landline. Megan's quick thinking saved the night. Evie hugged her brave pony. Larson's gifted a new bike, but Megan quit sitting, channeling fear into self-defense classes. Alone at home isn't lonely, she tells teens now. It's when you learn your roar. If a call ever chilled your bones or home felt hostile, voice it below. Neighbors from hell incoming. Defensive whispers, neighbor horror stories, and the walls that talked in the cookie-cutter confines of Willowbrook Heights. A gated community in Plano, Texas, where HOAs policed lawn lengths and barbecues bonded strangers. The Thompsons moved in during spring 2015. Fresh from Austin, 30-something couple Nate and Clara sought suburbia. Two-car garage for Nate's hybrid. Swing set for their toddler Mia. Next door loomed the Gordon's ranch-style peeling paint. Overgrown privet. Windows curtained in faded lace. Mr. Gordon, elderly widower, waved from his porch rocker. Milky eyes and tobacco-stained fingers clutching a pipe. Welcome, y'all. Quiet street mostly. The whispers started week 2. Late evenings, as Mia babbled bath time, faint murmurs seeped through the shared fence, indistinct, like radio static tuned to ghosts. Clara, graphic novelist, dismissed as wind or a sea hums. Nate, accountant, joked neighborly gossip, but volume crept, words forming, accusatory. Thieves ... took my garden. Little witch. Clara peeked over the slats one dusk Gordon alone, rocking, lips unmoving, but eyes fixed on their plot, where she'd planted marigolds over his old rosebeds. Coincidence, she muttered, but sleep brought dreams of thorny vines strangling Mia's crib. Escalation brewed. Mail misdelivered Gordon's pension checks in their box, laced with notes. Finders keepers? Like my blooms. Clara returned them politely. Gordon's door slammed. Mia's toys vanished from the yard, reappearing in his trash. Teddy eviscerated, doll's head on a stick. Nate confronted, fence to fence. Sir, this stops. Gordon cackled, wheezy. Boy, this land's mine-deeded 1952. Your builder stole it with surveys. Records checked. Boundary dispute. Unresolved from the 80s, Gordon's lawyerly son deceased. Fight festering. The horror peaked in July heat, humidity thick as guilt. Clara home with sick Mia, napping, when pounding shook the door Gordon, wild-eyed, shovel in gnarled hands. Give it back, the dirt's poison now with your lies. He ranted of buried wife. Stolen by developers. Roses her memorial. Clara barricaded, calling Nate at work. 911 queued. But Gordon scaled the low fence, shovel hacking their sod. Unearthing. Nothing but vorms. Mia woke screaming. Gordon froze, shovel midair, face crumpling. Eloise? Baby? Delusion cracked he. Mistook Mia for his lost girl. Long dead. Neighbors rallied, restraining him gently. Paramedics hauled him to Psych Eval. Turns out, dementia woven with grudge. whispers his loop laments recorded on old cassettes, played to ward off squatters. The Thompsons erected a tall cedar fence, mediated the boundary Gordon's plot deeded extra strip. He passed in hospice, lucid to the end. Sorry for the thorns, dears. Roses need tending. Clara's novels now feature whispering walls. Mia plants sunflowers by the fence. Neighbors aren't enemies, Clara reflects. Sometimes they're just echoes needing ears. If a fence ever hit fury, or whispers walled you in, confess below. Wilderness calls, a camping trip turned primal. The cabin in the hollow. Camping and wilderness horror in national parks. Deep woods, abandoned cabins September 2012 gilded the Smoky Mountains in amber. Leaves crunching under the boots of backpackers chasing solitude in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. Among them, 4 friends from Knoxville. Jake, 28, trail guide. His girlfriend, Sam, 26, botanist. College buds Ryan and Tara, 27, city escapees armed with topo maps and IPAs. Their destination, Hollow Cabin, an abandoned ranger outpost off the beaten path on the Tennessee side log walls sagging, chimney choked with vines, a relic from the 30s WP era. Ghost town vibes, Jake hyped, promising stargazing and s'mores. They packed tents as backup, but the cabin's allure won shelter from forecasted rains. Dusk draped the hollow as they arrived, trailhead miles behind, cell signal nil. The cabin squatted in a fern-choked clearing, door ajar on leather hinges, windows glassy with dust. Inside, musty air greeted. Bunk beds rotten fragile, stone hearth scarred by old fires, shelves of rusted tins labeled Park Service Rations 1937. Graffiti-scarred walls, initials carved. A faded help in charcoal. Sam shivered. Fuels watched. Ryan lit the hearth with scavenged wood, flames dancing shadows like imps. Stories flowed. Bigfoot sightings, the Lost 47 expedition, whispers of hollow folk mountain hermits who vanished hikers for company. Night deepened, rain pattering tin roof like impatient fingers. Tucked in sleeping bags on the floor, Jake spooned Sam, Ryan and Tara zipped together. Then, the knock 3 raps on the door, woodpecker sharp. Jake bolted up, flashlight sweeping, empty porch, leaves undisturbed. Dear, he muttered, but Sam clutched him. Dear, don't knock. Laughter tense. They doused the fire, burrowing deeper. Whispers followed faint, from the walls or woods. Join. The hollow ... double quotes Tara whimpered. Ryan joked, acid flashback, but voices mimicked. His laugh, her sigh, Jake's trail tailies warped to please. Midnight brought the breach. Door creaked open, wind or will, admitting chill that snuffed candles. Shapes in periphery tall, stooped faces obscured by bramble crowns, hands gnarled as roots. They circled the sleepers, murmuring invitations, cold out here. Warm by the fire eternal. Sam woke paralyzed, a figure leaning close, breath like loamy soil, eyes milky voids reflecting no light. You pick the ferns, it breathed, finger tracing her cheek cold, clammy, leaving soil streaks. She screamed. Chaos erupted. Jake swinging a trekking pole, Ryan fumbling headlamp, Tara scrambling for the door. The hollow folk 3, 4 retreated giggling, forms melting into mist, but not before one snatched Tara's pack, spilling granola and a locket her grandmother's, engraved, forever safe. Pursuit impossible in pitch. Rain lashed, thunder masking cries. Huddled by dying embers, they debated flight trail muddy, night endless. Dawn crept reluctant, revealing tracks. Bare human feet, splayed toes, circling the cabin like a noose. No bodies, but the locket gone, whispers echoing in ears. We'll return it. With you. They broke camp frantic, slogging 5 miles to the ranger station, boots sucking mud. Rangers dismissed hikers pranking, but logs noted hollow cabin complaints, disappearances in the 70s, blamed on bears. The friends never returned. Tara's locket surfaced years later in a tourist shop, found on trail $20. Sam studies folklore now. Jake quits guiding. The woods don't empty, he warns. They fill with what you fear. If a cabin ever called you deeper, or woods whispered names, echo it below. Urban decay next. Echoes in the Asylum, urban exploration, abandoned places, hidden tunnels. Asylums under the overcast skies of Detroit's Rust Belt in 2019. Urban Explorer Crew Rust Rats, led by 24-year-old videographer Lex Harper slipped through chain-link fences into the husk of Eloise Asylum, a sprawling 78-building complex shuttered since '84, now a graffiti cathedral to the forgotten. Lex, with drone cam and GoPro, documented decay for her YouTube. Peeling lid paint, hydrotherapy tubs like iron coffins, tunnels snaking to boiler rooms where screams once echoed. Teammates: TechWiz Kai, 23, for EMF meters. Thrill-seeker Mia, 22, for the rush. Skeptic Drew, 25, comic relief. One night in Hell's Hotel, Lex pitched. For the ghosts and glory. Twilight bled into the women's ward, grand foyer with chandeliers dangling like nooses, mosaic floors cracked underfoot. Air heavy with asbestos tang and mildew, walls whispering through vents. They set base in the auditorium, stage warped, seats bolted in rows for electroshock audiences. Kai's meters spiked random. EMF bullshit, Drew scoffed, but Mia froze, a giggle, childlike, from the balcony. Kits didn't belong here, Lex narrated softly, drone whirring overhead. Tunnels called next service passages to the coffin ward, narrow and lightless. Walls etched with patient scratches. Mother come, pain stops at dark. Flashlights carved cones in void. Footsteps splashed ankle-deep puddles, echoes mocking multiples. Mia's beam caught a door padlocked, but rusted, popping with shoulder. Beyond, the hidden morgue, slabs tilted for drainage, tags fluttering like moths. Creepy peek, Lex whispered, filming formaldehyde jars with fetal forms abortion relics. Kai's meter screamed, lights flickering in unison. Then the touch. Drew yelped, handprint blooming red on his neck. No source. Wind, he lied. But voices layered moans, pleas, a chorus of let us out, sinking with breaths. Panic brewed in the bakery tunnel, ovens cold but warm drafts puffing. Mia tripped, ankle twisting, revealing a grate. Eyes below, pale faces pressed, mouths opening silent. Patience and sublevels forgotten, Lex gasped, backing. Drew pried the grate. A hand shot up, decayed fingers clutching his boot, pulling. Kai hauled him free, grate slamming, but the pull lingered, tunnels sloping unnaturally, leading deeper. Videocam glitched, footage looping screams not theirs. Abort, Lex commanded, but Mia lagged, whispering, they want company. The chase inverted, shadows pursued, footfalls multiplying behind, whispers personal. Lex's dead sister's name, Kai's failure guilt. They burst into the tuberculosis ward, windows boarded, cots skeletal. Barricade failed. A figure materialized, nurse's habit shredded, face half melted from old treatments, syringe glinting. Medicine time, it crooned, advancing. Drew swung his pack, connecting with mist. Mia's scream shattered glass. Outside air hit like salvation, fence rattling as they tumbled. Dawn breaking. Footage uploaded viral. Anomalies, undeniable faces in static. EVPs of Join Eloise. Eloise raised months later, but Lex quit exploring, haunted by dreams of tunnels without end. Abandoned isn't empty, she blogs. It's full of what we left screaming. If Urbex ever unearthed too much, or tunnels trapped you, map it below. Road warriors ahead. The Hitchhiker's Highway, road trip and truck driver horror on endless blacktop interstate. 40, stretched like a vein across America's spine from Barstow to Wilmington, a ribbon of asphalt where truckers chased taillights and dreams. In summer 1997, long-haul vet Roy Dempsey, 52, grizzled with 30 years behind the Peterbilt's wheel, picked up a hitchhiker outside Albuquerque, a lanky kid, 20s, backpack frayed, thumb out defiant. Name's Cal, he said, climbing the cab, eyes shadowed by ball cap. Going east, you. Roy grunted, Raleigh. Load of auto parts. Hop in, no trouble. CB crackled with chatter. Bear at mile 220, but Cal's silence unnerved. Fingers drumming dash to phantom rhythms. Nights blurred in diners and dogouts, Roy's logbook neat thermos of Joe Black. Cal spun yarns, runaway from Tulsa, chasing music in Nashville, guitar stashed in pack. But stories looped, details shifting, sister dead one tell, brother the next. Roy shrugged. Roads bred liars. At a Flagstaff truck stop, under sodium halos, Cal vanished mid-piss. Returning with a diner matchbook scribbled, Watch the mirrors. Roy laughed. But sleep in the sleeper berth brought dreams. Cal's face in the rear view, grinning wider, teeth elongating. Dawn on the panhandle, winds howling dust devils, the horror hitched permanent. Cal's eyes changed pupils dilating black, reflecting not cab but voids. Ever kill on the road, Roy? Casual as weather, Roy's grip whitened. A swerve 89, clipping a deer, antlers through windshield, partner gone. Accident, he rasped. Cal leaned, breath fog. Deer was me. Roads remember. CB screamed static, voices not truckers but echoes. Pull over. Join the blacktop ghosts. Mirrors fogged, shapes in blind spots. Hitches paused, thumbs skeletal. Cal or it grew bold, hands phasing through dash, radio tuning to dirges. Drop me at the crossroads, it purred. Mile marker 666 blurring past. Roy floored it, 18-wheeler thundering, but the rig rebelled brakes soft, engine coughing. Visions assailed. Cal's life wanderer crushed under semis, soul snaring drivers for company. You're tired, old man. Let me drive. Roy veered onto shoulder, gravel spitting, confronting. What the hell are you? Cal shed skin like jacket form elongating, hitchhiker to reaper, side thumb. The roads toll. Desperate, Roy recalled lore salt from the glove box shaker, flung in arcs. Cal shrieked, form smoking, but latched. Finish the haul or crash eternal. They barreled east, nights eternal, diners empty of Cal's plate. In Raleigh, dawn breaking, Roy unloaded at the dock, Cal whispering final. Thanks for the ride. Next one's yours. Vanished with the pack. Roy retired that week, selling the rig. Now in a Florida bungalow, he warns rookies. Hitchers picky sometimes. Checked the mirrors, they show the debt. If a passenger ever rode shotgun from hell, or highway hummed haunts, signal below. School spirits rise. The dorm that dreamed blood, haunted schools and dorm rooms of eternal reckoning. Freshman orientation at Blackwood University in upstate New York, September 2009. Buzzed with Promise Ivy on brick quad frisbees, lectures on Hawthorne and Hubble. Among the newbies, 18-year-old freshman Zoe Patel from Queens, assigned to Hawthorne Hall. Room 313, a triple with views of the quad, but legacy whispers. Built 1892. Site of a cholera outbreak, dorms haunted by fevered ghosts. Roommates, bubbly Jess from Cali, studious Liam from Boston. Creepy cool, Jess giggled, hanging posters. Zoe, pragmatic pre-med, unpacked scalpels and skepticism. Nights 1, normal, cramming bio, pizza boxes piling. But week 2, the dreams synchronized plague masks beaked at windows, coughing choruses in vents. Zoe woke sweating, sheets tangled, a chill spot on the floor like a grave outline. Shared a sea glitch, Liam yawned. But objects shifted. Jess's locket on the desk mornings after bed. Zoe's notes rewritten in spidery script. The fever calls. Laughter in empty halls at 3 a.m. Footsteps pacing the ceiling attic access, sealed since 50s. Escalation in October. Leaves blood red. During midterms, Liam vanished post-library-dorm search fruitless. Roz chalking prank. His bed stayed made, but impressions formed nightly. Body outline, damp with phantom sweat. Jess sleepwalked, murmuring quarantine. Don't leave me. Zoe filmed with phone. Orbs and footage. EVPs of Join the Sick. Desperate, she dug archives Hawthorne's dark. 1892, 47 students dead. Quarantined in rooms, doors barred, screens echoing. Room 313, the death ward. Nurse hanged herself in closet after mercy killings. The haunting peaked All Souls night, storm lashing pains. Jess convulsed in sleep, eyes rolling. Voice not hers. The cure is bloodshed. Liam's form materialized at Bunk's foot, translucent, pallid lesions bubbling. Zoe ... burns. Let me in. He reached. Her hand passed through ice. Jess rose, zombie stiff, fetching kitchen knives. For the fever. Zoe wrestled her down, dialing campus security, but lines dead, power flickering. Apparitions swarmed dozens, students in nightgowns, faces gaunt, converging on 313, hands pressing glass, breath fogging. Cure us. Zoe barricaded, reciting med odes like prayers, but the door buckled, hinges groaning. In frenzy, she shattered the window, screaming into night quad lights bloomed, security rushing. Ghosts dissipated with dawn. Liam found catatonic in basement laundry. Fever dreams, his mumble. Exorcist called Catholic rite in the chapel, holy water sizzling on floors. Room resealed, but Zoe transferred, haunted by coughs and lectures. Blackwood's tours skip 313 now. Schools teach more than books, Zoe writes. Some lessons scar the soul. If a dorm ever breathed back or halls held hands, testify below a shadow's loom. The Flatline Symphony, hospital and nurse night shift stories of the undying ward St. Agnes General in Baltimore. A concrete monolith glowing under sodium arcs, swallowed nights whole. Nurse Riley Donovan, 29 in 2020. Pulled graveyards in the ICU beeps, sinking heartbeats, vents hissing like confidants. Burned out from med school debt, she thrived on the quiet chaos. Charting vitals, morphine drips, the veil between life and lobby thin. But Ward 4C, the long-term care annex, bred unease patients lingering in comas, monitors glitching with unhooked flatlines. Ghost wing, vets joked. Riley scoffed until her first solo shift. Midnight rounds, fluorescent hum the only companion. Patient 12, Mrs. Hawley, 82, end-stage cancer, murmured in sleep. The singers. They're waiting. Riley adjusted her four, but as she turned, the hall stretched doors infinite, shadows coiling. Back in station, alarms wailed. Hale's monitor flat, but she sat up, eyes milky, crooning a lullaby Riley's grand sang. Hush now, the Reaper's band plays low. Riley reset the defib, pulse returning, but Hale gripped her wrist. Join the chorus, girl. Your notes due. Shifts blurred horrors. Phantom footsteps padded behind, scrubs brushing air. Fia stands rolled solo, wheeling to empty beds. Colleague Nate vanished mid-shift, found hours later in supply closet. Babbling of choir in the walls. Riley's logs filled. Patients dying in sync. Last breaths harmonizing like barbershop quartet. One dawn, the symphony peaked. 5 codas at 3:33 a.m. Bodies arching in unison. Mouths open in silent aria. Autopsies clean, but sheets stained with ink, not blood. But musical staffs, notes scrawled in veins. Riley confronted the charge nurse, grizzled Ms. Vogel. Eloise built this wing on a poorhouse graveyard, paupers buried without rights. Souls unrested. Vogel's eyes distant. The singers claimed their due, nurses who linger too long. Riley's own fatigue deepened, dreams of batons conducting her pulse. Final night, storm raging Chesapeake. She patrolled 4C, a lone power outage, backups failing. Darkness absolute. Then, glow bioluminescent. Patients rising, translucent gowns flowing, encircling her in a circle of light. Sing with us, Hale led. Voices layering, operatic, dirgeful. Riley's throat tightened, notes bubbling unbidden, a soprano line weaving in. She broke free, smashing the ward's dedication plaque brass inscribed, "In memory of the voiceless, 1923. Shards scattered. Lights surged. Patients collapsing to beds, monitors beeping steady. Vogel nodded approval. Next shift. You silenced the score. Riley transferred to days, but hums in elevators, flatlines in traffic. Hospitals heal bodies, she counsels, but spirits demand encore. If a shift ever sang back or beeps beckoned, harmonize below. Dispatch dread follows. The Phantom on line 1, 911 operator and police dispatcher calls from the abyss. In the bowels of Atlanta's 911 center, a windowless warren of consoles and coffee rings. Dispatcher Carla Ruiz manned the lines from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. 2015. Voice steady as steel, she triaged terrors. Domestics to DU is her mantra: location, nature, stay calm. But the Phantom calls started sporadic static bursts at odd hours. No voice, just breathing synths to her pulse. Hang-ups on trace. Crosstalk, Tex shrugged. Carla, ex-cop widow, felt the weight. First real one, 2:14 a.m. Female, whisper panic. He's here, in the walls, ... help. Address garbled. Echo ... lane. Carla dispatched units, but cords led to an empty lot-raised tenement from Gady 9 fire, 13 dead. Follow-up. No records, but the voice echoed her dead husband's last radio. Back up. Walls closing. Chills shelved. Calls escalated. A man, guttural. The shadows got the kids ... basement. PD raided a condemned brownstone empty, but kitty drawings on walls. Stick figures fleeing blobs. Carla's traces looped to the center itself, internal lines impossible. The abyss peaked Halloween Eve, lines lighting like a switchboard inferno. Caller 1. Child, sobbing mommy's eyes went black. She's not mommy. Address. Harla's own precinct annex. Long vacant. 2. Elderly. The Reaper's knocking open the door. Units found the home, door ajar, resident catatonic, whispering, dispatcher knows. Carla's console glitched, screen scrolling past calls. Her husband's final unlogged. Carla. It's me. The shadows followed. Panic. She patched to supervisor, but voice hijacked. Chorus of past callers pleading save us. Or join. Backup swarmed the center, but the phantom rooted through server's ghost in the machine. Echoes of untraced suicides, unsolved feeding back. Carla isolated her line, reciting badges like rosaries, until dawn broke the loop. Tech purge revealed malware none. She retired early, volunteering hotlines. 911 isn't just calls, she warns trainees. Sometimes the dead dial collect. If a ring ever rerouted to regret or static spoke names, connect below. Battlefield Banshees next. The Trench Whisperer, military and war-related horror from the foxholes of fate in the sun-scorched wadis of Helmand Province, Afghanistan, 2010. Lance Corporal Evan Rook, Harlan, 22 from Ohio, hunkered in a mud-brick outpost with 3rd Platoon, 2/7ths Marines. Sandstorms scoured gear, IEDs haunted patrols, but the real enemy slithered in nights. The Trench Whisperer, as grunts dubbed it, a specter from Nam Vet's tailies, feeding on fear in foxholes. Evan's squad, battle-hardened, scoffed. Sarge, grizzled McKay, barked eyes front, ghosts rear. But after Fallujah Vet Torres lost a leg to phantom pain that wasn't, whispers crept. First patrol, dawn raid on a Taliban nest, dust choking M4 south. Evan covered rear, NVG's green glow when the voice slithered his own. From boot camp, Rook flank left ... trap. He froze. Squad cleared the hoach, but the whisper saved him RPG crater where he'd stepped. Echo, he muttered, but nights in the talk, it persisted. Mates' voices, dead from stateside crashes, urging, dig deeper. The Sand Heights brothers. McKay caught him digging latrines at midnight, hands bleeding. Whispers lie, kid. War's noise. The horror dug in during a Hajj moon, ambush on convoy. Humvee flipped, shrapnel singing. Evan pulled PFC Ruiz from wreckage, but the whisper laughed. Too late for her. Join the trench choir. Ruiz flatlined en route, but her dog tags warmed Evan's chest, voice emanating. Why me, Rook? Squad dwindled suicides chalked to stress, but Evan saw shadows and mirages, figures in shamags, beckoning from dunes. McKay confessed over MREs. Kisan, 68 whispers took my LT, made him walk into wire. It's the fallen, unfinished. Climax in a Wadi siege, mortar blooming fireflowers. Pinned, radio dead, the whisper roared. Chorus of platoon ghosts, directing Evan to a cave cache or trap. He crawled, grenades popping, finding nothing but bones old Soviet, tagged with American Maya bracelets from '01. The voice softened. Bury us ... End the call. Evan complied, sand swallowing relics, whispers fading to wind. Platoon extracted, but McKay met-evased, raving of choirs. Evan mustered out 12 PTSD therapy unpacking desert delusions. Now a vet counselor in Cleveland, he tells platoons, war doesn't end at ceasefire. The trenches echo forever. If foxholes ever spoke back or sand sang sins, report below. Cubicle curses await. *** Story 20. The Overtime Entity, Workplace Scary Experiences in the Corporate Crypt *** the 22nd floor of Pinnacle Tower in Chicago's Loop. A glass airy overlooking the Windy City's glittering sprawl, housed Apex Analytics cubicles like crypts, fluorescents, buzzing hymns to hustle. In 2018, data analyst Jordan Lee, 31, clocked 80-hour weeks crunching numbers for execs who dined on caviar. Nights solo. Elevators whispering to the garage, but the entity arrived with the merger. Whispers in vents, chairs rolling unbidden. Overtime's overtime, Jordan joked to empty break room. But coffee mugs refilled themselves black. 2 sugars, his exact. Escalation in Q4 crunch. Monitors glitch in spreadsheets to obituaries, names of laid-off colleagues. Printer spat memos. Your quota's souls, Jordan. He blamed hacks. but the entity personalized voice like his old boss fired for embezzling. Numbers lie, but I see your padding. Jordan's reports balanced, but dreams of ledgers bleeding ink. Colleague Mia vanished mid-shift. HR said quit, but her desk bloomed mold overnight. Whispers morning pushed too far. The crypt climax December 23rd, tower emptying for holidays. Jordan alone, deadline looming when elevators dinged empty. Footsteps paced the hall stilettos, like the CEO's late wife, suicide from merger stress. She materialized in glass reflection, pantsuit crisp, eyes hollowed, extending a contract. Sign for eternal tenure. Jordan's pen hovered. Visions flashed Mia catatonic in psych, his own burnout overdose. He shredded it, alarms blaring as sprinklers wept. Security found him catatonic, entity fled with the draft. Jordan quit for non-profit, therapy unpacking corporate psychosis. Workplaces aren't buildings, he blogs. They're mirrors of our grind stare too long. Something stares back. If a desk ever demanded more than hours or events voiced vendettas, file below. Final lockup. Prison's poltergeists. The Cell Block Symphony, court and prison horror stories from iron-barred infinities, Sing Sing Correctional Facility, upstate New York, 2005. A fortress of fieldstone and regret, where echoes of electric chair hummed in walls. Inmate number 87 to 492, Marcus Preacher Tate, 34, lifer for a robbery gone manslaughter. Found faith in the yard, Bible his shank. But D Block, Death Row annex, bred the symphony clans of gates like cymbals, moans the bass line, guards boots the drum. Marcus preached to shadows, but the poltergeists preached back. Shivs sliding under doors, no senders. Confessions whispered in chow line, crimes not his. First solo cell, post-riot lockdown. The chorus tuned, Old Sparky's victims, 613 souls since 96, voices layering grievances. Preacher, your sermon skips justice, one rasped, cellmate's noose bed sheet from 98 swaying sans breeze. Marcus prayed louder, but they mimicked psalms backward, Latin curses from Sing Sing's occult wing. Court transcripts materialized on his trial, but verdict, guilty of nothing! Jury ghosts testifying innocence. The infinity peaked lockdown, 06, blackout storm. Symphony swelled, full orchestra of the damned, bars bending like reeds, walls weeping blood ink verdicts. A spectral judge banged gavel Marcus's skull, declaring retrial eternal. He scratched appeals on walls, but fingers phased through, joining the choir. Guards found him dawn, catatonic, humming arias of acquittal. Transferred to psych, Marcus whispers still. Prisons don't hold bodies. They trap echoes of what if iron ever judged you, or cells sang sins, sentence in comments. There you have it, 21 spine-tingling true horror stories to fuel your nightmares and boost your chills. If this marathon kept you hooked till the end, smash that like button, subscribe for weekly doses of the unexplained, and comment your favorite tale or your own brush with the beyond. Where are you watching from tonight? Let's build this community of thrill chasers. Sweet dreams ... or not. See you in the shadows. Shadows in the Hollow. A real paranormal haunting that defied every expert. It was the summer of 2012 in rural Vermont, where the Green Mountains swallow secrets like they're nothing. The old farmhouse on Hollow Road had stood empty for decades, its weathered clapboard siding peeling like sunburnt skin, windows boarded up against the relentless New England winters. Locals called it the Widow's Rest after Eliza Hawthorne, who in 1897 had lost her husband to a logging accident and her 3 children to the Spanish flu just months later. They said she never left, not fully. Whispers of cold spots, flickering lanterns, and a woman's faint sobbing on moonless nights kept real estate agents away and teenagers daring each other to sneak in after dark. But for the Hargrove family, Mark, a 42-year-old mechanic with calloused hands and a no-nonsense attitude. His wife, Lisa, a school teacher who believed in second chances. And their 2 kids, 10-year-old Timmy with his endless curiosity and 7-year-old Sarah with her thumb-sucking habit. The place was a steal. 5 acres, a wraparound porch, and a price tag that screamed fixer-upper. They moved in on a crisp July morning, the air thick with the scent of pine and fresh-cut grass, convinced they were starting over after Mark's layoff from the mill. The first sign something was off came that very night. Mark was in the basement, sorting boxes under the single bare bulb that swung like a hanged man. casting long shadows that danced across the stone walls. The air down there was damp, like breathing through a wet rag, and carried a faint metallic tangled blood, maybe, or just rust from the pipes. As he pried open a crate of his old tools, a low hum started, not mechanical, but organic, like wind through a conch shell mixed with a distant choir. He froze, hammer mid-swing, and listened. It grew louder, vibrating in his chest, until it resolved into words. "Come back, my darlings." Come back. The voice was soft, feminine, laced with a desperation that clawed at his gut. Mark bolted upstairs, heart pounding like a jackhammer, and found Lisa in the kitchen, pale as milk, gripping the counter. She'd heard it too from the living room where she was unpacking books. Timmy was fine, giggling at cartoons, but Sarah? She was curled in the corner of her new room upstairs, rocking back and forth, whispering, "The lady wants her babies. She says I'm pretty like them." They laughed it off at first old house settling, wind in the eaves, kids' imaginations running wild after the long drive. Mark nailed a crucifix above the mantel, a habit from his Catholic grandma, and Lisa burned sage she'd picked up at a roadside stand, the smoke curling like accusatory fingers. But the nights stretched on, and the house began to breathe with them. By week 2, the cold spots were undeniable. You'd step into the hallway and hit a wall of Arctic air, sharp as a slap, dropping the temperature 20 degrees in seconds. Thermometers lied. Digital ones glitched to sub-zero. Analog ones froze mid-tick. Lisa started sleeping with the lights on, her side of the bed always warmer, as if the chill followed Mark like a shadow. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the ridge and painted the sky bruise purple, Sarah came downstairs holding a doll she'd found in the attic porcelain face cracked like a spiderweb, dress yellowed with age, one glass eye missing. "She gave it to me," Sarah said matter-of-factly, her small fingers tracing the lace. "The lady in the white dress. She said it's for playing with her children." That night, the sobbing started. It began around 2 a.m., the witching hour when the world holds its breath, a muffled wail from the walls themselves. Not loud, but insistent, like a mother calling lost lambs home. Mark grabbed his shotgun from the closet more for comfort than anything and crept through the house, flashlight beams slicing the darkness. The sound led him upstairs, past Timmy's door where the boy slept soundly, to Sarah's room. The door was ajar, and inside, the temperature plummeted. His breath fogged in the beam. Sarah was asleep, but the doll sat upright on the nightstand, its remaining eyes seeming to follow him. As he reached for it, the sobbing peaked into a shriek raw guttural, the kind that rips from a soul unmoored. Plaster dust sifted from the ceiling, and in the corner, a shape materialized, translucent, a woman in a high-necked gown, her face gaunt, eyes hollow, pits leaking black tears. She extended arms like withered branches, mouth opening in silent plea. "My babies, where are my babies?" Mark fired a blank into the air boom echoing like Judgment Day, and the apparition shattered like smoke, but the damage was done. Sarah woke screaming, claw marks raking her arms, 3 parallel lines weeping blood. Lisa rushed in, and they bundled the kids into the truck, driving to the nearest motel under a sky-spitting rain like accusations. The next day, they called in Father Elias, a grizzled priest from the county over who'd exorcised farms before. He arrived at dusk, Bible in one hand, holy water in the other, his face lined like old leather. "This ain't no demon," he muttered after sprinkling the thresholds, the water hissing on the floorboards. "It's a soul in torment. Eliza never crossed over. Her grief anchored her, and now it feeds on yours." The cleansing ritual lasted hours. Prayers in Latin that rolled like thunder, incense thick as fog, crosses burned into the doorframes. Candles guttered and went out one by one, shadows twisting like serpents. Midway through, the house rebelled, doors slamming in unison, furniture scraping across floors unbidden, and from the nursery where Eliza's children had died, a chorus of tiny voices giggling, then wailing in harmony. Timmy, who'd been kept outside, pounded on the window. "Dad, they're inside me. The kids, they're playing tag in my tummy." Mark dragged him away as the boy retched up handfuls of wet leaves and twigs, smelling of earth and decay. Father Elias pressed on, voice cracking, until dawn broke and the air stilled. "It's bound now," he said, sweat beading on his brow. "But binding's fray. Leave this place. Let her rest. They tried, God, they tried. Sold the house for a loss to a developer who planned to raise it for condos. but Eliza followed. In their new apartment in Burlington, the cold spots migrated. Sarah's nightmares intensified dreams of a white-gowned woman brushing her hair with bony fingers, whispering lullabies in a tongue like cracking ice. Timmy started drawing pictures. Stick figures with no faces, holding hands in a circle around a house that bled red crayon. Mark found job applications rejected with notes in elegant script. Not for you. Come home. Lisa, unraveling, consulted mediums online. Forums buzzing with similar Tailies families fleeing the widow's rest only to carry her echo like a curse. Desperation peaked 6 months later on All Hallows Eve. A storm raged, lightning cracking the sky like veins. The family huddled in the living room, salt lines at the doors, every light blazing. At midnight, the power surged and died, plunging them into Stygian black. The sobbing returned, closer now, from the vents, the fridge, their own throats. Sarah vanished gone in a blink, her spot on the couch empty. They tore the apartment apart, Mark's hands bleeding on splintered wood, Lisa's screams raw. Then from the bedroom, a child's voice, "Mommy? Come play." It was Sarah, but not her eyes milky, voice layered with echoes. She held the porcelain doll, now pristine, and behind her, Eliza coalesced fully, flesh-pale skin stretched over bones, gown dripping grave mud, arms cradling air where her children should be. The confrontation was biblical. Mark recited the Lord's Prayer from memory, shotgun loaded with rock salt. Lisa clutched Sarah, chanting words from a Wiccan site. Father Elias arrived unbidden, as if summoned by the storm, and the four of them formed a circle of light flashlights, candles, faith flickering against the dark. Eliza lunged, her form elongating, fingers like talons raking the air, filling it with the stench of formaldehyde and regret. "You took my home!" She howled, voice splintering glass. "Give them back!" Visions assaulted them. Flashes of 1897, the flu ravaging the hawthorns. Eliza burying tiny coffins in the backyard under a harvest moon, her madness blooming like nightshade. She wasn't haunting for revenge, she was trapped in grief's loop, mistaking their children for hers, the house her anchor, their family her new vessels. The priest's final invocation shattered it. A torrent of Aramaic, holy water flung like shrapnel. Eliza's form convulsed, splitting into shards of mist, her wail dissolving into rain on the roof. Sarah collapsed, eyes clearing, the doll crumbling to dust in her lap. They burned the remains that night, scattering ashes in a river under starlight. The Hargroves moved west, to Arizona's sun-baked flats, far from green mountains and whispering winds. But on quiet nights, when the desert wind howls like a distant sob, Mark swears he hears it. "My darlings, come back." And in Sarah's drawings, the stick figures still hold hands, circling a house that never quite fades. That was Shadows in the Hollow, a true haunting that gripped an entire town. Investigated by local historians and even featured in paranormal docs for its unrelenting grip. If that didn't rattle you, stick around, because next up is a true crime descent into obsession that proves some monsters wear everyday faces. The Stalker's Canvas, a true crime tale of murders, obsessions, and a killer's twisted gallery in the neon haze of 1980s Los Angeles, where palm trees swayed like metronomes to the city's restless pulse. Emily Carter was just another aspiring artist scraping by. At 24, with paint-splattered jeans and dreams bigger than her studio apartment in Echo Park, she poured her soul into canvases of vibrant abstract swirls of crimson rage and sapphire sorrow that captured the chaos of her breakup-fueled insomnia. Her work caught eyes at underground galleries, landing her a solo show at the Vale, a dimly lit spot in Silver Lake frequented by hipsters and Hollywood wannabes. That's where she met Victor Lang, 32, a freelance photographer with a smile like polished obsidian and eyes that lingered a beat too long. He bought her largest piece, Fractured Muse, for $800, triple her asking price, and slipped her his card. "Let's collaborate. Your colors haunt me." What started as flattery bloomed into late-night coffees at all-night diners, Victor snapping Polaroids of Emily mid-stroke, her brush a blur against canvas. He was charming, quoting Kerouac and Dali, his camera clicking like a heartbeat. But beneath the romance lurked fixation. Victor's apartment in Koreatown was a shrine. Walls papered with Emily's sketches he'd borrowed. Floor littered with undeveloped film of her sleeping, unaware, during their first weekend away. He called it inspiration, his lens capturing her essence. Emily, blinded by the attention after years of invisibility, saw passion. When he proposed after 3 months on one knee amid her studio's chaos, ring glinting like a snare, she said yes, visions of joint exhibits dancing in her head. The wedding was small, bohemian. Wildflowers and vinyls spinning jazz in a backyard ceremony under string lights. But paradise cracked on their honeymoon in Big Sur, where Victor's camera never rested. He photographed her changing by the ocean, brushing off her unease with art demands vulnerability. Back in LA, the obsession metastasized. Victor quit freelancing, devoting himself to the Emily Project, a series of portraits morphing her into muses from myth. Persephone in pomegranate stains, Ophelia floating in a bathtub of rose petals. Friends noticed the isolation. Emily's phone went unanswered, her gallery contacts ghosted. "He's just intense," she'd laugh at brunches she rarely attended, bruises blooming like abstract blooms on her wrists from playful grips during photo sessions. By 1985, the portraits darkened. Victor's lens twisted Emily's features eyes, hollowed. Smiles slashed into Rictus's mirroring fractures in their marriage. Arguments escalated over his jealousy. A male critic's lingering gaze at her show became betrayal. One night, after she shattered a frame in rage, he locked her in the darkroom, developing film by red light, forcing her to pose nude against chemical trays. "This is us," he hissed, shutter snapping. Raw, eternal. Emily escaped through a vent, coughing developer fumes, and filed a restraining order. Victor vanished, but the gifts arrived. Canvases repainted with her face in blood-red acrylic, letters detailing our forever exhibit. Panic set in when women started disappearing young artists, all with Emily's auburn hair and painter's hands. First was Rebecca Klein, 26, a sculptor from Venice Beach last seen leaving a gallery opening. Her body surfaced in the LA River, throat slit ear to ear, eyes carved out like erased brushstrokes. Police chalked it up to a robbery gone wrong, but Emily's anonymous tip Victor's card in Rebecca's wallet when ignored. No priors, no connections. Then Sophia Reyes, 29, a muralist in Boyle Heights, vanished mid-stroke on a downtown wall. Found weeks later in an abandoned warehouse, posed like Monet's Olympia, limbs arranged in graceful repose, paint tubes emptied into her wounds. The press dubbed it the Muse Murders, speculating a copycat of the Black Dahlia. Emily, watching from her fortified apartment, recognized the signatures, Polaroids tucked in victims' fists, Victor's brand. She went to the cops again, voice trembling over case files. He's collecting them. For me. To prove his love. Detectives humored her, a jealous ex's delusions, but DNA was nascent. Evidence circumstantial. Victor resurfaced in taunts. A bouquet of wilted lily on her doorstep. Note reading, "Your palette lacks depth." Let me add the shadows. Paranoia consumed Emily. She boarded windows, slept with a palette knife under her pillow. The third victim, Layla Voss, 23, an illustrator from Pasadena, was taken from her studio door ajar, easel overturned. Her corpse, displayed in Griffith Park under moonlight, was a masterpiece of horror. Body contorted into a ballerina's pirouette. Skin incised with swirling patterns mimicking Emily's abstracts. Eyes replaced with glass beads from her own exhibit. The city erupted. LEPD formed a task force, headlines screaming, "Serial artist slays muses." Emily's restraining order resurfaced, linking Victor via a discarded darkroom key found at Lila's scene. Raids on his last known haunts yielded nothing but echoes until a tip from a junkie in Skid Row. A man renting a derelict loft in the Arts District, canvas stacks blocking windows. SWAT breached at dawn, the air thick with turpentine and rot. Inside, the Emily Project sprawled, walls a gallery of death. Polaroids pinned like butterflies, Rebecca mid-scream, Sophia's final blink, Lila's vacant stare. Canvases loomed, victims' faces layered over Emily's. Titles like Betrayed Brush and Eternal Stroke. Victor, cornered amid his abattoir, camera in hand, smiled for the flash. It's complete. She's the centerpiece. The trial was a circus. 1987's trial of the century before O.J. stole the spotlight. Victor, representing himself in a rumpled suit, turned the courtroom into theater. These weren't murders, they were collaborations. Emily inspired the voids. I filled them. Exhibits included his artifacts, bloodied brushes, victim sketches annotated with love notes. Emily testified, voice steel despite nightmares. He didn't kill for fame. He killed to own me. Each stroke was a chain. Jurors recoiled at the photos, whispers rippling like brush fire. The prosecution painted Obsession's portrait, Victor's journals, pages fevered with Emily's name inked over and over, plans to repaint her rivals. Defense? Passion's excess. But the clincher, a tape, Victor's voiceover on a reel found in his loft, narrating the kills like poetry. Rebecca's read was too vivid. I muted her. For you, my muse, guilty on all counts. 3 life sentences, no parole. Victor died in Courtroom in 2009. Canvas scraps sewn into his jumpsuit. Final portrait is self-portrait smeared with contraband paint. Emily's eyes staring back, accusatory. She never painted again. The colors drained like blood from a canvas. Last seen in 2015, teaching art therapy to inmates. Her abstracts reborn in their trembling hands. Art saves, she says, but obsession? It devours. The Stalker's Canvas, a true crime saga that exposed the razor edge between creation and carnage, serial obsessions that turn love lethal. Millions dissected it, from podcasts to profiles, because it begs the question, how thin is the line from admirer to assassin? If your heart's still racing, our next tale plunges into personal encounters where strangers aren't just creepy, they're harbingers. The Faceless Caller. Creepy encounters with strangers and the digital abyss of online horror. Back in the dial-up days of 2004, when the internet hummed like a hive of secrets and chat rooms were Wild West saloons for the lonely, 19-year-old Jenna Morales was a freshman at UC Berkeley, majoring in computer science with stars in her eyes and loneliness in her veins. Raised in a strict Fresno household where screens were Satan's windows, she'd snuck her first laptop from a pawn shop, funding it with babysitting gigs. Late nights in her cramped dorm, posters of binary code curling at edges, she discovered IRC channels, anonymous havens where handles hid faces and words wove webs. Her alias, Pixel Dreamer. There, amid geeks debating firewalls and gamers swapping cheats, she met Shadow Echo, a user whose quips cut sharp as code. You're the glitch in my matrix. Jenna. Beautifully broken. It started innocent. Shared playlists of Radiohead and Massive Attack, virtual coffee dates typing till dawn. Shadow Echo knew her favorite taqueria, El Toro, on Telegraph, the freckle on her left knee from a childhood fall. Psychic intuition, he joked when pressed. Jenna, flattered, overlooked the red flags. Isolation from homesickness made his attention a lifeline. Weeks in, he sent a link, a private forum, Echo Chamber, password-protected paradise of inside jokes and ASCII art hearts. But lurking in threads were anomalies posts timestamped before she logged in, detailing her day. Pixel Dreamer aced her algorithms quiz today. Proud of you, love. Panic flickered, but he soothed. I just care. Deep web dives reveal all. The deep web beckon came via Dare. Shadow Echo challenged her to a trust game. Download Tor, venture into hidden boards where truths traded like contraband. Prove you're real, he typed. Jenna, adrenaline spiking, complied, rabbit hole spiraling from recipe swaps to red rooms rumored real. One site, veil piercers, chilled. Grainy cams of empty rooms, users bidding on views. Her chat pinged. Watch this one. It's you. The feed loaded. Her dorm live from a hidden angle above the door. Heart slamming, she slammed her laptop shut, but the phone rang. Dorm line, unknown caller. Miss me, Pixel? Voice modulated, metallic, but laced with his laugh. Terror bloomed. Jenna unplugged, changed her number, but the encounters escalated. Strangers on campus now. A barista at the co-op sliding her latte with a napkin sketch binary for I see you. A lecture hall seatmate whispering, Shadow says hi, before vanishing. Nights fractured by sleep paralysis. Pinned awake, a faceless silhouette at bed's foot, phone glowing with incoming calls she couldn't silence. One episode peaked at 3 a.m., body leaden, the figure leaning close breath hot, voice digitized. Dares aren't done. Jenna. One more. She broke free screaming, roommate pounding on the wall, but the damage etched deep. Desperate, she traced him honed CS skills, cracking his IP through proxies, landing in a San Francisco loft rented to Victor Hale, 28. A sysadmin with no priors but a darknet footprint, moderator of Veil Piercers, posts time-stomping her hacks. Police raided. Victor, cornered amid servers humming like hearts, smirked. She dared me first. His lair. Walls, screens, flickering dorm feeds worldwide. Binders labeled Muses, Jenna's thickest. Photos from hacked webcams, transcripts of her whispers to pillows. He'd groomed dozens, but Jenna's glitch hooked him her code poetry mirroring his isolation. Arrested for stalking, invasion of privacy. The case cracked open a network. Deep web rings trading personal tours, turning curiosity to cages. Trial in 2005 was a media storm. Cyberstalker Net's freshman nightmare. Victor's defense. Digital flirtation gone viral. But Jenna's testimony gutted. Exhibits of her paralysis logs, since to his access timestamps. Voicemails morphing from sweet to sinister. Convicted 5 years probation, registry as predator. He vanished post-release, but Jenna armored up firewalls her fortress, advocacy her canvas. Founded CodeSafe, teaching co-eds digital self-defense. Her story a cautionary pixel. The net's a mirror. What stares back might not blink, yet echoes linger. In 2012, a new handle pinged her secure chat. Missed our dare pixel? IP traced to nowhere, but her sleep paralysis returned, figure now typing on a ghostly keyboard, keys clacking accusations. Was it him, or the web's infinite ghosts? Jenna unplugs, but the call comes anyway from within. The Faceless Caller, a personal plunge into internet horror where clicks summon stalkers from the void. Blending creepy apps, dares gone deadly, and the endless night of online obsessions. If that's got your notifications on edge, wait till we hit the wilderness, where nature's beauty hides teeth. Whispers from the Whispering Pines, camping and wilderness horror in the national parks. The Adirondacks in upstate New York aren't just mountains. They're a labyrinth of ancient peaks and shadowed valleys, where the air tastes of moss and memory, and the trees lean in like eavesdroppers. In September 2018, 4 friends outdoor enthusiasts, with packs bulging and spirits high set out for a 5-day loop through the high peaks. Wilderness. Alex, 29, the group's unofficial leader, a trail-hardened hiker with a beard like tangled roots. His girlfriend, Mia, 27, a botanist whose sketches filled journals with fern filigree. Their buddy, Nate, 31, a vet with jokes that cut tension like a multi-tool. And Lena, 25, Nate's sister city girl trading concrete for canopy on a whim. They chose the Whispering Pines trailhead for its secluded vibes. A lesser-trodden path skirting Cranberry Lake, promising solitude amid the fall foliage's fiery blaze. Rangers warned of black bears and early frost, but the group laughed it off, permits stamped, bear spray holstered. Nature's our therapist, Alex toasted at the trailhead, cliff bars clinking. Day 1 was postcard perfect, ascent gentle, views exploding in crimson and gold, the lake below a mirror shattering sunlight. They pitched tents by dusk in a clearing ringed by white pines, their needles whispering in the breeze like conspirators. Campfire crackled, stories flowed ghost tales of missing loggers, Bigfoot howls locals swore real. Laughter drowned the unease as shadows lengthened, but Mia noted it first. The pine's murmur wasn't wind. It shaped words faint as radio static. Stay. Stay with us. She chalked it to fatigue, sketching the grove by headlamp, but sleep came fitful, dreams of branches coiling like veins. Dawn broke crisp, but the trail twisted. What maps marked as a 2-mile jaunt to the next leaned to stretched, switchbacks looping like Mobius strips. By noon, compasses spun wild, GPS glitching to searching. Tech fail, Nate quipped, but sweat beaded his brow. They pushed on, the forest thickening, pines crowding closer, underbrush snagging like fingers. Whispers persisted, now choral. Names, fragments. Alex ... cold. Mia. Join ... double quotes. Lena tripped on exposed root, gashing her shin. Blood welled dark, and from the ferns, eyes glinted, not animal, but multitudes, low and unblinking. Dear, Alex insisted, but the herd didn't flee. They watched, heads cocked, until the group stumbled into Camp 2, hearts hammering. That night, isolation clawed. Fire dimmed unnaturally, embers snuffing like drowned stars. Nate's jokes fell flat. Mia's sketches smudged, lines twisting into faces amid the leaves. Around midnight, the whispers crescendoed into chants. Lost ones. We are the lost ... Footsteps circled the tent's soft, padding, too many for one source. Alex grabbed his knife, peering into black. Silhouettes flitted, tall and elongated, pines bending to form arches over humanoid voids. A branch snapped near Lena's tent. She screamed as fabric tore, a handpail, elongated fingers tipped in bark groping through the rip. Nate yanked her out, machete swinging, but the figure dissolved into mist, leaving sap-sticky residue. Panic fractured them. They broke camp at first light, backtracking frantic. But the trail vanished, path swallowed by overgrowth overnight. Landmarks shifted like stage props. Days blurred. Water from streams tasted metallic. Fish floating belly up with eyes milky. Food spoiled in packs. Maggots writhing in granola. Whispers evolved. Personal barbs. Nate, your war dreams end here. Dredging his PTSD. Mia, your sketches called us. Hallucinations mounted Alex seeing his drowned father waving from the lake. Lena cornered by children with pinacone eyes, giggling invitations to play. By day 3, dehydration cracked lips, delirium set in. They huddled in a cave mouth, fire a feeble glow when the assault peaked. The pines marched. Roots upheaved like veins, encircling the cave. Branches wove a dome, blotting stars. Whispers thundered, join the green. Become eternal. Shapes emerged, former hikers, faces bark-woven, eyes hollow knots leaking sap blood. One, a woman in decayed flannel, extended a hand. We were lost. Now we're home. Mia recognized her from a missing poster. Sarah Klein. Vanished 2009. The figures closed, chill radiating like fever, skin prickling with unseen thorns. Nate fired his flare gun skyward, crimson burst, illuminating horrors. Bodies half subsumed, limbs twining with roots, mouths agape in silent pleas. In blind terror, they charged the perimeter, Alex hacking vines, Mia burning underbrush with Zippo-fueled fury. Flames leaped, devouring the siege. Screams not human but arboreal shook the earth as the pines recoiled, clearing a frantic path. They'd burst onto the main trail at dawn, collapsing at a ranger station, babbling of the green ones. Search parties found their gear shredded. Sketches charred into faces, but no bodies, only a circle of scorched earth where the clearing once stood. Pines charred but regrowing, whispers faint on the wind. Rangers dismissed it as exposure-induced psychosis. But park records tally dozens. Whispering Pines syndrome, hikers vanishing or emerging, raving of the rooted. The friends scattered Alex to therapy. Mia to urban greenhouses, Nate and Lena never speaking of it. Yet on autumn drives, when pines rustle, they hear it. Stay, join us. Eternal indeed. Whispers from the Whispering Pines, a wilderness horror rooted in national park enigmas, where camping turns conquest to curse, urban explorers' dreams to deep woods dread. If the trees outside your window just sighed, our next stop is the concrete jungle's underbelly. Echoes in the empty halls. Urban exploration of abandoned asylums and hidden tunnels, Detroit's Packard plant. Loomed like a skeletal giant on the east side. A 3.5 million square foot behemoth abandoned since 1958, its Art Deco bones crumbling under graffiti tags and creeping ivy. Once the world's largest psychiatric hospital, it housed 10,000 souls at peak electroshock scars, lobotomy whispers, patients chained in hydrotherapy tubs till the walls wept condensation. By 2019, it was urban explorer catnip, tunnels snaking like veins. Wards echoing with phantom screams, a playground for adrenaline junkies chasing the thrill of trespass. That's what drew Riley King, 23, a videographer with a GoPro harness and a channel Ruin Rat, to its mall one muggy August midnight. Solo this time, his usual crew bailed on bad vibes. He slipped through a chain link gap. Beam-piercing fog-thick air, heart sinking to the distant drip of water like a metronome of madness. The ascent was ritual. Fire escapes clanging under boot, windows shattered like punched-out eyes. Inside, decay rain peeling lead paint flaking like dandruff. Floors buckled with burst pipes, air stale as forgotten breaths. Riley's footage started standard. Pans of rusted gurneys, close-ups of faded murals where smiling nurses morphed into leers. Packard plant, night 1, he narrated softly, voice echoing unnaturally long. 3 million square feet of crazy. Let's see what the ghosts are up to. Tunnels called first subterranean arteries linking wards to treatments. Now black as pitch, walls slick with mold that glowed faintly under UV. He descended, rope ladder creaking, beam catching rats skittering like escaped thoughts. 50 feet down, the whispers hit not wind but layered, clinical. Patient 472 compliant ... Increase voltage. Riley froze, playback confirming his voice only. Deeper, the tunnel forked. Left to boiler rooms, right to isolation cells. He veered right, air thickening with ammonia-bite old urine or something fresher. Cells lined the walls, iron doors ajar, straw mattresses desiccated, scratches etching pleas. "Let me out, mama," in child scrawl. In one, a straitjacket hung from a hook, fabric brittle but stained fresh dark blooms like recent sweat. His light caught movement, a shadow flitting cell to cell, too fluid for vermin. "Hello?" Riley called, pulse thumping mic. Silence, then a giggle-high, unhinged, bubbling from the dark. Adrenaline surged. He pressed on, emerging in a sub-basement therapy wing. Tubs ringed with restraints, electrodes dangling like nooses. The air hummed electric, ozone sharp. Footage glitched static bursts syncing to a rhythm, like a heart monitor flatlining. Riley set up a static cam, reciting EVP prompts. "Is anyone here? What happened to you?" Responses crackled, shocked ... cold. "Free now." Laughter followed, multiplying till the room rang. Panic clawed. He packed frantic when the tub gurgled water rising from drains, icy, lapping ankles. No leak impossible. Splashing retreat, he glimpsed it in the beam swing. A figure submerged, face pressed to porcelain, eyes wide whites, mouth gaping bubbles of plea. He bolted, tunnels twisting like intestines, whispers chasing, names, dates, Riley. Join the quiet. Ladder slick. He hauled up, lungs burning, emerging into a ward where beds lined like graves. Moonlight slanted through broken panes, illuminating a circle. Patient robes folded neat, as if waiting assembly. Footsteps echoed, not his approaching from stairs. Riley hid in a closet, door cracked, cam rolling. Through slats, a procession translucent figures in institutional grays, shuffling single file, led by a nurse in starched white, clipboard glowing ethereal. They passed inches away, chill seeping through wood, one pausing head cocking unnaturally, sniffing air like hound. New patient, it rasped, breath fogging glass. Riley held statue still, sweat freezing till they faded, leaving silence heavier than screams. Dawn saved him. He staggered out, footage intact but corrupted faces overlaying his, whispers bleeding audio. Uploaded raw. Packard Nightmare. Went viral 3 million views in days, comments flooding. Faked? Real AF been there, felt it. Skeptics debunked glitches as edits. Believers shared parallels, explorers scratched in sleep, hearing therapy calls. Riley quit Urbex, but the plant claimed him subtly. Nightmares of tubs filling lungs. Whispers in white noise. Come back. Treatment awaits. Demolished in 2022, the site now condos, but at night, new residents report giggles in vents, shadows shuffling halls. The empty never truly empties. Echoes in the empty halls and urban exploration descent into asylum afterlives, hidden tunnels harboring horrors that architecture can't contain. If echoes linger in your ears, brace for the road's restless dead. Highway hymns, road trip and truck driver horror on the endless blacktop. Interstate 40 stretches like a scar across America's underbelly. From Barstow's dust devils to Wilmington's salt marshes, 2,556 miles of asphalt anonymity where truckers chase taillights and secrets. In the fall of 2015, long-haul vet Harlan Graves, 48, rumbled east in his Peterbilt. Black Mariah hauling produce from Cali to Carolina. Divorced, daughter distant. The road was his confessional, CB radio crackling confessions. Thermos of black coffee, his sacrament. Harlan was old school. No GPS, just atlas folds and stars, tailies of vanishing lanes where Semis disappeared mid-haul. That night, somewhere past Albuquerque, moon fat as a tick, the radio spat static. Breaker, breaker. Anyone copy the ghost truck on 40? White Freightliner, no plates, tailing too close. Harlan keyed mic. This is Mariah. Mile marker 142, saw nothing. You pulling my leg, Smokey? Laughter fizzled. Responders dropped off. But then it appeared, headlights in rear view, blinding, closing gap despite his 70 miles per hour. No horn, no flash, just relentless approach, the rig's grill a skeletal grin in mirrors. Harlan floored it, reefer trailer swaying, but the ghost matched pace, inches off bumper. CB erupted, frantic voices. It's the Widowmaker. Lost in 82 crash, full of souls. Then silence, as if swallowed. Sweat slicked his dash, Harlan's knuckles bone white on wheel. A glance back, cab empty, but shadows writhed inside. Faces pressed to glass pale, pleading, mouths moving, help ... trapped. The chase stretched hours, 40s lights blurring to streaks. Billboards warped. Jesus saves, melting to join us. Exits vanished, signs for gallop looping eternal. Fuel gauge dipped, phantom, needle quivering 0. Desperate, Harlan veered onto a rest stop, gravel crunching, phantom screeching halt behind. He bailed cab, flare in fist, facing the beast. White cab pitted rust, no driver, but doors creaked open, fog spilling like breath. Figures spilled dozens, spectral truckers and denim ghosts, eyes hollow highways, hands outstretched. Ride with us. Endless run. Harlan fired, flare crimson bloom illuminating horrors. Bodies fused to dash, limbs steering wheel, faces windshields cracked smiles. He ran, lungs fire, to the stop's payphone deadline, receiver dripping oil. Dawn cracked horizon, phantom dissolving in light. But scars lingered. Black Mariah's trailer iced over, produced wilted black. Whispers in vents. 1 more mile ... double quotes Harlan quit hauling. But 40 calls him night drives plagued by white lights. CB humming hymns of the lost. Highway hymns, a trucker's terror on America's blacktop veins. Road trips unraveling into spectral pursuits. If headlights haunt your commute, our final shift awaits. Professionals facing the night's uninvited guests. Code Black Confessions. Hospital and nurse night shift stories from the front lines. St. Agnes General in Baltimore's fog-shrouded outskirts was a relic built 1923. Wings added like afterthoughts, AA pressure cooker of screams and sirens. Nurse Carla Ruiz, 35 in 2020, worked nights, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. The graveyard where stats lied and shadows told truths. Divorced mom of 2, she thrived on rhythm vitals, beeps, morphine drips, the quiet camaraderie of hollowed-eyed docs. But room 313 was her nemesis. Chronic psych hold for the unplaceables, delirium cases, dementia wanderers, souls slipping seams. That shift started routine. Full moon mocking through blinds, senses high from a flu spike. Carla clocked in, scrubs crisp, coffee bitter, unaware the veil tore at 2:17 a.m. First call, Mr. Harlan, 72 COPD flare, wheezing like bellows. As she adjusted O2, his eyes locked hers milky but sharp. They're coming for the lights. The ones without names. Delirium, she noted, but chill prickled. Back at station, monitors flatlined. Not Harlan, but 313's occupant, Mrs. Eves. 89 end-stage cancer, DNR. No code, but alarms wailed discordant, sinking to a hum from vents. Carla. Help us see. She silenced them, pulse racing, glancing at 313's door ajar, though locked. Inside, bed empty, sheets tented like buried alive. Search frantic. Halls dim, call lights blinking, Morse SOS. Co-workers joined, flashlights sweeping, but Mrs. Eves lurked in mirrors. Reflection only, frail form waving from glass over sinks, eyes pleading. The lights, she mouthed. Carla radioed security, voice cracking, when screams erupted from the morgue chute 2 floors down. Body retrieval, Mrs. Eves somehow there, sheet wrapped, but alive, gasping, clawing fabric. They took my eyes! The night nurses, harvesting for the dark. Sedated. She babbled of collections, organs not for transplants, but rituals, staff in on it, trading souls for shifts unending. Skeptics scoffed hypoxia hallucination, but Carla dug. Old charts, whispers from vets, St. Agnes lore, 1950s trials, experimental therapies vanishing patients, tunnels to disposal. That night peaked at 4 a.m. Power flickered, generators coughing, halls black. Whispers amplified, names of the dead, Carla next. In 313, shadows coalesced former patients, forms twisted from shocks, eyes gouged voids, hands probing vitals, carts for implements. Carla barricaded, phone dead, when the door bucked. Not wind, but pounding from within, fists small as children's. Breach revealed nothing, but her reflection, eyes not hers, milky, waving back. Dawn brought normalcy, Mrs. Eves coded peacefully, charts clean. But Carla quit weeks later, scars unseen. Sleep plagued by beeps, mirrors avoided. St. Agnes continues, night shifts eternal, whispers waiting for the next to listen. Code Black Confessions, hospital horrors where healing hands hide horrors. Night shifts summoning the unquiet dead. That's our descent tonight, but the dark calls back. Subscribe for more, comment your spot on the map, and remember, the unseen watches. Sweet no, vigilant dreams. The Trench Whisperer, military and war-related horror from the foxholes of fate in the sun-scorched wadis of Helmand Province, Afghanistan, 2010. Lance Corporal Evan Rook, Harlan, 22 from Ohio, hunkered in a mud-brick outpost with 3rd Platoon, 2/7ths Marines. Sandstorms scoured gear, IEDs haunted patrols, but the real enemy slithered in nights. The Trench Whisperer, as grunts dubbed it, a specter from Nam Vet's tailies, feeding on fear in foxholes. Evan's squad, battle-hardened, scoffed. Sarge, grizzled McKay, barked eyes front, ghosts rear. But after Fallujah Vet Torres lost a leg to phantom pain that wasn't, whispers crept. First patrol, dawn raid on a Taliban nest, dust-choking M4 south. Evan covered rear, NVG's green glow when the voice slithered his own. From boot camp, Rook flank left ... trap. He froze. Squad cleared the hoach, but the whisper saved him RPG crater where he'd stepped. Echo, he muttered, but nights in the talk, it persisted. Mates' voices, dead from stateside crashes, urging, dig deeper. The Sand Heights brothers. McKay caught him digging latrines at midnight, hands bleeding. Whispers lie, kid. War's noise. The horror dug in during a Hajj moon ambush on convoy. Humvee flipped, shrapnel singing. Evan pulled PFC Ruiz from wreckage, but the whisper laughed. Too late for her. Joined the trench choir. Ruiz flatlined en route, but her dog tags warmed Evan's chest, voice emanating. Why me, Rook? Squad dwindled suicides chalked to stress, but Evan saw shadows and mirages, figures in shamags, beckoning from dunes. McKay confessed over MREs. Kisan, 68 whispers took my LT, made him walk into wire. It's the fallen, unfinished. Climax in a Wadi siege, mortar blooming fireflowers. Pinned, radio dead, the whisper roared. Chorus of platoon ghosts, directing Evan to a cave cache or trap. He crawled, grenades popping, finding nothing but bones old Soviet, tagged with American Maya bracelets from '01. The voice softened. Bury us ... End the call. Evan complied, sand swallowing relics, whispers fading to wind. Platoon extracted, but McKay met-evased, raving of choirs. Evan mustered out 12 PTSD therapy unpacking desert delusions. Now a vet counselor in Cleveland, he tells platoons, war doesn't end at ceasefire. The trenches echo forever. If foxholes ever spoke back or sand sang sins, report below. Cubicle curses await. *** Story 20. The Overtime Entity, Workplace Scary Experiences in the Corporate Crypt *** the 22nd floor of Pinnacle Tower in Chicago's Loop. A glass airy overlooking the Windy City's glittering sprawl, housed Apex Analytics cubicles like crypts, fluorescents, buzzing hymns to hustle. In 2018, data analyst Jordan Lee, 31, clocked 80-hour weeks crunching numbers for execs who dined on caviar. Nights solo. Elevators whispering to the garage, but the entity arrived with the merger. Whispers in vents, chairs rolling unbidden. Overtime's overtime, Jordan joked to empty break room. But coffee mugs refilled themselves black. 2 sugars, his exact. Escalation in Q4 crunch. Monitors glitching spreadsheets to obituaries, names of laid-off colleagues. Printer spat memos. Your quota's souls, Jordan. He blamed hacks, but the entity personalized voice like his old boss fired for embezzling. Numbers lie, but I see your padding. Jordan's reports balanced, but dreams of ledgers bleeding ink. Colleague Mia vanished mid-shift. HR said quit, but her desk bloomed mold overnight. Whispers morning pushed too far. The crypt climax December 23rd, tower emptying for holidays. Jordan alone, deadline looming when elevators dinged empty. Footsteps paced the hall stilettos, like the CEO's late wife, suicide from merger stress. She materialized in glass reflection, pantsuit crisp, eyes hollowed, extending a contract. Sign for eternal tenure. Jordan's pen hovered. Visions flashed Mia catatonic in psych, his own burnout overdose. He shredded it, alarms blaring as sprinklers wept. Security found him catatonic, entity fled with the draft. Jordan quit for non-profit, therapy unpacking corporate psychosis. Workplaces aren't buildings, he blogs. They're mirrors of our grind stare too long. Something stares back. If a desk ever demanded more than hours or events voiced vendettas, file below. Final lockup. Prisons poltergeists. The Cell Block Symphony, Court and Prison Horror Stories from Iron-Barred Infinities, Sing Sing Correctional Facility, Upstate New York, 2005. A fortress of fieldstone and regret, where echoes of electric chair hummed in walls. Inmate number 87 to 492, Marcus Preacher Tate, 34, lifer for a robbery gone manslaughter. Found faith in the yard, Bible his shank. But D-Block, Death Row annex, bred the symphony clans of gates like cymbals, moans the bass line, guards boots the drum. Marcus preached to shadows, but the poltergeists preached back. Shivs sliding under doors, no senders. Confessions whispered in chow line, crimes not his. First solo cell, post-riot lockdown. The chorus tuned, Old Sparky's victims, 613 souls since 96, voices layering grievances. Preacher, your sermon skips justice, one rasped, cellmate's noose bed sheet from 98 swaying sans breeze. Marcus prayed louder, but they mimicked psalms backward, Latin curses from Sing Sing's occult wing. Court transcripts materialized on his his trial, but verdict, guilty of nothing! Jury ghosts testifying innocence. The Infinity peaked lockdown, 06, blackout storm. Symphony swelled. Full orchestra of the damned, bars bending like reeds, walls weeping blood ink verdicts. A spectral judge banged gavel Marcus's skull, declaring retrial eternal. He scratched appeals on walls, but fingers phased through, joining the choir. Guards found him dawn, catatonic, humming arias of acquittal. Transferred to psych, Marcus whispers still. Prisons don't hold bodies. They trap echoes of what if iron ever judged you, or cells sang sins, sentence in comments. There you have it, 21 spine-tingling true horror stories to fuel your nightmares and boost your chills. If this marathon kept you hooked till the end, smash that like button, subscribe for weekly doses of the unexplained, and comment your favorite tale or your own brush with the beyond. Where are you watching from tonight? Let's build this community of thrill chasers. Sweet dreams ... or not. See you in the shadows. Shadows in the Hollow. A real paranormal haunting that defied every expert. It was the summer of 2012 in rural Vermont, where the Green Mountains swallow secrets like they're nothing. The old farmhouse on Hollow Road had stood empty for decades, its weathered clapboard siding peeling like sunburnt skin, windows boarded up against the relentless New England winters. Locals called it the Widow's Rest after Eliza Hawthorne, who in 1897 had lost her husband to a logging accident and her 3 children to the Spanish flu just months later. They said she never left, not fully. Whispers of cold spots, flickering lanterns, and a woman's faint sobbing on moonless nights kept real estate agents away and teenagers daring each other to sneak in after dark. But for the Hargrove family, Mark, a 42-year-old mechanic with calloused hands and a no-nonsense attitude. His wife Lisa, a school teacher who believed in second chances. And their 2 kids, 10-year-old Timmy with his endless curiosity and 7-year-old Sarah with her thumb-sucking habit. The place was a steal. 5 acres, a wraparound porch, and a price tag that screamed fixer-upper. They moved in on a crisp July morning, the air thick with the scent of pine and fresh-cut grass, convinced they were starting over after Mark's layoff from the mill. The first sign something was off came that very night. Mark was in the basement, sorting boxes under the single bare bulb that swung like a hanged man, casting long shadows that danced across the stone walls. The air down there was damp, like breathing through a wet rag, and carried a faint metallic tangled blood, maybe, or just rust from the pipes. As he pried open a crate of his old tools, a low hum started, not mechanical, but organic, like wind through a conch shell mixed with a distant choir. He froze, hammer mid-swing, and listened. It grew louder, vibrating in his chest, until it resolved into words. Come back ... my darlings. Come back. The voice was soft, feminine, laced with a desperation that clawed at his gut. Mark bolted upstairs, heart pounding like a jackhammer, and found Lisa in the kitchen, pale as milk, gripping the counter. She'd heard it too from the living room where she was unpacking books. Timmy was fine, giggling at cartoons, but Sarah? She was curled in the corner of her new room upstairs, rocking back and forth, whispering, "The lady wants her babies. She says I'm pretty like them." They laughed it off at first. Old house settling, wind in the eaves, kids' imaginations running wild after the long drive. Mark nailed a crucifix above the mantel, a habit from his Catholic grandma, and Lisa burned sage she'd picked up at a roadside stand, the smoke curling like accusatory fingers. But the nights stretched on, and the house began to breathe with them. By week 2, the cold spots were undeniable. You'd step into the hallway and hit a wall of Arctic air, sharp as a slap, dropping the temperature 20 degrees in seconds. Thermometers lied. Digital ones glitched to sub-zero. Analog ones froze mid-tick. Lisa started sleeping with the lights on, her side of the bed always warmer, as if the chill followed Mark like a shadow. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the ridge and painted the sky bruise purple, Sarah came downstairs holding a doll she'd found in the attic, porcelain face cracked like a spiderweb, dress yellowed with age, one glass eye missing. "She gave it to me," Sarah said matter-of-factly, her small fingers tracing the lace. "The lady in the white dress. She said it's for playing with her children." That night, the sobbing started. It began around 2 a.m., the witching hour when the world holds its breath, a muffled wail from the walls themselves. Not loud, but insistent, like a mother calling lost lambs home. Mark grabbed his shotgun from the closet more for comfort than anything and crept through the house, flashlight beams slicing the darkness. The sound led him upstairs, past Timmy's door where the boys slept soundly, to Sarah's room. The door was ajar, and inside, the temperature plummeted. His breath fogged in the beam. Sarah was asleep, but the doll sat upright on the nightstand, its remaining eyes seeming to follow him. As he reached for it, the sobbing peaked into a shriek, raw, guttural, the kind that rips from a soul unmoored. Plaster dust sifted from the ceiling, and in the corner, a shape materialized, translucent, a woman in a high-necked gown, her face gaunt, eyes hollow, pits leaking black tears. She extended arms like withered branches, mouth opening in silent plea. "My babies, where are my babies?" Mark fired a blank into the air, boom echoing like Judgment Day, and the apparition shattered like smoke, but the damage was done. Sarah woke screaming, claw marks raking her arms, 3 parallel lines weeping blood. Lisa rushed in, and they bundled the kids into the truck, driving to the nearest motel under a sky spitting rain like accusations. The next day, they called in Father Elias, a grizzled priest from the county over who'd exorcised farms before. He arrived at dusk, Bible in one hand, holy water in the other, his face lined like old leather. "This ain't no demon," he muttered after sprinkling the thresholds, the water hissing on the floorboards. "It's a soul in torment." Eliza never crossed over. Her grief anchored her, and now it feeds on yours. The cleansing ritual lasted hours. Prayers in Latin that rolled like thunder, incense thick as fog, crosses burned into the doorframes. Candles guttered and went out one by one, shadows twisting like serpents. Midway through, the house rebelled, doors slamming in unison, furniture scraping across floors unbidden, and from the nursery where Eliza's children had died, a chorus of tiny voices giggling, then wailing in harmony. Timmy, who'd been kept outside, pounded on the window. "Dad, they're inside me. The kids, they're playing tag in my tummy." Mark dragged him away as the boy retched up handfuls of wet leaves and twigs, smelling of earth and decay. Father Elias pressed on, voice cracking, until dawn broke and the air stilled. "It's bound now," he said, sweat beading on his brow, "but bindings fray. Leave this place. Let her rest. They tried, God, they tried. Sold the house for a loss to a developer who planned to raise it for condos. But Eliza followed. In their new apartment in Burlington, the cold spots migrated. Sarah's nightmares intensified dreams of a white-gowned woman brushing her hair with bony fingers, whispering lullabies in a tongue like cracking ice. Timmy started drawing pictures. Stick figures with no faces, holding hands in a circle around a house that bled red crayon. Mark found job applications rejected with notes in elegant script. "Not for you. Come home." Lisa, unraveling, consulted mediums online. Forums buzzing with similar Tailies families fleeing the widow's rest, only to carry her echo like a curse. Desperation peaked 6 months later on All Hallows Eve. A storm raged, lightning cracking the sky like veins. The family huddled in the living room, salt lines at the doors, every light blazing. At midnight, the power surged and died, plunging them into Stygian black. The sobbing returned, closer now, from the vents, the fridge, their own throats. Sarah vanished, gone in a blink, her spot on the couch empty. They tore the apartment apart, Mark's hands bleeding on splintered wood. Lisa screams raw. Then from the bedroom, a child's voice, "Mommy? Come play." It was Sarah, but not her eyes milky, voice layered with echoes. She held the porcelain doll, now pristine, and behind her, Eliza coalesced fully, flesh-pale skin stretched over bones, gown dripping grave mud, arms cradling air where her children should be. The confrontation was biblical. Mark recited the Lord's Prayer from memory, shotgun loaded with rock salt. Lisa clutched Sarah, chanting words from a Wiccan site. Father Elias arrived unbidden, as if summoned by the storm, and the four of them formed a circle of light flashlights, candles, faith flickering against the dark. Eliza lunged, her form elongating, fingers like talons raking the air, filling it with the stench of formaldehyde and regret. "You took my home!" she howled, voice splintering glass. "Give them back!" Visions assaulted them. Flashes of 1897, the flu ravaging the hawthorns. Eliza burying tiny coffins in the backyard under a harvest moon, her madness blooming like nightshade. She wasn't haunting for revenge, she was trapped in grief's loop, mistaking their children for hers, the house her anchor, their family her new vessels. The priest's final invocation shattered it. A torrent of Aramaic, holy water flung like shrapnel. Eliza's form convulsed, splitting into shards of mist, her wail dissolving into rain on the roof. Sarah collapsed, eyes clearing, the doll crumbling to dust in her lap. They burned the remains that night, scattering ashes in a river under starlight. The Hargroves moved west, to Arizona's sun-baked flats, far from green mountains and whispering winds. But on quiet nights, when the desert wind howls like a distant sob, Mark swears he hears it. "My darlings, come back." And in Sarah's drawings, the stick figures still hold hands, circling a house that never quite fades. That was Shadows in the Hollow, a true haunting that gripped an entire town. Investigated by local historians and even featured in paranormal docs for its unrelenting grip. If that didn't rattle you, stick around, because next up is a true crime descent into obsession that proves some monsters wear everyday faces.